Chapter 251 All Kinds of Envy, Jealousy and Hatred. At noon, Ziming took Gaping to a high-end tea house in Dongmen Commercial Street. Ziming introduced to Gaping as he walked, "Secretary Gu, the person we are going to meet today is Cao Jianing, who is a listed company, the boss of Li Shares. He mainly does idea processing, and now he also develops and manufactures some hardware products. We can talk to him to see if he can invest to build a factory there." Listening to Ziming's words, Gaping nodded his head vigorously, like a good student listening to the teacher's teaching. This situation was impossible before yesterday, but after yesterday's events, Gaping has realized Ziming's energy on Nanjian, and he understands that he has no right to be bullish in front of Ziming. Perhaps the term consultant will not have much meaning in later generations. It is just a vacant position. However, in this era when reform and opening up and everything is still to be discussed, many consultants can often influence the policy guidelines of the party and the government, which is still very useful. Otherwise, there would be no central advisory board. Even if the people in it were just consultants in name, they could still influence national policies. It is precisely because the Zonggu Association is there, coupled with the attitude of the previous Nanjian bosses towards him, that Gaping has no reason to doubt the influence of his consultants. Ziming thought for a while, and finally added, "This Cao Jianing is the youngest son of Marshal Cao Yingwe, Secretary Gu. Please pay attention." Cao Shuai's youngest son? Gaping took a breath, and his back straightened subconsciously. There was no other reason, but the name Marshal Cao Yingwe gave him too much shock. That was the founding marshal, the great figure of Dingding Jiangshan, and it was always the same as before. To be crowned king, isn't this Cao Shuai's youngest son a relative of the emperor? Does Ziming even know such a person? Gaping looked at Ziming. He felt that he was too naive about Ziming before. Even if he had met so many big Nanjian bosses yesterday, he already felt that he had a high opinion of Ziming. Still too underestimated Ziming's energy. Gaping's heart trembled when he thought of this. He suddenly thought that this might be just the tip of the iceberg that Ziming had exposed, and there were more behind him that he couldn't think of. How terrifying is Ziming's energy? But isn't Ziming just a kid from the 760 factory in his county? How did he mix up like this? Or is this the place of his Longxing here in Nanjian? The consultant didn't understand this, but he could understand that no matter what happened in the future, he didn't have any coaxing capital in front of him, or he could do whatever he said. Ziming could feel Gaping's gaze behind him, but Ziming didn't say anything. In fact, this was the effect Ziming wanted. His previous wrangling with Gaping had already annoyed him, so I took advantage of this opportunity. Once you convince him, you won't have so many things in the future, and I don't even bother to wrestle with him, no matter what county party secretary you are. Lin Yang's first investment promotion director, just be obedient to me. Knocked on the door of a box, and saw a young man of 27 and 8 sitting in it drinking tea. Ziming took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Cao. I'm sorry that Mr. Cao has been waiting here for a long time." Hearing the words Mr. Cao, Gaping straightened his already straight waist suddenly. Cao Jianing also greeted Ziming, and then Ziming introduced Gaping's identity to Cao Jianing. "Cao, this time the Provincial People's Congress accepted my suggestion and officially approved the establishment of a township industrial park here in Nanhui County. Once Secretary Gu and I came out to attract investment for the industrial park. Councillor Zhu, you just don't want to stop wherever you go. First, the Chinese New Year made a sensational treasure porridge, and now you have to build a small Nanjian out of your place, and you have to build the highway connecting Linyang and Nanjian. These fanciful ideas are really amazing," Cao Jianing said with emotion. Although Cao Jianing said this to Ziming, Gaping nodded in agreement. He also felt that Ziming was a freak that could not be imagined. Ziming shrugged his shoulders needlessly and said, "Cao President, you have praised your words. I think I just brought out all the greedy characteristics of my capitalists." Cao Jianing laughed and said, "If capitalists all over the world can be as greedy as you are, I believe that the day when the red star shines in the world will not be far away." "Okay, Mr. Cao, no joke," Ziming said, I came to Mr. Cow this time because I knew that Mr. Cow wanted to build a hardware factory recently. My 760 factory is a gold factory. If Mr. Cow can build a factory in the past, the advantages must outweigh the disadvantages. Counselor Zhu, I didn't expect you to have already made your calculations. Cao Jianing pointed to Ziming and said. Ziming spread both hands. That's why I said, I just brought out all the greedy characteristics of my capitalists. Well, I am definitely going to help Consultant Zhu if you are busy. Don't worry, I will ask the manager of the company to talk to Secretary Gu about the investment and construction of the factory in a few days. Cao Jianing said. Thank you very much for Mr. Co's generosity. Since there is no wine here, I will serve Mr. Cow with tea instead of wine, Ziming said, holding up the teacup. Cao Jianing also toasted and said, it doesn't matter, maybe I will have a lot of things to trouble you in a few days. No problem, I'm still willing to take the trouble from President Cow, Ziming said politely, but Ziming didn't think of it at this time. The trouble Cao Jianing said was really a trouble. In the evening, Ziming took Gaping and his secretary to the Nanjian nightclub. Ziming said to Gaping, Secretary Gu, the things in Nanjian are almost finished. Let's relax today. This is the first nightclub in the country. It includes entertainment facilities such as bars, dance halls and KTV. Gaping nodded in a daze, and followed Ziming into the nightclub. Although Gaping had been mentally prepared for what Ziming proposed in advance, he was shocked after he entered. Just like Grandma Liu entered the Grand View Garden. Looking around and looking around, I felt that everything was novel. Finally, Ziming brought Gaping to a KTV box and opened the door. Inside, Du Peng was singing with a woman he newly knew. Ziming and Gaping sat down. Ziming asked Gaping to sing a song. Ping Lian waved his hand and said that he didn't dare to sing in front of Ziming, but thinking about it, he didn't seem to be able to disobey Ziming's meaning, so he asked his secretary Xiao Jiang to sing. Ziming could only smile meaninglessly. Even though Gaping no longer had any enthusiasm in front of him, he was still a high-ranking leader in front of Xiao Jiang. After another while, the general manager of the nightclub Kong Xilin opened the door and walked in. Ziming beckoned to let Kong Xilin come over, and then said to Gaping, Secretary Gu, this is the general manager of this nightclub, Kong Xilin. After the industrial park, there are more people coming and going, and there are many big bosses in Nanjian. These leisure and entertainment facilities are still indispensable, so I want to open this nightclub to us. Okay, what do you say, Boss Zhu? Gaping nodded and replied to Ziming, but Ziming could see that he was a little absent from his words, because his eyes were always looking at Kong Xilin. In fact, in terms of appearance and figure, Kong Xilin is inferior to Su Han. Gaping has already seen Su Han. She shouldn't behave like this. But Kong Xilin's well-fitted uniform has given her a lot of points. For many old men, mature women have more taste than young girls. In addition, in a dark place like a nightclub, the impact of music makes Gaping feel unbalanced, and this is the reason for this performance. Hello, Secretary Gu, this is Kong Xilin. From now on, I will ask Secretary Gu to take care of things in the nightclubs in Nanhui County. Kong Xilin smiled professionally, took a glass of wine and said to Gaping that she didn't care about Gaping's previous performance, but it's no wonder, after all, she is the general manager of the nightclub and she is very beautiful. If a man's stunning eyes are about to be shy, then she will have to learn from the lesbians in the desert country when she goes out without a mask. Seeing the beauty toasting herself, Gaping immediately held up a glass of wine. Okay, no problem, Manager Kong is what you say. After speaking, Gaping looked up and drank a glass of wine. Kong Xilin smiled and said thank you. Seeing what Kong Xilin was talking to Ziming's ear over there, the fire of jealousy was burning in Gaping's heart. From Nanhui to Nanjian, Gaping found that there were already 3 women next to Ziming, and every one of them they are all beautiful and beautiful. In addition to jealousy, Gaping also murmured in his heart, this capitalist is a capitalist, and he has a few money in his pocket, and he will start to have sex. Look for women everywhere and use money to corrupt the dignity of these girls and achieve their own enjoyment goals. If you put it in the past, you will definitely be shot. Ziming didn't know what Gaping was thinking. If he knew Ziming, he could only helplessly say that he couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. Besides, isn't it normal for a man to have money around a few women? Not to mention that Suhan is the only one who has a relationship with Tang Ran. He and Tang Ran Kongsealin still have a pure relationship, and it is a bit wronged by Gaping to want to take it this way. Well, even if there is a relationship, compared to some officials in later generations, he is still insignificant. After playing in the box for a while, Ziming asked Gaping to sing again. I don't know if he wanted to perform in front of Kongsealin or something. He finally sang, even though the broken gong voice didn't dare to be complimented. Then Ziming and Kongsealin both sang a song separately. At this moment, a girl ran in a panic. Before she could even say hello, she attached to Kongsealin's ear to talk. Ziming frowned, because the girl Ziming knew was a manager of this nightclub, and the most trusted person Kongsealin brought out from the Nanu Hotel. Ziming remembers that she is still very stable at ordinary times. Why is she so reckless today? Did something happen? This idea was quickly confirmed. Kongsealin immediately reported to Ziming after receiving the news. Boss Zhu is not good. Something happened next, and her identity is very unusual. Chapter 252. This is an innocent disaster. The tables and chairs in the bar box were swaying around. All kinds of red, white and yellow wine mixed with broken glass slag from the bottle, and even a newly bought color TV was smashed. One for about 30 young people around the age of 10 sat on the sofa, blocking a dozen capable young men in front of him. The sharp eyes that scanned the outside made people know that they were elite fighters in the army. In contrast, nightclub security can only be around outside. After all, nightclub security is mostly just ordinary veterans, and there is still a gap compared with elite soldiers. There are also some frightened waitresses nearby, who are being comforted by their respective foremen. This is what Ziming saw when he went downstairs. Fortunately, Kongsealin was always well trained for Kadas. The security department dispersed the crowd in the first place. When Ziming came, there were not many people watching. Ziming glanced at Du Peng subconsciously, and Du Peng immediately shouted innocently, Ziming, your boss. Don't look at me. I really don't know what's going on. Of course I know it has nothing to do with you. I just wonder what is going on. Ziming said that although Du Peng is indeed a bit nervous and impulsive at times, he will not faint on key issues, otherwise he will not have such results in the future. As for today's affairs, look at the other side's posture. It is clear that they are here to make trouble, and the characters over there are not simple yet. But Ziming couldn't think of what else the nightclub could cause in this land of Nanjian. Ziming asked Kongsealin to take the waiter away first, and then walk in by herself, but Ziming only showed up and heard a provocative familiar voice. Huh? Advisor Zhu, are you finally here? This voice made Ziming know who it was over there without having to meet. Huashao is really in good spirits. I actually played so lively here today. It is difficult for my waiter to clean things in such a place. Huashao came out from behind the 10 elite fighters, with a very mocking expression on his face, and said meaningfully to Ziming, my consultant Zhu, what you said is very wrong. I really want to have fun with you, so that your waiters don't take their wages so easily and work hard. But it's a pity that it's really not me today, it's another person that you can't afford either. This answer was expected by Ziming, and it can even be said that Ziming set his eyes on the sofa behind when he came over. The big brother, I just opened the nightclub to open the door to do business. You came here today, knowing that there are a lot of people coming and going here every day. We can't notice everything. Can this big brother explain to us? Let us know if we die, Ziming said. The young man didn't reply immediately, but after a while he said, are you the boss behind this Nanjian nightclub? Come and sit down first. I patted the sofa next to me. The soldiers in front of me heard the sound and immediately let go. With the light, Ziming saw this young man. Ziming didn't have any impression of his appearance. but he was capable. The hairstyle and the arrogant eyes are telling everyone that his identity is not simple. Ziming did not know him, but it did not mean that others did not know him. Du Peng immediately recognized his identity behind him. You are Tao Juling, the second son of the Chief of Staff Tao of the military region. Hearing Du Peng's voice, the young man stood up from the sofa, smiled and shook hands with Du Peng and said, "So Du Xiao is here? What a blessing." "It's another ground snake." Ziming frowned. From the conversation between Du Peng and the young man, Ziming could already determine the identity of that person, but it was this identity that made people headaches. Most people knew that the son of a certain secretary and a mayor was very good, but they can often ignore the relationship on the side of the army. But in fact, the relationship on the side of the army is self-contained, and the internal unit is quite united, so it is often more troublesome than the party and the government. Except for the old people in the Central Committee, many people including the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, when they encounter something related to the army, they will basically give in at the same level. This can be imagined by the army. A large part of the reason why Ko's family where Cao Jianing belongs to dominate Lingnan is because their father is the national marshal. Many senior generals in the Lingnan military region have deep ties with Ko's family. For example, the current commander is the proud student of Cao Yinghua's father. So now this second son, who is directly the chief of staff of the military region, can be imagined. Although the chief of staff is lower than the commander and political commissar, it should not be underestimated. However, how old is the family background of this young man, and what kind of influence does he have in the province? The key is why he came to his nightclub to make a fuss. Du Peng wanted to know this question very much, so Tao Juling took Du Peng and Ziming to sit down before he had time to introduce himself. Du Peng couldn't wait to ask this question. Facing this problem, Tao Juling said with a smile, "Don't worry about Du Xiao and advisor Zhu. In fact, what happened today is very simple. What a great person. I am only entrusted by others to come over and tell you, as long as you rein in the cliff and can take it back in time, then everyone is in peace. If you want to persevere, then I am afraid I will be very sorry." Ziming and Du Peng frowned at the same time. They looked at each other, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Tao Juling thought that they were ignorant, so he pointed to the outside and said, "You know, today I saved enough face for you. If you want to follow that person's temper, I'm afraid that they will make trouble from the outside today, but I read it. You are all children, not very sensible. And your vision is a little short. Just teach you a lesson. That's why I am waiting for you here. Do you understand?" "Brother Tao, wait a minute. Can you explain to us a little bit? I still don't know what we are involved in," Du Peng said anxiously. "Xiao Du, some things are boring if you understand and pretend to be confused." Tao Juling smiled and pointed at Ziming and said, "Isn't this incident caused by advisor Zhu?" Ziming felt very baffled. "I caused it?" "Brother Tao, what caused me?" Tao Juling shook his head helplessly and said, "Since that's what I said, I'll just remind you. Have you talked to Cao Jianing today?" Cao Jianing? Hearing this name, Ziming instantly understood something. Is it because he and Cao Jianing met in the tea house and got involved in something about Ko's family? Tao Juling looked at Ziming's expression, finally remembered it. "You said that you kids are really interesting. You can't do it for a little bit. You have to be so specific." "Brother Tao, this is how I went to the tea house with President Cao." Ziming originally wanted to explain something, but Tao Juling waved his hand to interrupt Ziming. "Consultant Zhu, you don't need to say anything, let alone tell me. First of all, because you didn't mess with me, it's not me who is looking for you today. Secondly, I am not interested in what you talked to Cao Jianing. I can only tell you now that if you have nothing to look for, then next time I smashed into a box in a nightclub, you should think carefully and don't force me to do it." What I don't want to do. After talking about Tao Juling, he stood up. He took a few pieces of money on the table and said, "This is 1,000 yuan. I think it should be enough for you to redecorate this box. You can give the extras to the waiters. Give me a bonus. You see that I can save you money for redecorating this time. Should you thank me?" "Brother Tao, This is secondary. I really want to tell you that I always talk to Cao today about investing in Jingchu Industrial Park. Ziming insisted on explaining. This time Tao Juling was still not interested in listening. I don't know if my performance is inaccurate or something. I said that consultant Zhu, you and Cao Jianing talked about nothing about me. What I have to do? Yes, just say to you and do it for yourself. If you say nothing like you said, it's better. You should remember today's things even more and don't make mistakes in the future. After Tao Juling finished speaking, he took the 10 soldiers and left the box. Hua Xiao also left with Tao Juling, but when he passed Ziming and Du Peng, Hua Xiao said to them happily, let me tell you that I just discovered a very interesting thing, and that is the expression of the two of you just now. If you take a photo and hang it at the door, it will surely ward off evil spirits. Jiang Chunhua, what are you talking about? Du Peng said angrily. Oh, Du Xiao has lost his temper. I'm so scared. Du Xiao, don't you want to beat me or find someone to fix me? Okay, Hua Xiao said strangely. Du Peng wanted to say something, but Ziming stopped him. Ziming said to Hua Xiao, actually, I agree with Hua Xiao part of your point of view. Hua Xiao photographed your present honor. I believe that the court eunuchs in all future costume films will be the characters tailored for you. Ziming, do you dare to call me an eunuch? Hua Xiao pointed at Ziming and said. Ziming spread his hands together. I didn't say that, but you can't help me if you have to understand me like that, don't you? Hua Xiao grinned, gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, okay, Ziming, you can still be bullied now. I think in a few days, when Brother Tao leads someone to tear you down, I will see you. What else can you do? After Hua Xiao finished speaking, he walked out of the box angrily. Behind him, Du Peng spit at him and said, what is it? Anyway, it is also a very powerful family in the center and Lingnan. Knowing to shoot a black gun and shoot a cold arrow in the back, it's a real move. After scolding Hua Xiao and Du Peng, he asked Ziming, what's the situation? Ziming, what did you really talk about with Cao Jianing? Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, of course I didn't talk about it. It's just that we are about to be involved in an unwarranted disaster. Chapter 253 He got us offended? Bao thank you 429,856,056 for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you producer for your support. Ziming, did you say that this incident was intentional by Cao Jianing, just to pull us off the horse? Du Peng asked Ziming. It may not be intentional, but it is definitely related to him. Ziming replied. Ziming and Du Peng were standing at the door smoking cigarettes. They were waiting for Cao Jianing to come. Just now after Tao Juling and Hua Xiao left the nightclub, Cao Jianing's paging called immediately. Ziming called, and Cao Jianing said he was right away. Come. After a while, a big car drove to the door of the nightclub. Cao Jianing got out of the car and saw Ziming and Du Peng standing at the door. He hurried over and shook their hands and said to them, apologize. Counselor Du Xiao, today's things are really tight. I didn't think about some things, but I really didn't expect to cause you such trouble. President Cao is polite. This incident is also an emergency, and no one wants to see it. Du Peng also said politely. Ziming glanced at Cao Jianing, and he secretly said that Cao Jianing is indeed a character who has been playing in the mall. The level of this speech is not low. Open his mouth and apologize first. If he didn't think about it, he said to Du Peng. The words that had originally wanted to blame him were stuck in his stomach. After all, others have said that they hadn't considered it and apologized to you. Ziming smiled formulaically. Mr. Cao can't say this at the door. Why don't we go inside and say it? Cao Jianing nodded and said yes. He followed Ziming into the nightclub and came to Kong Xilin's office, because in the whole noisy nightclub, there are few quiet places. Close the door and sit down. Ziming poured a glass of water for Cao Jianing and asked him, Cao, what is the situation today? Should you tell us about it? Cao Jianing drank a sip of water, did not rush to answer, and then asked with a light sigh, Counselor Zhu and Xiao Du, I think you should have guessed what happened today. Ziming's heart moved, and Du Peng next to him immediately asked, Mr. Cao, What do you mean, is something really wrong with your family? Cao Jianing nodded silently. Something happened. It's still a big thing. Just the day before yesterday, my father passed away in the capital. Ziming and Du Peng both took a breath. If they are ordinary people, then Ziming and Du Peng will persuade him to be sorrowful and change. But Cao Jianing, it is true to say this, but some of the meaning behind it is more important. After all, Cao Yinghua's identity is too sensitive. He is both a marshal and a mainstay of the country. He has helped the country through many difficulties. Even without Cao Yinghua, Mr. Yang could not have come to power, and reform and opening up would not be possible. In the current political environment of the elderly, it is impossible for such a person to pass away alone, and there will be a series of reactions along with it. Ziming thought for a while and asked, then this means that what happened to your family, President Cao? Cao Jianing did not answer right away, but was silent for a while before saying, Councillor Zhu, do you remember what we talked about when we first met? Ziming raised his brows and asked Cao Jianing, Cao, do you want to say that your Cao family has a high voice to be the Emperor of Lingnan? Emperor of Lingnan? The term is very appropriate, but they may not be able to do it. Cao Jianing said with a wry smile. Before he left, his father told them not to mess around, and never talk to the Central Committee. Facing the fight, these guys are violating the law, and as soon as their father has passed away, they immediately want to snatch the voice of the Cao family. So people like you, President Cao, have become the targets that the group has to deal with. They will do everything possible to squeeze you out, so that they even hate all those who want to help you. Ziming took over his words. Asked down. Cao Jianing replied, yes, that's why it hurts you. This is all my negligence. This is too unreasonable. Du Peng annoyed, they are too unreasonable, right? How can they find trouble if they contact you? It's unreasonable. Or they think we are good bully. Ziming gave Du Peng a hand, and then said to Cao Jianing, Cao, I understand your situation, so you have to find a way to find someone to help, right? Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Cao Jianing was stunned. He took a deep look at Ziming. Ziming looked at him with a confident smile. At this time, Cao Jianing said embarrassingly, Councillor Zhu, some things will be somewhat explained. Trouble, but it's definitely not what you think. Mr. Cao, it's fine if everyone knows this, so don't say it anymore. Ziming waved to Cao Jianing and said, but Du Peng and I still can't bear this matter. Councillor Zhu, Du Xiao, do you say you are willing to intervene in this matter? Cao Jianing stared in a daze, because before he heard Ziming's words, he would refuse to help after knowing that Ziming had seen through his thoughts. After all, asking him to meet at the tea house at noon was indeed deliberately letting the other side know, hoping that the other side would provoke Mao Ziming and let Ziming and Du Peng intervene. This is not a pitfall, but the behavior of pulling people into the water without saying hello is still very annoying. Cao Jianing looked at Ziming's statement before and seemed to mean this, but what he didn't expect was that in the end, Ziming actually changed the front of the conversation again, and actively expressed his willingness to intervene in this matter. You are dissatisfied with President Cao. If I knew about this matter in the afternoon, I might not have participated in it, but now I am definitely going to talk to the other side. Ziming said. Why is this? Is it just because of this thing at night? Cao Jianing felt even more incredible. Ziming nodded affirmatively and said, because Du Peng and I are both passionate young people. Du Peng immediately answered, yes, Mr. Cao, you were not there today. You don't know how arrogant the Tao family and Hua Xiao are. They came here for no reason and smashed our nightclub and left. He said that they were helping us redecorate, and that they were people we would never be able to offend. Damn, so brash. He really thought of himself as the king of Lingnan, right? His mother, if not show him some color. He doesn't know how many eyes my lord Du has. Ziming patted Du Peng and asked him not to be so excited, and then continued, Mr. Cao, that's what happened. Simply put, your family has made us irritated. Cao Jianing stared blankly at Ziming and Du Peng, speechless. To say that Ziming and Du Peng were so embarrassed, he would kill him and not believe it. To say that Du Peng was a bit young and still had some credibility. Speaking of Ziming, Cao Jianing. Judging from so many contacts between himself and him, he is definitely a very mature person in all aspects. Cao Jianing sometimes has an illusion, as if Ziming is like a 50-something-year-old. The soul lives in this 20-something body. If Ziming heard Cao Jianing's thoughts, he would definitely give Cao Jianing a compliment and yell congratulations. You guessed it right. Ziming looked at Cao Jianing, still looking thoughtful. He said, since President Cao can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, Du Peng and I are here to help you with all our heart, so you can do so much. What? Cao Jianing smiled bitterly and said, Counselor Zhu, if someone else says this to me, I will happily agree to it, but if you say Ziming, I can't help but get to the bottom of it, because you are terrible. Mr. Cao, you really don't know if you are boasting or scolding me, and that's why you came to me, Mr. Cao? Ziming asked teasingly. Cao Jianing said without embarrassment, no way, I don't have contact with advisors in a day or two. I believe in advisors and shall do very much. Ziming waved his hand and said that he didn't care. He said, I know this, but since Mr. Cao is so worried about you, then I will tell you the truth. The reason is very simple. I am a businessman. I want to do business. I hope there is a stable environment. So here in Lingnan, Du Peng and I are helpless. We can only find a way to find a backer for ourselves, such as Secretary Chen Yunfei of Nanjian. Cao Jianing nodded in relief. Although he didn't think this was the whole reason for Ziming, it was at least a very important part of the reason. Cao Jianing thought for a while and said, I understand what you mean by advisors. As long as our Cao family can stabilize, and as long as your business does not violate the Cao country's various rules and regulations, I will ensure that you are safe. Then I would like to thank Mr. Cao too much. Ziming said, but things are the first thing. No matter how beautiful it is useless. So Mr. Cao, you have to tell us about your family case. Of course, Cao Jianing should have thought about these issues before he came, so he quickly said, the situation in my family is complicated and not complicated. That is, my elder brother wants to keep the interests of Cao's family in Lingnan and wants to use the development of the stock market. There are other aspects as bargaining chips and bargaining with the central government. There is no way out. Ziming said, the central government cannot tolerate the existence of an independent kingdom. I think so too. But the key is that my elder brother doesn't think that way. Cao Jianing said after considering it, or my eldest brother and his group of brothers don't think so, such as the one who came to you today. Tao Jueling Tao Gongzai is one of them. Is it one of them, or the most important one? Ziming asked again emphatically. The most important person. Cao Jianing replied. Ziming nodded and leaned back on the sofa. Understood. Then let's start with him. Cao Jianing looked up at Ziming, thinking that he had heard it wrong for the first time. He didn't confirm it until he asked Ziming again. He was surprised. Ziming, are you planning to start from Tao Jueling? Perhaps. Who made him come to me today so arrogant? This thing has a price, Ziming said. Cao Jianing had nothing to say about Ziming's answer. At this time, he only felt that Ziming's words were too good. Right? Chapter 254. We are impulsive, passionate young people. Counselor Zhu, are you really going to do this? At the gate of the Nanjian nightclub, Cao Jianing, who was about to leave, still asked Ziming Dao very worried. Ziming didn't answer, but just smiled and asked him, why is President Cao planning to give up now? Of course not. It's just that you are too risky about Consultant Zhu. If you think that Consultant Zhu is wrong, or if there is a little accident in one of the links, then the result may be completely different. Cao Jianing said, Mr. Cao, your concern is right, but now apart from this method, I can't think of any other way to break the game right away. I can only choose to wait. There is hope. Ziming said, I don't know what Cao always thinks. Anyway, Du Xiao and I are unacceptable. For young people like us, we never want to hold grudges. We usually do. Any grudges will be reported immediately, and we are more willing to express grudges, cringe, bow our heads, and let us be cowards is not our style. After Ziming finished speaking, he looked at Cao Jianing and asked, What do you think, President Cao? Facing Ziming's forced gaze, Cao Jianing felt that he was pushed against the wall at once. He could only say, "Of course I am not a coward. You say that I am young, and I am not a declining old man, even the eldest brother in the family. I also want to fight for it." Ziming smiled. "That's right, Mr. Cao. We are all young people in their 20s and 30s. It is the hottest time in our lives. Whatever the golden mean and what to endure for a while, the wind and the waves will be damned to him. Go to hell. We just want to open the mountains and break the rocks. We want to destroy the enemy's front, and we want to face the enemy's blade and rush up to the enemy to get on the ground. This feeling is called the feeling of victory." Although Ziming was able to suppress his emotions, what he said still made Cao Jianing's heart surging. He immediately clenched his fist and said, "Counselor Zhu, you are right, we are all young at the time. There were many things in our 20s. Don't dare, now that I'm here for this, I'm going to be crazy." That's right. I think how domineering Cao Shui was on the battlefield at the beginning. He scorned all reactionaries, and any conspiracy and tricks would be invisible to him. "You are his son, President Cao, and you should inherit his glory," Ziming said. Of course. After Cao Jianing finished speaking, he turned and left. Cao Jianing returned to his car. Thinking back to the words Ziming had just said, the words were still very passionate. Thinking of this, Cao Jianing shook his head helplessly, and muttered to herself, "It's no wonder that he was able to persuade so many investors who were on the verge of collapse that time, and that words were indeed too inciting." There was a time when Cao Jianing thought that he had already practiced his control of emotions very well, but this time in front of Ziming, listening to his words, he was in the same mood as his classmates again. But compared to these, what made Cao Jianing admire Ziming more was that he had clearly seen his own tricks and understood the current situation inside the Cao family. He still dared to help himself and bet on things that Cao Jianing didn't dare to risk himself. Thinking back to the nightclub just now, when Ziming talked about that thing in front of him, he thought he was crazy, but his later analysis bit by bit, it seemed that it was the case, so he agreed to it. Finally, when he reached the door, his passionate words made him decide to do it without hesitation. Although it seemed to think about it carefully, he seemed to be kidnapped by Ziming and put into a chariot. But who doesn't want to be mindless once and just follow in the footsteps of others? Especially people like Ziming. It seems that he didn't find the wrong person. Ziming is definitely a man of kingly style. Cao Jianing silently gave Ziming this evaluation in his heart. On the other side, at the entrance of the nightclub, Ziming and Du Peng watched Cao Jianing's big runaway. Du Peng asked Ziming, "Ziming, do you think Cao Jianing really dare to do it? Why do I feel like he is very embarrassed?" Don't worry, he has no retreat than us, Ziming said again. Of course he can also choose to coax, but in this way, as long as we make a move, he will be behind him, so he can't get it no matter what. Okay, so he might as well accompany us to take a gamble and bet a bright tomorrow. Indeed, if we fail, no one will help him. If we succeed, if he is so embarrassed, he will not get a little of the resources of the Cao family. He will be at a loss no matter how he counts. Du Peng he laughed. Ziming, you guys kidnapped like this, right? Even if he is kidnapped, he has to do it. Ziming spread out his hands and said, "There is no way." Who made our President Cao use his brains first, thinking about dragging us down? Well, in the end, this guy just said that he didn't use his brains directly. Someone from the army came to my nightclub at night, and they were so arrogant. If I didn't use his own way, I would treat it human body. That's really sorry for him. This is also true, but this matter is too big and difficult to handle. It is reasonable for him to be cautious. Du Peng said. Only Du Xiao, you believe me unconditionally, thank you. Ziming said. Du Peng shuddered exaggeratedly and said, Ziming, your boss. Don't say so nasty. I'm a fucking man. And can I say that I actually want to see you fail once? Ziming laughed and said, Of course you can. Then Ziming and Dupeng walked back to the nightclub. They saw Kongxilin and Gaping waiting for them in the lobby. Only then did Ziming remember that he was busy dealing with the Cow family's affairs. I have forgotten that there is such a person as Gaping. Ziming walked over, and before Gaping could speak, Ziming said to him, "There is nothing wrong, just if someone comes to make trouble, just leave it alone. Anyway, the investment in our township industrial park has been settled, and this will not happen again. If you have any problems, you will bring these bosses back to Line Yang to implement them first. I still have some personal matters to deal with here." "Good boss Zhu." Gaping nodded and said, now he can't find any pretentiousness of the county party secretary at all, just like a subordinate of Zuming. Now that Gaping was like this, Zuming accepted it with peace of mind. He said to Gaping, "Okay, go back first, Secretary Gu. I might have something to deal with." Gaping nodded repeatedly and said yes, and then left the nightclub with his secretary. After Gaping was sent away, Zuming then took Kongxilin aside and said to her, "Manager Kong, to be honest with you, this matter today is actually very tricky, and it may involve some big forces fights." Hearing this, Kongxilin raised her head and looked at Ziming in surprise. Ziming said, "There will be some things, but we won't have any problems. But you still have to pay more attention to these nightclubs and try not to do anything. If something happens, if you encounter something that you can't handle, you can just close the nightclub. You must always remember that protecting yourself is the most important thing, because you are my most important general manager, Kongxilin." Ziming's words floated into Kongxilin's ears, making her eyes red. Although the last tender words were only a short sentence, they made Kongxilin so touched that she felt her whole heart melted. At this moment, when he heard Zuming's last words, Kongxilin felt that she had seen Zuming's sincerity and saw that Zuming really regarded herself as his closest person. This thought made Kongxilin nodded and said to Zuming, "Good boss Zu, I understand. I will pay more attention these days." Zuming nodded, stretched out his hand to hug Kongxilin, and then said to her, "But Xilin, only you can know about this. Don't tell the people below what should be done in the nightclub. You should take care of it yourself." "Degree is enough, boss Zu. Don't worry, I know what to do," Kongxilin promised. Ziming also wanted to explain something, but Dupeng came over at this moment, and at the same time took out his pager. It was Tao Juling's paging. He already knew about the meeting with Cao Jianing just now. Dupeng said to Ziming. Ziming took the pager and picked it up and took a look. It said, "Consultant Du Shazu don't want to be clever. Children will spank if they don't listen to adults." After reading this message, Ziming laughed out at the time. It seems that our Tao brother really put himself in the position of the elders and taught us that. Dupeng sighed and said, "What is he? My father is just a chief of staff of the military region. My grandfather is still the chairman of the country. If you really want to fight hard, who will be afraid of whom? What do we pretend to be?" Ziming patted Dupeng on the shoulder and said, "Once you are done, don't be so angry. Although we are so passionate in front of Cao Jianing, you shouldn't evolve yourself by acting. We are not really that passionate." A passionate young man who doesn't care about anything when he is impulsive. Dupeng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, because before meeting Cao Jianing, Ziming explained to him about the meeting, saying that once Cao Jianing asked about the reason, he would show him the appearance of a passionate young man. But even though Ziming had explained this in advance, at a certain moment just now, when he was fighting and cooperating with Ziming, he really wanted to be stunned at all costs. After all, what Ziming did seems to be impulsive, but Dupeng can understand that Ziming's matter was finally decided after repeated consideration, just like the previous land speculation and the later stock market. Regardless of this, how absurd things seem, but in Ziming's case, as long as he makes a decision to do it, he is actually very sure. "What about Tao Juling's message?" Dupeng pointed to the paging and asked. "That silly bee has been jumping around for a few days. What do you care about him? Leave him alone," Ziming said. Chapter 255 Warning of Smashing a Car? At noon the next day, Ziming went to pick Tang Ran for lunch. The little girl couldn't wait to ask Ziming before getting in the car, "Brother Ming, I heard that something happened to your nightclub last night. Isn't it a serious problem?" Ziming was a little surprised. "Of course you do underground work. Why is intelligence work so powerful? Do you know this little thing that happened yesterday?" "I'm not an underground worker," Tang Ran said. "And it's not a trivial matter. Someone in our unit has seen it. It seems that dozens of troops have come and smashed the entire bar." "What's this all about?" Ziming was a little bit dumbfounded. "Of course, this is all rumors in your unit. Yesterday something happened at the bar. Someone came to make trouble and broke something, but it was only 10 years old. Personally, it's not as exaggerated as the people in your unit said. In the end, they also lost money." "How big can you say about this?" Ziming thought for a while and said, "And it's not the first day I opened this nightclub. Of course, you also know the situation inside. It was originally a place where fish and dragons are mixed. Plus Ananjian is a newly developed special zone city. The population is quite large and the work pressure is also great. Something will happen every 3 to 5. This is normal and nothing strange. But this time is different. After I heard about this, I was panicked, and I always felt that something big was going to happen." Tang Ran still insisted. Ziming felt very surprised by Tang Ran's premonition, because Nanjian City is not as big as later generations, and Nanjian Nightclub, as the earliest and best nightclub in Nanjian, can tell everything that Tang Ran is more concerned about. She can always know a lot of news. Judging from Tang Ran's performance, she also knows that those things don't matter before, but today's things are very troublesome. This hunch can only be said to be a woman's natural instinct. Thinking of it this way, Ziming still rubbed Tang Ran's little head and said, "Of course. Do you think you are a Zen master in the temple? It's all right." Tang Ran let out a cry and nodded seemingly. Ziming took Tang Ran to the restaurant for dinner. This is normal in Nanjian. However, after Ziming and Tang Ran ordered their dishes today, one person came to Ziming and said, "This is Mr. Zimingzu, right? Will your car just be parked in the parking lot like this?" Ziming felt very strange. "Why don't you allow parking in the parking lot here?" The man smiled. "Of course you can park in the parking lot here, but if your car is parked here, it may not be really insured." Ziming didn't understand what he meant, and the man left without saying much. Although Ziming still felt very strange, he didn't think too much, but until Ziming accompanied Tang Ran out for dinner, he just understand. About 40 minutes later, when Ziming and Tang Ran left the hotel and came to the parking lot, they saw a lot of people around their car. Ziming frowned and immediately squeezed away from the crowd. Tang Ran immediately exclaimed aloud, "Gosh, how could this be? I saw the window glass of my car had been smashed over there, and the car lights were flashing one after another, which looked like a crime scene." Seeing that the management staff of the parking lot was also here, Ziming hurried up and asked him, "What happened here?" The manager replied, "Boss, I don't know what's going on. Your car was already like this when I came here." "Have you called the police? Didn't you see who were those who smashed the car?" Ziming asked again. He shook his head and said, "I saw a few people running away from the back. I couldn't recognize who they were." "I have already reported to the police." Ziming nodded and said, "That's fine." Tang Ran pulled Ziming's sleeve and said, "Brother Ming, who did this on earth? Why are they doing this?" Before Ziming had time to speak, a voice suddenly came out next to him. "Oh, Consultant Zhu, what's the matter with you? Why are the cars broken? Is it because you are usually too public and offend what shouldn't you offend people?" This voice Ziming knew who it was without turning his head. "Huashao, it's a coincidence that you came across this scene." "No way. Who told us to be predestined?" Huashao came to Ziming and said, "I heard that Sumion's car broke up outside when I was eating inside. I was just wondering which boss was so unlucky." "Well, now that I see that you are here with Advisor Zhu, I am relieved. After all, I remember that Advisor Zhu, you seem to have said that it is normal for anything to happen to you. It seems that Advisor Zhu, you have to reflect on you. Where did you do it wrong?" Seeing Huashao coming, and the mocking smile on his face, Tang Ran subconsciously hid behind Ziming. Ziming patted Tang Ran to let her not be afraid, and he chuckled. What Hua Xiao said is extremely true. I do have a problem. I am too kind. I didn't expect that some people would be cheaper than a dog and like to tinker behind the scenes. Those disgusting things. Hua Xiao's expression pulled down. He looked at Ziming and said, Counselor Zhu, your mouth is really amazing. No wonder you can fool so many investors and you can fool yourself into the position of development consultant of the municipal government. But Counselor Zhu, you seem to have forgotten that there are many other things that you can't fool around with just one mouth. Hua Xiao, your words are okay, but you seem to have misunderstood something. Some of my things may seem to be solved with a single mouth. But for Hua Xiao I don't think much, because I don't need it at all. Ziming said. Hua Xiao laughed and said, so I always thought that Advisor Zhu was so awesome, but I didn't expect that he was also a stubborn person. Don't you think things have developed like this? Do you want to show that you are not afraid? So you smashed my brother Ming's car, right? Tang Ran suddenly questioned Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao smiled and said to Tang Ran, little sister, you can't say such unfounded things. Did you still see me smashing Consultant Zhu's car? If you don't have be careful to speak, otherwise I want to tell you that our country has another crime called defamation. Tang Ran was very unconvinced, but didn't know what to say. Ziming held her little hand tightly, and then said to Hua Xiao, is that how you scared the little girl? Hua Xiao spread his hands together, I don't want to scare anything, but Consultant Zhu, you also have to take care of your women. Or are you unable to control your birds or your own women? Your mother be. Ziming scolded Hua Xiao, and he was about to take some action, but at this time, Ziming's pager suddenly rang. Ziming took it out and took a look. It was Du Peng's message. The content above said that his car was also affected, smashed. Ziming didn't have time to think about anything, and then another paging came over. The above message was for Ziming to pay attention and don't be obsessed with it. Over there, Hua Xiao had obviously guessed the situation, and he said, Counselor Zhu, it was Du Xiao's car that was smashed and there was information about being threatened. I said that you young people are like this, doing things blindly with enthusiasm, and offended a lot of people, or someone you can't afford for your whole life, and now you are getting revenge. So sometimes you still have to rein in the brink. You have to continue to be obsessed, and then you get smashed. But it's not a car anymore. Hua Xiao's threat, Ziming's heart, was the same as Ming Spiegel's heart. Today's event was obviously the result of Cao Jianning's visit after Tao Jueling left yesterday. Ziming looked up at Hua Xiao and said, is that what made you say that over there? It seems that you are very concerned about me. There was revenge for what happened yesterday. But I don't think I have offended anything. People who can't afford to offend, I'm too soft-hearted, hitting dogs always won't kill them. As a result, these dogs just healed their scars and forgot to hurt them. They turned their heads and bit me without looking at their teeth. Hua Xiao sighed and said, Counselor Zhu, it seems that you really can only use your mouth. Then Hua Xiao said to Tang Ran, little sister, you see that he has only one mouth left. Sooner or later, he will be killed by someone. You might as well just leave it with me, at least I won't. Like him, he can only be stubborn all day long, and I promise to make you dying every day. Hua Xiao, in your words, there are some things that you can't just say casually, they will cause trouble. Ziming said. Hua Xiao deliberately exaggerated and said, Counselor Zhu is still stubborn. So I told you, what can you do with me? What's wrong with me? I smashed your car today, and I will get on you tomorrow. What can you do with me again? Ouch. Before Hua Xiao's words were finished, Ziming slapped it on the face and slapped Hua Xiao directly on the car. He lay on the car, his face mixed with anger and disbelief. Ziming ... You fellow, you dare to hit me? Do you know the consequences? Consequence? Sorry. This is not something I need to consider. Ziming said. Ziming, let me tell you, if you beat me today, I will definitely give it back to you double in the future. Hua Xiao said. Ziming shook his head and said helplessly, Hua Xiao, you also seem to be from our Lingnan family. Can you speak a little more level? I can hear this level of threat. Ziming, You are less arrogant now. I will tell you the day after tomorrow, not tomorrow. I will help your parents teach you the principles of life. Then you will kneel in front of me and beg me. I will not forgive you. I will be on your face, your woman. Hua Xiao shouted at Ziming. This threat is better than before, Ziming said, but his eyes were getting sharper. It's just that I listened to this. I think Hua Xiao doesn't seem to be even on the left and right. What didn't average? Hua Xiao obviously didn't react to this question at the first time, but Ziming quickly told him what it meant. Ziming immediately raised his hand. His backhand slapped again, and he slapped him with a crisp slap. On the other side of Hua Xiao's face, Ziming said, yes, it's average. Hua Xiao trembled with anger. He pointed to Ziming and gritted his teeth and said, oh, you Ziming, you can wait for me. I won't let you go. Ziming looked up. Why do you want to average it again? While speaking, Ziming raised his arms. Hua Xiao was obviously hurt by Ziming. Seeing Ziming this way, he immediately turned and ran out of the crowd. This situation made the onlookers laugh. Ziming also shook his head helplessly and said a word of waste. When Ziming looked back when he saw Tang Ran's still worried eyes, Ziming comforted her and said, don't worry, I will be fine. Those who oppose me will only be unlucky. It's him. Chapter 256. I'm here to report. Although Nanjing is a special economic zone and a window to the country's reform and opening up, Baiyun City is actually the provincial capital of Lingnan. However, in terms of political status, Nanjing is higher than Baiyun. This is the result of special national policies. Situation. Of course, the country has concentrated its efforts on the development of Nanjing, and of course Baiyun City has not fallen behind. After all, Baiyun City is the capital city of Lingnan. Both in terms of economic foundation and political status, it is higher than Nanjing, a rising star. The Baiyang Hotel is a large hotel on the outskirts of Baiyun City. A car with an Nanjing license plate drove to the hotel's parking lot. Hua Xiao got out of the car. He walked into the hotel and came to the 5th floor of the hotel. The individual greeted him and walked inside and knocked on the door of a room. This was a suite. Tao Jueling was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette and calculating his account. Seeing Hua Xiao coming in, Tao Jueling signaled to him to wait first, and then settled his account, then raised his head and asked him, sorry Hua Xiao, I made you wait for a long time. How did you go to Ziming yesterday? Don't hide from Brother Tao, yesterday's situation was terrible. Hua Xiao said. Tao Jueling asked curiously what was wrong. Hua Xiao pointed to his face and said, Brother Tao, have you noticed that my face is a bit different? I'll tell you that this is what Ziming hit. Tao Jueling frowned and asked, Ziming dared to hit you? Is that guy a bit too innocent? Does he still don't understand the current situation? Or did the person I called to smash the car yesterday? That Ziming is such a crazy person. Hua Xiao said, with your connections, Brother Tao, you must do everything you say. I saw Ziming's car smashed. I used to tell Brother Tao what you told him, Brother Tao. Guess what Ziming said? What did he say? Tao Jueling asked with a sullen face, as if he had already guessed the answer. I shouldn't have mentioned this in front of Brother Tao anymore, but now you ask Brother Tao, I can't help but say. Hua Xiao said, Brother Tao, he called you a dog and said you smashed you. His car was biting him like a dog, and he said he regretted not using a dog stick to beat you to death. Snapped. Tao Jueling slapped him on the table with a grinning smile on his face. Okay. This Ziming is very kind. It seems that he won't be able to remember if he doesn't move him a little real. Brother Tao, isn't that good? You are all a big man in Lingnan province. What is Ziming? A Novorish who suddenly jumped up with Du Peng's relationship. If you ask Brother Tao to take action, this is too worthy of him. Hua Xiao said. If Ziming were here, Ziming would definitely give Hua Xiao's remarks a compliment, because Hua Xiao's purpose was to buckle Ziming's feces, so that Tao Jueling could really take action against Ziming, but he was very smart. He directly talked about how Ziming was not good, but did the opposite, telling Tao Jueling that he should not make a move. saying that Ziming's kind of goods is not worth his shot. This situation is like Ziming's previous persuasion of Liu Han and their old Yuga boss to invest in Lin Yang. You let him do it, and you don't let him do it. Instead, he becomes enthusiastic. Sure enough, after hearing what Hua Xiao said, Tao Jueling immediately stated, Hua Xiao, you don't need to say. No matter what Ziming's ingredients are, he still needs to use a sledge knife to kill chickens. Take his life. Hua Xiao wanted to say something, but Tao Jueling decided, okay, Hua Xiao, don't say anything more. I will do this. Go to the military area and let him understand what a special interrogation is. Hua Xiao was originally worried about the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei's side. At any rate, he was the top leader in Nanjing. After the land and stock market issues, he was very supportive of Ziming. If he took the normal route here, Chen Yunfei would be quite sad. But now Tao Jueling can go directly to the special program on the military area, and he can avoid Chen Yunfei and directly deal with Ziming, and more importantly, the military areas. Things are often related to national security. As soon as this brand is put on, Ziming's life will be over. Ziming, I didn't expect you to have today. I can't wait to see how terrible you were when you were caught in the army. Hua Xiao thought this in his heart. But on the surface he was still trying to persuade Tao Jueling to say, but brother Tao, would this be a bit unpleasant? Tao Jueling waved his hand here and said, don't worry, with the help of the Cao family, there is nothing wrong with doing such trivial things in the military region. From now on, Ziming will be a traitor spy of our party and the country. Such a person, there is no future. As for his unbalanced heart, it can only be said that he asked for it himself. I have already warned him. If he doesn't listen, he can't blame others. Or he has to follow Cao Jianing with all his heart, and who won't fix him? Hua Xiao smiled and said, of course, who makes him so uninterested? Even if you don't listen to brother Tao, this is called self-inflicted crime. Of course I want to make him die. Tao Jueling said, okay, let's stop talking about Ziming. That person is the one who is going to die. You don't have to worry about him at all. Let's talk about our business. The goods have arrived. When will the money from your side arrive? I will arrange the delivery. Otherwise this goods will always be held here, which will always be very troublesome. Hua Xiao nodded and said, brother Tao, don't worry, I contacted the yesterday, and the money will arrive soon. But it may take some time to exchange foreign currency with the bank in the middle. Anyway, as soon as possible, this batch of goods is placed here. I don't know what's going on. I always feel a little flustered. Tao Jueling said, as if to prove Tao Jueling's premonition. Tao Jueling's words came to an end, and the door of their room was opened. A little brother who had just seen Hua Xiao came up and played cards at the door and in a panic and said, brother Tao is not good. A lot of armed police came in the hotel. Armed police? Tao Jueling and Hua Xiao widened their eyes, with an expression that they didn't know what was happening. At the same time, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in the corridor outside. When Tao Jueling and Hua Xiao did not respond at all, a few armed police soldiers in uniforms rushed into the room and sent Tao Jueling and Hua Xiao to the little brother, all subdued. Then a man with the appearance of a small officer walked in with a walkie-talkie. He glanced at Tao Jueling and Hua Xiao and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to report. Report to the chief. Operation number 1 is completed, and all the target suspects have been arrested and brought to justice. At this time Tao Jueling reacted fiercely. So while twisting and struggling, he roared, which detachment are you from? Who gave you the order? Do you know where this is? Do you know what you are doing? What? I want to see your leader. The little officer ignored Tao Jueling's struggle, and merely signaled that the armed police soldier was optimistic about the target suspect. Then there was another sound of footsteps in the corridor, and then a person who had never expected Tao Jueling and Hua Xiao to die walked into the room. Ziming, is it your dog day? Hua Xiao said with an incredulous expression. The person who came in was not someone else and it was Ziming. Ziming came up and slapped him on the face. I said, Hua Xiao, how come you don't have a long memory? Now you still have a mouthful of feces. You really don't fight. Uncomfortable. You see, Brother Tao's performance is much better than you. Hua Xiao still looked at Ziming bitterly, but didn't speak anymore, and Tao Juling gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, I didn't expect Ziming, you guys to move very fast, but you think you can die in this way? Are we any more? I tell you. Don't let your dreams go. Ziming spread his hands and said innocently, Brother Tao, you have misunderstood me. I didn't mean to punish you. I just reported some illegal and criminal facts. I have done my job as the masses of people and criminals. It's just the obligation to fight resolutely. Report? I didn't expect that Ziming, a businessman, would also play this indispensable routine in officialdom. Tao Juling said with a sneer. No need, Brother Tao. Do you really think so? Ziming asked such a sentence, making Tao Juling's heart jerky. He asked very vigilantly, isn't that the case? Ziming smiled, but he was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he stood up and walked around the room, and then said to Tao Juling, Brother Tao, this hotel is very luxurious, but the location is a bit too biased. The hotel doesn't make money, right? I am willing to open the hotel wherever I want. Do you care? Tao Juling said. I really can't control it. Then I just want to report illegal crimes in your hotel to Brother Tao. Are you in charge of Brother Tao? Ziming's rhetorical question made Tao Juling almost vomiting blood. Damn it, you report Lao Tzu and ask the armed police to arrest Lao Tzu. Doesn't this Lao Tzu care anymore? What is your fucking logic? But these words only made Tao Juling angry. But Ziming's next words made Tao Juling want to jump up and bite Ziming to death. I said, Brother Tao, I warned you long ago, telling you not to provoke people you can't afford. In fact, as long as you retreated from the cliff, I can still consider letting you go. But now, I can only treat you. I'm sorry, Ziming said. This sentence was originally what Tao Juling warned Ziming in the Nanjian nightclub. But now Ziming returned it to him as it was. This is no longer an angry thing, but it made him feel a humiliation, especially as the son of the chief of staff of the military region. He would have suffered such humiliation when he grew up. Tao Juling wanted to slap Ziming to death at that time, but it is a pity that he can't do it now. So Tao Juling had to shout, Ziming, you chopsticks, wait for me, I must kill you. Really? Then I'll wait. But it better advise Brother Tao to think about what you should do now. After Ziming's face became cold, he said to the little officer to take them away, and Tao Juling and Hua Xiao were escorted out of the room by the armed police soldiers. Chapter 257. Baiyun Hotel is where Ziming lived. After assisting the armed police to capture Tao Juling and Hua Xiao, Ziming returned to the hotel immediately. At this time, Cao Jianing was already waiting here. In the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Cao Jianing saw Ziming, came over and hurriedly got up and asked Ziming, how is the situation over there? Everything went well. Tao Juling and Hua Xiao were there, and they happened to be served in one pot. Ziming replied, awesome. Cao Jianing said subconsciously, but now he dare not relax. After all, this is just the first step in the long march. He said, I just came from the city government, about Tao Go ordering them. I have sent the report letter to the central government through channels, and it will arrive tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Ziming nodded and said, that's good. Cao Jianing said again, Ziming, shall we do some other preparations? Ziming glanced at Cao Jianing, knowing that he would ask this. He must be very worried, but he is not a young man like Du Peng, he can still feel calm in his heart. So he will not ask what to do next. What to do, or if this is useful, he can only ask. Preparation is of course something to be done. After all, before the central government responds, we still have to withstand the pressure from your elder brother. Ziming's words were like prophecies. When he finished his words, he saw a vehicle with an armed police license plate stopping outside the door, and then a man who looked like an officer jumped out of the vehicle. Both Cao Jianing and Ziming, yes, he is Captain Zheng of the Armed Police Detachment. He helped in the arrest today. Now he hastily ran over to Cao Jianing and Ziming and said, Cao, Advisor Zhu, just called from the military area. It is said that the Ares Hotel is a special area planned by the military district, and the storage of things in it is also for military needs. We are required to immediately release people here. Cao Jianing turned his head to look at Ziming. Ziming asked Captain Zheng, "Did the Chief of Staff Tao of the military region call here?" "Yes. It was the call made by Chief of Staff Tao himself," Captain Zheng replied, his tone full of surprise that Ziming could guess this. "Then don't care about him, whatever he says. Anyway, after the crackdown, your armed police force has already separated from the leadership of the military region and became an independent department. Let alone a chief of staff, even if the commander of the military region comes, he does not care to you," Ziming said. Ziming's words made Captain Zheng secretly speechless. He felt that this week's consultant was really bullish, and he didn't even look at the military commander. Ziming himself understands that it is ostensibly correct to say this. The armed police force and the military region have no ties to each other, and the commander of the military region cannot control the armed police. Even if it is just an ordinary officer, the commander has no power to move. However, in the officialdom, various relationships are intricately intertwined, and there are still many ways for the commander of the military region to reach out and deal with whom to deal with. Ziming understood that Captain Zheng was certainly not stupid. He turned to look at Cao Jianing and was about to say something, but Cao Jianing first said, "Captain Zheng, just listen to advisor Zhu. Chief of Staff Tao will leave him alone." Seeing that Cao Jianing and Ziming said so, Captain Zheng had nothing to say. Ziming said to Captain Zheng, "Captain Zheng, you will detach first. Please be optimistic about the suspect. If you have anything, please contact us immediately." "Contact? You should know the mobile phone numbers of Mr. Cao and me." Captain Zheng nodded and said yes, then turned around and got in the car and went back to the detachment. Captain Zheng is gone, and Cao Jianing asked Ziming what to do next, but Ziming gave him an answer that made him almost thoughtless. "Go drink tea." Cao Jianing looked at Ziming dumbfounded and asked, "Don't we have anything else to do?" In Cao Jianing's view, Ziming's answer is totally unreasonable. Now he has asked the armed police to arrest the son of the chief of staff of the military region and have a formal showdown with his eldest brother. The big bomb exploded. It should be the most nervous at this time, but Ziming, who is so okay, has to go to drink tea leisurely. "You are too calm, right?" Cao Jianing looked at Ziming. If it weren't for him to know that Ziming was not the kind of lord who could only cause trouble and would not deal with it, Cao Jianing would really curse. Ziming smiled slightly and replied to Cao Jianing, "We are now the gamblers at the poker table. The chips have been laid, and the cards have been dealt. Let's wait for the cards to be drawn." Cao Jianing had nothing to say about Ziming's answer. It was not that Ziming's metaphor was wrong, but that Ziming's metaphor was too right, which made him feel terrible. "Okay, Mr. Cao, don't think too much about it. Let's go have tea now." Today, I took comrades from the armed police force to arrest people. You go to the other side. We have been busy all morning. Until now, I haven't had a good meal, and my nerves have been tense for too long. Now I'm going to drink tea and eat something to relax. Ziming ignored Cao Jianing's attitude and took him out to the tea house. They went to the tea house and sat down. Ziming ordered something and drank tea leisurely with Erlang's legs upright. Cao Jianing admired Ziming's calmness, and he gradually calmed down under Ziming's infection. However, their leisure time did not last long. The big brother they put on the coffee table suddenly rang. Cao Jianing connected, and his face changed immediately. He asked Ziming, "It's not good. It's Captain Zheng's call. What should I do if it is said that the military region has gone to the detachment to have someone important?" Ziming still looks like drinking tea leisurely, and he doesn't feel nervous at all. "Mr. Cao, don't panic. Do you remember what I said to you just now?" It's the same sentence. Whatever happens to him in the military area, we don't care. That's it for him, unless the military area dares to shoot and rob him. That's not good. Cao Jianing took a deep breath. It is definitely impossible to shoot and rob. Unless the military area is crazy and wants to rebel, no one can bear this responsibility. But even if it does not shoot, if it is the military area and the armed police detachment. When there was a fight, it was also a conflict that would make the central government angry. Of course, Ziming can understand Cao Jianning's concerns. He put down his teacup and said, Mr. Cao, you must not be afraid of any conflicts. This is inevitable. It can even be said that only conflicts can escalate the situation. And this whether the conflict is political or legally speaking, we stand for reason. Under such circumstances, we have no reason to back down. Cao Jianning exhaled a long breath, and then he said to Captain Zheng, Captain Zheng, you have to keep as long as the military area does not shoot and rob. You must be optimistic about the two suspects. After talking about Cao Jianning, he hung up the phone. Cao Jianning put down his eldest brother and said to Ziming, I have already ordered. Captain Zheng is a professional soldier, and he will strictly enforce the order. Ziming nodded and said, that's all right. Let's just wait and see what happens next. I heard you say that there is a sliced chicken in Baiyun Hotel that is delicious. You can take me over and try it. Okay. Cao Jianning got up and took Ziming to leave the tea house. When he went to the Baiyun Hotel, Cao Jianning asked for a box. He and Ziming went into the box to sit down. After Cao Jianning sat down, he was still a little worried. But Ziming sat down to eat food as if it was true. It's like heartless. This reminded Cao Jianning of how his father often told himself that the leader was calm and relaxed under the siege of countless enemies. I'm afraid it was Ziming. Suddenly Ziming's eldest brother rang loudly. Ziming picked it up and connected, and there was a very serious voice. Hello, is this Comrade Ziming? In town Nianxing. It turned out to be Chief of Staff Tao. The chief is good, Ziming said. Cao Jianning, who was on the other side, was still allowed to eat vegetables, so he was stunned there at the time. Chief of Staff Tao. Cao Jianning knew very well that there was only one person in Baiyun City with this surname. Could it be that Tao Jiuling's father called Ziming? Hello, Comrade Ziming. I ask you to immediately release Tao Jiuling and Jiang Chunhui, who were mistakenly caught by the armed police detachment. Tao Nianxing was not polite, and opened his mouth to give the order. For a perennial army officer like Tao Nianxing, his orders are unquestionable. Most people would agree to him subconsciously, but Ziming just smiled. Chief of Staff Tao, since you also know that was arrested by the armed police detachment, if you are looking for an old man, you should also go to the armed police detachment. I am not a leading cadre. What use is it for you to find me? Besides, I'm just reporting people, so I'll let it go. People and me are okay, right? Comrade Ziming, it is boring to say something like this, Tao Nianxing said. I know that you and Go Ling have conflicts on some matters. I apologize to you on behalf of him here, and I can guarantee that this is the end of the matter. That's it. Okay? Well, since Chief of Staff Tao has said it all, then it'll be straightforward, Ziming said. Originally, a chief like you, Chief of Staff Tao, I should have given face. But there are some things that need to be compared with each other. Chief of Staff Tao, I will ask you, if I was arrested today, and I told you that this matter is over, would you agree? Tao Nianxing was silent for a while, and then said, Comrade Ziming, I am not here to discuss issues with you today. You must know that I am giving you a chance. Then Chief of Staff Tao is very sorry, I don't need this opportunity. Ziming said. Comrade Ziming. Tao Nianxing raised his tone and said, do you really think I can't help but call you? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Of course not, said Ziming. Chief of Staff Tao, you are the Chief of Staff of the military region. You are the chief I can't afford to climb in my life. You have a lot of relationships. I will be pinched to death as easily as an ant. But there are some things. If I can't do it, I can't do it. Chief of Staff Tao, you can't be so embarrassed, right? Tao Nian was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said 3 good things in a row. Good, your Ziming, if you don't let go of the state order today, I will make you regret it. Chapter 258. Putting down his eldest brother, Ziming saw the stunned expression on the opposite side of Cao Jianning. Counselor Zhu, do you dare to talk to Chief of Staff Tao like this? Are you not afraid? Cao Jianning asked in a daze. Regarding this, Ziming said indifferently, isn't he just a Chief of Staff? I'm not a commander and political commissar. I'm afraid of him. My advisor Ziming Zhu. Do you understand the organization of the army? Isn't it just a chief of staff? You know that Uncle Tao is the chief of staff of our Lingnan military region. He is not one of those who work in the office. The clerk of the day is a lieutenant general, a serious general, who is able to command an entire army when he is pulled out. Cao Jianing explained to Ziming in a very unbelievable tone. Oh, was it a general who called me just now? Ziming asked in surprise, but Ziming's surprise was only that, and then he said innocently, but he is a general. What does it have to do with me? It doesn't matter what you said to him just now. Did you know that he can pull out a reinforcement link in minutes to smash your nightclub? Cao Jianing said. Ziming showed a more incomprehensible expression than before and said, but why did he come to smash my nightclub? What I said just now is the truth. I'm really just a reporter, and I really can't interfere with the armed police. He can't force others to deal with detachment matters. Ziming shook his head and said, I really don't understand why he came to see me. Obviously, it is better to find you the descendant of Marshal Cao in today's affairs than to find me. Ziming paused at this point, and then continued, furthermore, shouldn't all of our soldiers be supposed to defend the country and the people? As a general of the People's Army, he actually places such lofty responsibilities and obligations. In spite of this, I still have to know the law and break the law, and bring soldiers to hit my legitimate business premises. His behavior is definitely wrong. He must go to a military court and be punished by law, right? Facing Ziming's rigorous expression, Cao Jianing really didn't know what to say. If Ziming really didn't understand, then Cao Jianing wouldn't believe him. But now Ziming knew everything, but still said. With these words, Cao Jianing couldn't understand what he meant at all. Looking at Cao Jianing's almost dull expression, Ziming smiled and said to him, okay, President Cao, I have no other meaning when I say this. I just have confidence in our legal system construction and the central government's policy. I believe that the country will never allow such nonsense people to exist. Even if this person is the Chief of Staff General. Cao Jianing didn't understand where Ziming's confidence came from. It's easy to say which leader's son Ziming was, but he has no background at all. How could he have such confidence? However, Cao Jianing did not delve into anything, just because of Ziming's next words. Mr. Cao, all the developments of the story are still being performed according to the script we wrote. As long as the things here are done, there will be the result we want. Mr. Cao, is it easy to operate on your side, right? These words made Cao Jianing's eyes light up, and he nodded and said, yes, my eldest brother now sees many people supporting him, but in fact it is only the few ions. The rest is just waiting and watching. The local emperor and the central government are not arrogant about this kind of thing. As long as a few key points can be removed, then the eldest brother may be able to wake up. Even if he does not wake up, he will lose the ability to compete with the central government. Power. At the end of the discussion, Cao Jianing would shout out excitedly, as long as the road on the eldest brother's side is not clear, the Cao family will believe that my idea is correct. Okay, since Mr. Cao's operations on your side are okay, then I will go back to Nanjian first. Let's have this meal another day. After all, it's so difficult for me to start from scratch, and I don't want Taozong. I will launch military officers and soldiers. Go to demolish my house. Ziming ridiculed such a sentence, then got up and left the box. But when he walked to the door, Ziming turned around and said to Cao Jianing, Cao, I found that the big brother is still very useful. In the future, Lingnan and the whole country will use mobile phones. The signal network construction depends on you, Mr. Cao, and the size of the big brother is too big. It would be nice if it could be made smaller. Cao Jianing was taken aback for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Ziming had already left the room. Cao Jianing looked at the door of the box blankly and muttered, is this guy also looking at the future mobile phone market? Outside the door, after Ziming walked out of the box, the ease on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a very nervous look, because every word was offended by a lieutenant general, and he is still on someone else's turf. Ziming is not really heartless. It is impossible not to worry. He hurried back to Nanjian without stopping. At this time, The road was not as good as that of later generations. Ziming drove more than 3 hours to reach Nanjian. With the prompt from Cao Jianing just now, Ziming went straight to the nightclub. When he returned to Nanjian and found Kong Xilin, Ziming didn't talk nonsense, and said to her directly, "Xilin, I know that you are tired of working in the nightclub every day. I didn't even take a break even during the Chinese New Year. I'll take your vacation tonight and let you go back to rest. Okay? Your salary will still be calculated as usual for you." If someone else heard that the boss gave herself a paid leave, they would be either happy from ear to ear or excited to be too excited. But Kong Xilin realized something for the first time, and she immediately asked Ziming, "Boss Zhu, did something happen?" Ziming sighed inwardly. Kong Xilin, a smart woman, seemed to be unable to hide her from her no matter what. Since he couldn't hide it, Ziming had no choice but to honestly say, "Something may happen in the nightclub today or in the past few days. For your safety, you'd better avoid it." Kong Xilin frowned when she heard it, and she asked, "Boss Zhu, are there still people coming to make trouble? It seems that you are still brooding about what happened that day." Ziming smiled bitterly and said, "Xilin, if someone asked me like this, I would definitely say no, but I don't want to lie to you. This time it will be better. One time is more serious. It may involve a general who can command hundreds of thousands of troops, the chief of staff, so you should leave here first." Without waiting for Ziming to finish, Kong Xilin immediately interrupted, "If I don't leave, I don't care if he is a lieutenant general or a marshal. As long as you are here, Boss Zhu, I will definitely be here." Ziming was stunned for a moment and looked at Kong Xilin blankly. It was not that he didn't know what Kong Xilin thought of him, but he didn't expect her to be so determined. "Boss Zhu, I am no longer a 3 or 2-year-old girl, and I also understand that I am not worthy of you. But I just like you, Boss Zhu, and want to be with you." Kong Xilin said to Ziming. It is said that when we see the truth in adversity, Kong Xilin will still confess this in front of herself at this time, which makes Ziming very moved. Ziming thought for a while and touched Kong Xilin's head and said, "Xilin, I'm very touched that you can say this at this time. Okay, I agree with you to stay, but no matter what happens, you must protect yourself, you know, because if you have anything, I will feel very heartbroken." Women are very emotional, especially in front of people they like and admire. Hearing Ziming's words, Kong Xilin's tears burst into tears. She choked up and promised Ziming, "Okay, I will definitely protect myself." "I believe you, Xilin, I can rest assured if you can protect yourself," Ziming said with a long breath. "But Xilin, I still want you to do something for me. Okay? You know there is a silly girl in Nanjian. Her name is Tang Ran. She is a kind of very clueless. I am also worried that there will be problems with her. Can you help me arrange her? You should know where she lives, right?" Kong Xilin nodded and said, "I know, I will help you arrange her right away when I explain about the nightclub." Kong Xilin promised Ziming and immediately ran to the general manager's office. Behind Kong Xilin, Ziming looked at her leaving behind and sighed, "I hope Tao Zong will not delay doing things." Ziming asked Kong Xilin to arrange for Tang Ran to do this deliberately, in order to distract her. Ziming had a hunch that something would happen in the nightclub tonight, even if he and Kong Xilin would not have a future. No matter what angle of view, Ziming didn't want Kong Xilin to have an accident. However, Kong Xilin was definitely unwilling to invite her to leave, and Ziming was unwilling to hurt her. After thinking about it, Ziming had to promise her not to let her go, and then distract her by letting her arrange for Tang Ran. But Kong Xilin obviously realized something too. Just when Ziming was thinking about it for a while, she hurried out, and Ziming asked her in amazement that she would explain it so soon. Kong Xilin smiled and replied that the directors of the nightclub were originally able to be alone, but how to explain their practicality, so she hurried out again after saying that. Shaking his head, Ziming cast aside his distracting thoughts, picked up his eldest brother and dialed a number, and soon the phone was connected. Ziming said, "Hello Jiang Heng, this is Ziming. You can come to Nanjian nightclub tonight. Come on, I have something for you to help. Yes, That's it. I told you about it before, but you have to be prepared. Thank you for coming. After talking about this call, Ziming thought for a while and dialed a number. Hello Director Zhou, this is Ziming. In this way, Ziming made several calls in a row. After the last call, Ziming finally let out a sigh of breath. He said to himself, General Tao, I have prepared a meal for you tonight. You must not admit that you can't come. Chapter 259 Smashed this nightclub? Bow. Thank you Unrequited Love Interpretation for your support and monthly ticket support. Chief of Staff Tao is still very good as a professional soldier. He did not give Ziming any recognition. At 7 o'clock in the evening, which was the time when nightlife began, several military trucks rushed over and parked in front of the Nanjian nightclub. Then he touched about 200 clothes. The soldiers in plain clothes jumped out of the car and rushed into the nightclub under the leadership of an officer who also dressed in plain clothes. Despite the aggressiveness of these soldiers, the security guard at the door shouted, "Hey! Who are you and what are you doing here?" The security guards yelled and came up to stop them. Although the nightclub security guards had also served as soldiers, it was once, not to mention that they only had 5 people. How could they stop the 200 active soldiers? Soon they rushed in, and the security guard at the door shouted again, "You guys stop, we are going to call the police." The soldier still ignored him, and continued to rush inside. When he arrived at the bar, a few people in police uniform jumped out to stop them and said, "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming here?" "This is legitimate entertainment, business premises. We are the people's police at the police booth here, and I order you to go out immediately." "Orders?" The leading young officer looked up and down the police in front of him with disdain. "What the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to give Lao Tzu an order? Get out of here immediately, otherwise don't blame Lao Tzu for treating you." Welcome. As the only violent agency in the administrative sequence, the police are usually arrogant, but now they didn't expect to encounter someone more arrogant than them. At that time, these policemen were stunned here. The officer saw these policemen look like this, and pushed them away with his hand. Only then did these policemen react, and they hurriedly came over again to stop them. "You can't go in." The young officer pointed his finger at a policeman and said, "Get out of the way." "Don't worry about it." The police officer was frightened by the officer's momentum, and he dared not take a step forward, but at this moment another person came out and said seriously to the young officer, "I am the Deputy Director of the Dongmen District Public Security Bureau. My name is Liu. Which unit do you belong to? What do you want to do here?" Hearing the other party's self-report, the officer frowned. "Hello Director Liu, please leave here first. We have something to do." Director Liu raised his tone and said, "What are you doing? Are you a member of the army? What do you want to do here today? I order you to take people away immediately. I don't need to pursue it, otherwise I will keep complaining to your superior unit." That power. The young officer was annoyed for a moment. What's the situation with Mumbai today? How come all the guys who don't know where they came from come to give me orders? Director Liu, if you want to know what I'm doing, I'll tell you what did I do today. After speaking, the young officer waved behind him. "Smash this nightclub for me." Following an order from the young officer, the 200 soldiers who followed him immediately dispersed in groups, each looking for something and smashing it. Listening to the mixed sound of smashing things and screams coming from my ears, Director Liu was trembling with anger. He said to the officer, "It's too shameful. You are absolutely lawless. I'm going to the military area. Complain against you." Director Liu, you can eat and talk nonsense. If you don't see what happened today, I will definitely invite you to dinner another day, but if you don't give face, then don't blame me for being rude. The young officer said. At this time, Ziming was sitting in the reception room inside. Together with Ziming were the Director of Public Security Zhao Anmin and the Deputy Director of the Office of the Leading Group for Securities Market Construction, Zhang Heng. and other officials from administrative agencies. They were drinking tea here and suddenly received the door of the room was hurriedly knocked open. A man and a woman rushed in. Both of them knew Ziming. One of them was the deputy general manager of the nightclub surnamed Y, and the other security manager surnamed Long. Boss Zhu is not doing well. The chaos outside is now all over. All the customers are terribly scared. If this continues, our business will not be able to do business. Manager Y said to Ziming hurriedly. Manager Y, don't worry, you can speak slowly. What happened? Ziming said casually. Ziming's calm mentality infected Manager Y and Manager Long. They soon calmed down. Manager Y said, it's Boss Zhu. There were a lot of people from the army just outside. They just saw things unreasonably. Damn it, it's all messed up outside now. Are you sure you are from the army? Ziming asked. I can be sure that although they wear casual clothes, but their execution and combination ability, I can be sure that they are definitely soldiers. The answer was Manager Long this time. Okay, I see. Ziming nodded and said, then turned to look at Jiang Heng and they said, Director Zhao, Director Jiang, would you like to go out and have a look with me? Jiang Heng and Zhao Anmin nodded in agreement, and then Ziming stood up and led them out of the reception room. When they came to the front, the bar was already smashed, broken glass on the floor, tables and chairs stumbling, and above the bar all kinds of wines were smashed, and all kinds of drinks were mixed and dripped on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of wine. The guests at the bar had already hid in the dance hall. The waiters in the bar were shivering in the corner. They didn't see hope until they saw Ziming and the others. They all ran over and cried to their manager. Seeing these little girls crying with tears and rain, Zhao Anmin, the director of public security, felt that his face was dull. He immediately stood up and said, I am Zhao Anmin, director of Nanjiang City Public Security. Which unit are you from? Why? Do you know if you are doing sabotage here? It is an illegal and criminal act. The young officer came over and said to Zhao Anmin, hello, Director Zhao. I didn't expect you to be here. I'm really embarrassed. Please don't see Director Zhao. How could I not see it? I'm seeing you are committing illegal and criminal activities, and I want someone to come and arrest you. As soon as Zhao Anmin said, he took out a big brother and had to dial the number. The young officer saw this and hurried up, reaching out and snatching Zhao Anmin's mobile phone, smashing it to the ground, and stomping it with one foot. Zhao Anmin had no idea that the young officer would dare to do this. He raised his head and glared at the young officer, but before he could speak, he saw the young officer coldly saying to him, Director Zhao, I advise you not to be nosy. This sentence made Zhao Anmin's lungs blown up. Since he entered the public security system, no one has dared to say such things to him for many years, especially he is now the director of the municipal bureau, even the secretary of the municipal party committee. Threatening him like this, it's so arrogant. Another voice came. This time it was Jiang Heng who was speaking. Are you from the military district? I advise you not to be too arrogant. I know your military inspection. You have no good results today. Eat. The young officer glanced at Jiang Heng. What are you? It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you know what you are doing now. Are you worthy of your status as a soldier of the people? Jiang Heng said to him. The young officer chuckled. What day is this today? Why are so many people coming to preach in front of me? It seems that if I don't do something, do you all think I'm a bully? He said and ordered, now go and smash the song and dance hall over there. 200 soldiers responded to the song and dance hall and smashed things. All the guests saw the soldiers rushing over there aggressively. They all screamed and fled, and then they heard a bang. A speaker was ripped off the wall by the soldiers, smashed to the ground, and stepped on it a few more feet, and it was suddenly broken. Do you think I don't exist? I want you to stop immediately. I know the military inspectors, and I must go and expose you. Jiang Heng said. The young officer pointed to Jiang Heng and said, you fucking fart here. Otherwise, I'll even hit you. Manager Y followed Kong Xilin out of the South Lake Hotel. She was a girl as old as Kong Xilin. The tears that were already anxious at this time were rolling in her eyes. Don't smash shit. Don't smash shit. How can you do business in the future? Manager Long, You belong to the security department. Go and ask someone to stop them. Manager Long smiled bitterly. Mr. Y, I'm as angry as you, but I can't do anything about it. There are all active soldiers over there, and there are so many people. I think that officer is certainly not low level, even the chief of public security. Neither the military inspection nor the military inspection are in the eyes, and I am useless in the past. She said to Ziming again, what can I do with Boss Zhu? I can't let them continue to smash it like this. Sister Lin told me to look at the store carefully when she left. If it was smashed like this, what would I do? Go face to see Sister Lin. Looking at her performance, it was obvious that she already regarded this nightclub as her own home. For this reason, Ziming praised Kong Xilin's leadership ability in his heart. Ziming patted Manager Y's scented shoulder and whispered to him, don't worry, Mr. Y. You are the deputy general manager of the largest nightclub in the country in the future. You must calm down. Of course, our nightclub will not be smashed. Our nightclub we have to continue to grow bigger and stronger. Today is just an accident. But over there, Manager Y wanted to say something, but Ziming said, you are doing a good job. I am the owner of the nightclub. Today they are all rushing to me. Leave the rest to me. Go and help me. Get a microphone. Ziming's words didn't express anything deliberately, but whether it was Manager Y, Manager Long or Jiang Hengzhou Anmin, they all felt very relieved after hearing Ziming's words. This feeling was like being in a dark night. Ziming is the only beacon, and only he is relying on it is hope, so that he can feel at ease. Manager Y brought the microphone to Ziming, and Ziming took a deep breath and yelled, it's all fucking, stop Lao Tzu. Chapter 260 This is the set. Following Ziming's roar, the whole nightclub suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked up at the speakers in a daze, as if Ziming's just pierced directly into their hearts and shocked all of them. Even the soldiers of the troops who were smashing objects stopped their hands. Subconsciously, a little at a loss not knowing what was going on. The young officer was taken aback for a moment, then looked up and down Ziming with a smile and asked, are you the owner of this nightclub, Ziming? Finally, you don't want to be a turtle, and are willing to show up? Ziming spread his hands and said, that's no way. I actually want to take more rest. But there are some dog things that don't open their eyes, so what can I do? The young officer said, Boss Zhu is so aggressive. Sorry, I am a young man in my 20s and 20s. What I pay attention to is a kind of gratitude. I am a very forgetful person and never hold grudges, because if anyone provokes me, I usually have to report it. I'm going to scold him back, and whoever scolds me, I'm going to slap him. Ziming looked at the young officer and asked, you were ordered by Chief of Staff Tao. As an officer of the People's Army, you didn't work hard to protect the people of the country. Instead, you brought people to smash my shop. Are you a soldier? The young officer looked at an idiot and said to Ziming, it's not your turn to teach me how to serve as a soldier. It's not easy for you to earn such a career at such a young age. If you can manage it well, there will be some results in the future, but I didn't expect you to be so immature. What would you say? And still happily expressing gratitude. It's naive, so you will get such a field now. Ziming smiled and said, since you have said that, let me tell you something about it. It is not easy for you to bring so many soldiers at such a young age. Don't give your own future so easily. If it is ruined, then the gain will not be worth the loss. The young officer showed a disdainful smile. Just what you said. Can you tell me what is in your head? Then I want to see today. How are you going to ruin my future? It's not worth the loss. He said to the 200 soldiers, brothers, smash me to death. Don't let go of any corner. The 200 people over there agreed and smashed the nightclub again. The screams of the customers and waiters also sounded again, and the young officers here were not idle. He quickly snatched the microphone from Ziming's hand. He stood opposite Ziming, looked at Ziming with a smile, and said, Boss Zhu, I'm very sorry, the speakers here are too noisy. My brothers and I can't stand it, so I'll trouble you. Say anything. His action was unexpected to Ziming. The young officer said to him, Counselor Zhu, I know your eloquence is very good. Once one person convinced tens of thousands of crazy investors, Then today you should convince me to try. Give it a try. Ziming smiled. He then understood the reason why the other party grabbed his microphone just now. The feeling is that they have investigated himself and knew that he used to use words to solve the stock crash incident. He was worried that if he had a microphone, he would do something again. Just hand in your microphone first. This made Ziming feel that he was really nervous, and he was not a master of fooling. How could he catch everything? But this also made Ziming feel very happy. After all, he had a reputation for being foolish and impulsive, and he was very advantageous in handling many things. Just like now, he didn't have that idea at all, because Ziming remembered being in the army. His ideological work is very well done, even if he really has a 3-inch tongue like Jixielan. I am afraid it is still difficult to do it. Of course, Ziming wouldn't say this. He shook his head and said to the young officer, "Try to convince you? I actually want to say that you think too much." The young officer frowned and asked Ziming vigilantly, "What do you mean by this?" Ziming did not answer him directly, but asked the security department manager long to find a chair. Ziming sat down, looked around leisurely and said, "I don't know what this brother is called. My name is Xu, and I am now a major." The young officer said. "It turned out to be Major Xu," Ziming said, pointing to the soldiers around the army who were smashing the nightclub. "These are all soldiers brought by Major Xu. Look at their unbridled style, and the kind of 3 or 2 people with the cooperation of a group. Although I don't know much about military affairs, I can also feel that these must be elite soldiers in the military area. I want to come to Major Xu to have his own experience in this regard, right?" The young officer's brows deepened. "What are you trying to say?" "Major Xu, can I ask a question curiously? Why are your soldiers so proficient in this job? Do you often do this kind of thing?" Ziming asked. "Counselor Xu, I ask you not to play mystery in front of me. What are you trying to say?" Major Xu said seriously. Ziming smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, Major Xu, don't think so much. I just want to know how long it will take for Major Xu to finish my nightclub." Major Xu can always tell me this question, right? Major Xu feels that his nerves are going to be confused now. He doesn't understand how there are people like Ziming. Why is he still asking these questions leisurely at this time? Doesn't he know that his soldiers are now smashing his nightclub? At a certain moment, Major Xu felt that he had hit the wrong nightclub. Had it not been for his cautious habit, he would have gone out to see if he had hit the wrong place. Or does he not care about this nightclub? But in the information I got, this nightclub is also an investment of millions of dollars, and even now it has become a landmark of Nanjing. No matter how you look at it, he shouldn't ignore it. But what does Ziming's attitude mean now? Major Xu thought this way. When he looked at Ziming again, he found that Ziming was lighting a cigarette leisurely. He still asked a young girl to light his cigarette. This made Major Xu couldn't help picking up the microphone anymore. Commanded, "Stop it!" Major Xu's command stunned the entire nightclub, no less than Ziming's shout before, but in fact, Major Xu's shout made Ziming even more incredible. Everyone looked at Ziming in amazement. Everyone didn't understand what trick Ziming had changed. How could the nightclub security guards not stop these soldiers? And even the top-level public security directors also had a securities market construction leader. The deputy director of the group's office had no choice. Now Ziming didn't say anything, but he asked Major Xu to call it off. What's the fucking situation? Could it be that Ziming couldn't use any deceptive spells? Ziming asked Manager White to light himself a good cigarette. He looked up in surprise when he heard Major Xu's order. What's wrong with Major Xu? This question caused Major Xu's eye to twitch at the time. He immediately felt that his command was a bit neurotic, but his reason was soon suppressed by this thought. He asked Ziming again, "Counselor Xu, what are you trying to say?" Major Xu wants to know so much, Ziming said, while inhaling a deep cigarette. He flicked the ash in the ashtray held by Manager Y, and Major Xu nodded with a sullen face over there. Seeing Major Xu's appearance, Ziming was very calm on the surface, but in fact he was already happy in his heart. Of course, it is impossible for him to have any deceptive spells. What made Major X give this order was what he had done before. Just like Major X himself said, he was playing mystery, just to use his calmness to make the other party suspicious. After all, for normal people, if they see their nightclub being smashed, they will definitely become anxious to get ants on the hot pot. They don't know what to do, but now not only are they not in a hurry, but they also ask him to smash their nightclub in such a leisurely manner. It's easy to be suspicious. Of course, Ziming also knew that if he was facing a soldier who carried out the order without compromise, it would be meaningless to do so by himself. But from his observation of Major X just now, this Major X was obviously thoughtful. People, then they have a chance. From the later development, I guessed it right. But even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. It's just a nightclub, and you really need to do it in a few minutes to get another one out. Enduring the joy in his heart, Ziming put the cigarette out of the ashtray, and then said to Major X, Major X, I know you are a smart person, so I won't be in a corner with you. I only have one question to ask. You know that there are so many officials here in Nanjian, and you brought people to smash my nightclub. What kind of incident is this? Do you want to say that it is a military land conflict? It's just two officials. This can also be online. I will also say that this is the police of the administrative officials. I am ordered to act. Major Xu said. Indeed, if there are only two officials, it will not constitute a military conflict. But there is a city bureau chief here. Do you think there will be only a few people here? Ziming asked. Hearing Ziming's words, Major X's face suddenly changed, but before he could react, a harsh police sirens sounded at the door, and then a large number of police rushed into the nightclub, and the police chief Zhao Anmin didn't know where he was from. I found the microphone and shouted at this time, there are a group of dangerous elements from the rebel military area. Under the leadership of Major Xu, they are endangering the interests of the people here. I order you to arrest them all at once. With a sound, those policemen went to catch the soldiers. As elite soldiers of the military area, they certainly did not want to be arrested. They immediately resisted, but then Major Xu shouted into the microphone to stop before turning around. Looking at Ziming, he said, well, you Ziming, you had expected us to come, and you prepared a set for us here. You can say that, Ziming said. Good, this time, you'll leave right away, Major Xu said. But Ziming refused to give up. Major Xu, you seem to have made a mistake. Now it's not like you just left. Didn't you hear that? Our police comrades are arresting thugs who endanger the interests of the people. What do you think? What? Major Xu showed horrified eyes for the first time. Chapter 261, A person who can never be an enemy. At 7 o'clock last night, a serious smashing incident occurred in Nanjian nightclub. A group of unidentified thugs attacked Nanjian nightclub. They hit and smashed things as soon as they saw people. Nanjian City Public Security Bureau immediately dispatched and rushed out after receiving a call from the masses. Go to the scene to control the situation and arrest some of the thugs. Zhao Anmin, director of the Nanjian Public Security Bureau, said in an interview, this is a serious violent incident. He not only endangered the lives and property safety of the people, but also hindered the reform and opening up of Nanjian City. Social stability has caused a huge negative impact. The Nanjian City Public Security Bureau has established an investigation team, which will definitely investigate this matter, and strive to arrest all suspects as soon as possible. According to the interrogation of the captured thugs, the thugs confessed that they were officers and soldiers from a certain unit of the military region. They came to smash the Nanjian nightclub because of the revenge of an officer of the military region. The people's soldiers should have been the guardians of the people, not somebody's private soldiers. Now an officer of the military area commanded the military area officers and soldiers to smash the nightclub in order to vent his own anger. This is not only a serious violation of the law, but also a huge decline in the morality of the military area officers! However, whether this is a deliberate frame made by the rioters during the interrogation of the public security organs, or is it true? This station will continue to follow up and report on it. This is Nanjian TV's report on the nightclub smashing incident. At this time, Zhu Mingxing and Cao Jianing were drinking tea in Nanjian's tea house. Cao Jianing was shocked when he saw this news. He looked at Zhu Ming incredulously and said, "Zhu advisor, can you really release the news? What can't this news be released?" Zhu Ming asked strangely. This news didn't directly say that people from the army came and broke it. Everything is just suspicion. Facing Zhu Ming's silly words, Cao Jianing felt that his mind was almost out of ideas. Indeed, this news did not directly point out that it was really the troops who came to beat and smash it, but it is not what you see politically. Politically, it only depends on your political position. As long as you say something publicly, even if you just have doubts, that also shows your political position. Maybe Zhu Ming really doesn't understand, but Chen Yunfei, who has achieved the position of executive vice governor, shouldn't understand. Then he understands and agrees to broadcast such news. As for whether the TV station broadcasts this news and does not hand over the broadcast draft to Chen Yunfei for review, that is not in the scope of consideration, unless the TV station leaders do not want to do it. Cao Jianing thought about it, but in the end he couldn't help but asked Zhu Ming, "Is there any arrangement in the Das house?" Zhu Ming said with a smile, "Mr. Cao, I'm just an ordinary citizen, and I'm not a core member of a powerful family. How can I know these confidential things? But I only know that the central government will definitely not agree to someone establishing an independent kingdom." Cao Jianing knew what Zhu Ming gave to this answer. He only felt that Zhu Ming was a bit unspeakable. However, Cao Jianing didn't know that Zhu Ming was actually telling the truth. He really didn't understand the arrangement of the Du family and the Central Committee. After he first found Chen Yunfei and said his ideas, Chen Yunfei quickly agreed to help him give this one to the military region. After that, Zhao Anmen, the head of the Public Security Bureau, went to the nightclub, and at the same time arranged the story of the arrest of the personnel. As for the specific reasons, Chen Yunfei did not say, and Zhu Ming was not good to ask. Suddenly the big brother Zhu Ming put on the table suddenly rang. Zhu Ming connected. Du Peng called from the capital. He opened his mouth and shouted excitedly, "Aha! Zhu Ming, you guys are so capable. You actually asked the police to wait to catch the troops in the nightclub. You really wanted to come out. The scene must be spectacular, right?" Du Peng's voice shouted loudly, and the tea room was very quiet. Cao Jianing heard Du Peng's voice, which made him feel that Zhu Ming and Du Peng are the kind of lawless masters. After all, the conflict between the army and the police, no matter where it is placed, is definitely a very important thing. But they are not nervous, but they are so excited, which makes people helpless. Cao Jianing would think so, only because he was not present last night and did not see the scene of the police and army duel. When the police rushed in last night, Major Xu and his soldiers were reluctant to capture them with their hands, so they rushed out immediately. If it were on the battlefield, the police would definitely not be able to stop these elite fighters, but this was a nightclub. Everyone had no guns in their hands, and they were surrounded by the police. All kinds of uniforms were scuffled together without uniforms. The scene was very chaotic. The team's combat effectiveness in the team was not able to be used at all. In addition, the exit of the nightclub was not spacious. In the end, there were 20 or 30 people who did not run out and were caught back to the Public Security Bureau. It's better to experience the scene of a gang fight between the police and the army. It's not very pleasant to say. Zhu Ming said this, and then changed the subject. He asked, "Du Peng, how are your affairs in Yanjing?" "Everything goes well," Du Peng said. "That's why I specifically called Zhu Ming you today. Yesterday I gave the report letter to my old man. After reading it, he was very annoyed. He turned around with the letter and went to find it. Mr. Yang is old, and this happened again last night. This morning the old man and the others heard the news and immediately held a central meeting. I heard that Mr. Yang had already taken a picture of the table, and it is estimated that this matter will be dealt with specially. It's okay to do things in a big way. Some things should be done in big ways, otherwise they won't be able to suppress the monsters. Ziming said something like this, but he did not breathe a sigh of relief at this time, but asked Du Peng again. Then the Ares Hotel has been verified by the central government. It has been verified. The Lingnan military inspection conducted an investigation yesterday. There are indeed some officials in the Lingnan military region using special powers in the military to engage in smuggling. The Ares Hotel is an important base for those criminals. In order to grasp the first-hand information, the investigation team was also sent down, and the results should be available the day after tomorrow at the latest. Du Peng replied. Ziming took a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Just confirm it. Our chief of staff Tao will do everything in the future." "But Ziming, you guy, I really want to knock on your head to see what's in it. Why it seems that everything is under your control. In fact, I still don't understand how you guy knows Beiyang." "What about the hotel?" Du Peng asked again. This is what Cao Jianing wanted to ask Ziming early on, but he didn't know how to speak in consideration of his identity. "Why are you still struggling with this matter? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? The Ares Hotel is open at that location, and there is no business at all. Tao Juling and Hua Xiao go there so often, so you don't have to think about it." "I know there must be a problem," Ziming replied. Then Ziming, "How do you know Tao Juling and Hua Xiao are smuggling?" Du Peng asked again. "It doesn't seem to be difficult to inquire, right? Many people in Lingnan know that. Doesn't Mr. Cao know about this?" Ziming said. Ziming's answer left Du Peng and Cao Jianing speechless. They didn't know what to say at this time. They all knew that Tao Juling and Hua Xiao's business in Lingnan was a large part of it. Smuggling through the cover of troops. This method makes it impossible for the customs to investigate. Sometimes, even if they want to do an investigation, the troops will come back with a sentence of military needs. They are warships, and they are just marine surveillance ships. Where can the customs dare to touch this thorn? It is basically an open secret throughout Lingnan. But knowing that it is one thing, it can really break this matter through the sky, and it is another matter to make a fuss about this matter. There is a saying that existence is the truth. Then since this smuggling in Lingnan is so rampant, the central government cannot have no news at all. Then since the central government knows it but pretends not to know, it proves that the problem here is very complicated and it is not easy to go. I did, but now Ziming sent several reports to the central government, and the central government began a meeting to investigate. The plot went so smoothly, and it was a little weird. Although Du Peng and Cao Jianing did not really ask, Ziming still guessed their thoughts, so Ziming said to them, "Didn't the Buddhist school often say that retribution is unhappy in the cycle of heaven? Isn't the time for not telling you the time has come? In fact, it's now. It's just such a situation. I didn't move here in the past because the time has not arrived. It would be very troublesome to move rashly. But now someone wants to establish an independent kingdom in Lingnan. The central government must find a breakthrough. At this time, I will give the smuggling matter. Stabbing it out is equivalent to sending a threat to the central government. If the central government does not move, there will be a problem." Ziming's words shocked Du Peng and Cao Jianing. They were not fools. In fact, their background made them understand some political things better. Judging from the current situation, Ziming and the Cao family's faction are in conflict. If Ziming wants to break the game in a short period of time, he must rely on external forces, and the central government is undoubtedly the best choice. Well, Ziming used the troops to smuggle and caused a military pulse conflict. Everything was beyond the tolerance of the central government. This link is tied down. As long as the central government is not an idiot, he will naturally follow this matter. Took Lingnan down, and everyone who can enter the central government is a human being, not to mention that Mr. Yang, who is now second only to the leader, will certainly not let go of such an opportunity. In the past, the Cao family was deeply rooted in Lingnan, and they were inextricably linked military and political sides. Lingnan was also the center of reform and opening up. It condensed the essence of reform and opening up over the past few years. It's not easy to start, But now Ziming has tossed and handed all the knives to sanction the Cao family into the hands of the central government. It is impossible for the central government not to seize this opportunity. Looking at it now, how can you think that Ziming has only this method feasible, but in this tense time, can think of this method? How many dare to use this method? Cao Jianing still remembered that when he first heard about this method, he was frightened. He could hardly imagine that this was a method that people came up with in case there was something wrong with it, no matter it was the central government. It's awkward, but the Tao family reacted very quickly, cutting off the relationship with the smuggling group, and the final result may be completely different. Cao Jianing knew that if it were himself, he would never dare to do this, but Ziming, thinking of this, Cao Jianing could not help but say, Ziming is a person who can never be an enemy. Chapter 262, General To's home service is soft. Bow, thank you warm your luck for your support. In the evening, Ziming took Cao Jianing to his nightclub. It used to be the time when the nightclub had the most people, but today it is a deserted place. Because of the relationship that the nightclub was smashed by the chief of staff Tao that day, the inside the tables, chairs, and the bar and dance floor were all smashed into pieces, and they are now in the stage of shutting down for renovation. Under the neon lights at the entrance of the nightclub, a pretty figure was stretched very long. Ziming recognized her as the general manager of the nightclub Kong Xilin, and Ziming went up and called her. Kong Xilin shook her whole body when she heard Ziming's voice, and then turned her head back and said to Ziming with a very low expression, I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, it's all my fault. I haven't been able to protect this shop. Ziming patted her jade back. Mr. Kong, what are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with you, it's all caused by me. Even if you were there that day, it would be useless. Kong Xilin didn't listen at all and shook her head desperately. No, I clearly said that as long as Boss Zhu is here, I will definitely be here. But when things happen, when bad guys come here to smash our shop, I'm not there. I'm so damned. Ziming gently hugged Kong Xilin and said to her, Xilin, this matter has nothing to do with you, really? Kong Xilin slowly calmed down, and Cao Jianing stepped up and said to Ziming, it seems that this manager Kong is still very loyal to Boss Zhu. Kong Xilin's pretty face blushed. Ziming was not a prodigal son in his previous life. Even dealing with the relationship with Kong Xilin was a headache. Not to mention that Cao Jianing was joking here. He didn't know what to do, so he had to scratch his head and transfer. Topic: how is the decoration of Xilin's nightclub? When it comes to work, Kong Xilin is very capable. She replied to Ziming, I have cleaned the inside today. Manager Rao has already brought the decoration team over this afternoon, and we can start redecorating tomorrow. Ziming nodded and said, that's good. Then Ziming turned around and asked Cao Jianing, is President Cao interested in going in? Cao Jianing readily agreed. This is the place where the military pulse battle took place. It is also the battlefield where you and the general are confronted by Ziming. Of course I want to see it. So Ziming walked in with Kong Xilin and Cao Jianing. Although the inside had been cleaned for a day, so much wine had been smashed, and now the air still smelled of wine. However, the smashed tables and chairs, the speaker bar, and the broken glass slag from the original place have now been cleared away, and the whole nightclub feels particularly empty. Cao Jianing looked around and said to Ziming, I didn't know before, but now it looks like your area is really not small. Ziming also agreed with this statement. It's okay. If it weren't for the prosperous downtown area, there are many policies that do not allow it. I want to sell all the shops next to it. Cao Jianing gave Ziming a thumbs up. As expected to be advisor Zhu, he has ambitions. Ziming waved his hand to say not to talk about this, and then looked at it again. Ziming said to Kong Xilin, Xilin, I think we can find a way to separate the bar and dance hall from KTV in the future, so that even if something happens below or above whatever happened, the rest can still operate normally. Unlike the smashed bars and dance halls, KTV will also be closed. Kong Xilin said, I've made a note. I will tell Manager Rao when I go back to decorate. Okay, there is nothing to look at here. let's go to the tea house next to him for tea first. Ziming said this. Neither Kong Xilin nor Cao Jianing had any objection, but when they were about to walk out of the nightclub, they found that they could not get out. At some point, there were a few capable fighters standing at the door, and the leader was facing them. Said, "I'm sorry, the chief has an order. Please wait patiently here and don't go out for the time being." Kong Xilin was unhappy when she heard this. She asked, "Why don't you let us out? I called the police if you didn't let us out. Please don't go out, and it's best not to call the police," the man said flatly. Kong Xilin wanted to say something, but Ziming pulled her behind her and stood up and said, "I know, we are here and not going anywhere. Thank you very much. At most half an hour, our chief will come over," the man said. Ziming nodded, and then took Kong Xilin and Cao Jianing back to the side. Kong Xilin asked what happened to Ziming, and Ziming asked Cao Jianing to answer. Cao Jianing explained to Kong Xilin, "Those are the highest guards in the military region. The people in them are the most powerful soldiers in the military region. They have all gone to the battlefield and killed many people." This answer made Kong Xilin take a deep breath. As a woman, no matter how powerful she is, she would still be very scared to hear this murder or something. Ziming comforted Kong Xilin and told her not to worry so much. "Don't worry, if they really want to kill us, then we are all dead now. I think it's only when a big person wants us to talk privately before they will let us stay here." Kong Xilin breathed a sigh of relief, but then she asked, "Who would come to us then?" Ziming thought for a while. "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Tao Nianxing, the chief of staff." Ziming's voice just fell, and someone at the door clapped his hands and admired, "That's great." Ziming and the others turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man with a big nose wearing glasses, who walked in accompanied by a few cold soldiers, saying that his middle-aged man just looked like him, but in fact they all knew Ziming. His actual age is more than 60 or nearly 70 years old. He walked up to Ziming and the others and said, "Hello, get to know. My name is Tao Nianxing." Although Ziming had guessed his identity just now, seeing him in person now made Kong Xilin and Cao Jianing shocked. Kong Xilin was surprised that he did not expect a general to come, and Cao Jianing was surprised to see that he did not seem to have been before. What I saw was the exhaustion on his face, as if he had been 20 or 30 years old. But no matter what their expressions are at this time, there is only one question in their minds. That is, why is he here? Only Ziming was better. Ziming smiled and stretched out his hand to Tao Nianxing. "Hello Chief of Staff Tao, this is Ziming." Tao Nianxing raised his eyebrows, obviously surprised by Ziming's performance. He took a deep look at Ziming, and then shook hands with Ziming and said hello. Ziming looked around and said, "But I'm sorry to say that this place was smashed by Chief of Staff Tao and your people. It is now undergoing renovations. I can't entertain you well. Let's just stand here and talk." Tao Nianxing nodded and said, "Yes, little comrade Ziming, there is nothing to be polite between us. I'll just talk to you directly. I'm here today to discuss things with you. Do you want me to withdraw the report letter, release your son Tao Jueling?" Ziming asked. "Yes." Tao Nianxing replied to Ziming, "I know that the previous things were done by the state decree, and I was a little anxious, so I went to ask Ziming for your troubles. I did not think about what I did later. He did something reckless and deepened the misunderstanding between us. I came to you today, Ziming, just to hope that we can talk honestly and honestly." Tao Nianxing's words made Ziming react at once. "Chief of Staff Tao, you already know the decision of the central government?" Tao Nianxing nodded and said to Ziming with a thumbs up, "You are really a good way to do this. You take this step by step, and you directly stab everything to the center. I'm also careless. I didn't expect you to dare to do this." Tao Nianxing said again. "But when things happen, they happen. No matter how much you think about it, it's no use." "Ziming, I came to you today and there is nothing else I want to talk about. I just want you to let go of the state order." This remark made Cao Jianing and Kong Xilin stunned, because Tao Nianxing's remarks were softening to Ziming, But who is Tao Nianxing? He is the chief of staff of the Lingnan military region, and a serious lieutenant general. How could they come here to sullen Ziming in such a low voice? This is incredible. Ziming was also shocked, but he was a lot better than Cao Jianing and Kong Xiaolin, because he understood this matter and knew that Tao Nianxing would be finished. In fact, for Ziming, the completion of this time was a case that left him with a deep memory in his previous life. It was the case of Tao Nianxing's family. However, the previous life happened in 1991. At that time, the armed police raided the Aries Hotel. When Tao Juling was arrested and brought to justice, the Tao family took soldiers to the armed police detachment and clashed with the armed police. This matter was stabbed to the center. Old Yang was furious and directly ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. In the end, Tao Nianxing's family and many senior officials of the Lingnan military region and the Lingnan Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government were implicated and all were dismissed. As these people were removed, the local forces in Lingnan quickly dispersed. Later, Cao Jianing regained control of Cao, the right to speak at home. Ziming couldn't verify who led the matter in the previous life, but he did it himself in this life. Ziming let out a sigh of relief and said to Tao Nianxing, "I know, I will discuss with Cao Jianing to release Tao Juling as soon as possible, but I also ask the chief of staff to persuade him more. If he does things again, I can't blame me." "Thank you very much, then I won't bother you. I'll go back first." After that, Tao Nianxing turned around and left. After Tao Nianxing left, Cao Jianing asked him, "Ziming, are you really going to release Tao Juling?" Tao Nianxing is still the chief of staff and the general of the military region. I can't really push him to a dead end, otherwise the next time these special soldiers come again, I will really be in danger, Ziming said. Cao Jianing was stunned. This was something he hadn't thought of just now. He forgot that once a general who holds the military power is driven to a dead end, it is not a fun thing. Even if the central government will seize his power in advance, he in the military area for so long, there are always many ways to go, and big things can't be done, but it's a piece of cake to get revenge on someone. At this moment, Ziming still didn't lose his head in the face of a general coming to the door to serve him softly. It was not easy to be able to make such a clear judgment. Chapter 263 The Death of General Tao? Bao. Thank you 5 things ZZ5 for your support. Thank you Kongaj for your monthly pass support. In the suburbs of Baiyun, there are many places with military restricted zone signs but no other signs. Outsiders don't understand these places, but the old Baiyun people know that some of them are military units, but some are armed police units. In Baiyun City, apart from the armed police corps, no other detachments have any signs. There is such an armed police detachment in 10 in the eastern suburbs of Baiyun City. On the afternoon of June 1st, several vehicles with military area license plates came to this armed police detachment. The convoy drove into the detachment compound. The detachment captain Zheng and the entire detachment lined up to greet him. Then the door of the car was opened and Ziming, Cao Jianing and Tao Nianxing walked out of their respective cars. When Captain Zheng saw a few of them, he stood up straight and said, "A warm welcome to Chief of Staff Tao of the military region to visit our detachment." With Captain Zheng taking the lead, the other armed police officers and soldiers all opened their mouths to welcome them. Tao Nianxing nodded and greeted them a few words, "Comrades, comrades, you have worked hard." Then Captain Zheng disbanded the queue and brought Tao Nianxing to the back of the compound, a separate small house in the city. This is the place where Tao Juling and Hua Xiao were detained. Although the armed police force was a military organization in the past, it was occasionally involved in detention tasks, and sometimes very important people were detained here. Therefore, there are also ordinary cells and such separate units. The different detention locations of the room. Tao Juling and Hua Xiao were the son of the general, and the other was from a great family in Lingnan. Even if Cao Jianing spoke, Captain Zheng captured them back, and he didn't dare to insult them too much. Opening the door of the small house, I saw Tao Juling and Hua Xiao sitting on the ground slumpingly, depressed. But when Tao Jueling looked up and saw Tao Nianxing, who was coming in with the armed police officers and soldiers, tears burst into his eyes and he immediately crawled. He got up and threw himself into Tao Nianxing's arms and cried, "Dad, you can be regarded as coming to pick me up. If you don't come to pick me up, I will die here. I don't want to stay in this ghost place anymore. I'm going out." Listening to Tao Jueling's cry, Ziming, Cao Jianing, and Captain Zheng felt very ridiculous, because they all knew the detention rules of the detachment here. But those who can be held here are more important or difficult to move. People like this are often very relaxed, except that they can't go out. Everything else is basically the same as at home, but this young man obviously can't stand this. Of course, the most important thing is that this young Master Tao, who is about to be 40 years old, can still cry like this. It's shameful. Tao Nianxing also felt that Tao Jueling was too embarrassing. He pushed Tao Jueling away and scolded him angrily. "Many man, cheer up. What do you think you are crying like now? You have lost all of our family's face." Tao Nianxing said that he would strike Tao Jueling with his hand, but Ziming stopped him. "Chief of Staff Tao, don't be so angry. After all, this is also a kind of detention place. It is always no better than outside, and the detention is the greatest." It was a psychological devastation. He grew up in a military area compound. Without such psychological preparation, it is normal for him to behave like this. Tao Jueling originally wanted to nod his head to Ziming's words, but when he heard Ziming's voice, Tao Jueling's eyes widened again. He pointed his finger and Ziming said, "Ziming, you guy dare to run here? Come on, you are so bold." Tao Jueling turned to his father again. "Dad, it's this guy who framed me with that bitch Cao Jianing. You must avenge this for me, and you must kill them." When Tao Jueling said this, he obviously didn't notice his father's gloomy expression. He thought that his general father was here. If he brought some people out, he could kill Ziming and the others. Tao Jueling smiled grimly, said to Ziming, "Ziming, you fellow, I want to interrupt your hands and feet. It is hard to understand the hatred in my heart if you don't step on your feet." Ziming looked at him sympathetically. "I don't think you have this chance. I'll fart your mother." This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I just don't understand where you are so confident. Before Tao Jueling's words were finished, Tao Nianxing slapped his head with a slap. Tao Nianxing angrily said, "What are you fucking talking about? It's not enough to be embarrassing, isn't it?" This slap directly slapped Tao Jueling. He stared at his father blankly, completely not understanding what happened. "Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean?" "I want you to thank Ziming," Tao Nianxing said. If it was said that Tao Nianxing just slapped him in the face just now, then Tao Nianxing's words now directly shocked him into confusion. "Want me to thank Ziming?" Tao Jueling thought that he had misheard the first time, because he knew very well that his father was very short-term due to his life in the army. It stands to reason that he should help himself when he saw himself being bullied like this. Yes, why not only don't you help yourself, but also thank your enemies? This script is completely wrong. "Dad, why are you?" Tao Jueling asked. "Why? You are suspected of illegal smuggling and were arrested and detained by the armed police. He asked someone to come and release you. Do you say you should thank him?" Tao Nianxing said. Tao Jueling's eyes widened. "What, Dad? Did you make a mistake? I was the one who caught him. I want to kill him now. I want me to thank him." "This is absolutely impossible." Ziming shook his head and felt worried for Tao Jueling's IQ. Because at this time, anyone with a bit of IQ would discover problems and take the initiative to bear it, but he forced it up. This is not adding fuel to the fire and continuing to make his father. "Are you angry?" It seems that after being locked up here for a few days, he has been shut down as a fool, and he doesn't know how to distinguish the situation. Sure enough, Tao Jueling's words were only finished. His father Tao Nianxing slapped him and shouted at him, "What did you say? Didn't I teach you politeness since I was a child?" After the slap, Tao Jueling woke him up, and he said thank you to Ziming in a daze, but he ran out of the door immediately after he said it. "Don't think about it, He definitely can't accept such a thing. He feels that he has been caught here for a few days and it's already very miserable. Now he has to thank the person who set up his own system in the first place, which makes him feel he knelt down in front of Ziming and bowed his head to proclaim his ministers. Such humiliation made him unable to accept. It is said that knowing the son is Monuo father, Tao Nianqing sighed as he watched Tao Juling's back running out. Let Comrade Ziming read the joke. This is because I usually don't have enough education. Ziming shook his head and said, Chief of Staff Tao, don't say that. Suddenly encountering such a thing, no one can accept it for a while. Tao Nianqing also shook his head and smiled and said, ordinary people would be like this. Ziming was stunned and looked at Tao Nianqing. He seemed to think that his sentence meant something. But Tao Nianqing didn't stop at this sentence for a while, and soon said, this is not a good place. I heard that people have died before, Comrade Ziming. Should we go out first and talk about it? Ziming nodded and went out with Tao Nianqing. When Tao Nianqing saw Tao Juling still sitting in his car, he was relieved. At least his son hadn't really lost his mind. Later Tao Nianqing invited Ziming and Cao Jianing to ride in another car. After they both got on the car, Tao Nianqing said, they all said great kindness without thanking you, but I can only say something to you today. Thank you. Ziming and Cao Jianing raised their eyebrows, and they heard something else from Tao Nianqing's words. Ziming asked Tao Nianqing, is there any new change in the affairs on your side of Chief of Staff Tao? Tao Nianqing nodded, his expression a little sad. Yes. Otherwise I won't come to ask you for help. Hearing these words, Ziming and Cao Jianing's hearts suddenly became clear. In fact, when Tao Nianqing came to them for help, they had doubted it, because they all said that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how Tao Nianqing is, it was the chief of staff of the military region, a serious general, so he came over and begged the two juniors in a low voice. No matter how you look at it, this routine is wrong. Even if the armed police detachment who captured his son is from Cao Jianing, he shouldn't be helpless, because it turned out that there was a problem on the central side. And what can allow a chief of staff to do this step is undoubtedly the only thing that the sky has fallen. For now, it can only be smuggling. The central government has already concluded that Tao Nianqing will be attacked. As if to prove this idea, Tao Nianqing said, don't look at what I am, the chief of staff of the military region or a general in a high position, but if something goes wrong, the abandonment will still be abandonment. Comrade Ziming, you are very powerful, courageous and strategic, and even I dare to calculate. I was careless. I have nothing to say about losing to you, but other people made me very chilling. Speaking of this, Tao Nianqing smiled bitterly. In vain. I have done so many things for them, and I don't know how much money I have made. I usually see me called by the polite General Tao, and I can often write a letter. I will walk around each other a bit during the new year, but these are all hypocrisy. When I really got into trouble, I was afraid to avoid them. In the end, it was really ironic that Ziming and Cao Jianing, your two opponents, came to help me. Chief of Staff Tao, there is no alternative. It is better to sacrifice one person than to sacrifice a large group of people, Ziming said. Tao Nianqing nodded and said, I also understand the truth. I don't give up when sacrificing others. But when this happens to myself, I still feel uncomfortable. I don't know what crime the Central Committee will condemn me in the end, but I have had military exploits anyway. I hope to save me some face in the light of my contribution to the motherland. Tao Nianqing sighed. Faced with this, Ziming and Cao Jianing didn't know what to say. But Tao Nianqing was a general after all, so he adjusted himself back, and finally said to Ziming and others, Ziming and Cao Jianing, I still have one last request, that is, my unsuccessful son. If you don't ask for anything else, I just hope you will let him go and don't let him get involved in this matter. Although Ziming has been amazed by Ziming since he met Ziming, Cao Jianing is still shocked now. He can't imagine what kind of personality is Ziming that can make his opponents believe in him so much and entrust hope to him. Ziming nodded sincerely and said to him, okay, I see. Chapter 264, You know what you are in your place. A few days ago, the central government issued an announcement stating that the chief of staff of the Lingnan military region Tao Nianxing was suspected of committing crimes. The central government decided to expel him from the party, and the military commission decided to expel him from the military and cancel the rank of general. The person in charge of the military agency stated that the fundamental investigation showed that Tao Nianxing used the convenience of his position to help others get promoted, and accepted bribes directly and through his family members. The amount was particularly huge. Using the influence of his position to profit others, he and his family members accepted bribes, especially huge. The Tao Nianxing case fully embodies the clear attitude of the Central Committee and the Military Commission to administer the party and the army strictly, and demonstrates our party's firm determination to oppose the and punish with a zero-tolerance attitude. It has also been firmly supported by the entire army. The other persons involved in the case will be dealt with in accordance with the law based on the factual evidence ascertained, and the investigation will be carried out resolutely and will not be tolerated. This is a draft issued by the central government on June 3. Ziming couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news in the car. All bribery is just an external statement, but there is no way, after all. It cannot be said that Tao Nianxing is a moth in the army, and he uses the privilege of the army to engage in smuggling, right? If you really say that, God knows what kind of impact it will have in the country, so instead of that, it's better to just put a crime of thinking of this. Ziming shook his head and smiled helplessly. Next to him, Cao Jianing saw Ziming so curious and asked him what's wrong. Ziming replied, when I didn't come into contact with it before, I really didn't think about why a police official was handled by the central government. There is no way. After all, where you can get access to something, there are many things in this world that can't be open and transparent. Cao Jianing said. Ziming is also very clear about this. There are many things that you can never really understand if you don't get in touch with it. Thinking back to what you have heard in your previous life, because of the senior officials who have fallen from the horse, God knows how many are true. How much is just such a statement? Ziming suddenly said at this moment, it is said that you only know what is happening when you are in his place. Then, as the son of Cao Shui, President Cao, do you have anything you don't know about? That's too much. And I'm not a know-it-all, Cao Jianing said. Although I was with my dad 10 years ago, I still don't understand what happened to the central government. I only know that the troops will be there the next day. I took control of the entire capital and informed the whole country about the downfall of the counter-revolution through the radio station. And now, even though I have done so many things, my dad approves of my ideas very much, but I still don't know his relationship with the elderly. The boundaries are there. Ziming glanced at him and saw that Cao Jianing was also surprised. Ziming didn't say anything. In fact, today Ziming and Cao Jianing are going to a special dinner. Due to Tao Nianxing's affairs, the prestige of Cao's eldest brother is greatly reduced. This undoubtedly gave those who had waited and watched the direction. That's why, Cao Jianing, there was just such a meal today, and because of Ziming's importance in this matter, Cao Jianing felt it was necessary to bring Ziming with him. This time the dinner was held in a private club in Baiyun City. In this era, private clubs are still a new business. They don't have as much content as private or corporate clubs in the later generations of the development department. They are more like a group of people who jointly funded and built one private meeting place. Entering the club, the decoration inside is antique, and the waiter knew Cao Jianing. So as soon as Cao Jianing and Ziming came in, they were immediately led into a box on the 3rd floor. This box is said to be a box, but in fact it is similar to a small banquet hall. Not only is it large in size, but more importantly, the layout of the entire box looks noble and elegant. After bypassing the screen at the door, Ziming saw the people in the box. Ziming was stunned, because there were the secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee and several senior officials of the Lingnan military region, as well as the leaders of several large state-owned enterprises in the province. Leaders above the department level, but now gathered here, sitting at a table for dinner. This scene can undoubtedly reflect the strong strength of the Cao family from one side. Of course, this may be just the tip of the iceberg. After all, for provincial officials, they may not eat with a group of people. That would be too shameful. But of course, the energy of the Cao family has also been demonstrated through this dinner, incisively and vividly. But what really surprised Zuming was not this, because it was the Cao family after all. Cao Yingwe was the founding marshal and the leader of the country who eliminated counter-revolution. It is normal that many people in the local area would like to follow him, even the secretary of the provincial party committee. Nothing was too strange, but Zuming was surprised that he didn't expect that even Nanjian City Party Secretary Chen Yunfei would be here. This is something Zuming never expected, because Zuming clearly remembered that Chen Yunfei shouldn't be a student of Du Peng's grandfather, that is, President Du Zongyuan's student. Why are you sitting here now? The surprise in Zuming's mind was fleeting, and he didn't ask. After all, he had never been in officialdom in his life, and he had only been in contact with a large family for only a few months. It is impossible for many intricate things to be like this. Quickly understand, but want to come to Chen Yunfei will come to Nanjian, and can concurrently serve as the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee Secretary as the Executive Vice Governor, is also inseparable from the help of Ko's family. So speaking of it this way, the original conflict between the military and the police in the Nanjian nightclub was the reason for this. Chen Yunfei was a little surprised to see Zuming coming over there, but it was only a short while, because according to Chen Yunfei's understanding of Zuming, he knew that Zuming was not a tongcher, and even if he said it, there is no big problem. Political things are not what you want. Sometimes it is not a good thing to tell the truth. He believes that Zuming can understand this. Zuming sat down with Cao Jianing. After Cao Jianing, he greeted everyone and introduced himself. Hello leaders, I am Zuming. The secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee first said, it turns out that you are Zuming. Thank you very much for helping to get rid of a smuggling gang. As the secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, I can't do it. I am ashamed to think about it for so many years. The secretary, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, the actions over there are secretive and protected by the military umbrella. It is not so easy to destroy, Zuming said. Yeah, I didn't expect that a big asshole like Tao Nianqing appeared in the army. He was frantically thinking of using some of the privileges in the army to engage in smuggling. This is really infuriating, an officer said indignantly. Okay, this matter has passed, and the central government has also made a decision to remove him from the position of lieutenant general and hand it over to the military inspector for further investigation. It is estimated that a lawsuit will be filed and sentenced soon, said another officer. At this time, Chen Yunfei said, but I think the most important thing in this matter is the little comrade Zuming. He, an ordinary person, dared to go to war with the lieutenant general and forced the opponent down from his position. It's amazing. Chen Yunfei's words quickly received unanimous approval from everyone else, and everyone gave Zuming a thumbs up. This little comrade Zuming is really good. Dare to do something. There is a kind of brutality that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Zuming himself was a little embarrassed. He said, if it was yesterday, I would still be proud of someone who praised me like this. But now I have seen all the leaders here, and I am embarrassed if you praise me like that. I think if there is no help from the leaders behind, I am afraid that there will be no effect at all, and I will be killed by General Tao. Everyone said that Zuming was too modest, saying that, among other things, his decision was not something ordinary people could make with courage. After some compliments, the matter finally entered the topic. Chen Yunfei, the highest-ranking person on the scene, said, although the previous series of events are coincidentally, they can also show that those practices are completely undesirable. We are in Lingnan. We must retain some policy powers, but those that can't be retained should be returned to the central government so that the central government can make unified arrangements and blindly force them to stay. In the end, it will only be us who are unlucky. After Chen Yunfei finished speaking, everyone else nodded silently in agreement. Zuming was not going to speak. After all, This was at their cow family gathering. What was his speech? However, Cao Jianing asked Ziming to talk about his views. However, Ziming had no choice but to think for a while and say, I am just a young man. In fact, many things before will be very impulsive, and my views will not be more mature than those of the leaders here. I can only think about it now or in the future. We are the best. There should not be any distinction between the central and the local. It is whoever belongs to it. It is best not to take things that are not yours, or you will suffer. Chen Yunfei first applauded Ziming. Comrade Ziming said too well. People have to have their own duties. If you cross the Thunder Pond, you will be unlucky. So, where does Comrade Ziming think Lingnan's future development is? Baiyun City Party Secretary asked. Body has no tree, and mirror is not a platform. There is nothing in the first place. Where can it cause dust? Ziming said, my idea is to enrich and improve myself instead of working hard, and strive to reform and open up to develop the economy, and take advantage of the region, with national policies and cheap labor to attract foreign investment, continue to build and improve the capital market, and truly build Lingnan into a national political and economic demonstration base. So there is everything that should be there. A very simple sentence shocked everyone present. Indeed, as Ziming said, as long as we work hard to develop Lingnan well, the central government will naturally pay attention to it, and the various statuses of local officials and businessmen will follow. It can be said to be a matter of course. This principle is very simple, and it can be said by a 3-year-old child, but the key is that many people are blinded by power, and they want to control power completely in their own hands, so they ignore such a simple truth. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Ziming in admiration. If it was just polite at first, then they really think Ziming is amazing. Chapter 265 Future Monopoly Enterprises. Ziming, are you still wondering why I asked you to come to today's dinner? Cao Jianing asked. At this moment, the meal is over. Ziming and Cao Jianing are drinking tea in the tea room of the club. There are only 2 of them. Since the others have their own affairs, they just came over today to discuss the future of Lingnan. They can't stay here all the time. I may not have a clue before the dinner, but now I seem to understand it a little bit, Ziming said, looking up at Cao Jianing. If I didn't guess wrong, you are afraid that these people are still just perfunctory, right? Ziming, you guy can guess everything. How did your brain grow? Cao Jianing sighed with emotion. Cao Jianing really admired Ziming, not only because he could guess this, but also because of the surprises he had brought to himself in the past. Everyone said that surprise was unexpected, so Ziming had already regarded surprise as a habit. Ziming shrugged his shoulders meaninglessly. In fact, it is not difficult to guess. Judging from the dinner just now, those people were all polite on the surface, but it was precisely this kind of politeness that made it appear that they were too polite, being casual, as if not taking things to heart at all. If you think about it further, why did the Cao family give up Tao Nianqing so easily? It is just a case of military smuggling. How can a local independent group be broken? This is a little too easy. Thinking about it now, this so-called independent group does not exist at all. It is just that some of the Cao family members want to establish an independent kingdom and want to challenge the central government, but more people support it on the surface. But in fact it is waiting and watching. This kind of wall grass, once there was a big wind and grass, they immediately showed its original shape, such as now. In fact, Mr. Cao, you are not bad. At least you can keep a clear mind and see this problem. It is already very remarkable. Ziming also complimented Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing shook his head helplessly. I'm just a little self-aware. After all, my elder brother has been trained to be politically savvy since he was a child. I know that he is not as good as his elder brother. Now there is a problem with the eldest brother. These people have this attitude. I can't help but keep an eye on it. Ziming thought for a while and then said, in fact, there is no problem with your approach, President Cao, but I don't think your focus should be all here. Cao Jianing's eyes lit up. Where should it be placed if it is not here? I don't mean that. Since your family has these relationships, you should still have them in your hands. Whether it is true or false, you finally have these relationships. The entire Lingnan province does not. I know how many people can't find the temple gate with a pig's head. Just like me, before I met Du Peng, no matter how much money I had, I couldn't see it. From a leader, Ziming said with a sigh. So Mr. Cow, if you don't cherish you will be struck by thunder from the sky. And what I want to say is what I said before. What did you express before? Cao Jianing thought for a while, and the poem without a tree and body immediately echoed in his mind. He asked Ziming, are you trying to say that my direction is also wrong? It's not wrong, it's just what you think, Mr. Cow, Ziming said. Cao Jianing stared at Ziming in a daze and said, if it weren't for my eyes to be blind, I would have thought that I was doing a Taoist discussion with a Taoist monk. Happy and wise for me. Ziming smiled. You can understand it this way, because the facts are like this. If Mr. Cow is now a director of the Lingnan Provincial Party Committee or the secretary of the County Party Committee, if you are going to be in officialdom in the future, then you must move around with those people frequently. But as far as I know about you, President Cow, you seem to prefer to do business. Cao Jianing nodded and said, yes, so I have to put my main mind on the business field? Yes, because if Mr. Cow can create a large enterprise that monopolizes a certain industry, your status in the central government will not be lower than that of a provincial party secretary. Ziming said. Ziming is not fooling Cao Jianing. After all, the provincial party committee secretary is simply the leader of a certain province. If family factors are eliminated, his influence is basically only in his province, and even in some provinces with complicated situations. The secretary may not be able to affect all of them, but a certain monopoly is different. It affects the whole country. Once a problem occurs, it will often affect the whole country. It will be a headache to solve it. It is precisely because of this that it is often more difficult for the central government to solve the problems of state-owned enterprises and deal with the bigwigs of state-owned enterprises than to simply remove a provincial party committee secretary. If this were not the case, the state-owned enterprise restructuring after the reform and opening up would not be so difficult. And it has only taken off for more than a decade since 1978. Cao Jianing, who was born in a family, obviously has a deeper understanding of this. But he understands it. But it is not so simple to do it. To monopolize an industry, how can this be possible without the support of the state? Ziming saw Cao Jianing's worries. He picked up his eldest brother who was on the table and shook it in front of Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing immediately understood what Ziming meant. You mean let me do the mobile phone business? It's the mobile communication business, Ziming said and took out his pager again. You should have seen the pager business. It has developed into what it looks like in just a few years. A pager is connected to the network and a service fee is added. It can cost several hundred, so how about 1,000 for 100? As far as Nanjing and Baiyun City are concerned, I believe the number of people equipped with pagers can be tens of thousands, right? That 1 month can have millions or even millions, tens of millions of income. Speaking of this, Ziming paused, and then continued, this is only in Baiyun and Nanjing. What if it is in the whole country? This is an income that the central government can't ignore. Cao Jianing nodded, it's true, but Ziming, you can be sure that the big brother in the future ... that is, the mobile communication business you call, will surpass the pager. Can this thing also become a giant enterprise that the central government can't ignore? Mr. Cow, you are too conservative to ask this question. I can tell you very responsibly, I will definitely be able to. Ziming said very positively. Which of the mobile service operators in later generations is not a giant? Ziming said again, Mr. Cow, I will just ask you a question. Do you think it is convenient to call the phone or the big brother? Of course it is convenient for big brother. Cao Jianing replied without even thinking about it. After all, the pager can only send messages unilaterally. If you want to make a call, you have to find a phone. But big brother is different. You can talk directly. Ziming spread both hands, which obviously meant that since Big Brother is more convenient than beeping, that is the future trend. Here Cao Jianing thought for a while and raised his own question, but the current price of Big Brother is too expensive, tens of thousands of yuan per unit, 1 yuan per minute of telephone charges. This is the average boss cannot afford, more let alone an ordinary person. He is not as economical and affordable as a pager, and often has poor signal, and can't talk for a long time due to the influence of the battery. This restriction is even greater. After listening to the questions raised by Cao Jianing, Ziming understood why in later generations Cao Jianing was not as good as Du Peng. Although Du Peng was a little uncomfortable now, it was just a young man who was not steady. He still had vision and courage. It's also very big, but Cao Jianing is too conservative here. Actually, this is not a problem. No matter how expensive the mobile phone is, people who need it will still buy it. As for the signal, this is because the current base station network construction can't keep up. As long as we work hard to build a mobile communication network, these can be improved. Zooming then he said, and Mr. Cao, you must always believe that the times are developing and technology is advancing. The future mobile phones will definitely overcome these problems, and there are even many functions that we dare not think about now. Cao Jianing suddenly realized something. This is why you and Du Peng asked me to build the Lingnan mobile communication network together? Yes, because this thing was first introduced to be used for military and national defense purposes. Civilian use was only opened up a little bit. Du Peng and I have no intersection with the Lingnan military region. If we want to really get this market, you have to cooperate with Mr. Cao. Ziming replied that he did not shy away from this. In fact, before returning home during the Spring Festival, he did confess that Du Peng wanted to contact the mobile communication network as soon as possible to find a way to capture this business in hand. Cao Jianing took a breath. I understand. I will cooperate with the military region as soon as possible to build a mobile communication network in Lingnan and promote the Big Brother's business. Not only Lingnan, but also first-tier cities such as the capital and Manhai, as well as Jingcha province, especially Lianyang, also need to build up mobile communication networks. Ziming added. Cao Jianing froze for a moment. He could understand the construction of mobile communication networks in the capital Yanjing and Manhai, but what is the situation in Lianyang? Ziming explained to him, because I am in Lianyang city, it is too troublesome to have no mobile network. So I don't care about other places. If I want to build a mobile network, I must have it there. This is also my own. Selfish, so this matter will trouble Mr. Cao. It's easy to say that Jingchu province is also within the scope of the Lingnan military region and can be built at any time. This is no problem. I will ask Jioli company to start this project as the focus tomorrow according to your deployment. Cao Jianing said, if you really want to do this thing well, I suggest that you don't let Jioli company do it. It's better to establish a new company to do it. You, President Cao, I, and Du Peng will jointly fund the establishment. Ziming thought about it for a while and said, of course, if you don't worry about President Cao, you can also fund it yourself. Cao Jianing immediately shook his head and said, I believe in Ziming's character. This is no problem. Well, I will return to Lianyang soon. We have to implement this matter immediately. Mr. Cao, what do you think our company should be called? Ziming handed over the naming rights to Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing thought for a while and said, since it is to operate mobile communications, let's call it Lingnan Mobile. Mr. Cao, our business is not only in Lingnan province. We are based on the whole country. Ziming reminded. It's called China Mobile. Cao Jianing said, okay. Ziming said, but he felt a little helpless in his heart. He didn't expect to do it on his own, and finally tossed China Mobile. Chapter 266 Inauguration Ceremony. Bow, thank you Danger 2012 inches for your support. Xiaoyan is an intern reporter of the Lingnan Provincial News Agency. On June 5th, she received a job interview and followed her master to Nanjing overnight. Early the next morning, she arrived on Angang Avenue. This was originally the office building of Nanjing Development Bank, which was located next door to Nanjing Securities Company. But now the signboard of Nanjian Development Bank has been replaced. A stage is also set up at the door. Banners and a small car are hung on the building. The truck brought firecrackers, as if a new company was about to be established. What kind of business is this going to be opened here? Xiaoyan asked her master in confusion. Although Xiaoyan is not from Nanjian, her status as a reporter allows her to understand many situations in Lingnan province. So she can't understand the situation at all. According to Xiaoyan's understanding, since the stock market started to go up last year, the stock price of South Development Bank has been rising steadily. South Development Bank is also the most profitable company in Nanjiang, and its business is even close to that of several major state-owned banks. Over 100 million. It doesn't look like you are going to be poor enough to sell office buildings. So since the South Development Bank is not selling properties, then what kind of company has the ability to let such a good bank sell it out? According to the information obtained, it is a new enterprise engaged in China Mobile. Master said, China Mobile? What is this? Xiaoyan still didn't understand. It's the company that provides communication services to Big Brother. They call it mobile communication, which is a phone that can be carried and answered at any time. Her master replied. It turned out to be something for the rich, Xiaoyan said with a small mouth curled. Xiaoyan followed her master to the reporter area and waited. As time passed, the crowd of onlookers increased. This made Xiaoyan surprised why so many people came to see the establishment of the company. Do they not have to go to work? But later Xiaoyan realized that many people here came for stocks, in order to grasp first-hand information about the stock market, especially after her master told her about the stock market crash last year, which made her even more incomprehensible. What magic power is there that fascinates so many people? Even crazy. When it was about 9 o'clock, there was an exclamation on the scene. Xiaoyan and master stood up subconsciously, and saw a lot of cars coming over there. About a dozen people in suits were facing here under the escort of the police. While walking, look, that's Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee. Someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Xiaoyan also saw the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, who is now the largest secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in Lingnan Province and also serves as the executive vice governor. Even the secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, the provincial capital, cannot be compared with him. It seems that China Mobile is still quite capable. Even such a big city party secretary came to congratulate him. Xiaoyan thought this in her heart. At this time, she just glanced at China Mobile Gao. But the next reporter's exclamation made her surprised at the China Mobile Company. Look, that's not the Lingnan military region. General Penson, the deputy commander. With this voice, Xiaoyan really saw the people wearing military uniforms walking in front of the team. Xiaoyan's time on the line was short, and there were not many interview tasks. He still couldn't recognize all the important people in Lingnan province. If it was the commander Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan no longer knew the deputy commander. But it doesn't matter if Xiaoyan doesn't know her. There are so many reporters here, and many of them are old reporters who have been in the business for a long time. They will certainly not admit their mistakes. Isn't this the establishment of a joint stock company today? Why are all the deputy commanders of the military region here? To say that the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee secretary came to be excusable. After all, this is still economic development. It is the matter of the Municipal Party Committee secretary. The boss of China Mobile has a good relationship with the Municipal Party Committee secretary, and this company is very important. The Municipal Party Committee secretary can give this face, but the general of the military region is different. Although the rank of the deputy commander is similar to that of the standing deputy governor, the characteristics of the army prevent him from being like an ordinary official. For Xiaoyan's doubts, her master gave her a good answer. This mobile communication technology was first introduced for military use. I heard that it was to solve the communication needs of the troops during the march. The military region was also where the Juoli company has cooperated and built a lot of base stations. Now such a new company has been established. Maybe it has a deep relationship with the military region. Therefore, The military region must send people. The secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee has arrived. It's not easy to lose face over there, so I can only send a deputy commander over. It turned out to be so. Xiaoyan has a respectful and educated expression on the surface, but in her heart she feels that this company is probably not as simple as she imagined. Maybe it is a national defense and military unit. Then someone called Cao Jianing to make Xiaoyan more convinced of her conjecture, because she knew that Cao Jianing was the son of the late Marshal Cao Yingwe, and was the first president of Zhuoli Company to build a mobile communication network with the military region. He is here. The nature of this company can basically be concluded when Xiaoyan qualitatively defined China Mobile in her heart. The next actions of his master and other reporters completely blinded her. Look, that is Ziming, a shareholder of China Mobile. I don't know who yelled so. And then all the onlookers stood on tiptoes and craned their necks to look at it. All the reporters also took out their cameras and snapped pictures of Ziming. Xiaoyan stared at all this in a daze. She didn't understand what was going on. If it were those onlookers, it would be nice to say, maybe they didn't know the deputy commander of the military region who didn't show up frequently, nor did they know the son of Marshal Cao. But what is the situation with my master and these reporters? Could it be that in their eyes, Ziming is more valuable for interviews and photographs than the deputy commander of the military region and the executive deputy governor? After taking pictures for a while, Xiaoyan couldn't help asking her master a question, but her master was surprised and said, "You don't even know Ziming? Is he famous? Why do I have to know him?" Xiaoyan asked rather unconvinced. "I really don't know where your internship has been in this half-a-year internship." "You don't even know Ziming?" Master said with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. "Do you know the most popular stock market in Lingnan last year?" That was Ziming's hand. It was also caused by the stock crash that affected tens of thousands of people. It was also solved by Ziming. He was facing tens of thousands of emotionally broken stock investors at the time. At that time, all Nanjing officials were helpless. Even the armed police officers and soldiers were ready. He was always ready to deal with unexpected conflicts, but he stood there alone and solved it with one mouth. Xiaoyan was dumbfounded and muttered, "Is it true?" Master immediately said, "So Xiaoyan, you have to have more information, especially this useful information. Ziming is our hero in Lingnan. You will know later." Amid Master's determination and Xiaoyan's suspicion, the inauguration ceremony of China Mobile began. First, the deputy commander of the military region and the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee delivered speeches. Then when Xiaoyan was ready to continue recording Cao Jianing's speech, suddenly I found that the young face stood up on the stage. "Ziming? Why is he talking? Shouldn't Cao Jianing speak next? Or does Ziming have an identity he doesn't know?" Xiaoyan had this idea, and when she heard the enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers over there, Xiaoyan was startled. She wondered, what's the situation? Is this group of people invited by Ziming? Why didn't the deputy commander of the military region and the executive deputy governor cheer before? But Ziming, who didn't know where he came from, gave such a big cheer instead. The master next to her gave her an answer. Now most of the investors here are stockholders. The crash was thrilling. Ziming left a deep impression on them. Of course they only remember Ziming. Then Ziming, is he a descendant of any revolutionary ancestor in the capital? Xiaoyan asked. The master shook his head. "I heard that he is just a child of an ordinary worker. He can achieve today's achievements because of his own efforts step by step." To say that what Ziming brought to Xiaoyan was just surprise, then what she had in her heart at the moment was just shock. She looked at Ziming on the stage in a daze and muttered, "It's a lie. What about an ordinary person? Can there be such an achievement?" At this time, Ziming took the microphone on the stage, and he walked to the front of the stage and said, "Today is the day when China Mobile was established. From the speeches of Commander Peng and Governor Chen just now, I believe you all have a general understanding. The purpose of our China Mobile is established, so I won't repeat it here. All I want to say is that the establishment of China Mobile will open a different door for everyone. Of course, you may not believe me when I say this, but you can think about it." Ziming said, "In the past, If you had anything to contact, it was either a phone call or a paging. It's too inconvenient. It is very possible to encounter situations where people are not by the phone and cannot be contacted the first time, but it is completely different if there is a mobile phone. Everyone can call at any time and answer the phone at any time, which is very convenient. I know that the cost of mobile phones is still very high. That is because the construction is not complete enough. The purpose of our China Mobile is to help everyone improve the mobile phone network. Our goal is to let everyone you can afford to use mobile phones, so that everyone can make calls anytime and anywhere as long as you have something to do, as long as you want to make a call. Can you say yes? Following Ziming's question, Xiaoyan blurted out and yelled okay, because she was a reporter, and when she was out of work many times, she would be called by paging. But she couldn't reply, which made her very inconvenient. But if one day the price of mobile phones can be reduced and they can be used by themselves, then this would be great. But more importantly, what Ziming said just now was so exciting that she couldn't help but yelled out. But when she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that she was just an ordinary applause in the crowd. This made him feel incredible. Ziming ... really awesome. Chapter 267 Two Wind Banquets? On June 10, on the square inches front of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee and Government Building, the Municipal Public Security Bureau came to clear the scene. Lianyang Municipal Party Committee Secretary and Mayor Chen Dazing gathered here with the leaders of Lianyang Municipal Party Committee, looking forward to it. What's going on? This picture surprised all the residents of Lianyang who passed by, because in the past this kind of situation was basically under the inspection by the leaders of the provincial party committee. Wouldn't there be leaders from the province to inspect them today? Of course, this situation happened a few days ago. That time, when Nanhui County Party Committee Secretary Gaping returned to Lianyang with Nanjian merchants. What is the situation now? Is there another Nanjian merchant coming over? This question was quickly answered. I saw an Audi car that Lianyang had never seen before galloping over and stopped in front of the Lianyang city leadership. Ziming and Cao Jianing got out of the car. Ziming went up and shook hands with Chen Da. Very formulaically said, "Hello, Secretary Chen, thank you very much, Secretary Chen, for coming to pick me up. Fortunately, I have fulfilled the task assigned to me by the party and the government." Chen Da also said with satisfaction, "Welcome to the return of Representative Zhu. What he did in Nanjian is for the economic development of Lianyang. On behalf of the millions of people in Lianyang, I thank Representative Zhu for everything he has done for Lianyang." Secretary Chen praised me. "I am from Lianyang, so I should do anything for my hometown." Ziming said this, and then introduced Cao Jianing to Chen Da. This is Cao Jianing, the boss of Zhuoli Company, the youngest son of Marshal Cao Yinghua. He is also the boss of Nanjian Securities Company and South Development Bank, and he is one of the top leaders in Nanjian City. Entrepreneurs are now cooperating with the Lingnan military region to build a mobile phone network. China Mobile was previously established, and it is going to be built together here in Lianyang. Cao Jianing smiled and shook hands with Chen Da. "In the future, I will ask Secretary Chen to take care of him in Lianyang." Chen Da shook Cao Jianing's hand vigorously. "Take care, I will definitely provide President Cao with as much help as I can." Chen Da's tone was a little respectful, because Marshal Cao Yinghua directly frightened him by Ziming's sentence. Although Ziming had told him in advance that he would bring a very important person over, he never thought of it. He actually brought a marshal's son over here. If it were another marshal, then Chen Da would not have such a big reaction. But Cao Yinghua, that is no ordinary person. It was the revolutionary who defeated the counter-revolutionary group 10 years ago and rescued the motherland from the turmoil, and even later Yang being able to regain power, control state power, and become the de facto central leadership core has an inseparable relationship with him. In addition, as a member of the agency, Chen Da has also heard of some things. It seems that the Cao family has absolute power in Lingnan, which can be regarded as a Lingnan king. Then this Cao Jianing is the son of Lingnan king. How can this be paid? Can people treat it normally? With such thoughts, Chen Da glanced at Ziming. He wondered what kind of personality Ziming had to have in order for such a prince to follow him to Linyang. Chen Da couldn't think of an answer to this question himself, and in fact he didn't have much time to think about it. Then he took Cao Jianing to the guest house of the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government. Here, Chen Da prepared one for Cao Jianing and Ziming. Receiving the wind feast. Ziming and Cao Jianing followed Chen Da to the guest house box. Chen Da, as the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, stood up and respected Ziming and Cao Jianing together with several other Municipal Party Committee members. After another round of greetings, Ziming and Chen Da talked about mobile communications. Ziming said to Chen Da, Secretary Chen, the mobile phone may only belong to the big boss and the rich. Patent. But with the continuous development and advancement of science and technology, the future will definitely be the general trend of communication. After all, this feeling of being able to talk anytime and anywhere is always better than desperately looking for a phone, and it can bring people closer together. Distance. After listening to Ziming's words, Chen Da immediately gave a thumbs up. Deputy Zhu is worthy of being a pioneer in the development of Lingnan. This is nothing to say about the strategic vision of the future. Ziming was stunned for a moment. A pioneer in the development of Lingnan? Secretary Chen, you praise me too much, right? It's not that I praised Zhu on your behalf, but that's how the newspapers in Lingnan commented on you. Chen Da saw that Ziming was a little unbelievable, so he asked the box attendant to bring a newspaper from Lingnan to Ziming. Since Ziming was on the train before, he did not read the newspaper. Now he took the newspaper. I saw a comment on it that praised myself. On behalf of Zhu, I'm not bragging, right? You see, this comrade reporter means that you are the most charismatic entrepreneur. Your vision is unmatched. Your understanding of the times is very thorough. China Mobile, although it is only established now, it will definitely change the communication habits of the people across the country in the foreseeable future. Chen Da said. Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, perhaps this comrade reporter once bought the stocks I recommended. So he is repaying me by writing this article. With a sentence that made everyone laugh, Cao Jianing said to Ziming sensibly, I think it's very possible. After all, stocks have been rising all the time. If you listened to Ziming's suggestion, these investors would at least be able to earn tens of thousands of dollars. Then are you bribery? Chen Da also immediately took the conversation and said to Ziming, Zhu represents you, rest assured, even if it is a bribe. It is also a matter of Lingnan, which is not counted on my Linyang side, and your NPC representative there is immunity, so I can keep you safe in Linyang. Hearing the singing of Cao Jianing and Chen Da, Ziming was also helpless. This joke is innocuous, and no one here will take it seriously. Soon the topic was brought back to mobile phones. Ziming said, Secretary Chen, the construction of mobile phone base stations is not a matter of overnight. It takes a lot of time, but due to the implementation of our township industrial parks and the success in attracting investment, I think some things must be done in advance. Chen Da immediately realized something, and he asked Ziming, does Representative Zhu mean to find a way to get the base station of the mobile phone? The base station is definitely going to be built. But that's the next thing. I hope to borrow a few pager base stations and use their base stations to add some equipment to achieve the effect of mobile phones. But this you still need Secretary Chen to help, Ziming said. Chen Da waved his hand very readily. This is easy to say. I can say hello to you right away. But where do you want to change the base station first? Ziming Xuan said to Chen Da, first of all, there must be one on the Township Industrial Park, and it will be placed on the Municipal Party Committee and Government side. At that time, in order to test the advantages of mobile communications, I have discussed with Cao Jianing. Okay, you can first provide Secretary Chen with your cell phone and other leaders. Chen Da laughed at the time, and he immediately clapped. No problem. Ziming and Cao Jianing only toasted to Chen Da. At this meal, Ziming and Cao Jianing both drank a lot of wine, especially after Ziming promised to give Chen Da and other city party officials their mobile phones. They were desperately toasting themselves. This made Ziming feel very helpless. It was just a mobile phone. If it was placed in later generations, if anyone said to send a mobile phone to the secretary of the municipal party committee, the secretary of the municipal party committee would not even look at it. But now, the mobile phone is a very luxurious one, and high-end gadgets. In the eyes of these Lin Yang officials, that is a very important and worthy of their status. Ziming and Cao Jianing rested in the city for a day, and then returned to Nanhui County the next day. They first arrived at the Nanhui County Party Committee. Like the city's routines, the County Party Committee Secretary Gaping also greeted Ziming and Cao Jianing at the entrance of the County Party building, and set a table for them in the County Party guest house. But it was different from the cities. What's more, besides Gaping, Secretary of the County Party Committee, there are other Nanjian business owners who have come here before. After learning yesterday's lesson, Ziming and Cao Jianing went to the table and said directly, "I was injured in the city yesterday, so I can't drink too much wine today." If ordinary people talk about it, it would be bullshit. In this kind of dinner, you still want to drink less. That's impossible, but Ziming and Cao Jianing are different. Their status and influence are placed there, so naturally they are what they say. Because of this, at the beginning of this meal, everyone toasted Ziming and Cao Jianing together, and then they didn't drink much wine. Ziming and Cao Jianing's influence is not only reflected in drinking, but also in chatting. Generally speaking, in this kind of meal, there is the county party secretary here, and everyone will definitely take the county party secretary as the core, or else Cao Jianing is the core, but here, it is Ziming as the core. This situation is not only used by those Nanjian bosses, even Gaping himself doesn't feel any problem. Consultant Zhu, after I came here, after listening to the plans of these people, I feel that our South Development Bank must first open here, so that we can better provide financial services for these investment companies. Manager Li Hong told Ziming that the stock market was on the right track because Liu Han was also working in a securities company, and he could not do without people, so he could only send other people over. Ziming nodded and said, "This is of course what we pay attention to in the war, is that the three armies go first. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. Funds are the food and grass of the army. Of course, it is the most important thing. This is why I want to develop in South Africa as soon as possible." The reason for getting up. Councillor Zhu, I was really surprised when I didn't come. After I came here, I inspected the neighborhood and found that the salary here is really far worse than that in Nanjian. 100 yuan a month. It's already a high salary, but the traffic is a little inconvenient, and the transportation is too inconvenient, so the highway must be built first. Zhu Yuan, chairman of Wanshan Co., Limited. Don't tell me that I also understand Dongchu, because my own treasure porridge is also going to be shipped out. The highway is also my lifeblood, Ziming said. Chapter 268. There are Hong Kong businessmen? Bao thanks for the monthly pass support of Missing Objects and Fengshen Yushao. After talking with various Nanjian entrepreneurs, Ziming knew that they were generally very optimistic about the Nanhui Township Industrial Parks model. After all, this is a replica of Nanjiang's model in Jingcha province, with Nanjiang, the pearls and jade in front. This township industrial park will not go too far. On the other hand, the poor economic background of a place shows that the labor cost here is relatively low, and this is also the advantage of this township industrial park to attract them. From the perspective of the political environment, this was proposed by Ziming at the Provincial People's Congress, and it was approved by the central and provincial governments. Both Jiangsu Province and Lianyang City are very supportive. Therefore, despite the weak economic foundation, but it can also make up for the inclination of policies. If I had to talk about the headache, it would be transportation. However, Ziming had already thought of a solution for this matter as early as Nanjiang. Ziming. At this dinner table, Ziming looked for an opportunity to mention it again. Everyone, Since everyone has recognized this place and intends to invest here, we have to put some things on our agenda, such as the construction of the highway connecting Nanjing to Lianyang," Ziming said. "Although we have already talked about this in Nanjing, I think I have to repeat it again now." So Ziming put forward the idea of everyone investing in the construction of a toll highway. "I know everyone is very interested, but that is just a preliminary intention. I don't know that you are calculating the cost and your own capital chain. In the future, are there any other new ideas or difficulties? Because this money is not a small amount of money, it will not be possible to collect it back in a short while. It may be 20 or 30 years later. I wonder if you can accept it." In addition, Ziming continued, "You should all know that Mr. Cao and I jointly established a China mobile company in Nanjing. This time, while building the highway, we will also set up mobile phones where needed along the way, to ensure the coverage of the mobile network along the way. Of course, China Mobile will be solely responsible for this money, but the expressway belongs to all of us, and we need to notify you no matter what." After hearing Ziming's words, Kui Jiang, the chairman of Jinko Limited, first applauded. "This is great. What we businessmen care about most is communication and transportation. As long as the two can be resolved, the other can be overcome." With Kui Jiang taking the lead, others echoed, "Yes, we have already been mentally prepared. If we urgently need money, we will not invest, let alone build roads. We are in the stock market. They have raised a lot of money. If you don't use all the money to make him live, then the money will be a loss for us businessmen." Ziming took the initiative to raise his glass. "I am here very grateful for everyone's approval, and wish us all a happy cooperation." Li Hong and other people also toasted with Ziming and Cao Jianing. They said that the cooperation was happy. At this time, whether it was Li Hong or Cao Jianing, they did not expect that this thing they talked about at the dinner table would become in the future a benchmark for the construction of national township industrial parks and various highways. After the dinner, Cao Jianing and other Nanjing bosses were arranged to meet in the room, and only Ziming was stayed by the county party secretary Geping. "What's the matter with Secretary Gu?" Ziming asked strangely. After this trip to Nanjing, Geping no longer had a temper in front of Ziming. He was completely subordinate posture. He said to Ziming, "Representative Zhu, this is the case. A Hong Kong businessman will come over tomorrow. No one in our county has ever dealt with Hong Kong businessmen. I know that Zhu has been to Hong Kong City on your behalf, so I would like to ask you to come and receive it together." Ziming said in surprise, "Secretary Gu, you did a great job. Can you still contact Hong Kong businessmen?" Complimented by Ziming, Geping smiled happily. "Actually, I didn't do anything. The Hong Kong businessman found it by himself." "I found it by myself?" Ziming asked. If Geping had been able to contact the Hong Kong businessman before, it was only something that made Ziming curious. Then Geping now said that the Hong Kong businessman had found it by himself, which surprised Ziming. Ziming couldn't help but be surprised, because now is not the future when foreign capital will enter the country in a big way. It's a little too difficult. At present, most of the foreign capital entering the mainland is concentrated in Nanjing and Manhai. Even the capital is not so much, let alone inland. That is in the eyes of Hong Kong and Taiwan businessmen as well as other foreign businessmen. All the provinces in the inland are basically similar to the feudal society, and it feels very closed and terrible. Under such circumstances, it is surprising that some Hong Kong businessmen want to invest here in Lianyang City, but they still find them on their own initiative. Seeing Ziming's brows, Geping frowned. He also became nervous and said hurriedly, "Representative Zhu, are there any problems with these Hong Kong businessmen? Are they foreign agents coming to disrupt our reform and opening up? Secret agent undermining reform and opening up? Why do you think?" Secretary Gu, Ziming asked in surprise. "It is a document issued by the Central Committee before the Spring Festival, saying that there are foreign hostile forces that will not die. Many spies have penetrated in to undermine the overall situation of the country's reform and opening up. We must all be vigilant in this regard." Geping replied. It turned out to be so. Ziming suddenly realized that he then remembered that he had visited Yanjing before the Spring Festival and met the mysterious foreign girl, which reminded him of some future things. He approached Du Peng to notify the central government, which prevented it. During the catastrophe, he was also awarded honors by the central government. On the other hand, the central government issued documents to the county party committee in order to search for possible spies across the country. The Cold War in this era has not yet ended. Although the country has implemented reforms and opening up, the officialdom is lagging behind. Therefore, most officials still only think in Cold War thinking. That's why when Ziming suddenly mentioned the Hong Kong businessman in surprise, he subconsciously thought that it was related to the documents issued by the central government before, and that there would be some secret agents who would use the Hong Kong businessman to destroy them. Ziming thought for a while and said, "The previous nationwide hoeing of rapes has already made those foreign forces vigilant, and there are even some things that shouldn't be the case this time." Secretary Gu, please don't be too sensitive. I just don't understand why this Hong Kong business person could come to us. Then Ziming waved his hand again, but it doesn't matter. When will the Hong Kong businessman come? It was June 13th. Gaping replied. Ziming nodded and said, I see, I'll go and have a look with you then. Thank you very much, Representative Zhu. With Representative Zhu coming with me, I feel much more at ease in my heart. Gaping said, please don't say that, Secretary Gu. I am also for this township industrial park. How can I say that this township industrial park was proposed by me? If foreign businessmen can actually invest in it, it can also improve a lot of compelling standards, Ziming said. Gaping paused for a while. He obviously didn't understand what it means to force a grid, but it sounded quite interesting. Ziming didn't explain it specifically, and he was not good to ask Ziming, so he just addressed the previous words. Yes, we are all for this township industrial park to develop better. Then Ziming left the guest house of the county party committee. There was a Crown sedan at the door. Ziming was too familiar with this car. It was the best car in the 760 factory, and it was usually only used by Suhan. Before Ziming walked over to open the car door, Suhan jumped out of the car and ran over and plunged into Ziming's arms, crying out his love for Ziming. Speaking of the fact that it hasn't been so long since they had a relationship, Suhan, as a woman who gave everything to Ziming, would be strange if he didn't want Ziming. Ziming patted Suhan on the back and said, okay, Xiaohan, don't cry. This is at the gate of the county party committee guest house, and there are many people. If it was in the past, Ziming would definitely let go of Suhan in a panic when he said that, but now she just buried her head on Ziming's chest. Of course, it's not that Suhan didn't care anymore. Ziming could see her not only blushing, but also it's been red to the neck, but now she has given Ziming her heart, and she only cares about the things she cares about the most. After a while, Ziming saw Suhan's mood eased before holding her into the car. Ziming was sitting in the driver. He could feel the co-pilot's Suhan looking at him. Ziming turned his head. It is said that women with rain in pear blossoms have the most flavor, so now Suhan not only has big watery eyes, but also has a blushing face, and he looks at himself affectionately. The charm of men is even greater. Ziming reached out and squeezed her Xiaoqian's nose and said, Xiaoan, don't look at me like that. I'm terrible and I won't be able to control it later. After that, Suhan's face became even redder, and she said, Ziming, what are you talking about? Can't you be serious? Ziming kissed Suhan's rosy lips and said with a smile, Beauty, you said that a man talks to his own woman. What do you want to be so serious? Don't you? These fallacies and heresies Suhan could not say Ziming. She could only bow her head shyly in protest, but the temptation for men was even greater. Ziming leaned in her ear and said, Xiaohan, I know there are some on the way back to the factory. A few places with no one. Why don't we try what I told you last time? Suhan couldn't help but raise her head. She bit her lip and said, Really? Do you really want to be in the car? You can give it a try, anyway, as long as no one is there. Ziming said, immediately started the car and drove to the factory quickly, but the car did not return to the factory in the first time. It turned a corner in the middle of the way and went to a small forest. Stopped in the small woods, Ziming and Suhan got out of the car and came to the back seat. They closed the door. After a while, they saw the whole car swaying regularly. If someone passed by at this time, it would be fine. I can hear a groan that seems like nothing. Chapter 269 Hong Kong Merchant Mr. Dai? On the morning of June 13th, Ziming and Geping came to the guest house of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee, where the Hong Kong businessman was arranged. I asked at the front desk that the Hong Kong businessmen were discussing matters with the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Da. Ziming and Geping had to wait for a while. They were sitting in the lobby on the first floor. Geping said to Ziming, "There is a zoo representative in the south. In Hui County, I have a lot of things in my mind. Otherwise, if I leave so many Nanjian bosses in the county, I really don't know what to do." Ziming said, "You can't do this, Secretary Gu. You are the Secretary of Hui County Party Committee and the first Director of the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. Our Hui County should still focus on you, Secretary Gu." Ziming went on to say, "Moreover, our township industrial parks are just getting started, and not many people will come. If we wait for the signboards to be launched in the future, just like the current Nanjing city, many foreign businessmen will come to invest, and there will also be leaders from other places. The card was inspected in the past and that was the most troublesome, so Secretary Gu, you must get used to your current position and be the first leader of Hui County. Of course, our Hui County and the Township Industrial Park still have great potential for development. As the Secretary of the County Party Committee, of course, I must always recharge myself and strive to improve myself, or I will be eliminated by the times. Are you ready?" Geping said, "But it would be very helpful for Zhu to come back on your behalf. I can also meet with Manager Su frequently." Hearing Geping mentioning Suhan, Ziming was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that he should have brought the people from Nanjian back first. He waited for the Cao family's affairs to be resolved before returning. Suhan couldn't see himself during that time. I must ask Geping about the situation, even if I explained it to her on the phone. As for the relationship between himself and Suhan, Geping should be able to guess it even if he didn't know it. If he didn't even have this vision, then the County Party Committee Secretary would be really useless. But I and Suhan are together, but because they are in the factory and their parents are also there, it's always hard to do anything extraordinary. They just had a kiss in the car on the day they came back, and then until today. This is obviously not a happy thing. Thinking of this, Ziming waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about this. Rather than thinking about this, it is better to think about how we are going to deal with this Hong Kong businessman later." When the voice fell, I heard the voice coming from the stairs not far away. Lianyang City Party Secretary Chen Da walked down with a short and thin man. From that look, it was obviously a Hong Kong businessman. Geping introduced Ziming that the Hong Kong campaigner's name is Dai Tingwei, who is the general manager of Siming Investment Company. Ziming nodded and walked over with Geping. Chen Da saw Ziming and Geping coming and introduced them to each other enthusiastically. After Ziming and Geping greeted Chen Da first, Ziming took the initiative to meet. He shook hands and said, "Hello, Mr. Dai. I very much welcome President Dai to come to my Hui County for investment and inspection." Dai Tingwei also greeted Ziming. "Hello. There are talents in this inland area." The county party secretary of Nanhui is so young. Secretary Gu is not 30 years old, right? Knowing that Dai Tingwei had mistaken himself for Geping, Ziming hurriedly explained, "Mr. Dai, you have misunderstood. I am not the secretary of the Nanhui County Party Committee. My name is Ziming. I am the owner of the Nanhui 760 factory." "Secretary Gu of our county." "Not Secretary Gu. Then why are you running up in such a hurry?" Dai Tingwei said Ziming angrily, and then shook Geping's hand and said, "So you are Secretary Gu? Hello. Look at you. They are very good and responsible grassroots cadres." Ziming shook his head helplessly. He could understand what Dai Tingwei meant. Obviously, this Mr. Dai was surprised that he was not an official, so why could he still speak before Geping? Because in their opinion, The inland areas are not all bureaucrats in charge. Is the hierarchy as strict as a feudal society? Ziming didn't say anything about this. Gaping saw that Dai Tingwai was so polite. He also learned from Ziming and said to Dai Tingwai very politely, "Hello, Mr. Dai. On behalf of all the cadres and masses of Nanhui County, I welcome Mr. Dai's arrival." At this time, Chen Da said to Dai Tingwai, "Mr. Dai, there is still something in our city, so I will be out of company first, and then Comrade Ziming and Comrade Gaping will accompany you." Dai Tingwai was a little surprised. "Secretary Chen, won't you stay with me?" "Then what should I do?" "Comrade Ziming is our representative to the People's Congress of Jiangsu Province. This township industrial park in Nanhui County was proposed by him. Comrade Gaping is the secretary of Nanhui County's County Party Committee. He is also a very clever and pragmatic cadre with the concept of the rule of law. Therefore, Mr. Dai, you can rest assured to follow them. No matter what you ask, they can answer for you. I do have a share of official duties at the Municipal Party Committee and Government, and I have to deal with it as soon as possible." After Chen Da finished speaking, he immediately said to Ziming and Gaping, "Comrade Ziming, Comrade Gaping, this Mr. Dai Tingwai is a well-known entrepreneur in Hong Kong. This time I can come to Lianyang to invest and develop business in Lianyang. There is a big opportunity to form an area that complements Southern Anjiang enterprises. It is of great benefit to the development of our township industrial park, so you must accompany him." "Well, no," Gaping immediately said, "please don't worry, Secretary Chen. I promise to complete the task." Even though Ziming has never heard of the name Dai Tingwai in his previous life and this life, he still said like Gaping, "Please don't worry, Secretary Chen, I have a sense of measure." Chen Da left with peace of mind. Ziming and Gaping also asked Dai Tingwai to get in the car and go back to Nanhui County together. About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Nanhui County Party Committee building. At this time, there was a lively scene at the entrance of the County Party Committee building. There were many people on both sides of the road. They were all applauding and saying a warm welcome. Someone was setting off firecrackers not far away. The county head and other county party leaders greeted him at the door. In the car, Gaping introduced Dai Tingwai. "These are the people who heard that Mr. Dai you came from here to welcome you." Dai Tingwai looked outside and smiled disdainfully and said, "Secretary Gu, these are all organized by you, right? You like to do these flashy things." Gaping was a little embarrassed, and then explained, "Mr. Dai is not like this. Our people are very ideological. They know that Mr. Dai will come to invest and build a factory to bring Nanhui prosperity and prosperity." "Thank you, Mr. Dai. They will certainly come to welcome you." Dai Tingwai still shook his head, but didn't say anything. This made Ziming, who was sitting in the front co-pilot, frowned, and subconsciously felt that the Hong Kong businessman might not be so easy to get along with. From this journey to the present, Ziming has hardly spoken, because from the previous situation, this Mr. Dai does not seem to look down upon him. At any rate, he is still a county party secretary, and he is nothing. The National People's Congress represents him. He didn't understand, so Ziming didn't bother to speak. At the door, Dai Tingwai got out of the car. A 7 or 8-year-old child ran over to offer him flowers. Then Gaping came up to him and said, "Mr. Dai, your room is ready. I will take you to a resting place first, right?" Dai Tingwai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry. Just let my luggage be sent to you. Let's go to the township industrial park first, unless someone here will steal my luggage." "How can this happen?" "Of course not. We don't say that we don't close the house at night, but no one will steal things in the county party guest house," Gaping said with a very unnatural smile. Then Dai Tingwai got into the car again. Ziming and Gaping accompanied him directly to the 760 factory. Compared with the entrance of the county party committee building, there was no one welcome here, and it seemed a bit deserted. After all, no one thought that Dai Tingwai would come down directly, and today it was Sunday again. No one in the factory went to work. The county party committee and the 760 factory were not far away, and the temporary organization was too late. so there was no organization. The car stopped at the factory monument. Dai Tingwei got off the car and looked at the road under construction and the towering factory monument. He asked Gaping, "Secretary Gu, what township industrial park is this?" Gaping nodded and said, "Yes, this is the center of Anhui Township Industrial Park. This is the 760 factory. It is the most profitable gold factory in Anhui County." Later, a set of a treasure porridge production equipment was introduced and manufactured. Line Yang A treasure kanji sells well all over the country. Before Gaping's words were finished, Dai Tingwei immediately interrupted, "These interests I don't understand. A gold factory does not do a good job in mechanical manufacturing, but produces a treasure porridge that is completely unconsolidated. Only your mainland can have it. The wonderful boss who made this kind of decision." Facing Dai Tingwei's words, Gaping gave Ziming an awkward look, because Gaping knew that the strange boss who made this decision was Ziming, but Ziming just smiled at him indifferently, saying that he didn't care at all. "Then let's go to other places to see. Don't you plan to introduce investment to expand this a treasure porridge factory and call it a township industrial park, right?" Dai Tingwei asked. "Of course not. We just want to take this 760 factory as the center, and then requisition all the surrounding rural land for factory construction. Now several factories in Nanjiang have decided to come here to invest and build factories, as well as the Nanjiang Development Bank. It will also open here, and the mobile communication network is now being opened. It will not take more than a week at most, and you can call on your mobile phone here." Gaping explained to Dai Tingwei. "Mobile communication network. Is it useful to build this thing here?" Dai Tingwei asked again. Gaping replied, "This is definitely useful. After all, the big bosses of Nanjiang who came here to invest this time need to contact business all the time. These companies are all listed on the Nanjiang stock market. Very powerful. They are all listed companies in the mainland. That seems to be somewhat powerful." Dai Tingwei said casually, "But it doesn't matter. Let's go and see the rural land you mentioned. I have to give it first. Pick a better place for yourself. Our port city is more particular." "Okay, Mr. Dai, I can take you there soon," Gaping said. Chapter 270, Hong Kong Businessman on the Top. The car stopped on the main road leading to Shenglian Village. Ziming, Gaping and the Hong Kong businessman Dai Tingwei got out of the car. Originally, they were going to show Dai Tingwei on the good land in Shenglian Village, but when the car got here, Dai Tingwei had to stop and get off. Ziming and Gaping had to stop. Dai Tingwei pointed to a large piece of farmland in front of him and said to Gaping, "Secretary Gu, I remember you said that all the farmland around here can be requisitioned, right? Then I want this piece of land." Gaping replied, "Mr. Dai is very embarrassed. This land has been allocated to Inco Limited in Nanjiang City. Or I will show you the land behind Shenglian Village, which is also very good. Already allocated to Inco Limited. Have you signed the contract?" Dai Tingwei asked. Gaping shook his head and said not yet. Dai Tingwei said immediately, "If there is no contract or a contract in black and white, it will have no effect. I want this piece of land. Secretary Gu will save it for me first. I will talk to you after I report to the Gangqing Company." Signed the contract. Faced with Dai Tingwei's self-proclaimed faction, Gaping said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Dai is not so good. I have already promised Mr. Zheng from In Company. Isn't this temporary change of mind discouraged? And Dai sir, you haven't seen the land behind Shenglian Village. Maybe you like it better." Dai Tingwei was completely unmoved. "Didn't I just say it? There will be no effect without signing the contract. You have the right to change it at any time, Secretary Gu. If anyone says a word, this thing belongs to someone, then it won't be true. In ancient times, has the mountain occupied the king? Anyway, your inland also claims to have entered a civilized country. Shouldn't there be such ignorant behavior? As for the piece of land, I think this piece of land is very good. I haven't visited the piece of land behind Shenglian Village, but I have heard you say it." Dai Tingwei went on to say, This land is so close to the road with mountains and rivers. It has good feng shui and is suitable for the development of the company. Not only is the road still unavailable if you go further, not only is the traffic the biggest problem, but there is also a paddy field. This is a dry field. The paddy field will flow away the company's luck and make it impossible for the company to retain wealth. You can't ask for that place. Gaping chuckled. I didn't expect Mr. Dai to believe in feng shui and other feudal superstitions. This made Dai Tingwei very dissatisfied. He frowned and reprimanded Gaping. How can this be feudal superstition? The layout of this company house must be very particular, from site selection to design to overall layout. Do you think it's the same as those small workshops in your mainland? Find a place wherever you want, or even start a company in your own home. It's just nonsense. Gaping wanted to say something, but Dai Tingwei said directly, I'm going to be here. Our investment company is very particular about it. Secretary Gu, please find a way to coordinate, otherwise I won't invest. One sentence left Gaping at a loss. Gaping could only turn his eyes on Ziming for help. Ziming said to Dai Tingwei, Mr. Dai, I really don't understand feng shui, but there are always some things. First come first, you think we have already agreed to assign this land to Inco Limited, but if you come, we will assign it to you again. Isn't that unbelievable? Mr. Dai, you can think about it again. If you say that we can promise to you today, will we agree to give it to other people when we come tomorrow? Isn't that messy? Ziming finally asked, Mr. Dai, do you think this is true? Representative Zhu said so well. Gaping applauded Ziming in his heart, and sighed that Ziming is worthy of being Nanjiang's development consultant. This statement is justified and not humble. Over there, Dai Tingwei glanced at Gaping, with an expression of whatever you are, you can talk here. Gaping immediately introduced Ziming. This is Ziming. He is the owner of the 760 factory and the representative of the People's Congress of our Jingchu province. He proposed this township industrial park. He has also been to Hong Kong. He has done a lot of research on the stock market in Hong Kong. He is still the development consultant of Nanjiang City. He has set up the stock market and the securities market in Nanjiang City. Oh, he is so powerful. Dai Tingwei said so, but his face was disdainful. But I remind Secretary Gu that the stock market is part of the stock market, so don't make a mistake. Mr. Dai, you are the manager of an investment company. As for the securities market, Secretary Gu definitely doesn't understand you, said Ziming. But Secretary Gu understands that the securities market doesn't seem to be important to current affairs, right? If Mr. Dai is really so particular, I can suggest that Mr. Dai and Nanjiang Development Bank go to the 760 factory. After all, there will be the center of the entire township industrial park in the future, whether it's business owners or residential houses. Over there, Mr. Dai and your investment company will have more advantages over there. Dai Tingwei smiled, and he said to Ziming, representative, right? You may be considered an expert here in the mainland, but if you put it on the Hong Kong city side, nothing can be counted, so you just don't point fingers at my company's affairs. Ziming frowned. Mr. Dai, what do you mean? What do you mean? If I were Zhu on behalf of you, you wouldn't ask such a boring question, Dai Tingwei said to Ziming, very despised. Fat man, bragging can be several stories high. Mr. Dai, you have misunderstood. Zhu represents that he has actually been to Hong Kong City and made millions in your Hong Kong City stock market. Gaping explained to Ziming. Look, this is bragging. Dai Tingwei shook his head contemptuously. Let me add you some knowledge about Hong Kong City's stock market. Last year, the United States began to erupt an economic crisis that spread to the world, and Hong Kong's stock market was also affected. The impact has plunged, and the storm has continued to the present. The Hong Kong stock market has still not recovered. Even the large fund companies with tens of millions of dollars in their hands cannot guarantee profits. He can actually make a lot of money on the Hong Kong stock market. Millions. It's okay to deceive you who don't know anything in the mainland. Gaping wanted to explain something, but Dai Tingwei didn't listen at all. He went on to say, you inland people are like this. You count 1 to 100. When you went to Nanjiang, The border police didn't pay attention and stepped on one foot. From Hong Kong City, I said that I went to Hong Kong City, and I don't know where I heard the term stock market, and I said that I was very proficient and understandable, not modest at all, and not honest at all. After listening to Dai Tingwei's speech, Ziming's brows opened up instead, and he secretly sighed that it was true. Due to cultural differences, economic development and differences in living standards, most people in Hong Kong City look down on mainlanders. Ziming already had a deep personal experience when he went to Hong Kong City to do Hong Kong stock futures. Wang Yunlong, the waiter in the mall, and the owner and customer of the jade shop. They will more or less look down on the mainlanders, and even later go to bet with the account manager of the futures company. This is no longer a kind of person, but almost everyone's consensus. Although Ziming understands that this is because the economy of Hong Kong City is developed, the average living standard of Hong Kong City is better than that of the mainland, plus mainlanders smuggling to Hong Kong City to search for gold. All of this naturally made people in Hong Kong feel that they were better than those in the mainland. This concept was so deeply rooted that it remained unchanged even when the mainland economy surpassed Hong Kong City's future generations. However, it is one thing to understand this matter, but it is still very uncomfortable anyway, especially when listening to a Hong Kong businessman who didn't know where he came from, mocking himself in vernacular. Looking at the boss of Hong Kong City Dai, Ziming can be regarded as understanding why there will be so many pitting Hong Kong businessmen in future generations. It is nothing more than Hong Kong businessmen who put on a high-profile air. Officials endured them for their political achievements. As soon as your investment arrives, you will leave it alone. Many in the later generations said that officials did not have a sense of service. This is one aspect, but if a slap is not slapped, why is there no other reason in it? Ziming had already noticed this when he was in Lianyang City. When Dai Tingwei told Ziming not to point his fingers, Ziming was even more convinced of this. If it weren't for the sake of Gequan Lianyang City and the Township Industrial Park, Ziming really didn't want to pay attention to him. Ziming thought of this and persuaded Dai Tingwei again. Mr. Dai, please stop talking about me or the mainlanders. This has nothing to do with what we want to say. What do you think? It's really okay. Dai Tingwei waved impatiently. Well, I don't bother to talk to you if there are too many. Anyway, our company wants this piece of land. Mr. Dai, it is really difficult for us to do this, or you can follow us to the back of Shenglian village to have a look. Maybe you will change your mind. Before Ziming had finished speaking, he saw Dai Tingwei's pager ringing on his waist. Dai Tingwei took out the pager and looked at it. He said to Gaping, Secretary Gu, my boss will be here tomorrow, and she also hopes that I can get things done in the Township Industrial Park. I hope Secretary Gu can help me get this land out within today, otherwise I will explain the situation to my boss and advise her not to invest here. Don't Mr. Dai, we can discuss this matter again, Gaping said hurriedly. Compared with Gaping's kind words to persuade him, Ziming's words are much harder. Ziming said, Mr. Dai, how do you report to your boss? I have no right to interfere, but I will also go to see you, the boss, and explain the situation to your boss. If your boss is a very insightful person, I believe he can make the right decision. Dai Tingwei did not respond to Ziming, but snorted coldly and said something back to Gaping. Chapter 271 is to hug. On the morning of June 14th, the Lianyang railway station was filled with a tense atmosphere. Starting from 8 o'clock in the morning, police officers came here to maintain order, and even the platform was under control. When it was almost 10 o'clock, several cars with Lianyang Municipal Party Committee license plates drove over and entered the station through the side entrance. The Municipal Party Committee Secretary and Mayor Chen Dia got off with Hong Kong businessman Dai Tingwei, and Ziming and Gaping got out of the car behind. When he walked into the station, Gaping looked at this almost clear-cut posture, and couldn't help but say to Ziming in a daze, it seems that Mr. Dai's boss is really an amazing person in such a big pomp. Ziming just smiled and did not say anything about it. It is indeed not small from the ostentation, But at this time there are very few Hong Kong and Taiwan businessmen entering the mainland. In addition, the mainland is very poor, and officials will have a natural innateness inferiority complex. As soon as I hear the name of a foreign businessman, I lose my normal judgment, and I don't know what to do. For this reason, many unbelievable things have occurred. Ziming remembers that a scammer holding a Hong Kong city passport came to the mainland to defraud hundreds of millions. Not only was the secretary of the municipal party committee and even the governor deceived by him, but in fact he was just a gangster who smuggled from the mainland to Hong Kong. The reason why so many things can be done is to take advantage of the inferiority and ignorance of the mainlanders and mainland officials. The situation is similar now. Ziming doesn't know how old Dai Tingwai's boss is, but he would not be a top rich man like Li Cheng, because in Ziming's impression, Hong Kong City does not have any rich man who entered the mainland at this time. Just as Ziming was thinking about this, Dai Tingwai's voice came in front of him. Tell you, my boss is a well-known female entrepreneur in the upper class of Hong Kong City. She not only has contacts with various wealthy chaebols in Hong Kong City, but even the governor. It was all about giving her face. I also heard that not only she came to the mainland this time, but she also had a reporter friend who came with her. They are all very important people in Hong Kong City. Female entrepreneur, another reporter friend. These two key points mentioned by Dai Tingwai made Ziming suddenly think of someone. Ziming still remembered her reluctant eyes when she was walking, and she even hid her tears secretly. But she was already happy. I haven't visited her for a year. I don't know how she is living alone in Hong Kong City. Life is definitely not worrying, but I don't know if she will miss herself. Thinking of this, Ziming smiled, shook his head and laughed at himself a little too much, because he was on the phone with her last week. How could he rush to the mainland so suddenly? At 10:15, a train came and stopped by the platform. The door opened, and the three women stepped off the train one by one. The first one who got off was a woman with gold glasses and shoulder-length hair. A woman. Ziming was stunned for a moment. It wasn't that she was so beautiful, but that she knew Ziming. No, really? Ziming mumbled, and he was heard by Gaping next to him. Gaping said to Ziming, Representative Zhu, is this a woman from Hong Kong City? It's really pretty. The ones who got out of the car behind are more beautiful, Ziming said. Gaping didn't have time to ask why Ziming said this. He heard an inhalation sound from the front. Gaping turned his head and saw a beautiful woman he had never seen in his life walking down with the help of the woman in front. Train. This woman is beautiful and suffocating. Her hair is curled up high. Her pretty face is painted with light professional makeup, and a white professional skirt makes her look glamorous and dignified. The tight skirt wraps her round and plump dresses. The hips outline a seductive curve. The transparent silk stockings under the skirt and white high heels look reserved and sexy, revealing her feminine charm. When she stepped off the train, everyone's eyes lit up, and Ziming could clearly hear the sound of Gaping swallowing subconsciously. Beautiful. It's so beautiful, much more beautiful than the stars in those TV movies. She is really a rich female in Hong Kong, isn't she a female star? Gaping murmured. Ziming glanced at Gaping, and saw that Lin Yang's most politically potential county party secretary was looking at the woman like an old pervert, wishing he could dig his eyes off and put them on the woman. Same. Ziming sighed in his heart, and didn't say anything about him. After all, the woman was really beautiful and tasteful, and her gestures were all feminine. Looking at the people next to her, which one is not dumbfounded? A smile appeared at the corner of Ziming's mouth, because this woman was exactly the one Ziming had guessed, Lin Muking, whom he hadn't seen for almost a year. Since Lin Muking is here, the Gangqing reporter who came with her can only be Shanxin. This idea of Ziming came out, and he saw a woman who was also wearing a shirt and skirt stepping off the train. It was Shanxin. Ziming shook his head helplessly in his heart. Siming Investment Company should have thought of it a long time ago. This is why Lin Muking couldn't feel so dull about Lin Muking's heart for her. After Lin Muking and Shanxin got down, Governor Xi Jinping's secretary Wu Shiping also walked off the train. He introduced to Chen Da, "Hello Secretary Chen, this is Miss Lin Muking, the chairman of the Gangqing Siming Investment Company." That is Miss Shank Sin, the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance. And that is Miss Armin. She is Miss Lin's personal secretary. As the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Chen Die was also shocked by Lin Muking's beauty. But for a while, he heard Wu Shaiping's introduction and immediately smiled and shook hands with Lin Muking. "Welcome, I represent all the cadres and people in Linyang. I warmly welcome Miss Lin to invest in Linyang." "Thank you Secretary Chen, and I am also very grateful to Secretary Chen for giving me this opportunity," Lin Muking said. Her hand only touched Chen Die and let go. Lin Muking's voice was very soft and sounded very comfortable. Chen Die hurriedly said, "Where? Miss Lin is a famous investor in Hong Kong City. It should be an honor for us to be able to come to Linyang." Lin Muking smiled, but didn't say much. Then Chen Die greeted Shank Sin again. "Reporter Shen is the most famous financial reporter in Hong Kong. His judgments and comments on economic events are incomparable to many economists. I've heard of Reporter Shen's prestigious name even in Linyang. I also welcome Reporter Shen's arrival very much. I hope that Reporter Shen can also comment on the economic development of Linyang City." Secretary Chen can rest assured that as a professional journalist, I have my professional judgment. If I see or hear something, I will say what I should say, and I will definitely not let go of what I should write. Shank Sin said that compared to Lin Muking, her answer was obviously more straightforward. At this time, Dai Tingwei also walked up to say hello to Lin Muking. It could be seen that he wanted to shake hands with Lin Muking, but he finally retracted. After all, it was in the station, and there were not many people who came to pick up the bus. Therefore, after Dai Tingwei, it was Ziming and Gaping's turn. Ziming strode past, and Gaping was very nervous behind Ziming. Ziming strode to Lin Muking and said to her, "Mr. Lin, welcome to Linyang." Ziming stretched out her hand to shake her hands when she said, but at this moment, Lin Muking directly stepped forward and hugged Ziming with her arms wide open. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone watched in amazement. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. No one could understand why Lin, who astounded everyone, hugged Ziming. Did they know each other before, or simply their relationship is not ordinary? No one knows what is going on, but they are all jealous of Ziming, who can be favored by Lin Muking, especially Dai Tingwei. He can't believe his eyes, but no matter how hard he rubs his eyes, Lin Muking faces him. They were all hugging Ziming. What's going on? If Lin Muking and Ziming just hugged and separated, then he could still accept it. At best it was a polite hug. But what is this now? Lover hug? One is the dream lover of all successful men in Hong Kong, and the other is the native boss in the mainland. According to theory, these two people should not have any intersection in this life. Even if there is an intersection, it can only be the native boss Ziming. Lin Muking's back is just drooling, just like so many Hong Kong men. But what's going on in front of you now? Dai Tingwei felt that his entire brain was going to be disordered. He felt that he had had the most terrible nightmare, but he squeezed his leg hard, and the sharp pain told him that this was the truth. But let alone Dai Tingwei and others who didn't expect it, not even Ziming himself. In fact, when Ziming wanted to shake hands with him, he had to be polite in front of other people. After all, Lin Muking is no longer the same Muking sister at the time. Even if she is familiar with the crowd, she should be a little reserved. Of course, there is the most important point. It was nearly a year since Ziming lost Lin Muking to Hong Kong City. The affairs of Hong Kong City were also thrown to her. The only time I went to Hong Kong City was with her. Kiao Jiang went to investigate together. This is not justified. And Ziming is indeed a little embarrassed. It is for these reasons that Ziming only wanted to shake hands with her, but she never thought that as the goddess of so many people, she actually embraced herself so intimately in front of so many people, which shows that she too I really miss myself. In the later generations, hugs may not mean much, but this was in 1988. And the social atmosphere is far less open than 20 years later. A few years ago, the fight against men and women would have to go to jail. Now it is not so outrageous, but it is also a very serious thing. Sister Mu King is fine, there are many people watching here. Ziming whispered to Lin Mu King. Lin Mu King let go of her hand, and gave Ziming a blank look, full of grudges against Ziming's incomprehensible style, causing Ziming to struggle for a while. But before Ziming could say anything, Shanxin came over and said something that made everyone faint. She ran over and opened her arms and smiled and said to Ziming, "I want to hug too." Is this the world crazy? Why do women from Hong Kong have to hug Ziming on their own initiative? Chapter 272 The Difference Between People. Bow thanks for the monthly support of Leisure People Lane and I Love Diamond. Generally speaking, the economy should develop independently in a relaxed and free environment. That is the most ideal state. But what I said is the most ideal state. In fact, it is difficult for us to achieve such a state. Why? Just like many Hong Kong people look down on mainlanders, and mainlanders want to go to Hong Kong City to pan for gold. The mainland is too poor and the economic foundation is really too poor, so they have to use some extraordinary means. Hearing this, Dai Dingwei's face stiffened, because he was the Hong Kong native who looked down on mainlanders in Ziming's words. At this time, he was driving towards Nanhui County on a minibus, including Ziming, Lin Mu King, Shanxin, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Chen Da, and other welcoming officials. The reason for using the minibus is because everyone sits together and talks easily. Ordinary cars must be very dull. This is indeed the case. Since getting on the train, Shanxin, as the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics, has given full play to her professional advantages and has been doing interviews. Of course, her main interview subject is Ziming. Dai Dingwei glanced at Ziming and found that Ziming did not look at him. This hurt Dai Dingwei's heart even more, because if Ziming made a very embarrassing expression at him, it at least showed that Ziming was deliberately embarrassing him. But looking at it now, Ziming did not put him in his eyes at all. This complete ignorance made him even more unacceptable, which means that his previous actions are the same as children's childish behavior in front of adults in Ziming's eyes. The adults will only smile, and will not go to the heart. That's it. In contrast, he might as well let Ziming humiliate him to be more comfortable. Dai Dingwei was entangled here, and Ziming still said over there, "Reporter Shen, do you think, 5 fingers and a fist, which one is more powerful?" "Of course it is clenched into a fist." Shanxin replied immediately. "That's it," Ziming said. "Our country is too poor, but at the same time the place is too big. If we diversify our limited resources at this time, then it is very likely that we will not be able to develop anywhere. We have missed this era of great development, so in this way, we might as well pool our limited resources and focus on the development of one place first, and then focus on the development of one area, and then start with other places as well." It is precisely for this consideration that the central government has designated Nanjing as a special economic zone. Now it seems to be very successful. Only after seeing Nanjing's success, I would propose to also establish a township similar to a special economic zone in Lianyang. The industrial park will drive the economic development here, Ziming said. Speaking of this, Ziming thought for a while and then continued, "Reporter Shen is from Hong Kong. He must know that there is a Silicon Valley in the United States. It is the most famous electronic industry center in the world, so that the whole world is imitating the Silicon Valley form." Why is Silicon Valley successful? In addition to the many world-renowned universities nearby, the most important point is that Silicon Valley is a special economic zone in the United States. Considerable resources are invested in this place. As long as there is no principled error in the direction of development, that is bound to be successful. Mr. Zhu, do you also want to build an inland Silicon Valley here in Lianyang? Shanxin asked. Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, "I am still far from being a Silicon Valley in the mainland. I don't have this condition here in Lianyang. I can only say that I will focus on setting up an industrial park first, and use the means of attracting investment to attract some large companies to invest. Let's talk about bringing up the economy of Nanhui County first. Mr. Zhu, what you said is great. Shanxin clapped his hands happily. Centralized investment and diversified investment are indeed different. If you let the factory and enterprise want to be there, it will not only be difficult for the enterprise itself to develop, but more importantly for the complete supporting facilities will also cause a lot of waste of resources. On the contrary, all enterprises can be concentrated, so that costs can be minimized. Listening to Shanxin's praise of Ziming made Chen Da jealous and jealous beside him. This is not to say how much Chen Da likes Shanxin, although Shanxin is also a beautiful and sunny girl. But what made him care more was just now. Shanxin had also asked him these questions, but the answer to himself. The reporter from Hong Kong City, Shen, was making things difficult for him, and he was almost mocking himself as a bureaucrat who didn't care about the corpse. But now that Ziming is changed, the treatment is completely different. Should the difference between people be so big? Chen Da was hurt in his heart, and Dai Tingwei was also uncomfortable over there. As a Hong Kong native, Dai Tingwei knows Shanxin relatively better. He knows that Shanxin dares to speak out in front of the governor. A little cherry mouth once did not know how many heavyweights he had asked about and how to face Ziming now. Is it an answering tube? It is even more impossible to praise a man like this. Shanxin didn't care what thoughts her praise brought to others. She turned around and asked Lin Muking next to her. Then Lin Dong was attracted by Mr. Zhao's ideas. No. Lin Muking gave a very unexpected answer. I was also a mainlander before becoming Lin Dong. I have heard too much about the concept of special economic zones, so whether it is industrial concentration or other ideas, it doesn't matter. I only like Ziming. Lin Muking's answer surprised everyone in awe, and Shanxin asked everyone, why is this? Lin Muking smiled and replied, because of his charisma, and also because of his ability to overturn the clouds in the mall. Lin Muking paused when she said that, and then continued, you may not believe it. I saw how Ziming made tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong City last year. From that time on, I admired him very much. It is precisely because of this that when I heard that he had established an industrial park here, I would invest here. Whatever I said, no matter how busy the port city is, I will come personally. Hiss. After Lin Muking said this, there was an inhalation sound in the minibus, and it was obvious that everyone was surprised by her words. First of all, Ziming went to Hong Kong City. Although everyone knows it, Ziming didn't say that no one knew how much money he made. Now, listening to Lin Muking say the number of tens of millions, everyone's tongue is now. I was so scared that I was about to tie the knot, because even the total financial revenue of Lianyang City did not add up to that much. And besides that, Lin Muking, a beauty who makes everyone want to confess such a blatant confession that she worships Ziming, and that she is desperate to invest in Lianyang for Ziming. This is also enviable and hateful. Dai Tingwei looked at Ziming. If it weren't for Lin Muking and Shanxin who had just arrived today, he would have wanted to pinch Ziming's neck and ask him what drugs he had given these two women so that they would support him like this. Facing the face-saving attitude of Lin Muking and Shanxin, Ziming suddenly felt a headache. Of course, Ziming's headache was not the jealousy of Chen Da or Dai Tingwei around him. Anyway, he was neither an official nor married, nor was it a severe crackdown. No matter how many women like him, no one can control it. What really makes Ziming feel the headache is trouble after returning to the factory. Shanxin could not think about it first, but Lin Muking's attitude was already obvious. She had a somewhat unclear affair with her in Hong Kong City. But now she suddenly came over and it was like this. God knows what decision she made. But you must know that there is another Suhan in the factory. I also had a relationship with Suhan. When the two met, wouldn't it be that Mars hit the Earth? Ziming is not a prodigal son of flowers. He does not have the ability to pass a leaf among the flowers. He is also not a true gentleman with noble morals. He will not sever the relationship with Lin Muking after he has Suhan, regardless of his previous life. In this life, He has had the dream of having 3 wives and 4 concubines hugging each other, just wanting to return to it. But now that Lin Muking has returned to the factory, Ziming still doesn't know what to do. In the end, Ziming could only sigh in his heart. He can only take one step and look one step at a time. If you want to die, die. The most feared thing is that people have no ideas. After having ideas, Ziming's heart became more calm, and he went to Nanhui County. Originally, Chen Da wanted to arrange Lin Muking and Shenkxin in the guest house of the Nanhui County Party Committee first, but Lin Muking wanted to go directly to the industrial park, so the car drove directly to the gate of the 760 factory. Suhan, general manager of the 760 factory, led factory officials to greet him at the door. Seeing Lin Muking getting off the car, the formulaic smile on Suhan's face immediately turned into surprise. Are you ... You are not Muking's sister? It turns out that they are talking about Hong Kong. The business is you. Yes, it's me. Lin Muking smiled forward and held Suhan's little hand, and looked up and down. They all said that the 18th woman has changed. I didn't expect you to become like this in less than a year. It's pretty. Suhan said embarrassedly, I don't have any. Muking's sister, you are really beautiful. This scene stunned Chen Da and Dai Tingwei again. Chen Da asked, Donglin, how do you know each other? Lin Muking nodded and said, of course, I just walked out of the 760 factory and went to Hong Kong City to pan for gold with Ziming. This sentence broke the hearts of many men who had illusions about Lin Muking, because if what Lin Muking said was true, she and Ziming went so far to Hong Kong City, and they were dependent on each other in Hong Kong City. What would happen? It's all imaginable. But Lin Muking didn't care about her words that would break the hearts of other men. She asked Suhan again, why did Xiaoan bring someone here to pick me up today? I am now the general manager of the 760 factory. Ziming gave me the responsibility for the entire factory. Today, I will take over Sister Muking, a big Hong Kong businessman. Of course I will come out. Suhan replied. Really? It's amazing that Xiaoan has been the general manager at such a young age. Lin Muking praised Suhan and said that when Lin Muking was talking, her eyes were looking in Ziming's direction, which made Ziming a little scalp numb, because she must have guessed something smart. And this look was just to ask her own teacher. It seems that today this level may be a bit sad. Ziming lamented in his heart. Chapter 273. You like Ziming, don't you? Bow. Thank you Ho Zai for your support. Thank you Zudianlin and book friends 1,834,531 inches for your monthly support. The welcoming activity at the factory gate ended in just over 10 minutes. It was just that Lin Muking and Suhan met, and then the secretary of the municipal party committee Chen Da came over and spoke a few words without preparation. This brief period of time is related to the westernized pragmatic style of Hong Kong people. Although Lin Muking is not from Hong Kong, she has been the boss of Hong Kong for nearly a year. Her best friend Shenkxin and all of them are most of the people in Hong Kong are very pragmatic, so Lin Muking has been nurtured for so long in this environment, and coupled with her exaggerated style that she didn't like agencies, it became like this. Of course, not all people in Hong Kong are pragmatic, but at least they have a deeper exposure to Western culture here, and they are more pragmatic than the mainland. On the other hand, Ziming himself liked this style very much, so when he chose Lin Muking's team at the beginning, Ziming took this character into consideration. After welcoming the event, Ziming took Lin Muking and Chen Da to visit the 760 factory, and also looked at the plan of the township industrial park. Finally, everyone sat down in the factory meeting room and chatted about the plan to invest in the industrial park. At this time, Dai Tingwei told Lin Muking said, Donglin, I have to report something to you. I have picked a piece of land in this place, which is very suitable for our company, but they just refuse to let it go. Lin Muking turned to look at Ziming. Ziming calmly explained, Lin Dong is like this. The county has already agreed to grant it go, limited, so there is no way to grant it to you. but we also selected another piece of landfill in Dong and Yu. Donglin, I think our company needs this piece of land even more. It is not only in a remote location and inconvenient transportation, but also has many other problems. Besides, I also understand that the local authorities of Nanhui have not yet communicated with that piece of land. The company signs the contract. They are just a verbal agreement. I don't think this has any legal benefits. As long as the local authorities of Nanhui sign the contract with us now, it will not violate any regulations. Dai Tingwei said. After listening to Dai Tingwei's words, Lin Muking's eyebrows frowned at the time, which made Chen Die and Geping feel tight at the time, because they knew very well that it was because of this that they could not negotiate with Dai Tingwei. As a result, now he has raised it again. What can I do? However, the next development of the story went beyond their expectations. When Lin Muking frowned, she reprimanded Dai Tingwei. Manager Dai, I think you need to go back to school to study a lot to deepen your understanding of moral and scientific concepts. Lin Muking's words stunned almost everyone. Lin Muking went on to say, we need to fight for superiority in investment management. But we are definitely not taking it by force. Since someone has already taken this piece of land, we have to grab it from others. Come here, this is very immoral. And we rely on our brains, our vision and methods, not the feng shui superstitions. Lin Muking finally said, so I decided that our Siming investment company would not want this land, and we would completely obey Nanhui County's arrangements. Lin Muking's decision made Chen Die and Geping a little overjoyed. They immediately applauded and praised Lin Muking for his overall view and strong decision-making ability, and he is the contemporary Wu Zishan. Because in their cognition, foreign companies are their own companies, so when it comes to company interests, there is no emotion to talk about. Even if Lin Muking and Ziming know the same thing, they never expected. Lin Muking is so easy to talk, of course they have to keep talking. But Dai Tingwei sighed secretly in his heart. As expected, it seems that this woman can't fall in love, no matter how mindful a woman. Once they meet someone they like, they will have no brains. Lin Muking in front of them is the best example. Thinking of how strong she was when she was in Hong Kong City, even the chairman of many big consortiums had to let her go. But now she came to the mainland to meet Ziming, just like she was completely changed. At this moment, Dai Tingwei seemed to hear his own heartbreaking voice. Dai Tingwei was not a fool. How could he not see why Lin Muking was like Ziming? But in fact, Dai Tingwei had anticipated the answer before he spoke, but he wished that he could rescue him again. But what these people think, but they don't know. Lin Muking has always regarded herself as the housekeeper who helped Ziming look after the property in Gangqing. Now that the boss has proposed to change places, what else can she have? Of course, there is also a more important aspect, that is, Lin Muking does live with Ziming in her heart. For these reasons, today's investment negotiations with Lin Muking went very smoothly. Except for some policy taxes and various expenses, there is no opinion on other terms. This makes Chen Die and Geping happy, because for them, what they fear most is that they bring in capitalist ideas. Except for old issues, everything else is a minor issue. On the contrary, for Lin Muking, as with all foreign businessmen who want to make money, those issues that are considered by the mainland officials to be trivial issues are what they care about most. After discussing this, Chen Die and the others went back to the market. Originally, Chen Die and the others wanted Lin Muking and the Hong Kong businessmen and reporters from Hong Kong City to live in the city, but Lin Muking insisted on living in Nanhui, and Chen Die had no choice but to let it go. Lin Muking was gone, but before leaving, he told Nanhui County Party Committee Secretary Geping, we must take care of the daily life and safety of life and property of Hong Kong merchants, and meet all the requirements of Hong Kong merchants as much as possible. Lin Muking was arranged in the guest house of the County Party Committee. Geping vacated the 2 best rooms for them, and ordered the chef to make them the most characteristic and delicious dishes in Lin Yang. and he even fried stinky tofu for them. After dinner, Gaping and Ziming sent Lin Muking and the others to the room. Since that room was a suite, they weren't worried that there would be any sex, but even so, Lin Muking drove Gaping away as soon as possible. Gaping, I also understand what Ziming has to do with this very noble and elegant Gangqing female chairman. They must have something to say, but the smart one is not called Ziming. After Gaping left, Lin Muking asked Ziming to come in and sit down, and Shinksen took the initiative to give them tea. Ziming took the teacup and drank several sips of tea, feeling a little unaware of what to say in front of Lin Muking, but Lin Muking looked at Ziming like this, and then said, Ziming, you must have spent a lot of time here in the mainland. Enriched? It's okay, I have done a lot of things, Ziming replied. I started the stock market in Nanjing. Basically, I set up the basic framework of the securities market. The following is a process of long-term accumulation. In the factory, I introduced a treasure porridge, and now I have set up a township industrial park based on the situation in the factory. Generally speaking, it is quite busy. Lin Muking shook her head and said, it's not just that. You are also involved in some things inside Zongnanhai, as well as the nationwide hoeing operations, and those things about you and the cow family in Lingnan. No? You know all these Muking sisters? Ziming asked in surprise. Lin Muking sighed and said, in fact, this information is not difficult to collect. The media in Hong Kong City itself is very developed. After confirming the return of Hong Kong City, there are also many observations on the mainland. These things are recorded in major newspapers in Hong Kong City. Maybe some did not write Ziming's name directly, but from the style and result of doing things, I can guess that it is you. Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, then it seems that my way of doing things has to be changed, otherwise, if everyone finds it through, my business won't go on. Lin Muking shook her head lightly and said, it's useless, because at Ziming you don't have a set of fixed methods. It's just a feeling. This feeling can't be quantified. Besides, Ziming's approach is to catch others. Vulnerabilities are simply impossible to prevent. Ziming spread his hands out. Sister Muking, you're exalting me too much. I don't think there will be anything that can't be guarded against. On the contrary, it is Sister Muking that you have noticed my problem. It seems that Sister Muking is really great. The hero of the female middle school. Sister Muking is now the chairman of the largest investment alliance in Hong Kong. Shinksen suddenly reminded Ziming. This made Ziming's heart startled. He looked at Lin Muking in surprise. Although Ziming had seen Lin Muking's ability a long time ago, she didn't expect her to make such rapid progress. Ziming immediately said happily, ha ha. I said Sister Muking you are the best. But Lin Muking still shook her head. I only know whether I am good or not. I don't know if I am the best in Hong Kong City, but I only know that Ziming, you should not pay much attention to me like this. Ziming's face was embarrassed, because as Lin Muking said, Ziming did take the initiative to care less. Otherwise today is the news that Lin Muking is coming to Lianyang. Ziming cannot get the news in advance, but Ziming can't be blamed. It can only be said that these things came to the door one by one, leaving Ziming's avatar lacking. Of course, there is no time to care about Lin Muking. Ziming wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but at this time Lin Muking raised her hand and looked at the time and said to Ziming, time should be fast. Ziming was stunned for a moment. When she was about to ask Lin Muking when is the time coming soon, the door of her room suddenly knocked. Shinksen went over to open the door and saw Suhan walk in. What is Lin Muking calling Suhan to do so late? This question made Ziming's heart chuckle. He turned his head to look at Lin Muking, but Lin Muking ignored him at all and stood up and said hello to Suhan. Xion, you are here, you are really punctual. While talking, Lin Muking took Suhan's little hand and sat down. Shinksen also made a cup of tea for Suhan. Suhan said thank you. She took a sip and put the teacup on the table. Looking at Lin Muking curiously, asked, Sister Muking, what do you want me to do? In fact, it's not a big deal, just a question I want to ask you. Lin Muking's tone was very casual before, but then she stared at Suhan's eyes suddenly and asked in a very serious tone, Do you like Zuming? Chapter 274 The Torture of Three Women. Lin Muking's words were shocking, and everyone was stunned. Although Zuming had expected some things to come when he saw Su-Han coming over, he did not expect Lin Muking to be so straightforward. There is nothing polite to go straight to the subject. Ah, Sister Muking, why are you suddenly asking this question? It's so embarrassing that I don't know how to say it. Su-Han said that. Obviously she hadn't expected this situation at all. She was blinded there at the time, very shy and didn't know what to do. Su-Han did not answer. But it is not always necessary to have an accurate answer to a question. Now Su-Han's response has shown his heart well. Lin Muking silently nodded and said, Zuming is indeed very good, he is mature and stable. Having a man's responsibility and caring for people makes people feel very relieved and assured. Similarly, his ability is incomparable. Otherwise he would not go from Hong Kong to the mainland. He alone can pull. There has been such a big market. And there are many other markets that have grown out of nothing, which he developed entirely with his own vision. Such a man is indeed the ideal object of all women's admiration, Lin Muking said in a summary. But then she continued, but the best may not be the most suitable. Just like almonds, walnut kernels, peanut kernels, sesame kernels are the same as melon seeds. Each of these things is delicious to eat separately. But if they are combined together to become 5 core mooncakes, they are sweet or not salty and not salty. It may not be suitable anymore. Women's minds are delicate and sensitive. When Su-Han heard Lin Muking say this, she immediately realized something. She frowned and asked, Sister Muking, what do you mean? A key is equipped with a lock. I think every woman should find the best partner for her and not blindly choose the best. Sister Xion, you are very smart. I believe you should understand what I mean. Lin Muking said, actually still did not directly answer Su-Han's question. Of course, there are some issues that don't need to be said so clearly. Many things can be done as soon as they are clicked. Now Lin Muking has already spoken to this point. If Su-Han doesn't understand, Lin Muking also likes Zuming. He wants to be tactful, persuading her to give up Zuming. Then she was too dumb. So Su-Han said, Muking, are you trying to say that Zuming and I are not suitable? Then who is suitable? Do you want to say that it is yourself? Faced with Su-Han's question, Lin Muking shook her head gently. It seems that you still don't understand. Speaking of this, Lin Muking paused, and then said to Su-Han, Su-Han, you are now the general manager of the 760 factory. Zuming asked you to do it. I was also in the factory. Although I did not join the management team, I also know that the entire system of our 760 factory is quite complete, which means that whoever takes over can do it well. But have you ever wondered why Zuming would make a treasure porridge again? It's because I didn't do it well, I know that, but no matter how bad I am, I will continue to change. No one can be the leader of a large enterprise from birth. I believe Sister Muking can't do it either. Su-Han said, besides, before and after, I have always been by Zuming's side. Watching him walk step by step, I know him best. When Chu and Han were fighting for hegemony, it was Mrs. Chi who accompanied Liu Bang with him, but the queen was always aloof. Do you know why? Did Mrs. Chi not understand Liu Bang and watched Liu Bang walk step by step? But why is Lu Pheasant the firm choice in the end? This is what I said is suitable or unsuitable. Lin Muking said. That's why Lu Zi later abused Madame Chi so cruelly. Isn't it just envy, jealousy and hatred? What is suitable and unsuitable? Su-Han did not back down either. Lin Muking sighed and said, there is not so much envy, jealousy and hatred. Everything has its cause. Don't blame everything on envy, jealousy and hatred. What I want to talk to you now is only suitable issues. Little Sister Han, you are so beautiful. I believe there will be many people who like you. There is no need to guard an impossible tree and give up your large forest. Sister Muking, you always say that I don't understand, but now I think it's Sister Muking that you don't understand. Su-Han said, what is suitable or not? I don't know what trees or big forests are, but if I really want to say if you do, It's worth what you do for the tree in your heart. I didn't study as many books as Mew King's sister, but I at least know that the shoes are suitable and suitable only for the feet. No one is clearly wearing a pair of shoes on their feet, but I think another pair of shoes that I haven't worn is more suitable. Suhan said, furthermore, Ziming and I have known each other since childhood. At the beginning, it was the treasury bills that I went to sell together with Ziming. I followed Ziming step by step. Sister King, don't you think you're doing something wrong? Besides, Sister Mew King is so beautiful, so temperamental, and with such a high degree of education. You are also the boss of the Hong Kong City Consortium. I believe there will be more people who admire you. Just like that Dieting Y, I think he likes you, Sister Mew King, very much. As long as Sister Mew King says something, he will do anything for you. Before Suhan had finished speaking, Lin Mew King slapped the table vigorously and scolded her angrily. Nonsense. This time made Ziming's heart jump, and Ziming couldn't keep his heart from beating. In his previous life, he was a gangster. Maybe I have seen many of the original mistresses in various videos. I have never experienced it, let alone countermeasures. The war between Lin Mew King and Suhan is still different from that in various videos and TV dramas. Because Lin Mew King is a very mature woman, she will not beat and scold like a bitch in the street. It is precisely this way that she started talking with Suhan. They were all deliberate, trying to persuade Suhan in a gentle tone, but Suhan was unwilling. It was not until Suhan said that Lin Mew King was a junior, which made her emotional. Even the real Huakong prodigal would feel a headache when facing a frontal war between two women and don't know how to intervene, let alone Ziming. Suhan also shrank subconsciously, because Lin Mew King herself was older than Suhan, and she had experienced more things, and she seemed more mature. Another person who had been in Hong Kong for nearly a year, naturally had a superior position in her body. The vibe of the person will definitely make people guilty. If Suhan had not followed Ziming to Zongnanhai and had some experience, I was afraid that this momentum collision would be clear, but Suhan still bit his head and looked at Lin Mew King, and refused to give it a stubborn step. At this time, Shanksin, who had not spoken next to him, suddenly spoke. It has nothing to do with Lin Mew King and Suhan. Her spear bypassed them and pointed at Ziming. Ziming, my sister Mew King and Suhan have already spoken to this point. Come on, don't you have any ideas here? Following Shanksin's words, Lin Mew King and Suhan also cast their gazes. Being watched like this by the three women, especially two of them, were in a state of war, which made Ziming suddenly feel very stressed. However, no matter how the pressure is great, what should be solved is to face and solve. Ziming had no choice but to say, my thugs will hurt the palms of my hands, and the backs of my thugs will also hurt. Sister Mew King, you are beautiful and dignified and can understand. It's impossible to say that I don't like you. Xioan is my childhood sweetheart since I was little. If I could simply abandon her, then my character would also be a problem. Lin Mew King and Suhan frowned, and Shanksin said, what do you want to say? The palms of the hands and the backs of the hands are all meat. Do you want both fish and bear paws? Ziming thought this in his heart. But facing the scrutiny of the three women, he dared not nod his head, so he could only say, I didn't mean to say that I was so greedy, but it was too greedy. Ziming. Shanksin didn't want to go around with Ziming anymore. She directly pointed out, do you know how Sister Mew King spent the year in Hong Kong City? You just leave a mess in Hong Kong City. Everything has to be taken care of by Sister Mew King. Do you know how much Sister Mew King misses you and how many tears she shed in private? You know what she does most often is to hang out where you have been, isn't it? But you're good, you are happy here in the mainland, and you also said that the palms of the palms and the backs of the hands are all fleshy, and it is not enough to be heavy. Are you worthy of Sister Mew King's deep affection for you? Ziming was speechless. That is, Ziming knew Lin Mew King's sincerity towards him, and Ziming didn't know what to do. If Lin Mew King was just coveting her own money or something, then Ziming would be better off. Okay, Xingxin, you go out first. Okay, Lin Mew King said suddenly at this moment. Shanksin looked at Lin Mew King in surprise. Sister Mew King, You are. Lin Muking raised her hand to interrupt Shinxin's words. I know that you are for my good, and you don't want me to suffer, but no one will suffer from this matter. And the most important thing is that this matter is the business of the three of us. It upsets you and makes me feel guilty. Lin Muking's words were perfect. Shinxin didn't know what to say after hearing this. She still wanted to be simple, but she couldn't find a reason to persist, so she finally accepted Lin Muking's words with a sigh. Okay, I'll avoid it first. Shinxin turned around and left, but when she reached the door, she turned around and warned Ziming. Ziming, I warn you not to disappoint Sister Muking, or I will hate you forever. After speaking, Shinxin slammed the door shut and left the room. With the bang of the door, Shinxin seemed to shut all the atmosphere in the house outside, quieting the atmosphere in the house. Ziming and Lin Muking and Suhan sat there, staring at each other speechlessly. It was Ziming who moved first. He raised his teacup and drank all the tea leaves with water. He put down the teacup and said to the two women, Sister Muking Xion, today's things are all my fault. Chapter 275 Your love is the happiest. Bow thanks to book friends 2,912,249 inches for your support. Sister Muking Xion, I shouldn't have done anything wrong with me today. I shouldn't leave Sister Muking alone in Hong Kong. You are not familiar with Sister Muking there. In the place where I have just established a fund company to Sister Muking, you, a person who hardly understands the securities market, are managing it. It's almost a year now I haven't visited Sister Muking in Hong Kong City. I am so damned. Ziming said to Suhan again. Xion, you are obviously not well educated, and the 760 factory is also your sad place. However, for my own selfishness, I want to force you to stay in the factory and arrange a manager for you. As the manager, let you take care of those factory cadres who are dozens of years older than you. This basically puts the responsibility of me on you. I am too selfish and shouldn't do this. As Ziming said, he beat his chest painfully. As a result, I still don't want to repent of my mistake. Instead, let Sister Muking and Xiaohan quarrel here for my mistake. I'm really guilty. Seeing Ziming's appearance, Lin Muking and Suhan were panicked. They hurried over to hold Ziming's hand. Suhan said anxiously, Ziming, don't be like this. It has nothing to do with you. Okay, I clearly know that Sister Muking is helpless in Hong Kong City. It is so hard for you to manage such an advanced company for Ziming. I really shouldn't have a back-to-back quarrel with Sister Muking. Lin Muking also said, no, the person who made the most mistake today is me. I should take care of her as an older sister, but I know that Sister Xion is very weak, so I have to find her to treat her so badly. You are polite, completely disregarding her thoughts, then criticizing her so hurts her self-esteem. I am the one who is the most wrong, most selfish and least supposed to be. The attitude of Lin Muking and Suhan rushing to admit their mistakes in front of Ziming made Ziming secretly relieved. What they want is this effect. In fact, Ziming had taken the initiative to admit his mistakes before, because everyone emphasized their own good aspects in quarrels, and then degraded and ridiculed the other party blindly. When the other party was ridiculed and insulted, he would naturally fight back. Individuals will quarrel. So at this time we change our thinking, first come up and scold ourselves first. How can you make a noise? A quarrel is nothing more than a quarrel in the heart, stubbornly arguing with one's own self-esteem. At this time, as long as someone puts down the meaningless self-esteem, then the quarrel will be solved. Of course, Ziming scolded himself first. In addition to this point, there is a more important point, that is, you can draw the opposing emotions between Lin Muking and Suhan to him. As long as the two women are not opposed to themselves, it will be natural. It won't be noisy anymore. This can be regarded as a double insurance. Now it seems that this method of my own has received the best results. If nothing else, Lin Muking and Suhan have already begun to criticize themselves. If they can still quarrel in this state, they are gods. But even so, Ziming still can't relax a bit. After all, There is a saying called acting a fool set. This is just the beginning. Lin Muking and Su-Han are both beautiful women with a heartwarming attitude. If you get overwhelmed and find that something is wrong, then it is not as simple as getting back to the original shape, but becoming more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Ziming said again, Sister Muking, Xion, don't talk about it anymore. You are all right, and the fault lies with me. Ziming said, pulling up Lin Muking's hand and said, Sister Muking, if I didn't leave you in Hong Kong City by myself, but stayed in Hong Kong City to start a business with you, and to stay firmly in the city of Hong Kong with you. If I can spare more time to visit you in Hong Kong City, maybe this will not be the case now. With tears in her eyes, Lin Muking shook her head gently and said, that's not the case. When we came to Hong Kong City, I already knew about the factory. I knew there was Xion waiting for you to come back and help her. If you I really miss the colorful world of Hong Kong City, forget your original promise. Forget Xiao Han who is waiting for you here in Lianyang. I will look down on you instead. Also, Ziming, you are not doing nothing in the mainland. You are speculating on the land to build a stock market, and you have also participated in the scavenging operation and the political struggle of the central government. Now you propose to build a township industrial park. This shows that you are very busy. Yes, you are showing your outstanding ability. Lin Muking looked at Ziming and said, if it weren't for your commitment to Xion, if it weren't for your ability, Lin Muking would not miss you. As Lin Muking spoke, her white and delicate slender hands also touched Ziming's cheek. Her eyes filled with remorse and regret. Ziming held Lin Muking's bare hand and smiled at her, and then said to Su-Han, Xion, I know you must be very sad after hearing what I said just now, and I am very sorry for you too. I knew it when I was in Hong Kong. You are waiting for me here in Lianyang. But I still think that I can't come back. Later, I also knew that you couldn't beat that Ki Zongxian, but still let you be the general manager. This is because I didn't think about it. Yeah? Lin Muking was still in tears, but Su-Han was already crying. She took Ziming's arm and shook her head and said, Ziming, you are not wrong, and I have never blamed you. Obviously, Ziming, you can ignore me. Obviously, Ziming, you can choose to live a better life in Hong Kong. But you are back because of me. You can manage the factory well, but I chose to believe in me, but I failed to help you protect the factory, and my uncle and aunt were bullied by Ki Zongxian. It was I who had failed Ziming and your trust. Su-Han said, Sister Muking, Xion, how can you say that? I know that you all like me, but you can't just bear all the responsibilities on yourself for this reason. I am a man, and if something goes wrong, I take care of it. You have to bear it. You are angry, and you all want to spread it on me. Ziming said, that's not the case. I don't mean to scream at you, Ziming. I really don't. Ziming cried and said, her head shook like a rattle, and then she said to Lin Muking, Sister Muking is not good for me. I shouldn't have quarreled with you and frustrated. You have paid so much for Ziming. I'm alone in helping him stay in Hong Kong City. I should thank you for helping him. I'm sorry. Seeing that Su-Han took the initiative to apologize to herself, Lin Muking also took Su-Han's hand and said, Sister Xion, what are you talking about? My sister is not an unreasonable person. This matter is all about my sister. No. Sister Xion, you are a very good person, but I took the initiative to call you today and tell you this indiscriminately that hurts your heart. It's all because my elder sister was sulking in madness in Hong Kong City, so she did these irrational things. I hope that Sister Xion don't take it to heart and forgive her sister, okay? Lin Muking said. Listening to Lin Muking and Su-Han in front of you as you screamed one by one sister, and her sister by one, Ziming suddenly felt like a wife of the old age. But Ziming also understood that this was just thinking about it, because no matter Lin Muking or Su-Han, they are very rare good women. If ordinary people can get any of them, they don't know how much virtue they have accumulated in this life. I can let them quarrel like this in front of me. Although they quarrel, it is difficult to be caught between them, but it is also a kind of painful and happiness. Not to mention that their quarrels are almost adjusted now. Ziming thought so, But the next development of the story made Zhu Ming helpless again. Sister Mu King, you don't need my forgiveness at all, because Sister Mu King is not wrong at all. Su Han said to Lin Mu King. Sister Xion, you don't know, I called you over today with an excessive purpose. Lin Mu King said with guilt. It doesn't matter, Sister Mu King, if you want to be angry, just spoil me. I was ignorant just now, but now I have figured it out. Sister Mu King, you have worked so hard. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can swear at me if you have any grievances. I promise I will be able to control my emotions, and I will never lose my temper again. Su Han also raised his white tender hand to make a vow. Lin Mu King smiled and pulled Su Han's hand down and said, silly sister, you are called my sister, why would I still vent my anger at you? Sister Xion, you said you were ignorant just now, but I think you should be ignorant. It's me. Thinking about what I did just now, I'm really too naive. Lin Mu King sighed and then said, but that was also a moment of confusion for me. I can assure you now that I will never lose my temper at you. But, Sister Mu King, you worked so hard in Hong Kong City. You are alone. It will be difficult for you to face so many troubles. Then you can't always hold back when you feel uncomfortable. It's not good. Su Han said worriedly. What does it matter? Lin Mu King said, touching Su Han's little head. Anyway, I have been here for so long, and I always have my own way, otherwise I would have gotten sick. Lin Mu King said with her finger. Zhu Ming said, besides, isn't there another punching bag? If I really don't understand anything, I can just scold him directly, and you can do it with Sister Xion. Su Han was still a little embarrassed, but after hearing Lin Mu King's words, she jumped up happily, clapping her hands and saying okay. It's not good to meet people, Zhu Ming wailed, but he was still very happy. After all, Lin Mu King and Su Han finally stopped. Zhu Ming said to them, as long as you two can be happy and not quarrel every day, that's better than anything else. Strong, I can do whatever I want. Lin Mu King and Su Han lowered their heads in embarrassment first, then raised their heads after a while, and nodded firmly to Zhu Ming. Finally persuaded Lin Mu King and Su Han, Zhu Ming chatted with them in the room for a while, and then took Su Han away, but Zhu Ming only came out of the room, but saw Shinxin sitting at the door with his face still left tears. Zhu Ming asked in surprise, Reporter Shin, what are you doing? Before Zhu Ming was finished asking, Shinxin got up and hugged Zhu Ming, and said to him in his ear, it is the happiest thing in the world to get your love. Chapter 276, Question by Question. In the morning, sunlight came in through the gaps in the curtains to light up the entire room, and also made Zhu Ming get up from the bed. Zhu Ming stared at the ceiling with sleepy eyes, still thinking about yesterday's things in his mind. Yesterday, when Zhu Ming saw Lin Mu King call Su Han to her room, he was very straightforward to chat with Su Han about his relationship with him. This made Zhu Ming feel a headache, especially after Su Han's question. Xiao San's words were careless, making them almost quarrel in front of them. And Shinxin also questioned herself very unfairly for Lin Mu King. But fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, took the initiative to apologize and admit my mistakes, and kept the responsibility on myself, but did not touch the sensitive areas of their respective relationships, and soon opened up the situation and made their sisters commensurate. Of course, Zhu Ming also understands that their sister's worthy return is only superficially friendly. But in fact the essential problem is still not solved. After all, women are selfish, especially in terms of emotions, otherwise there will not be so many original partners in the past and present. It's a big battle. Lin Mu King and Su Han are the original match, and who is the junior? Zhu Ming can't come to this conclusion. Zhu Ming only knows that their feelings for them are the same. Needless to say, Su Han, the two of them are already the closest, and on Lin Mu King's side, Zhu Ming has not pierced the window paper, but when he was on the Hong Kong City side, the way he and her get along is already very close. Ambiguous, now she ran back to the mainland, took the initiative to embrace herself in front of so many people, and the first thing she did when she arrived in Lianyang was to deal with the relationship between Suhan and herself. All of this has already explained the problem. Yesterday's method of proactively admitting mistakes was just a means to really solve the problem. It takes a long time to train. This is the only way for me to cross the river by feeling the stones. In addition to Lin Muking and Suhan's affairs, the words Shanksin suddenly hugged herself and said when she finally left the house also made Zhu Ming's heart frightened. Lin Muking and Suhan know their own thoughts about Zhu Ming, but this Shanksin made Zhu Ming feel a little confused. To say that their relationship is average, they had some closer contacts when they were in Hong Kong. There is even a bit of teasing between each other, but in terms of how close they really are, it seems that they have not surpassed the other performances of their friends. Could it be that she has a good relationship with Lin Muking? She fell in love with herself because of Lin Muking's influence? This idea made Zhu Ming feel a bit nonsense, but there are indeed some things that can't be explained. Otherwise, how can there be a saying that says, "Half my sister-in-law's ass is my brother-in-law's"? Doesn't it mean that if the sisters spend a long time together, their preferences will become similar? Even the men they like are similar. Lin Muking and Shanksin are not sisters, but the relationship is good enough. If this is the case, Shanksin may not be accompanying her good sister to the mainland this time, but has an intention for herself. Zhu Ming shook his head and decided not to think about it. How can I say that Shanksin is very beautiful, no worse than Lin Muking, and she can become the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance at such a young age? Her abilities are beyond doubt. Such a woman, it's good for her to be able to favor herself. It's too much to think about her participation in the war between Lin Muking and Suhan, or the underground war. Zhu Ming thought of this and sighed. Alas, it seemed that everything went so smoothly after I was born again, that I would let myself have these unrealistic fantasies. While thinking about this, Zhu Ming got up and washed after getting dressed. As if he had negotiated. Zhu Ming only washed up here, and his room door was knocked. Zhu Ming went over to open the door. It was Lin Muking and Su Han came over to give him breakfast. Since I was temporarily notified yesterday that the Governor Sun Kingping would come down to visit Hong Kong businessmen this morning, Zhu Ming also stayed at the county committee guest house for the convenience of discussing matters in the morning. Lin Muking and Su Han went into the house and began to divide the work immediately. Lin Muking still helped Zhu Ming peel the eggs as he did in Hong Kong, while Su Han blew the porridge to feed Zhu Ming to eat. This made Zhu Ming a little flattered. He looked at Lin Muking from the left to Su Han. He felt that this situation was a bit weird. Why did the two women quarrel so intense yesterday that they are so harmonious today? Could it be that they figured it out, which means that they don't think it will work? They have to work hard to serve themselves to soften the favor. Zhu Ming couldn't figure it out, and it was impossible to ask them, so they could only let them take one step at a time. After breakfast, the director of the county party committee office came over and invited them to a meeting in the county to discuss the matter of receiving the governor today. Shanksin was also out of the room at this time. Today, Shanksin is wearing a small suit with a light professional makeup and her hair is curled up high. She is very capable of a professional woman, but she does not lose her slenderness. Zhu Ming asked her a lot and looked at her twice. It was not that Zhu Ming had never seen Shanksin's outfit, but today Zhu Ming felt that she seemed a little different from the past. They came to the small conference hall of the guest house. After a while, the secretary of the county party committee, Gaping, brought a few county party officials over. They discussed the specific matters of the morning reception. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Gaping's secretary Xiao Jiang came to inform Sun Kingping that he had arrived in Lianyang, and was rushing to Nanhui County with the secretary of the municipal party committee Chen Da. Gaping took Zhu Ming and Lin Muking to greet them at the door. The team was also ranked according to seniority. But neither Zhu Ming nor Lin Muking, Shanksin and Su Han, they had no official status, but because they were people whom the governor named and valued, it is standing at the forefront of the welcome line. As the police sirens sounded, Several cars drove behind the police car to the gate of the county party committee building. Governor Xi Jinping got out of the car. Ziming and the others stepped forward to greet him. Xi Jinping looked at the three different appearances beside Ziming, whether mature or capable or the young beauties, especially know that they are investing in Hong Kong businessmen and their childhood sweethearts. Even the governor is a little jealous. This kid is really a feast. No matter what he thinks, Xi Jinping still said, "We welcome merchants from Hong Kong City to invest and start business in Jingzhou province, and also welcome reporters from Hong Kong City to publicize the development of our mainland." Lin Muqing just nodded and said politely about this, but Shen Xin said bluntly, "Governor Xi, you may not know well about our reporters in Hong Kong City. We usually write about what we see and what we hear. I will never deliberately distort the facts and discredit anything." Xi Jinping chuckled and said, "Reporter Shen is worthy of being a famous reporter in Hong Kong City. This professionalism is nothing to say, and I can also trust it." After a greeting at the door, Geping invited Xi Jinping and others into the meeting room of the county party committee. Here, Geping briefly introduced the county party committee's planning and management of township industrial parks and some preferential treatment for Hong Kong businessmen. Policy. Xi Jinping gave instructions on this. Donglin has come from Hong Kong City to invest in Jingzhou. This in itself is the greatest trust in our Jingzhou province. As party members and cadres in Jingzhou province, we should be worthy of others. We should give them the utmost convenience in any aspect. We must do a good job in the logistics support of all merchants, and we must not let them complain. Geping immediately stated that she would follow Governor Xi's instructions, and Lin Muqing also said that with Governor Xi's words, her investment in Nanhui would be more assured. At this time, Shen Xin asked suddenly, "Governor Xi, I have some questions that may not be so easy to answer. I don't know whether to ask them or not." Reporter Shen is too polite. "Just ask if you have any questions. I know I can talk without saying anything," Xi Jinping replied, but he hadn't thought of it at this time. The next questions from Shen Xin will make him unforgettable for life. After receiving Xi Jinping's answer, Shen Xin first thanked him, and then said, "Governor Xi, I have been listening to you just now to emphasize the importance of foreign businessmen investing in Jingzhou, and that they should take care of foreign businessmen as much as possible. I want to know, Governor Xi, do you mean that you want to blindly attract investment? If not, what kind of attitude do you have towards economic development?" Governor Xi. Xi Jinping really did not expect that Shen Xin would ask such a question. And this question is indeed difficult to answer. Xi Jinping thought for a while and said, "That's it. Our province's economic development really lags behind other places, so we have to bring in foreign businessmen. Investment is to allow foreign businessmen to drive our local development and to learn their advanced experience more directly. Can that be understood as a kind of doctrine?" Shen Xin asked again. Xi Jinping nodded and said, "It can be understood that way." Xi Jinping finished speaking, and Shen Xin immediately asked, "Then I will be a little curious. Hong Kong businessmen are capitalist things, but Governor Xi, aren't you a party member? You brought capitalist things like this, not, and are your beliefs running contrary to your beliefs? And I know that a very large-scale xenophobia has only been carried out some time ago. Jingzhou province is also an old revolutionary zone. How can you guarantee the interests of Hong Kong businessmen here?" This question made Xi Jinping frown, because it involved a root and system issue, which is a high-tension line. A big issue that is to lose your political future if you are not careful. Xi Jinping thought for a long time before saying, "I'm sorry, I don't have any impression of what reporter Shen you said. I don't know where you heard the news, but I haven't heard of any xenophobic actions. We foreign investors are always welcome to invest. I listened to Governor Xi's speech just now that investment should be as much as Han Xin's troops. But I don't know if Governor Xi has heard of a term called economic overheating?" Shen Xin asked again. Xi Jinping nodded to no, and Shen Xin immediately asked him, "Then Jingzhou province itself has a bad economic foundation?" Governor Xi. You are now blindly emphasizing the introduction of foreign capital. Don't you think Governor Xang is not afraid of overheating the economy here? Governor Xang only wants to bring in foreign businessmen. As long as the businessmen can be kept, everything else can be ignored. This problem still made Xi Jinping a headache, but before he could think about it, Shen Xin immediately raised a question that made him sweat. I also heard that because of the preferential policies of township industrial parks, enterprises in other places I feel very dissatisfied, and even passive sabotage occurs. So how does Governor Xang plan for this? At the end of the question, Shen Xin emphasized, Governor Xang, please answer directly. Chapter 277 The Fascinating Reporter Shen Bowen thank Angang 53 for your support. This sentence of please answer positively directly put Xi Jinping there, because in this era the mainland has only just come into contact with open culture. For places like Nanjing and Nhai that have frequent exchanges with foreign countries, there are more or less officials there. Foreign reporters have experience dealing with foreign reporters, but in inland areas such as Jingzhou province, officials almost always retain the rigid ideas 10 years ago and only follow the script. Even though Xi Jinping had exercised a lot under Du Peng's grandfather, it was still difficult for him to jump out of this big environment after all. That's why Xi Jinping Yuan was prepared to fool around with this question. Just like the question Shen Xin asked before about which doctrine and party member belief and xenophobic action, but this time Shen Xin deliberately added another thought, and finally added such a positive answer, which made Xi Jinping wonder what to do. If he were replaced by other thick-skinned officials, he would still go his own way, but Xi Jinping had a sub-scholar aura that made him disdain to do such things. Seeing that Xi Jinping couldn't answer there, the secretary of the municipal party committee Chen Die hurriedly jumped out to rescue the car. He said to Shen Xin, Reporter Shen, we have not investigated the matter you said, but according to various people in Lianyang the situation reported by the enterprise does not seem to be such a situation. Even if there is, it is very isolated. How can it be difficult to balance a bowl of water? No investigation? I really can't imagine that this word would come from the mouth of a municipal party secretary. Shen Xin said solemnly, I don't understand whether it is a township industrial park, which is enough to change a place's economic decision. Why is it so? Do not investigate the impact. Could it be said that this decision was not deliberately thought out at all, but someone came up with a pat of the head? If this is the case, then this administrative method worries me very much. In this case, it seems that you have not considered the economic overheating of the local economy caused by the blind introduction of foreign investment, so you can't answer me positively, Shen Xin said. At this moment, even Chen Die began to sweat. He originally wanted to help Xi Jinping to get out of the siege and perform well in front of the governor. However, he didn't expect that the reporter from Hong Kong City would be reluctant and forced them to answer directly. How can something answer positively? When Xi Jinping and Chen Die were extremely anxious, Ziming stood up with a sigh. Reporter Shen, although I am not an official, I brought up the township industrial park. Let me talk about this issue. Ziming said, first of all, it is a matter of decision-making. Nanjing is a special zone in the country, while Nanhui Industrial Park is the special zone of Jingzhou. Since it is a special zone, it must have special preferential treatment if it wants to concentrate its advantageous resources for development. Without these preferential zones, it would be difficult to give full play to its advantages. The other is the problem of overheating the economy. I think this problem is a universal phenomenon in the world. As long as it develops, it is inevitable. Since it is inevitable, we can only coordinate and correct it slowly, Ziming said. After Ziming finished speaking, Xi Jinping immediately praised, Representative Zhu is right, that's what he said. Shen Xin smiled. It turns out that this is the case. The overheating of the economy is indeed an inevitable problem in economic development. Then Shen Xin changed the subject and continued, but it is inevitable that it does not mean that you should ignore him, because the direct consequence of the overheating economy is the soaring price of goods, so that the prices of daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce and vinegar tea are rising faster than in Shenzhen. And as far as I know, companies that invest here will lower their wages under the pressure of low income and high consumption. Doesn't this push ordinary people to the edge of survival? Where is the common prosperity? Furthermore, I admit that the mainland authorities have a strong control. A township industrial park model has used economic separability to the extreme. It can actually implement completely different economic policies in a region. I have reason to believe that such an economic policy under the continuous investment of foreign businessmen, both the special zone and the industrial park, can have great development. Shenzhen immediately changed the subject. But such an economic policy will only widen the economic gap between the SAR and other places, just like Wall Street and slums. Is this the common prosperity promoted by the mainland authorities? Similarly, after these two questions, Shenzhen added another sentence: Governor Xung, Secretary Chen or Mr. Zhu, please answer directly. It is good. Dai Tingwei at the scene shouted good for Shenzhen. If it weren't for the scene, he would almost jump and dance with excitement. This is our chief reporter Shenzhen of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. Dai Tingwei still remembered that he had been depressed ever since he came to Lin Yang, especially this Ziming, who obviously had no official status, deflated himself every time. Not only that, but when Lin Muking and Shenzhen arrived, he thought he could use the land to participate in a copy in front of Lin Dong, and use Lin Dong to join him in the army. But who knows that Lin Dong and Ziming are what's the relationship? He actually protected Ziming so much, and in turn scolded himself. Shenzhen didn't know what was going on, and became Ziming's answer. Until just now, Shenzhen's aggressive remarks were what a chief reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics said. That's the Shinda reporter I know. Not only Dai Tingwei, but everyone else in the room also gave Shenzhen a glance. At first, they all saw Shenzhen as beautiful, thinking she was just a vase, which was a mere name in Hong Kong. But now these words directly affect a governor, a secretary of the municipal party committee, and Ziming when pushed against the wall. You know, Xun Qingping and Chen Da, both of them are reform pioneers in Jiangsu province, and they are all articulate, not to mention Ziming. But now they are both speechless by Shenzhen. It seems that the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics is really not a vain name. Xun Qingping was not the governor of the food for a while. He coughed and said, Reporter Shin is indeed a well-known reporter from Hong Kong City. As expected, we have a unique vision. The reason why we delineated the township industrial park is actually in an economic experiment field. If there are any problems, we should correct them in time. Like the problems raised by reporter Shin just now, they are actually what we want to consider. When Xun Qingping was talking, Ziming was already leaning back on the chair. After Xun Qingping finished speaking, Shenzhen originally wanted to say something, but she first glanced at Ziming and then died. There was no movement from Shenzhen, and Xun Qingping did not dare to chase after him. Then he just re-emphasized the importance of township industrial parks and guaranteed that Hong Kong businessmen would be given more policy preference in the future. Ended this meeting. At the end of the meeting, Lin Muking and Shenzhen left accompanied by Suhan and a female cadre of the municipal party committee. Ziming accompanied Xun Qingping and Chen Da to the next conference room. Xun Qingping took a sharp sip of tea, and he recalled just now, at the meeting, I couldn't help but sighed and said, I can't imagine that a small Hong Kong city is such a crouching dragon under tiger. First Lin Muking, who became the chairman of the board at such a young age, can be so tricky. Now that such a beautiful reporter can be so tricky. 25 or 16 years old. Xun Qingping raised his head, and Chen Da on the side immediately answered, Governor, you can't say that. I heard that this is that reporters are not restrained at Hong Kong City. They can say what they want, and they don't understand at all. It's caused by respecting the leaders. That's how they are trying to get their reputations. They just like to do tricks on a very simple problem that makes people unable to step down. Xun Qingping waved his hand and said, that said, but not everyone can ask reasonable questions like reporter Shin. There is really nothing in his stomach, and it is absolutely impossible to say that. After Xi Jinping finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Ziming. "What did Zhu say on behalf of you?" Ziming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was something of his own. He thought for a while and said, "Reporter Shen is indeed very powerful. She is the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. She has interviewed many world-renowned entrepreneurs or politicians. She also knows all kinds of economic systems well." Ziming paused after speaking, and then continued, "However, Hong Kong City is one of the most important financial centers in the world, and the world's largest Chinese consortium is basically concentrated in Hong Kong City. Under such a big background, it's not surprising that many people with unique economic insights can be born in Hong Kong City. Yes, Hong Kong City is a place where people gather and there are many top-notch talents. But the key is that you, the representative of Zhu who also made a breakthrough in Hong Kong City, are also deflated in her hands." "This is amazing," Xi Jinping said. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He saw the interesting smile on Xi Jinping's face. It seemed that he thought he had deliberately let Shen Xin in the meeting just now. This is indeed the case. Ziming wanted to refute the remarks made by Shen Xin, but Ziming felt that it was unnecessary. After all, Shen Xin was also the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. She accompanied Lin Muqing to Lianyang. "I have already given myself so much face in front of me, and now it is just her own job, and I have to compete with her for a high, although that would be too ungentlemanlike, so it is better to let her." Of course, apart from Lin Muqing's relationship with her, Ziming also had other ideas in it. But of course this kind of thing Ziming cannot be admitted, otherwise it would not be good for Governor Xun to lose face. Ziming said, "Governor Xun, don't wrong me, I really didn't expect her to come here." Xi Jinping shook his head and complimented Shen Xin with some ulterior motives. He said, "Yes, Reporter Shen is very powerful. She not only has such a deep understanding of the economy, but also looks at problems so comprehensively, but also knows how to advance and retreat. It's really fascinating to know how to take care of the overall situation and that people are so beautiful." To me, at the meeting just now, many people were convinced by her. This is the real intellectual woman. Chen Die also said, "Yes, Governor Xun, Reporter Shen's performance just now, and her ladylike temperament that she is not afraid of danger. I also noticed that many people look at her with bright eyes." Listening to Xi Jinping and Chen Die's evaluation of Shen Xin in front of them, Ziming was a little surprised. Although Ziming knew that Xi Jinping had deliberately told him, he also told a fact that Shen Xin was indeed fascinating. Chapter 278 is simply unworthy to be a county magistrate. Xi Jinping and Chen Die still have things to discuss. Ziming left the room first. Thinking back to the comments made by the governor and the secretary of the municipal party committee to Shen Xin, Ziming was very proud of Shen Xin. Chen Die may have followed Xi Jinping's words, but Xi Jinping, as a dignified governor and a person who is very close to President Du Zongyuan, can't be wrong with his vision. The woman who can make him admire this way must be one in a million. However, it is not easy to think about this woman Shen Xin. In a place where Chinese chaebols are concentrated in Hong Kong City, she can actually become the chief financial reporter in her early 20s. Perhaps there are some family backgrounds in it, scenery and opportunity coincidence in it, but her personal ability is beyond doubt. After all, in a place with a high degree of freedom like Hong Kong City, if a reporter wants to get out, he must be able to grasp the main points and find things that no one else can find. In addition, Shen Xin has also interviewed almost all the big figures in Hong Kong City. Among them are the governor of Hong Kong and the richest Chinese in the world. These are people who have a certain status in the world. To be recognized by these people, it is not at all if there is no real material possible. To be more intuitive, the series of questions to Xi Jinping, Chen Die and herself at the meeting just now cannot be done by ordinary people. And it is precisely because she has this ability that she will become a household name in the media in the future. Ziming. A sudden shout interrupted Ziming's thoughts. Ziming turned his head and saw the well-known media person Shanxin. He was still thinking about standing there. Ziming smiled when he saw that she looked at her timidly and asked, "She, Reporter Shen, why are you here? Didn't you go back with Sister Mu King and Xiao Han?" "I suddenly remembered that I still had something forgotten to take," Shanxin explained casually, and then asked, "Ziming... have you finished talking with Governor Xung and Secretary Chen? How about Reporter Shen deserves to be the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island finance and economics. He never forgets to inquire about the news all the time." Ziming teased. "I didn't mean that. Shanxin was about to explain, but Ziming quickly interrupted her and said, "Okay, I was joking with you. But to be honest, Reporter Shen, you were really great just now. You don't know what you were at the meeting just now. The style is so charming." Shanxin's eyes lit up suddenly. "Really? Of course it's true. You don't know how Governor Xung and Secretary Chen praised you just now. They both praised you as nothing in the sky. And it makes people want to worship you or not," Ziming said. Shanxin said. Her mood seemed a little depressed, which made Ziming stun for a while, feeling as if she had said something wrong. However, Shanxin's depression was only for a while, and she immediately raised her head and said to Ziming, "Is that right? Am I that good? But I don't think this is my credit. I think that if Zhu doesn't show you so much face, I can't achieve this effect at all. What do you think?" "I think it's because, Reporter Shen, that you have the ability to do it yourself," Ziming said. Ziming and Shanxin said a few words haha, and then sent Shanxin out. After they went out, they rushed directly to the back of Shanglian village. This is the land allocated to Lin Muking Company in Nanhui County. Today, Lin Muking and Su Han went to see. What Ziming didn't expect was that when they arrived here, something unexpected happened to him. A group of people surrounded the road, including government agencies, farmers in Shanglian village and people from other units. They seemed to be arguing about something. "What are you doing? Isn't this land planned for us by the county? How can you keep relying on it and make so many excessive demands?" Lin Muking said angrily. "Yes. We met and communicated with Mr. Wang. You already understand that the county's plans to build township industrial parks and bring in foreign companies are all for local development, so that you can have a better life. What do? Can you see profit and forget righteousness in this way?" Su Han also echoed Lin Muking's. Wang He, the village chief of Shanglian village, also did not back down. "Manager Lin Dongzhu, how can you talk like that? Why do we just stay behind? How can we just forget what we are doing?" He Chi, the secretary of the party committee of Menki in town, was also here. He persuaded him as a peacemaker. Manager Lin Dongzhu and village chief Wang, "Don't get angry. Everyone talk carefully." This is what Ziming and Shanxin saw when they rushed over. Ziming squeezed the crowd and came to Lin Muking and Su Han, frowning, and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's him," Su Han said, pointing to Wang He. "He took the villagers from Shanglian village and stayed here and did not let Muking's sister's company settle in." "What is it that I can't leave? Don't talk nonsense," Wang He said loudly. "Shut up for me," Ziming yelled at Wang He, shaking Wang He, then turned to ask Su Han, "Xion, what's the situation? Don't worry, and tell me slowly." Su Han was about to speak, and Lin Muking said first, "Let me talk about it. It's like this. I just came here with Xion to see the land. These people are also going to move. I have already contacted this place, those who built the factory, but when I came here just now, these people started making trouble here. I still don't understand what's going on. So they came around us and asked us to make up for them." "Compensation?" Ziming's brows twisted into Sichuan. When Wang He saw Ziming, he was not happy at the time. "Boss Zhu, our ancestors in Shanglian village have lived here for generations. Now that the country wants to engage in development, we should support it. But support does not mean bullying people like this. At the beginning, we said that we were compensated. Why should we be deducted? What did you deduct? Ziming asked. Of course it is the compensation for demolition. You promised us at the beginning, but now we have given 2,000 yuan less to each household. Wang He said. Yes, you can't bully people like this. Other villagers in Shenglian village rioted together. It's like this, Lin Muking said. Ziming nodded to Lin Muking and Suhan and said that he knew it, and then he asked Chi, Secretary He, what's going on? I remember the compensation for demolition. Isn't the management committee responsible? Facing Ziming's question, His face suddenly became awkward. He said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, I don't know about this matter. Why don't we go back to the management committee? Chi answered Ziming's question as soon as he heard it. He said seriously, Secretary He, what's going on? It was like trying to give Ziming the best answer. When Ziming finished speaking, a voice came from outside the crowd. What is noisy? What do you guys in Shenglian village want to do? I asked you to pack up your things and get out. Don't you even understand human words? Still have to wait for my brother to do it? With this voice, a scornful person walked in. He first saw Lin Muking's eyes brighten, and his eyesight became inseparable. He greedily scanned Lin Muking's whole body, and deliberately went up and said, This is the beautiful boss from Hong Kong City, right? Hello, my surname is Yang, and my dad is the county magistrate. This young Master Yang's eyes made Lin Muking feel sick. Lin Muking didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Ziming immediately stood up in front of Lin Muking and asked him, What's the matter with Shenglian village's demolition compensation? The drooling beauty was blocked at once. Young Master Yang was naturally unwilling. He opened his mouth and cursed, What are you? This frightened Hichi. Hichi hurriedly introduced Ziming to him. Young Master Yang said, It turned out to be Representative Zhu. He was disrespectful and disrespectful. Representative Zhu came for the affairs of Shenglian village. Well, Boss Zhu doesn't have to worry about it. I can handle it. How do you deal with it? Ziming asked. There is no need for me to report to you, Boss Zhu, right? Anyway, I have my way. Yang Gongtsai said. It's young Master Yang that you deducted the compensation from Shenglian village. Ziming decided not to go around the corner and ask directly. Originally, young Master Yang could still speak to Ziming calmly. Hearing this question of not giving face, he said unhappily, Boss Zhu, the compensation is so much. What can I do? How can I not deduct it? It's just these gangsters who are so greedy. If Boss Zhu is really so grand, would you help out? Anyway, your boss is big and you don't care about such a small amount of money. Or let this beautiful boss do it, fart. Ziming yelled. This compensation was agreed by me and all the villagers in Shenglian village. It was also allocated by the provincial government. How could it be insufficient? Young Master Yang curled his lips in disdain. Boss Zhu said lightly. You don't know many things in the agency. Of course I don't know. If I knew that you have no chance of deduction at all, Ziming said. Ziming. Young Master Yang was not happy anymore. Don't be shameless. I said that I follow policy standards. Don't talk nonsense here. Don't think that you are a representative of the National People's Congress. You are gone. Ziming sneered. I'm talking nonsense? It doesn't matter. I just need to tell you that this township industrial park is being paid attention to by the province and the central government. If you still have a little brain, you can quickly take all the compensation you deducted. Spit it out. I can leave the blame. Otherwise you will harm your family. Ziming's words were like prophecies. He just finished talking here. The car with the Nanhui number 2 license plate drove over. County Mayor Yang hurriedly jumped out of the car and saw his son confronting Ziming. He went up and slapped directly, throwing it on his son's face. He first taught his son a lesson, then turned to apologize to Ziming. I'm sorry, Representative Zhu, I haven't handled this matter well. I will take care of it. Although County Mayor Yang has already said so, Ziming still said, Mayor Yang, as a national leader, you are such an educated child. You put your child in the management committee and I won't say anything. Don't you know how important the township industrial park is? You still allow such a kid to behave here? Do you still have a bit of a socialist view of the overall situation? You simply don't deserve to be the People's County Magistrate. Chapter 279 I am not Shen. Reporter is Shanksin. Bow. Thank you invalid monomer for your support. Is that person really the county magistrate of Ananhui? Shouldn't the county magistrate be the prefect? How come he looks like that in front of Boss Zhu, who is not an agency leader? Boss Zhu scolded him just like his grandson. Don't dare to fight back. The county grandfather is the secretary of the county party committee. What kind of high-ranking official is the county chief? And that is because Boss Zhu is more capable. What about the secretary of the county party committee? You see, our city party committee secretary is not the same in front of Boss Zhu? That's not it. How else could Boss Zhu start such a big business? I heard that the money he made was filled with a whole truck and he couldn't finish it. Even when he went to the central government, he would be warmly received. And you see just now the female director of Hong Kong City. She was so fierce before. When Boss Zhu came over, she wouldn't dare to say a word. She was just what Boss Zhu said. Don't talk nonsense, you people. What is it like you said? Why am I talking nonsense? Look at Lin Dong from the Hong Kong City just now, listen to Boss Zhu, and Manager Su. I think they are a natural match. I went to school. Isn't this a natural match meant two people? What's the situation with these three of you? That means Boss Zhu is more capable. Still on the side of the road, the villagers in Shenglian village are still talking about what happened just now. The ordinary people are like this. They like to comment on the things of the characters above, saying as if they really know how much. Ziming was also one of these people before he was born again. And now she just shook her head with a relaxed smile to listen to. But if Shanksin heard this, especially the last sentence of a natural couple, she would be sad. Ziming took Lin Muking and Suhan back to the county party's guest house. Lin Muking thanked Ziming. Ziming smiled and said to her, Sister Muking, let's say this too often. Don't worry, I'll follow up on this matter. It won't delay your business. And it won't cost you a penny more. Suhan also helped Ziming and said, that is, the son of County Mayor Yang is too much. He dare to embezzle even this money. But don't worry about Muking's sister, Ziming will definitely solve the problem. Of course, with Ziming here, what else can I worry about? He is my biggest support. Lin Muking said softly, and then she added, of course there are you. Sister Xiaoan. Ziming was also very happy to be counted by Lin Muking and Suhan. He sent Lin Muking and Shanksin back to the room before leaving with Suhan. On the next day, young Master Yang came to Ziming to apologize early in the morning, but before he could say something he had prepared, Ziming first said, young Master Yang, don't say anything in a hurry. You have nothing to apologize to me. Yes, if you really want to apologize, wait for the meeting Lin Dong and Su manager to come, you just apologize to them. They come. Young Master Yang was a bit inexplicable, but soon he knew, because then the door of Ziming's room was knocked open. Lin Muking and Suhan still came to bring breakfast to Ziming. This is already a common practice. That's how it came when I entered the county party committee to entertain him. Now, because Governor Xun is still here, it is more convenient to prevent any special things from finding someone. Ziming has always lived in the county party committee guest house. Ziming was used to it, but young Master Yang was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Young Master Yang looked at Ziming very jealously. He didn't understand how Ziming, Hida, was fortunate enough to have such two women who should be loved infinitely give him breakfast. But Ziming, no matter how much such a small matter can bring to young Master Yang, he just explained to Lin Muking and Suhan, young Master Yang, he made a special trip to apologize to you today. After Ziming finished taking a picture of young Master Yang immediately reacted. He reluctantly retracted his gaze while looking at Lin Muking and apologized to them. Manager Lin Dongzu, I'm very sorry. I didn't deal with the matter in Shenglian village. Okay, I'm causing you trouble, and I hope you don't care about it. Lin Muking and Suhan did not have the first time schedule, but instead directed their inquiries to Ziming. After getting Ziming's reply, They said that they forgave Yang Gongcai. This made Yang Gongcai feel very hurt. Why did they? Can you listen to Ziming's words like this? At least he had no chance to find an answer to young Master Yang's question today, because Ziming invited him out afterwards. After the uninvited guest Yang Gongcai went out, Ziming and Lin Muqing and Su-Han sat down. As on the first day, Lin Muqing and Su-Han worked together. One helped Ziming peel the eggs and the other fed Ziming the porridge. Since young Master Yang is here today, the demolition and relocation of Shenglian village has been resolved, right? Lin Muqing asked. Ziming nodded and said yes. Su-Han fed Ziming porridge and said happily, Ziming is still great. As long as you go out, he will come to apologize immediately. What happened yesterday was really annoying. It's not how good I am, Ziming said. It's that the township industrial park itself needs to be valued by the above. He dares to do things on it. It is irrational in itself, and no one cares about it. Fortunately, once something happened and was stabbed out, he could only do this. Otherwise, not only would the magistrate Yang's black yarn be lost, but the money would still have to be spit out, or he would go to jail. But this township industrial park was also proposed by Ziming, so Ziming is the best one. Su-Han said with a grin. Ziming shrugged. Well, since Xion, you praise me so much, then I can only admit it brazenly. Lin Muqing gave Ziming a blank look. Over there, virtue. Ziming finished breakfast in the Three People's Affair. Then Ziming took Lin Muqing and Su-Han out to the county party committee, and ran into Shengxin at the door. Shengxin seemed to have encountered some problem. She came over with a notebook. Ask Ziming, I have a manuscript to be sent back to Hong Kong Island Finance tomorrow. Ziming, can you help me see if there are any problems with it? Ziming gave Shengxin a surprised look. There shouldn't be any news censorship in your port city. And in the economic news section, Reporter Shen is your best. How can I help you watch it? This is not a trick. Shengxin still said, but don't you know more about the mainland's policies and the overall environment? I'm afraid I don't know enough about it in some places. Ziming scratched his head. Before he had time to answer, Su-Han in the car behind him rushed to this side and said, let's go to the county party committee and there will be problems. Or Reporter Shen, you will also come up? Is there anything in the car or when you go to the county party committee? Speak slowly. Ziming solicited Shengxin's opinion. Shengxin smiled and shook her head and said, no, I will read it myself. This manuscript will be sent back to Hong Kong City later. I'm sorry, Reporter Shen, I will definitely help you next time, Ziming said. Then I will first thank you, Ziming, Shengxin said. Ziming got on the bus and sent Lin Muqing and Su-Han to the county party committee. Strictly speaking, there is nothing to do today, but because of the incident in Shenglian village before, the communication in this year is not as convenient as that of later generations. So some things must be done. Lin Muqing discussed it in the past. Ziming did not stay with Lin Muqing and Su-Han for long, because there is a temporary meeting in the province tomorrow. Xun Qingping must rush back to the province. Ziming and the secretary of the municipal party committee Chen Die sent Xun Qingping to the city. Before leaving, Xun Qingping asked Ziming, I heard that something went wrong with the planning of the industrial park before? Unexpectedly, Governor Xun knew about this. Ziming said in surprise, yes, there was a small problem, but it has been resolved. Xun Qingping silently nodded and said, now that any problems will arise, I think they can be solved. After all, it is a test field for economic development. There may be no problems at all, but this industrial park is also a benchmark. And we must also keep any problem under control, and if you can compromise to solve it, try to use less drastic methods. The province will support you. Do you understand? Thank you very much, Governor Xun. I understand, Ziming said. He really understands. After all, to pull up an industrial park, there are some marginal shots or gray areas, and the province may not really be able to grasp it. Finally, Sun Kingping patted Zuming on the shoulder and got in the car and left. Zuming went back to Nanhui County before entering Nanhui County. Zuming received a paging message saying that Zuming was sent to room 301 of the county party guest house. There was no signature behind, but Zuming knew that this room was where Lin Muking lived. It should be Lin Muking looking for something to do with herself. Thinking of this, Zuming drove the car directly to the guest house and came to Lin Muking's room. He was about to knock on the door, but the room door was suddenly opened. "Sister Muking, are you going out so accidentally, or do you know how to count?" Zuming teased something and then walked into the room, only to find that the room was pitch black. Zuming said strangely, "Sister Muking, why don't you turn on the lights when you close the curtains? Do you want to be mysterious?" Zuming said to go 2 steps forward to turn on the lights, but at this moment the door behind him was suddenly closed, which shocked Zuming. "Sister Muking, has something happened? This doesn't seem to be your style, right?" As he spoke, Zuming turned around, and he felt a scent of fragrance coming. Zuming could hardly react, and a soft mouth was printed on his lips. "I was actually kissed forcibly. What's the situation?" Zuming was stunned for the first time. Judging from the skin on her chest and the feeling of holding her hands subconsciously, this is also a woman of good figure, and even though her little fragrant tongue is also proactively stretched out, but with the jerky movements, Zuming could also feel that she did not have any experience. But the scent on her body was different from that of Lin Muking. Zuming quickly reached out to touch the light in the room and turned on the light. When Zuming pushed the woman away and saw her face clearly, he was shocked. "Shin. Reporter Shin, why are you?" "I am not Reporter Shin, I am Shank Sin," she emphasized loudly. Chapter 280. Unless you say you don't want me? Not Reporter Shin, but Shank Sin. This statement didn't sound like a big deal to ordinary people, but Zuming heard the difference. Reporter Shin is a very formulaic name, although Shank Sin is just a name. In contrast, Reporter Shin's name is just it seems very different. Zuming is not completely ignorant of how Shank Sin feels about himself, and as far as Zuming himself is concerned, he does not have no idea about Shank Sin. Even though Zuming has a noble and elegant female director like Lin Muking, there are weak women like Suhan who need protection, and little girls like Tang Ran, but Shank Sin, a capable female reporter who is knowledgeable and smart, is also very appreciated by men. Even after the last time Zuming accidentally got in touch with her in Hong Kong City, Zuming had a little ambiguous thoughts about her. Of course, this is just a matter of thinking. Zuming is not so affectionate. He will not think that he has opened the halo of hooking girls, and let all the girls desperately stick to himself. Later, the contact with Shank Sin did not exceed the boundaries of ordinary friends. Gradually Zuming didn't take this matter to heart, but he didn't expect that Shank Sin would treat himself like this today. This made Zuming react. Zuming looked at Shank Sin, and saw her whole body tense. A pair of small pink fists firmly clasped, her small mouth pursed, her big beautiful eyes were full of resentment, and crystal tears kept spinning in her eye sockets. Shank Sin's tactful and sad look made Zuming feel very uncomfortable. Zuming subconsciously stretched out his hand to hug her, but before raising his hand, Zuming remembered that the girl in front of him was not Lin Muking or Suhan, so Zuming hesitated again. But Shank Sin was obviously dissatisfied with Zuming's hesitation. Zuming's hand was about to be put down. Shank Sin quickly came over and took Zuming's hand and hugged herself, which made Zuming was stunned. He didn't expect Shank Sin to be so proactive, but he was relieved when he thought of what happened just now. Zuming looked down at Shank Sin, who was lying on his chest like a wounded cat. He felt a little bitter and wanted to reach out to touch her. But because of the unclear relationship between himself and her, Zuming raised his hand in the air again. Hesitantly stopped. This time Shank Sin still took the initiative. She took Zuming's hand and put it on her head, enjoying Zuming's caress. Follow the usual routine between couples, hug and touch. Shouldn't it be the next turn? Zuming thought about it this way. He looked at Shank Sin's ruddy little mouth and was a little moved. He wanted to lower his head and kiss her, but his reason told him that you can't do this, because doing so is basically a hooligan. Shanksin and Zuming had a clear heart. When Zuming hesitated again, Shanksin took the initiative to hug Zuming's neck and stood on tiptoe to kiss Zuming again. I don't know whether it's the mood or other reasons. It's different from the strong kiss before entering the door. This time, although Shanksin is still as enthusiastic as before, Zuming can feel that Shanksin's lips are a little bit cold, and even finally tears fell from her eyes. Zuming held her cheek. Shanksin. Seeing that Zuming's name had finally changed, Shanksin immediately moved in. Call me Xingxin. Xingxin? Orangutan. Zuming didn't have time to consider the homophonic issue at this time, and it was not a time to care about it. He asked Shanksin, Xingxin, what's the matter with you? Hearing Zuming's question, Shanksin suddenly cried harder, what's wrong with me? Mr. Zhu, your question is really good. I don't know what happened to me today. I may be crazy. It's an evil, maybe it's because of drunkenness and madness, or maybe it's mentally abnormal today. But I know it's all because of you, Zuming. Zuming felt a little in his heart, knowing that what he worried about the most had happened, and of course he was also the most hopeful. Zuming, you don't know, I'm really happy and jealous these days, Shanksin said. You deliberately let me go at Governor Xung's meeting before, let me make a little woman dumb the big guys. I was speechless, I felt very happy. But then, I saw that in Shenglian village, you maintained Lin Muking so much, and even hardly hesitated to teach a county magistrate in front of so many people, and asked him to come to the house and apologize. All make me feel very happy. Then Shanksin turned around and said, but I am more jealous. Why can I hide behind you? Why can you protect her from the wind and rain instead of me? I am jealous of your treatment of Mu King. Gentle, I am jealous of your promise to Suhan. I am jealous of why I can't enjoy your tenderness. Even at the door of the guest house today, I want you to spare a little time to help me look at the manuscript. Is it so underestimated? No, Xingxin, I absolutely didn't mean that. Zuming explained hurriedly, actually, I care about you very much. You are also a very good woman. You forgot that I also told you about Governor Xung and Secretary Chen. I admire you very much. Before Zuming's words were finished, Shanksin roughly interrupted, I don't need them to appreciate it. I don't care what the world thinks of me, I only care what Zuming thinks of you. Of course I also like you very much. Zuming blurted out, Xingxin, I'm not afraid of you making a joke. In fact, from the first time I saw you, I liked you very much. I'm not a fanatic, but I just can't control my heart. I don't know what you think, so I can only force myself not to think about it, and force myself not to care about you. I can only bury this feeling deep in my heart. Zuming looked at Shanksin and said, this is because I'm afraid that I will scare you away if I say it, so that I don't even have the opportunity to look at you from afar. When he said this, Zuming was actually despising himself deeply in his heart. Zuming found that he had really deteriorated after he came back from rebirth. If nothing else, at least his mouth can be full of affection in front of women. Saying this bullshit, if it were in a previous life, I would definitely not be able to say it. For this reason, Zuming also felt more and more that he was getting closer to the disgusting rogue. However, although these remarks seemed to Zuming to be in the second grade, Shanksin felt that her heart was about to be melted. She was very excited to ask Zuming, is this true? Of course, Zuming said, Xingxin, you don't know how charming you are. Your demeanor in meetings before is enough to conquer any man, including me. But I am not as beautiful as Sister Mu King, and Suhan, I am not as feminine as her. Shanksin anxiously wanted to say something, but Zuming shook his head slightly and said, Xingxin, don't think so. Why are you not beautiful or not feminine? On the contrary, you are very beautiful and feminine. You forgot that you published a poster that sold crazy things in Hong Kong City. If it wasn't for everyone to like you crazy, how could this be? Moreover, Zuming continued, not only this, I don't think you have to compare with Mu King and Xion at all. You are the only one who is different. Facing Zuming's praise, Shinxin suddenly felt that she was about to pass out of happiness. She held a pair of small pink fists excitedly and looked at Ziming obsessively. If Xun Qingping and Chen Die were present at this time, I can't believe that she was the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics who was so wise at that meeting and forced them to question them speechlessly. When the iron was hot, Ziming took the initiative to step up to hold her pretty face while watching Shinxin look like this, and lowered his head to kiss her beautiful lips. The lips crossed, and Shinxin's body melted into Ziming's arms, and then Ziming sent her back to her room and her bed. "You take a good rest. Don't think so much." Ziming said this and was about to leave, but Shinxin took his hand. Ziming turned his head in confusion, but saw Shinxin looking at herself with a shy expression and asking, "Ziming, don't leave, stay with me." "Okay." Shinxin's tone was soft, and although her big eyes looked at Ziming, she was a little charming and dodge. Obviously, it was not a simple meaning that she let Ziming stay with her. She was ready. Ziming looked at Shinxin up and down, and suddenly found that Shinxin had been specially dressed today. She was wearing a tight-fitting lady's shirt. Her full breasts tightened the shirt. She also deliberately untied the top of the shirt buttons, exposing large areas of white skin and the deep gully. The slender waist is fully gripped. Under a short and narrow skirt, a pair of slender and plump legs are tightly wrapped in black stockings. Everything is so tempting. Ziming swallowed, but he still said to Shinxin, Xin, I really have something to do, and Sister Mu King and the others are expected to be back soon. Will I let them accompany you then? Shinxin shook her head slightly. The land in Chenglian village needs to be planned. Sister Mu King and Su-Han will make a document and send it back to Hong Kong City. She will sleep with Su-Han tonight. Sister Mu King originally asked me to tell you. Hearing what Shinxin said, Ziming suddenly understood something. No wonder she dared to confess to herself like this today. No wonder she dared to pretend to be Lin Mu King to lie to herself, and even kissed herself in such a dark light. She had a premeditated feeling for her! Shinxin stared at Ziming's eyes and saw Ziming's thoughts. She deliberately unbuttoned a button on her chest again, revealing the lace of the white underwear inside, and her big watery eyes stared madly. Ziming Jiao said drippingly, "Today I just want to seduce you to seduce a result. You are playing with fire, and there will be no results between us." Ziming warned her. "I know him willing." Shinxin said, "I know Ziming, you will be a great figure famous all over the world in the future, and I don't ask me to tie you forever, as long as I can have you today. I just need to know you have cared about me, loved me, that's enough." At the end, Shinxin gritted her teeth and said the most lethal words to Ziming, "Unless you say you don't want me." Chapter 281 From Room to Bathroom. Ziming definitely couldn't say something like Shinxin, let alone Shinxin so beautiful and outstanding, even if she was just an ordinary girl. The kind-hearted Ziming couldn't bear to refuse, let alone say such a thing. "But I can't tell." But it doesn't mean that Ziming is an animal and wants to have a relationship with her. Ziming was struggling here, but Shinxin took the initiative to help him make a choice. Shinxin pulled Ziming onto the bed, then rolled over and rode on Ziming, looking down at Ziming's eyes. "Ziming, knowing that you like Sister Mu King, I also know that you are also related to Su-Han. But I don't care. I just hope you can leave me a place and let me follow you silently until you get bored of me one day." Ziming is not hard-hearted. Facing such a woman who is infatuated with him, Ziming can't help it. Maybe he didn't feel good about her, but he was also interested in her, so there was no way. Thinking of this, Ziming stretched out his hand to hold Shinxin's cheek. "You will regret it." Shinxin smiled sadly, "Maybe one day. But I have such an impulse now, I can feel it, and you should have it too." While speaking, Shinxin's little butt riding on Ziming also moved deliberately. Although Ziming and Shinxin were still wearing their own clothes, this movement of Shinxin still ignited the lust that Ziming had been suppressing. He pressed Shinxin's head down and kissed her pink mouth very aggressively, tasting the sweet and soft lips of a woman crazily. Well, Shinxin was caught off guard. Her body stiffened, but she immediately responded enthusiastically to Ziming. but her response just stayed on, not struggling or resisting. Actually, reporter Shen's response was still very jerky. Even almost bit Ziming's lips when he kissed. Ziming didn't care, because it showed that reporter Shen was still very pure, and it gave Ziming a sense of conquest and accomplishment. As for those, Ziming could also teach her slowly. Ziming slid the tip of her tongue into the woman's sandal mouth. Compared with the shy dodge that Suhan and Tang Ran started, Shenxin took the initiative. She did not dodge, and proactively stretched out her little fragrant tongue to wrap around Ziming's tongue. He even sucked occasionally. Under Ziming's teasing, he slowly adapted to the rhythm of the kiss. In a short while, a sizzling sound overflowed from between the four squirming lips, echoing in the ears of the two, stimulating their nerves. Suddenly, Shenxin's whole body tightened, and a cat-like moan came out from her sealed small mouth. It turned out that Ziming's big hand was inserted into the white lace underwear on the woman's chest sometime. Shenxin's reaction caused Ziming to pause his kiss and reminded him, "Xiao Xingxin, you still have time to rein in the cliff." Shenxin did not answer, but kissed Ziming's lips again. They kissed for a while. Ziming suddenly stood up and pressed Shenxin onto him, and said with a smirk, "It's not the next thing." "That's it." Shenxin tilted her head to avoid Ziming's fiery gaze. "Whatever you want is fine." This time, Shenxin's voice was soft and cowardly, and completely lost the way she was before. At this time, her beautiful face was beautiful and moving, her cheeks were as red as rouge, and her big black eyes were full of shyness. "Today you came to me to play with fire. Then I want you to watch me assault you." Ziming stretched his hands to her chest as he spoke, unbuttoning one button after another, while Shenxin, as if possessed by a demon, actually turned her head back and watched the man little by little with his eyes open. "Untie your clothes." Forcing a woman to look at how she was teased and violated by a man is very stimulating. It is precisely because of this that Ziming originally wanted to have sex with Shenxin slowly. But after a while, Ziming I feel that I have seriously overestimated my endurance. I just take off the woman's clothes. I can't stand it. I feel that something is going to explode. Ziming let out a low growl and pressed onto Shenxin's delicate body, constantly kissing the woman's small mouth, cheeks and the slender neck, and finally fell all the way to the crisp chest. Shenxin had no resistance to Ziming's kiss, and she felt a pleasant sensation after only a moment of contact. She felt the strength of her whole body was emptied in an instant, her body was soft, her breathing was chaotic, and the man's breath lingered on the tip of her nose. Make her confused and infatuated. As Ziming's kisses continued to send bursts of pleasure, ripples rippling away, paralyzing her body and mind. "Xiao Xingxin, whether you are ready or not, you have no choice." Suddenly Ziming's voice rang in Shenxin's ears, and Shenxin was shocked. She opened her eyes and met Ziming's fiery eyes. She knew that the most important moment in her life was coming. In this way, Shenxin and Ziming stared for a while, and finally Shenxin lowered her eyes shyly, her lips slightly opened and closed, and finally spit out a few words, "I know, I seduce you." Although Shenxin's words were still so hard, Ziming could feel the tension of the woman beneath him. However, Shenxin's nervousness is just the beginning. As Ziming groaned, "This is I am raping you," he reached out and lifted the woman's skirt to his waist, opened the last shelter, embarked on the final journey, and broke through the door. At that level of obstruction, Shenxin's entire body suddenly tightened, and there was a moan deep in his throat that was both painful and rewarding. Ziming paused pitifully, but only for that moment, and soon Ziming embarked on a new round of journey with Shenxin's bumpy body. I don't know how long it took. As Ziming's muffled hum and Shenxin's hoarse yelling sounded together, the shaking of the bedboard in the room finally stopped, and Ziming and Shenxin lay on the bed hugging each other. Shenxin's apricot eyes opened slightly, lying softly on Ziming's chest, with a happy expression, as if she was still reminiscing about the passion just now. After a long time, she opened her eyes completely and looked down at the dazzling red on the other side of the bed, dumbfounded. After a while, Then he said to Ziming with an aversion, "Ziming, you are too cruel. You don't care about me at all. I was about to fall apart just now." Ziming said with an innocent look, "I can't be blamed for this. I want to pity you a little bit. You made me work harder." Shanxin was angry but twisted Ziming's waist, but Ziming's cheap and good-looking smile always made her ashamed in front of Shanxin. In the end, Shanxin was ashamed and had no choice but to throw it to Ziming. One sentence, "I'm going to take a bath." But Shanxin just grabbed the clothes on the head of the bed and walked out of the bed. She felt a tingling pain from her lower body, which made her almost fall. Fortunately, Ziming's eyes were quick to support her. "Let's see if you can't even walk the road well. Why are you doing so well?" "Still, I will take you in to help you wash it," Ziming said. "No, it's me." Shanxin was anxious to get rid of herself and take a bath, but Ziming didn't care about it at all. He hugged her and walked towards the bathroom, and then heard Shanxin's exclamation from the bathroom, "Ziming, you hug me, just come in. I want to take a bath, you go out." Then Ziming's shameless voice, "I have already come in, and we did the same exercise just now. I sweat more than you. I also want to take a bath. Call me Xiaoshan when you are not comfortable, sweet. Now I don't recognize people when I put on my pants after I feel comfortable. I don't recognize people anymore. I never called you something sweet. Don't talk nonsense. Wait until I finish washing you again." Shanxin said. "That's so much trouble. It's so much healthier to take a mandarin duck bath now. Or do you think about something unhealthy?" Ziming said, "Hey, don't we want to take a bath? How many do you wear when you carry the clothes in?" "Meaning, is it possible that you have a special habit of dressing and taking a bath?" Shanxin exclaimed again, "Don't take off my clothes, I'll do it myself. Hey, don't take off my stockings. Don't touch me." There were bursts of exclamation in the bathroom, but as the sound of running water rang out, the exclamation gradually turned into a blushing moan. If the guest house of this era is also equipped with frosted glass like the hotel of later generations, then from the bedroom, it is definitely the appearance of two people entangled with each other, and the picture must be processed by mosaics. Ziming and Shanxin didn't leave the room until 9 o'clock in the evening. Although they were all dressed at this time, Shanxin's pretty face was still red. Ziming glanced at Shanxin and said, "I said, Reporter Shendi, a beautiful woman, why is your face so red? You don't have a real fever. Should I take you to the hospital?" "What kind of hospital?" "Even if I really want to go to the hospital, I have to call the police and catch you as a villain first." Shanxin gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Ziming laughed and said, "I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle." "How can I say it is also a deputies to the National People's Congress, and it has legal immunity?" Shanxin hummed sternly at Ziming and ignored Ziming. She found that she was not Ziming's opponent at all. Nonsense. However, as Ziming said just now, it also reminded her of the things they had in the bathroom just now. She felt that her pretty face was getting hot. Even though they had already had such close contact, Ziming would want to watch her again in the future. The whole body, but it was also on the bed, and in the bathroom, under such a big light, it was too shameful for them to do such a thing. However, it is this shyness that makes Shanxin feel particularly sensitive and irritating. No matter where Ziming touches, it makes her feel a tingling and itchy. If not, I wouldn't let him succeed so easily. Shanxin thought so comfortingly in her heart, and Ziming also felt funny looking at Shanxin's shy appearance, because thinking back to Shanxin's resolute initiative when she seduced herself, and looking at her current dodge shyness, it's like two people. Even though they had been in the room for so long just now, they still fought from the bed to the bathroom. But now that Shanxin looks like this, Ziming still has the urge to rush to kiss her forcefully. But at this time, they suddenly yelled from the side and frightened them. "Reporter Ziming, so you are here." Chapter 282, Reporter Shin is not serious. Bow, thank you Dancing Wind and Haruichi for their support and monthly ticket support. They all say that they are guilty of being a thief, and since cheating is labeled as a word for stealing, it means that people who cheat are also guilty of conscience. Even though Zhu Ming was not married at this time, his relationship with Shengxin was not so justified. Generally speaking, he was stealing fishy. Therefore, the sudden sound shocked both Zhu Ming and Shengxin. Zhu Ming turned his head and saw Su Han standing there pretty, looking at Zhu Ming and Shengxin with surprise. Although Su Han hadn't said anything, Zhu Ming still felt a little nervous. After all, Su Han is here now, said to be the person closest to his girlfriend's identity. As a man who has just eaten stealthily and is also the first time to steal it, it is always impossible to let go. Xion, why are you here? What's the matter? I'm going to have a supper with reporter Shen, Zhu Ming said pretendingly, but his heart beats very fast, as if he was caught by his wife. The current is the same. The Shengxin also followed Zhu Ming and said, yes. Xion, Mr. Zhu and I are going to have supper. Zhu Ming turned his head and glanced at Shengxin. He found that Shengxin's expression was a little unnatural. It seemed that on her side, she also thought that the relationship between her and herself was not so glorious. Su Han said, I'm here to help Sister Mu King get some materials. She asked for very detailed documents. Of course, Hong Kong City is not like the mainland. The board of directors is a very sound institution. For a matter as big as investing in the mainland, even Miss Mu King can't directly decide on the documents that need to be supported by other directors. It is to be taken back and shown to other directors. Naturally, we need more and more detailed things, Shengxin explained to Su Han. Su Han nodded without understanding, and Shengxin said again, okay, since Xion here, I won't bother you anymore. I'll just have to eat supper by myself. Shengxin fled after speaking. Zhu Ming wanted to stay but didn't know how to speak, but then Su Han's words made Zhu Ming's heart jump. Su Han struggled there for a long time before finally wrinkling. Xu said to Zhu Ming, it's not that I am chewing my tongue behind my back. Zhu Ming, you know I am not such a person, but reporter Shen, I think, is not as serious as it seems on the surface. Why is this? Zhu Ming asked very strangely. Su Han hesitated for a moment and then made up his mind to tell Zhu Ming. In fact, Sister Mu King had already called me to come to her room to get materials. When I came over, I heard the shameful voice coming from her room. I heard that foreign women are very slutty. But I didn't expect it to be so. They don't take their innocence seriously. In broad daylight, I don't know where to find men to bring them into the room. Su Han said that the whole pretty face turned red all at once, and he was embarrassed to continue. However, Zhu Ming was not in the mood to appreciate Su Han's shy and cute appearance at this time. He only felt surprised, because what Su Han said just now was that he and Shengxin were tossing in the room. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming immediately asked nervously, Xion, did you go and peek in reporter Shen's room? Su Han immediately explained, no, I didn't take a peek. I heard that sound when I walked in, and I ran out. I'm not such a shameless woman. Zhu Ming took a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that he was thinking too much, but thinking about it is also true. Although Su Han is not such a tough girl, she is also a very emotional woman. If she really finds something, it will not be so calm now. As for what kind of woman Shengxin looks like, her jerky kisses and the red marks on the bedsheets can explain the problem well. This thought made Zhu Ming's heart settled. He immediately said to Su Han, it's fine for you to know about Xion. Don't tell other people, especially Sister Mu King. Why is this? Su Han felt a little incomprehensible. Don't you understand this? The relationship between Mu King and reporter Shen is so good. If you tell her this, what will she think? How will she face reporter Shen in the future? And the most important thing is her private life. No one has the right to control, Zhu Ming said. Su Han nodded, okay, I see. Zhu Ming completely let go of his heart. Thinking back just now, he really scared himself into a cold sweat. It seems that both he and Shengxin were too careless, thinking that Lin Mu King and the others would really not even come over if they didn't come back. This was the reason to forget about it in the room. Fortunately, Su Han came over. She didn't notice anything when she was shy and didn't listen carefully. Of course, The most important thing here is that Suhan and Shanxin are not familiar, otherwise it would be easy to go wrong if they ask in private. But now that Suhan said that, based on Suhan's personality, she didn't even agree. She would not say anything, and now she will not say anything after analyzing the interests with her. As long as Lin Muking doesn't know, nothing will happen. It seems that today's story has taught us the importance of ensuring foolproofness. If we have to do such things in the future, especially if we do such things in places where other women are, we must ensure that we will not be discovered. Ziming thought about this. He came back to his senses and suddenly found that Suhan was looking at him. Ziming was stunned for a moment. Suhan asked, "Ziming, what are you thinking about?" "It's nothing. I'm just thinking that our mobile communication base station is already debugging, and the highway connecting Lianyang to Baiyun City and Nanjian City should also be repaired," Ziming said. Suhan also said cautiously, "It is indeed the case. The traffic situation here in Lianyang is too bad. The 8 treasure porridge during the spring festival will make Ziming anxious. If it is not solved, it will be really a big problem." "So it's still a problem." "Ziming, you are great. You are one step ahead of us in considering problems." Facing Suhan's praise, Ziming felt embarrassed about it, because he was just a step away from thinking about it. He was just opening his mouth and talking nonsense. It is said that the IQs of men and women in a fair are comparable to Einstein. This is true. I think how innocent and kind-hearted I was in the past, but now I can talk such nonsense to deceive girls. Really? Know whether it is an improvement or a regression. In the end, Suhan, with a blank sheet of paper, was very obedient to help Ziming keep the secret, and did not cause any disturbances, which made Ziming and Shanxin breathe a sigh of relief. But because this incident also erected a barrier between the pair of underground lovers, they couldn't let go of them when they met later. Of course, this is also a later story. Here in Nanhui County, as the investment promotion work stabilizes, all companies including Gangqing Company have already settled in the Township Industrial Park, and various construction work must be put on the agenda. At noon that day, Ziming and Nanhui County Party Committee Secretary Gaping rushed to the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee. Xiao Zhao, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary, was waiting at the door. Seeing them coming, they took them to a small lounge. City Party Secretary Chen Die right here. When Ziming and Gaping walked into the lounge, they smelled smoke. Obviously Chen Die had been here for a while, and perhaps had a meeting. Ziming and Gaping sat down opposite Chen Die. They were all old acquaintances. Chen Die was not polite, and said straightforwardly, 2 things. The first thing is the construction of our Nanhui Township Industrial Park. Now that all merchants have signed contracts and officially settled here, the construction of the industrial park must be on the agenda. The construction of various factories or other buildings will be the responsibility of the various merchants themselves, but the roads in the industrial park have to be repaired. Chen Die said. Ziming nodded and agreed. Although this township industrial park was built with the 760 factory as the core and its own road conditions are still intact, it is only for one factory of the 760 factory. Now when another factory next to it starts construction, every day large trucks drove up and down, and now it has only been more than a week, and the road has become bumpy. This kind of road is obviously not suitable for the industrial park, so renovation is imperative. Ziming responded to this to the city, and only then has today's meeting. But the road is to be repaired, but the city's finances are also difficult. If you can't get the money, what can you do? Chen Die said, but his eyes were on Ziming. Of course Ziming understood what Chen Die meant. He just wanted to make himself think of a solution. To put it bluntly, Chen Die was unwilling to pay the money, otherwise the problem that he had asked him to respond should have been resolved long ago. Thinking of this, Ziming said, Secretary Chen, I have always said that everything that can be solved with money is not a problem, and the government finances can use the money for road construction. Chen Die and Gaping looked at Ziming in surprise. What can you do about Ziming? Look for a bank loan, Ziming said. The government has too many places to take care of. It must not be able to spend so much money at once. but the bank can definitely get the money, so we can choose to use the government's name. Go to the bank for a loan. Don't you have money to build roads? Isn't this the same as the way to repair a highway? Is it difficult to set up a toll station to collect fees after the road is repaired? Chen Da asked. Ziming said, you can understand the method of Secretary Chen as the same, but the road is repaired. You can't charge, or it will be too unfair to the merchants. The money can be used for the service fees and land management fees of the merchants. The transfer fee is deducted and used as a loan repayment to the bank. Chen Da clapped his hands happily. Great, Ziming, you are so smart, so that you can build the road without worrying about financial pressure. Ziming also smiled. Yes. And Secretary Chen can also choose to borrow from Nanjian Development Bank in order to take care of the merchants who have settled here. As the major shareholder of South Development Bank, Ziming will certainly support it. Chen Da thought for a while and nodded and said, no problem. As the first commercial bank to settle in the industrial park, our Lin Yang Municipal Party Committee and government should support it. After speaking, Chen Da paused for a while and then said, the second thing is about the highway connecting our Lianyang and Lingnan province. Chapter 283 Yanshan Meeting. Yanshan Hotel is the best hotel in Baiyun City, the capital of Lingnan province. Generally, whether it is a senior government official or wealthy businessman at home and abroad, even national leaders, they basically live here when they come to Baiyun City. It is precisely because of this that Yanshan Hotel has witnessed many glorious occurrences. For example, in the early days of reform and opening up, Yang La and other leaders of the central government visited the Lingnan. They basically lived in Yanshan Hotel. Even in the negotiations on Hong Kong City, domestic and foreign representatives had their first contacts at the Yanshan Hotel before going to visit the capital. And on the day of July 14th, Skylight Hotel ushered in another glorious moment. Senior officials from Lingnan, Jingqiu, 2 provinces and 7 cities gathered here. In addition, there were also bosses from many large domestic and foreign companies. Have a meeting here to discuss the construction of the highway connecting Lianyang to Nanjing. This expressway is the first expressway built by private fundraising in China. It freed the government from huge financial burdens and created a new route of private fundraising led by the government. This is not only an in-depth implementation of the concept of reform and opening up. As a result, this is a new model that uses market economy to solve market economy. If it can be realized, then in the near future, we will usher in a high-speed era. In the lobby of the Yanshan Hotel, Ziming stood in front of the big color TV and watched the promotional videos that were constantly being played on the TV. He couldn't help but feel a little second in the middle. But it cannot be said that the propaganda of this era is very energetic. At least it makes people very energetic when they listen, unlike the sick sheep of later generations. But on the other hand, I have to say that at least this propaganda is right. The future will indeed be a high-speed era, whether it is highways built all over the country, or trains that continue to increase speed, and later people love and hate. High-speed rail. This is the best proof of acceleration and high speed. As the proponent of the highway construction plan, Ziming will of course also come to this meeting, and along with Ziming our Lianyang City Party Secretary Chen Da and Siming Investment Company's General Manager Dai Tingwei, Lin Muking is still the chairman of a joint investment fund in Hong Kong City. Not only needs her to make a statement on investment in the mainland, but also has many things waiting for her to go back to make a decision. Ziming is very pleased with this, because Lin Muking has truly become a female entrepreneur. Although she cannot say that she has mastered her own destiny, at least she can already be her own master, and will never be like she was in the factory TV station. Was also harassed. As for Shanxin, she unexpectedly did not return to Hong Kong City with Lin Muking. Instead, she came to Baiyun City with Zuming. What made Zuming puzzled was that Lin Muking actually agreed. Mr. Zhu, Secretary Chen from Nanjing City and Secretary Huang from Baiyun City are coming soon. They are all going out to greet them. What are you thinking about? The voice of Shanxin suddenly came next to him, bringing Ziming back to reality. Although they had already had such an intimate relationship, Shank Xin still formulated Ziming as Mr. Z in front of outsiders, which is so important today. Meeting is going to be held, whether it is as the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics or Ziming's woman, she is going to come. Okay, I see, here comes it. Ziming walked out of the hotel lobby with Shank Xin. Ziming knew that Secretary Chen and Secretary Huang in Shank Xin's mouth were Chen Yunfei, Secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, and Huang Nan, Secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee. Originally, they didn't need to attend a meeting of municipal cadres like this in person, but Chen Yunfei heard that Ziming made the proposal for the expressway, so he asked to come. And Chen Yunfei, the executive vice governor and Nanjing the secretary of the municipal party committee came, and Huang Nan had to come with him. The secretary of the municipal party committee of a provincial capital city is actually a bit lower than other municipal party committee secretaries in the province, and only Nanjing, a special economic zone, has this treatment. Ziming and Shank Xin came to the door of the hotel. Chen Da, who came out earlier, said to Ziming mockingly, "I didn't expect that there were so many people at the door. It suddenly made me feel that I am not a municipal party secretary, but an ordinary civil servant welcoming the leader. It's no way. Who did we attend this meeting with such a high standard?" Ziming enlightened Chen Da. Ziming's meaning is very simple. Perhaps a municipal party committee secretary has a high status, and that is only for a municipal party committee secretary. As far as he is under his jurisdiction, if a group of city party committee secretaries are together and a deputy provincial leader comes over, then they will naturally become welcoming the masses. They are just high-level welcoming masses. Then two cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel one after another. Chen Yunfei and Huang Nan got out of the car one after another. Chen Da and other municipal party committee secretaries went up to shook hands and greeted them. Then it was Ziming's turn to say hello. There was nothing commendable about the welcome at the door. After a lot of greetings, they walked into the hotel meeting room together, and everyone sat down according to their status. Chen Yunfei first said, "Hello everyone. First of all, on behalf of Secretary Huang, I welcome everyone to Baiyun." Just like the propaganda, the highway we are going to build at this meeting is an epoch-making initiative. If it succeeds, then I will solve the major problems that have plagued the country since the reform and opening up, and everyone here will solve it. The hero of this big problem. After Chen Yunfei finished speaking, there was a round of applause. Shank Xin said to Ziming in a low voice of dissatisfaction, "This is clearly what you came up with, Ziming, but they are the heroes." Ziming was very open about this. He said, "If we don't have the support of these officials, our road would not be easy to repair, so I would say that they are the heroes." Shank Xin curled her lips and said, "Boss Zhu is very broad-minded. Anyway, Boss Zhu is all about making money." Ziming smiled and was about to answer Shank Xin. He listened to Chen Yunfei over there saying, "We all know that this highway proposal was put forward by Ziming of Lianyang, so we welcome him to tell us first. Tell me what he thinks." After speaking, Chen Yunfei took the lead in applauding. Ziming believes that his proposal has been seen more than once by these people, but there are many others who participated in this meeting, such as reporters from Lingnan province and even Yanjing. Ziming still can't stop. "Repeat it again." So Ziming took the microphone and said, "Hello, leaders and entrepreneurs from home and abroad. This is Ziming. My idea of proposing to build a highway is very simple. It is because our country's transportation network is really bad. Existing roads can't meet the needs of economic development at all. So in order to prevent road problems from becoming a burden to economic development, we must build roads and highways that can support rapid economic development. But it is very expensive to repair expressways, even in the old industrial bases in the northeast, which are valued by the central government, or in economically developed areas like Panay. Expressway repairs are intermittent and it is difficult to obtain funds." Ziming said, "It's the same over there. So it's even more difficult for us here, especially there are so many mountains on the road from Jingchu to Lingnan, which makes the project more difficult. The government originally built roads for economic development. As businessmen, we can't stand by. I came up with a way to maintain roads. That is, we can think of ways to pool private and bank funds and invest all of them on road construction. Set up an expressway management company, set up toll stations on expressways, and use the collected tolls to repay the borrowed private and bank funds, and to maintain roads. Ziming said, the reform and opening up over the years have achieved great results. The most important thing is to achieve an economic takeoff and make the people rich. Then, as long as we pool private funds, we can build roads. Ziming paused here, and then continued, not long ago, Lin Muking, the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund, came to Lin Yang. I also learned some advanced foreign experience from her. We can also learn from abroad. With the experience of managing road administration funds, financial and non-financial institutions such as United Bank and securities companies have invested money in the capital market to achieve further appreciation of this money. So how much can it increase in value? Suddenly someone asked Ziming. Ziming glanced at the person and didn't know him, but Ziming still replied, it's hard to tell. It depends on the investment field we choose and the market situation in recent years. However, according to the investment experience of Hong Kong City and abroad, generally it can be maintained at about 4 to 10% per year. Is it only 10 percentage points? Is this a bit too little? Or Mr. Zhu, your investment philosophy is not good? Somewhat too conservative? The man said again. This person's words caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone was stunned, and no one thought that such a scene would happen at this time. Because everyone knows Ziming's weight in this conference and even in Lingnan province. He has single-handedly helped Nanjing's stock market, stabilized the stock market, and created the miracle of a treasure porridge during the Spring Festival. Even the economic experts in Hong Kong City and the United States are right, he was full of praise for his ideas. If it weren't the case, Ziming would not have been specially hired as Nanjing's special development consultant. This honor is not something ordinary people can enjoy. In addition to these, the more important thing is that Ziming was invited by Nanjing Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei to speak. Judging from Chen Yunfei's attitude towards Ziming, Chen Yunfei's action is to support Ziming regardless of his actions. Now you suddenly stand up to refute. That is not only to refute Ziming alone, but also to add Chen Yunfei's. You are really looking for death. With this thought, everyone turned their eyes to the person who questioned Ziming, and wanted to see who was so courageous. Even Ziming frowned and glanced at him. But everyone was very disappointed. No one knew him. In the end, Chen Yunfei helped everyone answer this question. Chen Yunfei said to the person, Mr. Xing, you are a distinguished guest from Jiangnan and Bnhai. I hope you can pay attention to your words and deeds. Chapter 284 The Legend from Jiangnan. Bao Thank you Oanio Jia for your support and monthly ticket support. One stone stirred up waves. When Chen Yunfei said the name Mr. Xing, an inhalation sound immediately sounded at the scene. In this era when information is not so developed, ordinary people may not have much feeling for this title, but those who can sit here today are either rich or expensive. Needless to say, information is life for businessmen, and those officials are the top leaders of cities at various levels, and the information is very smooth. Even if they don't know, the secretary who comes with them must understand. Even Ziming frowned. The name of Mr. Xing is Xing Yuan, a legend who is well known in Jiangnan province, Bnhai City and even the capital. Ziming was born again, and he also has memories of this Mr. Xing. But what makes Ziming puzzled is that this guy has been in Jiangnan province all the time. Even if he was the craziest, he didn't get out of Jiangnan when he had tens of billions of funds in his hand. Why did he come to Lingnan now and also participated in this meeting? Ziming looked at him, this black, thin and skinny man who looked more peasant than a peasant. Who could have imagined that he, a man who had never even attended school, could make billions of dollars a year? Xing Yuan felt very helpful to the surprised reaction at the scene. He raised his head high, looked around, and finally said to Chen Yunfei, "Governor Chen, if there is anything wrong with my words and deeds just now, I can apologize to you. But I just stated a fact." And, Ziming continued, "This meeting today is not a report meeting, but an open discussion meeting, isn't it? Since it is an open discussion, then I think there is nothing for me to present my thoughts. No, since Lingnan is at the forefront of reform and opening up, it should have such an inclusive attitude. What do you think, Governor Chen?" If Xing Yuan's previous remarks only surprised everyone, then Xing Yuan's remarks shocked everyone at this time. In the eyes of everyone, Xing Yuan's remarks are too arrogant. You must know that Chen Yunfei, who is opposite, is the executive vice governor of Lingnan. He criticized you for just listening. Regardless of whether today's meeting is an open-ended meeting or a report meeting, what Chen Yunfei said is nothing. How can you talk back and say you want to put forward your ideas? Everyone was shocked, but everyone was the only one qualified for this whole meeting. Because first of all, he was a person who came here on behalf of Manhai City and Jiangnan Province. He himself did not develop in Lingnan. His campaign is business. Nothing has expanded to Lingnan. It can be said that they have nothing to do with this side. Since there is no conflict of interest, he will naturally speak more casually when he wants to say what he wants to say. Don't say that Chen Yunfei is just the executive vice governor, even the governor and provincial party secretary. He can't reach the south of the Yangtze River. Just like this, Chen Yunfei thought for a while and said to Xing Yuan, "No matter what, meeting discipline needs to be guaranteed." I believe Mr. Xing has also participated in high-level meetings in Jiangnan and Manhai before coming. Xing Yuan smiled. "Of course, Governor Chen, I said just now. After all, I haven't studied, and I didn't do well in some places. I apologize to Governor Chen and everyone else." Chen Yunfei said, "What does the statement of facts mentioned by Mr. Xing mean?" Chen Yunfei's attitude is surprising, but it is reasonable to think carefully. After all, if he is just an ordinary businessman, Chen Yunfei can still go to Jiangnan to communicate, but Xing Yuan's public assets are already over 1 billion. In this era, even the secretary of the provincial party committee cannot sit still with such a sum of money. Xing Yuan and the provincial leaders of Manhai Jiangnan are also related. There is no way to do anything to such a wealthy man, Chen Yunfei said. "Just begging to be boring." So instead of asking for boring self-confidence, it is better to let him say a good one. At least it can also make this meeting go on normally. On Xing Yuan's side, it seemed that he had never thought of how shocking he was just now. He still said in a tone, "The facts I said are very simple." It is the sentence I said before. This consultant proposed to raise funds to build the highway. The idea is very good, but his operation is very problematic, especially when he said that he learned from the experience of foreign road administration fund management, and the investment was only 4 to 10 percentage points. Which is too little. Hearing that Ziming was ridiculed, Shengxin immediately became unhappy. This Mr. Xing, right? Shengxin, a reporter from Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. High returns and high risks are common financial common sense. As far as I know, current investment, if the field wants to ensure that the profits are not at a loss as much as possible, it is very rare to achieve 4 to 10 percentage points. I don't understand why Mr. Xing feels that this is so little. Xing Yuan looked at Shengxin. His eyes suddenly brightened, and then grinned with a smile. "I thought I would be questioned, but I didn't expect to be questioned by reporter Shin, such a beautiful and charming girl. I feel very honored." Xing Yuan's praise and the smile made Shengxin feel a kind of nausea from the bottom of her heart. She coldly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xing, for your praise. Please also Mr. Xing to answer my question head-on." Xing Yuan nodded. "Okay, Reporter Shen Beauty, of course, I want to answer your question positively. You will think that the return on investment of 4 to 10% is very high because your thinking is too conservative and limited. I've been exposed to other high-returning businesses." "Then I don't know what Mr. Xing's high-return business is?" Shengxin asked. "It's just to invest in me," Xing Yuan said proudly. "I have a yuan company in Jiangnan province. which is actually a joint stock company in the actual sense. You know that from last year to this year, I gave me a total of investment. How much do people return? Xing Yuan paused after asking the question, and seeing everyone shaking their heads blankly, he stretched out 3 fingers to give the answer. It is 3, but not 3%, nor 13%. It's a 30% return on profits. In other words, from last year to this year, my investors invested a total of 1 billion in me, and I made 300 million in profits for them. This answer shocked everyone. It's not how outrageous the total amount of funds is. 1 billion funds sounds really scary, but it just sounds. But it is really possible to find a few powerful companies and banks to get together. They got up, just like this time, to build a highway connecting Lianyang and Nanjing. They need to raise at least 1 billion yuan, which is definitely more than Xing Yuan's money. In addition, everyone's shock is not how high the return he offered. In fact, when the Nanjing stock market was just emerging and the stock craze was on the rise, there was basically this increase every day. It was still every day, and Xing Yuan was still a year away. Only earn so much. It can be said that no matter the total amount of funds or the return profit, it is not worth mentioning in everyone's eyes, but the two together are very remarkable, because anyone with investment experience knows that the larger the amount of funds, the more difficult it is to ensure the profit margin without any major economic events. It is precisely because of this that it generally exceeds 1 billion internationally. The return on investment is generally a few percentage points. What kind of business does Mr. Xing do to bring such a high return to your investors? Shengxin asked. Shengxin's question is also asked by all the people attending the conference. Many of you are entrepreneurs. They may not be clear about foreign affairs, but in China, although this is an untapped market, investment is very important. It is easy to make money, but it still makes a lot of money, but the problem is that the market is not undeveloped, and the backward economy makes the current domestic market load small and investment is easily saturated. They have been doing business in Lingnan for several years, and they can't think of any market that can hold 1 billion yuan in funds, but it's not saturated, and can give 300 million yuan in return, which is more than printing money. Come on, it's very simple. I just sell disposable syringes, medical gloves and silk fibrone paste in hospitals. Xing Yuan replied. This answer made everyone's eyes widened. They looked at Xing Yuan incredibly, because Xing Yuan's answer was too simple. But what made them even more incredible was that they couldn't figure out how to do this business. Can it go up to 1 billion? Looking at the eyes of other Lingnan entrepreneurs around, Xing Yuan sighed with a smile and said, "You don't believe it, don't you?" If this is the case, then I can only say that your brains are really rigid. You too don't think about anything that can make money quickly. It's this one-time fast-selling product, and everyone in the hospital has to go to the hospital. His usage is also very stable, which means that the products I provide can sell quickly. Going out can ensure a long-term relationship, so that my income can remain stable. After listening to Xing Yuan's explanation, all the entrepreneurs in the conference room were stunned. They still felt unbelievable. What they could not believe was not Xing Yuan's sales channels, but the amount. As Lingnan entrepreneurs, they have not been exposed to the sales of medical supplies. The profits are indeed very large, and it is true that they need long-term supply. But the key lies in the amount. Just from the south of the Yangtze River to Bnhai, even if what kind of epidemic has broken out over the past year or so, and hospitals are full every day, I'm afraid it may not be able to reach 1 billion, right? Not to mention that there have been no disasters over the past year or so. So how can there be such a big gain? This is the doubt in everyone's heart. If businessmen from other places might refute him, the entrepreneurs in Lingnan province, especially those on the scene today, have basically witnessed Ziming bringing them to them. For the miracle of Xing Yuan, they can only attribute the legend that Xing Yuan tells them now that they don't understand his routines. Xing Yuan looked around and looked at the almost identical expressions on these people's faces. He said his purpose today: so, after you build the highway, don't leave it to Ziming. but leave it to me. Come and do it. Chapter 285 Zooming. What happened to you today? Bow. Thank you Fayu a Meteor 1 inch for your support and monthly pass support. Thank you for the monthly pass support of Leisure Man Lane. When Xingyuan's words fell, everyone immediately turned their eyes on Zooming, thinking that this guy Xingyuan was here today to smash Zooming's signboard and grab Zooming's job. In contrast, Zooming seemed calmer. He just looked at Xingyuan intently, with a thoughtful expression, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, Zooming is not surprised by Xingyuan's proposal, because since Xingyuan refuted himself, Zooming had already expected this result. Otherwise this 1 billion in hand could give investors 300 million in return. Mr. Jiangnan legend, why do you want to jump out and say so? You know, although Chen Yunfei really can't control you, the other party is also an executive vice-governor at any rate, and the respect that he should have is still necessary. Otherwise his lack of sensibility is secondary. If you really provoke the other party, give it to him. It's easy to find some trouble. Let him peel off the skin without death. It's okay if it's a powerful child like Cao Jianing and Du Peng. If something happens, someone will come out to help and speak. But Xingyuan is just an ordinary worker and has no background. If he really got into trouble, it would be very troublesome for him to get out of. Therefore, he must be more careful when facing party and government officials. Now that he suddenly jumped out and demolished his platform in front of Chen Yunfei, there is no strong reason that is impossible to justify. And that not to mention the $1 billion road administration fund is his goal. Xingyuan also noticed Zooming's gaze. He deliberately asked provocatively, Councillor Zhu, what do you think? I feel very wrong, Zooming said. Xingyuan let out a cry and asked meaningfully, I don't know what is wrong with Advisor Zhu. If it is in a proper economic environment and legal business strategy, you will not be able to give a return of 1 billion and 30%, Zooming said. Zooming's answer made Xingyuan stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Councillor Zhu, you are so cute. I thought you would say something. I didn't expect you to find such a reason. You really made me overestimate you. You said I can't give a 30% return. But I did give it out. I don't know how many people from Jiangnan to Bnhai got the money. The iron fact is right in front of me. I really don't understand why consultant Zhu can turn a blind eye to it, saying that it's impossible. Xingyuan's words were also puzzled by others, and even Huang Nan, secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, looked at Zooming twice. For everyone present, they had actually expected that Zooming would definitely keep his power to control the money. They also thought about what Zooming would say and refute, but they never expected Zooming to be so straightforward. Bai said that he could not give that return. This is too hard, right? In this regard, everyone has the same idea as Xingyuan. How can a fact be placed in front of us and we have to refute it? Only Chen Yunfei, the executive vice-governor of Lingnan, the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, looked at Zooming deeply, did not speak, and seemed to see some clues. Governor Chen, this highway connecting Lianyang and Nanjiang is a major innovation in our country. Whether it is from the difficulty of the project, the method of fundraising, and the subsequent management and maintenance of the highway, so I think it is a pioneering effort. Then of course we should think of ways to make this matter bigger and stronger, and we should leave it to me to do it. After speaking, Xingyuan turned to Zooming, and deliberately asked him again, I don't know, what do you think of Advisor Zhu? It's definitely impossible to give it to you, and you can't do it. Zooming still answered this question. Xingyuan shook his head and sighed, I can't imagine that the consultant Zooming Zhu, who founded the stock market and is well known in Lingnan, is such a person with a false name. It really disappoints me. In the end, Xingyuan handed over the decision to Chen Yunfei. Governor Chen, this matter is a major event in the 2 provinces and 5 cities of Lingnan and Jingqiu. He must be responsible for all parties. According to my opinion, Advisor Zhu is now emotional. It's very serious. He is no longer suitable to take over this matter. I don't know what Governor Chen wants. Chen Yunfei thought for a while and then said, Mr. Xing is reasonable. but Mr. Xing himself said that this matter is a major issue in the 2 provinces and 5 cities and needs to be carefully considered. Of course, Xing Yuan said, I also believe that Governor Chen, as one of the leaders of this project, must be impartial, fair and open. Chen Yunfei's expression sank and said, Mr. Xing, please rest assured that I will be responsible to the party and the people. After Xing Yuan's episode, Chen Yunfei was not in the mood to continue the meeting, and soon announced the meeting was adjourned. But in the end Chen Yunfei did not leave immediately, but called Zhu Ming to the lounge next to the meeting room. Zhu Ming and Shen Xin told her to wait for a while and then follow Chen Yunfei away. Chen Yunfei and Zhu Ming walked into the lounge one after another. Before they could sit down, Chen Yunfei asked Zhu Ming, are you feeling sick today, Zhu Ming? Or is someone threatening you, or this highway project? What is unsatisfactory? Chen Yunfei asked himself to come over, and Zhu Ming had this psychological preparation. Therefore, Zhu Ming did not evade and answered honestly, Governor Chen, I am in good health and everything is going well. I have Governor Chen here in Lingnan province. You are for me. No one dared to embarrass me, and this highway project was proposed by myself. Of course, I would not have any dissatisfaction. Then what do you think of me? Chen Yunfei asked again. Zhu Ming shook his head and replied, no, Governor Chen, you treat me well. Then what's the situation with you just now? How could you be so crushed by someone who didn't know where it came from? I don't know how to say a word. Just tossing over and over again. He couldn't give a percentage. The 30th return said there, I doubt whether you are Zhu Ming. And when did you Zhu Ming become so lacking in IQ? Chen Yunfei pointed to Zhu Ming's nose loudly and asked, as if he was trying to retrieve all the anger that Xing Yuan had given him just now. Chen Yunfei couldn't help but be angry. First of all, since Xing Yuan was appointed by Bnai City and Jiangnan province to Baiyun City, he could represent the skills there, while Zhu Ming represented Lingnan. Since the reform and opening up, Lingnan and Bnai have actually I've been competing all the time, wanting to put the other side down in all aspects. Originally this time Zhu Ming proposed that the expressway connecting Lianyang to Nanjian was very ambitious, because before that, the expressway was also being built on the Bnai side, but the expressway there was repaired for several years and a lot of financial budget was wasted. This time, not only did the government not need to pay a penny, but on the contrary, the highway could be used to make money. Obviously, the judgment would be higher. That's why Lingnan also had ostentatious meaning in today's meeting, but in this meeting room, Xing Yuan directly slapped Lingnan in the face. Chen Yunfei, as today's host, there is no way not to be angry. Of course, when he came from Xing Yuan, Chen Yunfei had a hunch that he would do something, but today Zhu Ming is here, and Chen Yunfei did not take it too seriously. Zhu Ming is not a human at all. No matter what Xing Yuan wants to do, he could handle everything, but he didn't expect that even Zhu Ming would be miserable today, and Xing Yuan was given the opportunity to perform alone at the meeting, which made him angry. Chen Yunfei stared at him. Seeing that Zhu Ming didn't react at all, he asked again, Zhu Ming, tell me what is going on today? Zhu Ming thought for a while, and didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked Chen Yunfei first, Governor Chen, do you think $1 billion investment returns 300 million? Is this possible? If you change to someone else, you will definitely open your mouth and say how impossible. After all, Xing Yuan's splendor in Bnai City and Jiangnan province is there, and people can't help but believe it. But Chen Yunfei really didn't believe it. On the one hand, common sense told him that it was impossible. On the other hand, Chen Yunfei believed in Zhu Ming's judgment and knew that Zhu Ming would not be joking in this regard. This is also true. When Zhu Ming insisted at the meeting that Xing Yuan could not give such a high return, and other people did not understand it, only Chen Yunfei did not jump to conclusions in his heart. Zhu Ming, do you think his high return is problematic? Chen Yunfei asked. There must be a question, and this question is probably not small. but I can't give Governor Chen any answer before I investigate it. I can only say that this money can't be given to him anyway. Ziming is categorical. Ziming's determination made Chen Yunfei stunned for a moment, and then Chen Yunfei thought for a while and asked, "Do you want Penhai and Jiangnan to check him?" Ziming shook his head. "If you want to find out the problem over there, he won't be able to get that today. He holds a huge sum of billions of money, which can pass the sky. Therefore, it is estimated that it is not easy to check through ordinary channels. On the contrary, he will be stunned." Speaking of this, Ziming paused for a while and then continued, "Governor Chen, I will discuss this matter with President Cao and Du Peng, and see if I can use other channels to investigate." "Are you sure?" This question is unnecessary. But to be on the safe side, Chen Yunfei still asked. "Confirm?" Ziming smiled. "As long as there is a truly impartial investigation team, I can pack the votes." There are a lot of problems with him. This is not a question of whether I am sure, but that I have to deal with this. There is a big problem with the case, but no matter how big the scope of the case is, Xing Yuan, I can conclude that he is either a death sentence or a life sentence. Chen Yunfei took a deep breath. He looked at Ziming's confident smile. This is the Ziming he knows. There is no problem that can stump him. He is totally different from the one in the previous meeting. Ziming's self-confidence is also reasonable. After all, it is $1 billion answer. From top to bottom, we know how many people will be involved. Maybe it is a shocking case involving provincial cadres and even the central government. However, Chen Yunfei thought that there was a bit of entanglement here. Only Xing Yuan was a little bit awkward at the meeting. Ziming was about to uncover this one. Would it be a bit? Ziming saw what Chen Yunfei was thinking. He said, "Governor Chen thinks I have done this too much? Then there is no way. Who makes me such a capitalist with revenge? If he dares to move my money, I want to kill him, and I didn't use my power to oppress him. I just wanted to make his crimes known to the public so as to eliminate the harm to the people in Benhai and Jiangnan and restore their economic losses." At the end, Ziming shamelessly added, "So speaking of it, I am still a people's hero who supports the construction of the country's rule of law." Chapter 286 Xing Yuan's Hobbies. Ziming and Chen Yunfei did not stay in the lounge for too long. They left after talking. Shanxin was waiting for him in the lobby. When Ziming came to the lobby, they frowned because he saw Crossing Yuan was here. Behind him was a pair of twin sisters who were about 16 or 17 years old. Generally speaking, as long as a pair of twin sisters is not too bad, standing together is very seductive, not to mention that Xing Yuan, as a billionaire in the 1980s, must be carefully selected for women. This pair of twin sisters, the quality is very high, the same looks, temperament and figure are even better, but Ziming has no time to appreciate these, because Xing Yuan is pestering Shanxin there. Reporter Shen. Ziming yelled in the past, and Shanxin and Xing Yuan turned around and saw Ziming. Xing Yuan immediately said to Ziming with a winner expression, "So it's advisor Zhu, why haven't you left yet? Are you the first?" "Wait a minute, Reporter Shen here is conducting an exclusive interview with me." But Shanxin did not cooperate with him. When Xing Yuan said this, Shanxin immediately ran back to Ziming and threw him a sentence. "My interview is over," snapped. Xing Yuan felt that his face was slapped severely by Shanxin's move, but Xing Yuan is a successful person with $1 billion hands in his hands. It is impossible for him to have such a bit of cheat training, so his face is angry. His expression was fleeting. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Ziming, "It seems that the relationship between Reporter Shen and Advisor Zhu is still very good." Ziming was not interested in talking to Xing Yuan, and only dealt with him saying Reporter Shen and I are very good friends to leave. But Xing Yuan didn't want to just break up like this. He immediately stopped Ziming and said, "Counselor Zhu, you are free. Shall we have a meal together? I have something to discuss with you. And Reporter Shen can also come together. It is about the fund management of the expressway this time. Isn't Mr. Xing going to fight with me for the management right of this money?" Ziming asked meaningfully. To be honest, This money is not a small amount of money. I don't want to give it up, but if the object is to consult with Zhu, it is not impossible to negotiate. Xing Yuan said. Mr. Xing is so generous, then I have to go or not, or else I will appear to be too stingy. Ziming said. Xing Yuan laughed loudly. Then it depends on how you understand consultant Zhu. In the end, Ziming went to the private room with Xing Yuan for dinner. Just like Ziming said, Xing Yuan's words had already pushed him to the wall. If he didn't go, he would appear to be too unreasonable. Of course, from the other side, said that Ziming also wanted to go, and wanted to hear what Xing Yuan could say, otherwise he would blindly admit it, even if Xing Yuan had the ability to reach the sky. He couldn't help himself. Xing Yuan took Ziming to the box and ordered the wine and dishes first. Xing Yuan took the lead in pouring a glass of wine and toasting to Ziming. Counselor Zhu, first of all, I have to apologize to you for the first glass of wine. I had a lot in the meeting just now. It's too much. Ziming waved his hand and said, Mr. Xing doesn't have to blame himself. He said that shopping malls are like battlefields. Then since we are all on the battlefield, we naturally have to go all out. Especially this time the project is still a large project of at least 1 billion yuan. For such a project, I must do my best. If it is me, I think I will do more than you do, Mr. Crossing. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that Advisor Zhu is also a very powerful and domineering person. Xing Yuan said with a smile, but no matter what, it's right to drink first. Xing Yuan had a drink with Ziming first, and the twin sisters also had a drink with him. After drinking, Xing Yuan asked Ziming again, I heard that Advisor Zhu was born in Hong Kong City. And you also said that you met with reporter Shin in Hong Kong City. Is it convenient to talk to me? It's nothing to say, it's all luck. Ziming said perfunctorily, I don't think these things matter, Mr. Xing. Let's get some business. It seems that Advisor Zhu is a very proactive and efficient person, so I won't go around with Advisor Zhu. Xing Yuan said, actually, I don't have any other ideas. I just want to discuss cooperation with Advisor Zhu. Ziming raised his eyebrows and asked, what cooperation? Of course it is about the management cooperation of this road construction fund. Xing Yuan said, I am a legend in Jiangnan, and Consultant Zhu, you are a legend in Lingnan. Both of us, one north and one south, represent the forefront of the economy since the reform and opening up. The characters on TV and newspapers often compare the two of us, so I think if we compete with each other, there will be no good results. So, Xing Yuan said at last, rather than we are still fighting like this, it is better to talk about cooperation and share this big cake together, using Advisor Zhu's influence here, and my money in terms of making money. Mind, we will make this piece of cake bigger together. In the end, no matter how much the return is, we can discuss a certain percentage to divide. Xing Yuan paused at this point, and then continued, I don't doubt Zhu Advisor's ability to say this, but whether it is Advisor Zhu or me, I think we have to digest such a large sum of funds alone for a period of time. If we want to maximize our benefits, the best way is to achieve a strong cooperation between us. What do you think of Consultant Zhu? Ziming looked at Xing Yuan and couldn't help saying that talented people came out from generation to generation. Although Xing Yuan's final result was not good, he was able to set up the shelf of tens of billions of companies at the turn of the 80s and 90s. His ability, it is enough to be proud of the whole country. And what he said to himself today is also very convincing. He first praised both sides, and then talked about the issue of distribution of benefits. Every point is critical, and it is very likely to be replaced by ordinary people. He has been persuaded, but Ziming will not. The method proposed by Mr. Xing is very constructive and tempting, but I still say that this project is absolutely impossible for you. There is no discussion about this, because you can't guarantee the income and principal. Ziming said. These words made the few people in the box stunned. Then Xing Yuan mocked Ziming and said, it seems that you have made a choice, Consultant Zhu. Although it is a pity, I can only respect the decision of Consultant Zoo. But in the end, if this project is given to me, if Consultant Zoo comes back to me again, I think I can still find a way to give you a little bit." After Xing Yuan finished speaking, the twins next to him immediately agreed and said, "Yes, our boss Xing is very generous. Don't worry about Consultant Zhu that you can't get any money." Shen Xin also helped Ziming to speak. "Do you think you are determined to win? Don't look at where it is." Reporter Shen, "I didn't say that I would win," Xing Yuan said to Shen Xin. "I only said that if Consultant Zhu also has a chance, it's just that this opportunity is very slim, even though my network is all not here. But my mind and my method of making money can make up for it." After speaking, Xing Yuan smiled and looked at Reporter Shen and said, "Reporter Shen, I know that you have a very good relationship with Advisor Zhu, but no matter how good the relationship is, you need to see the reality instead of blindly following it." Shen Xin stood up suddenly and glared at Xing Yuan, but Shen Xin didn't really get angry, but coldly left Xing Yuan a sentence go to the bathroom to accompany him, and then walked out of the room regardless. Seeing Shen Xin leaving the box, Xing Yuan said to Ziming, "Blessed Advisor Zhu, there is such a woman as Reporter Shen who considers you wholeheartedly." Ziming smiled, neither admitting nor denying. Xing Yuan did not bother with this issue. He said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you know me, but you definitely don't know me. I'm just an ordinary person." Workers used to work in the factory, but at that time I knew that I would not always be a dead witch worker. I would definitely be a man who stepped on top of tens of millions of people. Of course, I am not that kind of power freak. I have no other hobbies. I only have 2 points. One is making money and the other is a woman. That's why I have Xiaoyan and Xiaobing to accompany me. Xing Yuan leaned back on the chair and hooked his fingers to the twin sisters. The twin sisters leaned in his arms one by one. Xing Yuan stretched out his hand and hugged 2 sentences of youthful love. The body even boldly put his hands on the breasts of the 2 girls in front of Ziming, rubbing them wantonly. With the audience of Ziming, the 2 girls' pretty faces flushed with shame. They wanted to refuse, but faced with Xing Yuan's determination, they had no choice but to endure silently. So in front of Ziming, Xing Yuan performed a big milk-kneading show for him. At the beginning, Xing Yuan was just kneading through his coat, but later I didn't know whether he felt this uncomfortable or deliberately showed it to Ziming. He reached into the girl's clothes. That kind of meet-to-meet contact, coupled with Xing Yuan's possibility of pinching something sensitive, caused the 2 girls to groan intoxicatingly. Just as this passionate drama was about to heat up, Xing Yuan suddenly stopped. He looked at Ziming and asked, "How does Consultant Zhu feel?" Xiaoyan and Xiaobing are girls from art school. Don't look at them as if they are 16 or 17 years old, but they are already 20 years old this year, and as girls who practice dancing and shaping their bodies since childhood, their breasts are also very big. "It seems that Mr. Xing understands very well," Ziming said. "I can't say that I understand it very well, but I have experienced a lot," Xing Yuan said. "I didn't say it just now. I have no other hobbies. I just like to make money and women. Making money is for women, and women are for more motivation. I make money, and those women who are engaged in art and look very noble, I just like to tear off their lofty disguise, and crush them under the body. You don't know that it feels too cool, Consultant Zhu. I used to be the deputy head of the art troupe of our unit. I have known each other since I was a child. I used to look down on me a lot. I accidentally touched her once before I didn't make a fortune. This bitch slapped me in public. As a result, then guess what?" Xing Yuan said, "I now let her stay with me with her daughter for the night. Can you experience the feeling of sex?" Chapter 287 Your training is not in place? Recently, there have been many things, and Xiao Fangpian is very sorry for not updating on time, but Xiao Fangpian will be updated on time as much as possible. Please understand and continue to support Business Tycoons. If you have any suggestions or comments, please leave a message for Xiao Fangpian. Xiao Fangpian is here to thank you all. Ziming looked at Xing Yuan without speaking. Although he was doing very glamorously in front of him, what he said happened to him can basically be written as a restricted book specifically for pistols. Ziming has no doubts about Xing Yuan's experience, because he is a legend in his own right, and as long as he can make a fortune, Shu is not the master of keeping oneself safe. Otherwise, why in the later generations, why the most powerful thing to do with girls? Those business people with the most active minds? Not to mention that in this era, many people who got rich first took advantage of the policy loopholes and became a little bolder. Compared with the entrepreneurs of later generations, most entrepreneurs of this era have a sloppy atmosphere, and many of them are simply street ruffians. For example, the Jiangnan legend Mr. Xing in front of him, it is said that he was in his unit before his fortune. The idle bastard, who would have thought that in just a few years, he would become a huge wealthy man in the south of the Yangtze River. But even though he is now a billionaire, he still can't change the gangster style of King Li Guang. Why do you like to strip off the arrogant coat of those artistic girls who study art and dance? The mother and daughter, the deputy head of the unit art troupe, called to play together, and now they want to play with the twin sisters in front of them. It also includes what he said, that he makes money to be a woman, and that he is a woman to better motivate him to make money. These thoughts can't be wrong. After all, wealth is the basic sex of man. Without this, is it still called a man? Just a sober-minded and mature and rational entrepreneur will never say this casually. The strong atmosphere of the nouveau riche in the countryside will make people stay away. Speaking of consultant Zhu, you may not know that when the bitch was with me for the first time, she twisted and pretended to be the same as the lady of Huanghua, but the bitch is a bitch after all. Many waves just touched the water and wet my hand. Hearing what Xing Yuan said was getting more and more outrageous, and the following content was obviously to attract the great crab to have an impact on the world in this book and the creator of Fangpian too. Ziming hurriedly interrupted his words. Okay, Mr. Xing, you don't need to elaborate on the content you made in the room that are not suitable for children. I know the purpose of what you said to me today, and the purpose of your inviting me to eat this meal. What? Despite Xing Yuan's upstart aura, it does not mean that his mind is not innocent. He can tell the difference. He let go of the twin sisters he had been holding, and said to Ziming, having said that, I have no other hobbies, just 2 points. One is to make money, and the other is to be a woman. So today I specially invited consultant Zhu to have dinner based on these 2 points. First of all, what I just said to Advisor Zhu is about expressway funding. Should Advisor Zhu think about it? We can continue to discuss. Before Xing Yuan finished speaking, Ziming waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xing. I don't think we have any need to discuss this issue. Xing Yuan spread his hands together and said regretfully, Well, originally I wanted to say that it's not impossible for me to give up a little profit. Xing Yuan paused on purpose when he said that. He was planning to whet Ziming's appetite, but he could only give up after finding that Ziming hadn't reacted. He went on to say, if the first thing is money, then the second thing is, all things are naturally women. While talking, Xing Yuan hugged the sisters again, and asked Ziming, I don't know if advisors would like to play with the twin sisters. I can let them play for you for a few days. Advisors don't look at them being played like this, but in fact, they only slept with me as a man. Consultant Zhu, can you imagine the comfort of 2 women with exactly the same body under their bodies? Stop. Ziming said, what are you trying to say? Then it'll be straightforward. Actually, I fell in love with that reporter Shen at first sight. I know that it is Consultant Zhao's woman, but I like it very much. I wonder if Consultant Zhu can give me a chance to be a relative. Fangs. Xing Yuan said, of course I won't let you suffer from Advisor Zhu. As compensation, I can ask the twin sisters Xiaoyan and Xiaobing to spend a few days with Advisor Zhu, or even give it to Advisor Zhu. Only when Xing Yuan was talking, the door of the box was suddenly opened. Chen Xin came in aggressively, picked up the wine on the table, and splashed Xing Yuan's face. and pointed at Xing Yuan and cursed, "What are you? What do you think of our women? You are simply a scumbag." Not only was Xing Yuan not angry when he was splashed with wine on his face by Shanxin, he deliberately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips to Shanxin and said to Shanxin, "I didn't expect Reporter Shin to be quite pungent. I just like Reporter Shin's little peppers. It's fun to play. If you are blindly obedient or like playing with a corpse, isn't it too boring? It still has to come and go to be fun. I just don't know if Reporter Shin is also so fun in bed." What? Seeing that Xing Yuan didn't forget to molest himself at this time, Shanxin shivered in anger. "Bad son, you are a rascal bastard." Xing Yuan laughed. "It seems that the civilized people in this Hong Kong city are civilized people. How can this curse become more useless? I still think that the scum that is inferior to animals is a bit more cruel, but I don't know Reporter Shin isn't that civilized even if you take off your clothes on the bed. Scum, I'm going to kill you." Shanxin rushed towards Xing Yuan, but was hugged by Ziming. Xin, don't be impulsive. Ziming, let me go. I must kill this bastard." Shanxin struggled very excitedly. Xing Yuan smiled very happily over there. "Reporter Shin, I advise you to listen to Advisor Zhu. Don't be so excited. Now you have used up all your energy, and you will have no energy to go to bed later." Xin, don't get excited. You can only suffer from you in the past," Ziming said to her in Shanxin's ear. Shanxin calmed down. Indeed, she was just a weaker woman. How could she beat a man? So she stopped struggling and turned to look at Ziming. Ziming gave her a relieved look. Seeing that Shanxin finally calmed down, Xing Yuan said over there, "That's right. Women should obey the man's arrangements." Consultant Zhu, right? Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Self-assertion is too shameful." It seems that Advisor Zhu agrees with me very much. Or Advisor Zhu, you have a crush on my families Xiaoyan and Xiaobing? Do you want to spend a good night with them? Xing Yuan asked meaningfully. Who doesn't want the twin sisters, Xiaoyan and Xiaobing? It's just that you let them sleep with whomever you want, Ziming asked. Of course, otherwise I want them to survive, not to die. Right? Xing Yuan's last sentence was addressed to the twin sisters. And they squeezed their breasts vigorously, and the two girls could only endure pain and nod desperately. Xing Yuan ostentatiously said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, have you seen it? I have a lot of training, and you have to work harder for Reporter Shin." Mr. Xing, you are too right. I am still far behind in training women. How can Xingxin splash you with wine? How can she be angry with you like this? It shouldn't be, Ziming said. Shanxin stared at Ziming with wide eyes. She thought she had misheard for the first time. How could Ziming and Xing Yuan stand on the same front? Is it that men are all that kind of eroticism, an animal dominated by the lower body? Xingxin, look at me carefully and see how I do it. There, Ziming said again. Shanxin bit his lip and looked at him, and saw Ziming picking up the towel on the table and going up to help Xing Yuan wipe the wine on his face, while wiping it while mumbling that it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Women just want to serve men well. What else do you need to know so much about? But don't worry about Consultant Zhu. You can put Reporter Shin in my hands. Don't worry, let me do it. She is sure to let her be submissive in a few nights. Xing Yuan said. It seems that Mr. Xing is really good at dealing with women, Ziming said with a smile. Shanxin stared. Not because of what Ziming said, but because she saw Ziming slowly wrapping the towel around her hand and touching the wine bottle to the side while Xing Yuan was not paying attention. Then, with a bang, the wine bottle was smashed to Xing Yuan's head. Xing Yuan was directly blinded by this smash. He couldn't exert any strength, so he could only stare at Ziming. But Ziming was still apologetic. Holding Xing Yuan's head, Ziming said, "Really, Xingxin shouldn't be too bad. How can she splash you with wine? If it's not sulfuric acid, it will be fine. It's really not worth it to be angry with someone like you, Mr. Xing, or just start to beat the disabled. If you make a few holes in your head, wouldn't it be more useful than saying anything?" Mr. Xing, What do you say?" Listening to Ziming speaking these words in a very sorry tone, Xing Yuan felt a chill from the soul. Xing Yuan was not afraid of the kind of person who yelled at him and slapped the table, but he was afraid of Ziming. This kind of abruptly recruited people for him. Then Ziming was surprised and said, "Ah, Mr. Xing, you are bleeding. Come on, it doesn't matter, I will apply it to you, just apply more." By the way, Mr. Xing, didn't you train your Xiaoyan and Xiaobing very well? Then let them call the police for you and call an ambulance, or I am worried that your life will be in danger. Mr. Xing, what do you mean? Ziming asked kindly. Looking at Ziming's smiling face in front of him, Xing Yuan felt a kind of fear, as if it were a devil's smile. Xing Yuan waved his arm desperately and said, "Call the police. Call me for an ambulance." But the twin sisters were scared at this time. They just stared blankly at the scarlet blood that followed Xing Yuan's face, where they dared to move. This situation made Ziming smile slightly. "It seems that Mr. Xing, your training is not so good. It's up to me." Ziming turned his head and said to Shen Xin, "Reporter Shen, please call an ambulance for our Mr. Crossing." After all, Shen Xin is a reporter. Although she is only a financial reporter, her psychological quality is not comparable to that of the Plaything sisters. She heard Ziming say this, and she immediately took out her eldest brother and said, "Good Mr. Zhu. The slave family will do it." Chapter 288, You Grim Fairy? Ziming, you were so handsome just now, I just love you to death. In Ziming's car, Shen Xin yelled loudly. From the little pink fist she clenched and waved, it was not difficult for Ziming to see how excited she was at this time. Although he was praised by his own woman, Ziming was still a little embarrassed. "Is there such an exaggeration as you said?" "Of course you have, Ziming. You don't even know the wine bottle you just smashed at him." And rubbing his head so calmly, saying so calmly, "Your side face and your eyes are so handsome." Shen Xin's words were firm like a defender, and she went on to say, "Most people will either shoot the table or lift the table directly after encountering the incident just now, but Ziming, your approach is different from most people. You are very calm on the surface to hold him steady, and abruptly give him the cruelest one, apologizing to him piously on one face, but cruelly on the other hand. This kind of black belly is really loved. Much better than those cowards who only know how to behave but don't dare to do anything all day long, and those brazen men who rely on a passionate impulse." Ziming touched his nose. His expression was a bit embarrassing, because things were indeed similar to what Shen Xin said. Just like what happened in the box with Xing Yuan before, it would be unbearable to replace it with ordinary people, and I would have to lift the table and Xing Yuan to the end. Ziming is also a great master, and of course he can't bear his own woman being so insulted, but after all, he is reborn, and his mental age is almost 50, so he can't fight him like a kid, right? That's too ugly. So in the end, Ziming assumed a posture of obedient apology, and when he relaxed, he suddenly gave him the cruelest one. "By the way, Ziming, your constellation won't be Scorpio, right? I remember someone from abroad has studied that Scorpio's character is so dark-bellied," Shen Xin said. Ziming was a little bit dumbfounded. It seemed that no matter what age, girls were so keen on the gossip about constellations. Finally, Shen Xin sighed again and said, "It's a pity that I didn't have a camera at the time. If you can take a picture of Ziming's side face at that time, you will definitely win a prize if you take the picture to the world." Ziming was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect his actions just now to leave such a deep impression on Shen Xin. Ziming said, "It's a bit too much to win the award." Ziming's words came to an abrupt end here, because he saw that Shen Xin suddenly rolled down the car window and leaned out half of his body and shouted, "Ziming, you are my idol. I love Shen Xin all my life. You." This shocked Ziming. He hurriedly reached out and dragged Shen Xin back into the car. At the same time, he turned the steering wheel to the side of the road, stopped the car and turned round and yelled at her, "Shen Xin, are you crazy? What are you doing? Do you know how dangerous it is? Do you want to die?" Facing Ziming's scolding, Shanxin not only didn't stop a bit, but instead hugged Zuming's neck with his backhand and actively kissed Zuming's lips. The woman's lips were still warm and soft, but at this time, there was no way for Zuming to have any sex in the car. Zuming pushed away Shanxin, who was forcibly kissing himself, and said to her, "Shanxin, what's wrong with you?" Shanxin shook her head and said, "I have nothing, but I am too excited and love you too much." This answer made Zuming really lacking in temper, but in order to make Shanxin remember, Zuming still hardened his heart and taught her straightforwardly, "I understand your heart, but you can also see what is going on now. It's in the car, it's on the road where cars go. Have you ever thought about what you should do if you have an accident? You are so big. Why don't you even pay attention to this?" "How old am I?" "I'm only in my early 20s, I should have been a bit passionate," Shanxin said. Zuming didn't know what to say now. Indeed, since he knew Shanxin, he seemed to have ignored her age, only knowing that she was the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics. Because this identity is generally owned by women in their 30s, and Shanxin has always been close to Lin Muking, Zuming subconsciously classified Shanxin and Lin Muking into the same category. "I think they should be mature and elegant, clear-headed and well-measured women, but forget that Shanxin is not Lin Muking, she has her own personality and age. Because of family and growth environment, Shanxin's temperament will be a mature woman, but who can say that what she shows is her true side? Perhaps a real Shanxin is a passionate and willful girl who does whatever she wants. This is like the beautiful and obedient female schoolgirls who usually study hard and grow in many schools. They are often more susceptible to the temptation of the yellow-haired bastards outside the school. After being developed, they will play more crazy than those little sisters." "Zuming, are you angry?" "Sorry, I was wrong." Suddenly Shanxin's cowardly voice sounded. Zuming looked up and saw Shanxin's very aggrieved pretty face. It was obvious that she had just seen that she hadn't said a word, and thought she was irritating herself. If Shanxin made such an expression in front of her a minute ago, Zuming felt that she could still be cruel and continue to teach her. She really couldn't spank her butt, but after thinking about it just now, Zuming couldn't let it down. So Zuming stretched out her hand and gently squeezed her pretty face and shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not angry, but you know that you are wrong. I know you have always had an impulse in your heart. It is the world that forced you to be a reporter. It's not the real Shanxin, but you have to separate occasions. Just like just now, don't you think you are so dangerous? If you really have any accidents, you know how sad I will be. Do you bear it?" Zuming's words pierced into Shanxin's heart, making her feel that she was surrounded by tenderness. Tears of happiness and touch fell from the corners of her eyes. Shanxin choked and said to Zuming, "I'm sorry Zuming, I won't be so self-willed in the future. I will definitely listen to you. I will do whatever you want me, and I will never annoy you again in the future." From Shanxin's tone and what she said, Zuming knew that she was absolutely sincere, but Zuming still wanted to say, Xin, remember, I don't want you to change anything for me, I just want you to be you for yourself. If you want to change, you must change for yourself. Do you understand?" "I understand, I will work hard," Shanxin said firmly. Zuming smiled. "This is a good girl. Come on, to show your reward, Uncle rewards you for a kiss," Zuming said, pointing to her mouth. Shanxin took the initiative to put her arms around Zuming's neck and gave her own fragrant kiss. She even deliberately used her little fragrant tongue on Zuming's lips to be tempting. After licking a circle, he charmingly said to Zuming, "Thank you for the gift. Can the slave and maid be comfortable with the uncle? If you are uncomfortable, the uncle can punish the slave and maid at will. Any punishment for the slave and maid will be fine." These words of Shanxin were matched with her expression. The amorous feelings made Zuming's heart tickled, especially not long after she had a relationship with her. Thinking of the previous battle with Shanxin from the room to the bathroom, Zuming felt a wave of blood pouring down. This reminded Zuming of a popular saying in later generations, "You grinning little fairy, Shanxin is like this right now." Thinking of this, Ziming frivolously held up Shinxin's chin and said viciously, "Little fairy, you better stop teasing me, or I will make you look good." Hearing these words, not only did Shinxin not be frightened, but instead reached out and stroked Ziming's chest. "Uncle, didn't the slave and maid just say it? As long as the uncle thinks. The slave and maid will be at your disposal." The weather in July was already very hot. Now that Shinxin is still here, Ziming is even hotter. When Ziming was about to enter the state, the sound of horns outside reminded Ziming that this was still on their main road. Ming had no choice but to give up and said to Shinxin, "I will send you the manuscript first, and I will teach you a lesson when I return." Shinxin chuckled obediently. "Master, in fact, there is no need to hand in the manuscripts in such a hurry. The man can do the business that the maid wants to do first, and you can submit the manuscript tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Before Shinxin's words were finished, Ziming couldn't help starting the car anymore, and rushed towards the Yunshan Hotel just around the corner, parked the car in the parking lot, and Ziming pulled Shinxin upstairs. After returning to the room before closing the door, Ziming and Shinxin enthusiastically embraced each other. They kissed and desperately tore at each other's clothes, and finally embraced and fell on the bed, followed by a pair of sexy lace panties. Throwing to the ground, the hotel bed began to shake violently. An intoxicating groan put a stop to the battle, and the big bed stopped shaking. Ziming and Shinxin hugged on the bed and gasped, reminiscing the aftermath of the passion just now. I don't know how long it took before they slowly opened their eyes. Unlike normal times, they just smiled at each other and did not communicate too much. At this time, Ziming's eldest brother on the bedside suddenly rang, and Ziming picked it up. After connecting, Cao Jianning's hearty voice came over immediately. "Ziming, I heard Governor Chen said, do you want to investigate that Xingyuan?" "That's right. That guy has a big problem, but it might be troublesome to go through the proper channels, so I want to find you through some abnormal channels," Ziming said. Cao Jianning laughed. "I think it's Ziming. You guy was robbed of the limelight to vent your hatred and revenge, right?" Ziming frowned, but it was not because of Cao Jianning's words, but because of Shinxin beside him. Ziming was on the phone here, while Shinxin's slender jade hands followed Ziming's chest all the way down. Finally, Shinxin slipped into the quilt. In the next moment, Ziming felt that he was warm and humid. Surrounded, that comfort made Ziming snorted. Cao Jianning heard something wrong there, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Ziming?" "Nothing," Ziming said, staring at the quilt in front of him, thinking that he was on the phone with others. But there was a beautiful woman in the quilt doing such a glamorous thing. Such excitement made Ziming felt blood boiled. He gasped and said, "Mr. Cao, I just want to say that the guy Xingyuan is looking for death. He dares to snatch things from me. I will make him unhappy. Please do this." "Is you?" "No problem," Cao Jianning said. "I also look at Xingyuan. He dares to be so arrogant in our Lingnan." At this time, Ziming couldn't hear what Cao Jianning was saying. He just hung up the phone with a few random words, then opened the quilt and grabbed Shinxin's head with both hands. Chapter 289. Don't be afraid of the wind flashing your waist. A few days passed in a flash, and soon the second meeting on the expressway was held in the Yunshan Hotel. In the morning, the sun spilled into their room through the curtains. Ziming opened his eyes and sat up. An unsatisfactory moan came from his ear. Ziming turned his head and saw that Shinxin was pulling the quilt on her body, frowning slightly. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Ziming's practice of getting up and taking the quilt up. Ever since Shinxin seduced Ziming with a brave gesture that day, Ziming has been living here for a few days. At the very beginning, both Ziming and Shinxin were very cautious. After all, their relationship was considered unfair and a fair, but this was in a hotel in a foreign city and was basically unattended, so they gradually let go. After several days of contact, Ziming gradually discovered that Shinxin was actually a little extreme little girl under a mature and rational appearance. Perhaps it was related to her environment since she was a child. Her temper was very tough. It's hard to look back at anything, just like Ziming herself. Since she worshipped herself, she had focused on herself and regarded her as her own woman. It is precisely because of this that when I accidentally bumped into her stocking legs in Hong Kong City, she teased her like that, and she kept silent and cooperated with her in private. This is a bit unbelievable, but it is precisely her personality that makes her the chief reporter of Hong Kong Island finance at such a young age. But things always have two sides. If Shengxin's personality is good, there will be problems in case she looks for Ziming, but Ziming is not a good person, or just like Xing Yuan, just like playing with a woman. What about the scumbag? Doesn't she look back then? Ziming also asked Shengxin about this question. Shengxin's answer is that a man who can conquer her cannot be a scumbag like Xing Yuan, because she doesn't look at the other person's money, but a wholly evaluation of directions. That is, if a man doesn't like it, even if he holds tens of billions of dollars in his hand, it's useless. On the contrary, the man she likes, even if the other party is just a dirty beggar, she will do whatever he wants. A beautiful, highly educated and temperamental beauty reporter, and a dirty beggar who lives in a shack. This looks like the basic setting of the H version, but my instinct tells Ziming that if possible, Shengxin can really do it. But now I have been conquered by Ziming. My heart is very small. I can only accommodate one person, so you don't have to worry that I will be abducted by others. And Ziming, you don't want me, I will haunt you too. Of course, Ziming, you don't have to worry. I will not ruin your life. As long as I can be loved and loved by you, I will be satisfied. This was what Shengxin said to herself later, which also made Ziming relieved. Ziming thought of scraping her little Kyung nose here. Fortunately, she was the first to conquer her. If she was replaced by someone else, she would have mastered Shengxin. A girl with this personality, God knows what excessive things will do, no matter how scumbag Xing Yuan is. He is also a super rich man with $1 billion in his hands. He looks like a dog in front of everyone. In the end, didn't he still use his woman to bribe others to achieve his own goals? I don't know if you were lucky enough to meet me, or I was lucky enough to meet you. Ziming sighed and said, at the same time a big hand touched her butt from her face all the way down, and finally patted her little butt hard and said, get up. But Shengxin was very unwilling to know what she was muttering. She turned around and fell asleep. Ziming was amused, so she lowered her head and said in her ear, if you want to get up again, I won't want you. Hearing these words, Shengxin immediately opened her eyes, pouting her mouth and looking at Ziming with a grievance. You will threaten me with this? Ziming spread his hands and smiled heartlessly. No way, who would let you eat this threat? Of course it was a joke, but Shengxin got up quickly, and the two washed and dressed and went downstairs to have breakfast. At about 8:30, they came to the lounge together. Before the meeting starts, everyone gathers together and talks about the meeting. This has become a habit. Especially this meeting is still attended by many entrepreneurs. This is an opportunity to get closer to each other. Will not let it go. That disgusting guy really came, Shengxin said suddenly. Ziming knew who Shengxin was talking about. He followed Shengxin's disgusting eyes and saw Xing Yuan. He was still proud of himself. He was just talking about something to several Lingnan entrepreneurs. The gauze on the bag made him feel very happy. That was the result of Ziming scoring his head that day. After the crackdown, this kind of deliberate injury was very serious to the average person, but it was not worth mentioning to Ziming. There is Chen Yunfei, the executive vice province of Lingnan. Long, and Cao Jianing and Co's family, they are in Lingnan. It's easy to settle this little thing. You don't even need Ziming to come forward, and someone will naturally say hello. It was for this reason that Ziming had no more text after he left that day, so that Ziming would have almost forgotten, if it hadn't been for seeing him suddenly today. This lounge is so big, it is impossible for Ziming and Shengxin to come in without seeing Xing Yuan. He saw Ziming come over and say hello. Oh, isn't this consultant Zhu and reporter Shin? I didn't expect you to come too. Up. Xing Yuan's approach made Ziming have to look at him highly. because at least his chi training is okay. He hates someone in his heart, but he can still face each other with smiles. This is the essence of the hero, and it is no wonder that he has never studied. The bastard can start such a big family business in a few years. However, because Xing Yuan is so polite, Ziming will of course not be inferior. Smiling at Xing Yuan politely, yes, but you are not earlier than Mr. Xing. It seems that Mr. Xing's management of the Expressway Funds coin is still very positive. Of course, I am determined to win, Xing Yuan said firmly. Xing Yuan's confidence surprised Ziming. I'm curious as to where you are, Mr. Xing, and you must be able to do it. Xing Yuan pointed his head and said to Ziming, this is the mind. I know that Consultant Zhu has a large network of relationships here in Lingnan, but sometimes the relationship does not solve everything. I am afraid you did not expect it. This time the matter will be so big, right? Since this matter is made public, and there are so many merchants from other provinces here, it is not easy to operate in the dark, and Ziming's relationship with you is not easy to use. I know Consultant Zhu, you are the builder of Nanjiang stock market, and you have created many legends, but that is all in the past. Now you are no longer good at all. You can only give 4 to 10 percentage points of profit. It's really a loss of what Consultant Zhu said. Xing Yuan said disdainfully, I don't know what plan Ziming you will come up with today. What I can tell you is that I can come up with 40% of the profit. Come out. This is my skill. After Xing Yuan said these words, he immediately caused a few people around him to take a breath of air. They looked at Xing Yuan incredibly and asked, crossing, Mr. Xing, can you really create 40 points of profit? Principal Xing nodded as he should, and then someone asked him, but according to Advisor Zhu and the economics of foreign countries, it is difficult to create such a high profit. Those foreign things are deceiving you. Those foreign devils don't want to die. How can they teach us? As for Consultant Zhu, Xing Yuan raised his mouth and said contemptuously, if he can create 40 points of profit, didn't he become a billionaire in Lingnan like me? It's because he lacks my mind that he can only spend a few $1,000,000 in this small amount of money forever. After speaking, Xing Yuan deliberately asked Ziming, what do you think of Advisor Zhu? Ziming shook his head helplessly and said, you are really not exaggerated. Just now I thought you could be a little capable, and now I have to get up. Xing's principal disagrees. Those who have the ability are qualified to win. If you can also give 40 points of profit from Advisor Zhu, you can also win in front of me. I'm not a primary school student. What do I have to do in front of you? Boring, Ziming said. Besides, you can't make a profit of 40 points at all. Xing Yuan looked at Ziming pityingly and said, Counselor Zhu, what do you want me to say to you? I didn't expect you to be so young now. I beg you to say goodbye to me. You are not tired of me. I'm tired of it. It doesn't matter whether it's greasy or not. It's all about the key point. Ziming saw what Xing Yuan wanted to say. Ziming said first, stop. I'm not interested in a company you to grind your mouth. I'll be out of company first. Ziming turned around and left after speaking. And Xing Yuan said something later. Ziming didn't pay attention and didn't hear clearly, but judging from his presumptuous laughter, it was not a good thing to think about it. This Xing Yuan is really too arrogant. Ziming, you really should have smashed a few more bottles that day, Shankxin said. Just because of his small body, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold a few more bottles, no matter how arsehole he is. He is also a Jiangnan entrepreneur holding billions of dollars. If he really wants to kill him, this is Chen Yunfei. It can't be covered by the Cao family, Ziming said, but I'm not happy to see him like this, especially the way he doesn't put Ziming in your eyes at all, Shankxin said. Ziming said, you can rest assured, let him be a little bit more awkward, and he will only be as good as he is now. Ziming, you are here. With a hello from the side, Ziming looked over and saw Cao Jianing, Lianyang City Party Secretary Chen Da, and several other Nanjian entrepreneurs coming in with him. Cao Jianing looked at Xing Yuan over there and asked Ziming, why, is the guy arrogant in front of you again? Ziming nodded and said, yes, This guy also made a 40% high profit today. 40 points? Cao Jianing said with disdain. He really is not afraid of the wind flashing his waist. He dares to blow this cowhide, and he wants him to look good today. Chapter 290. Let him say enough. At 8:45, Ziming and Cao Jianing and Chen Die walked into the meeting room together. Like the meeting a few days ago, today's meeting was still presided over by Chen Yunfei. A few minutes after 9 o'clock, Chen Yunfei, the deputy governor of Lingnan, the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, and Mayor Chen Yunfei, and Huang Nan, the secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, walked into the meeting room together. When these two heavyweights entered, the eyes of the entire conference room were immediately attracted. This is not only their own identity, but more importantly, Xing, a legend from Jiangnan, turned out to be a smashed place here, and we must openly start from Zhu. Ming grabbed the project and criticized Ziming's ideas. They all wanted to know what Chen Yunfei would think. But the final result was disappointing for them. Neither Ziming before nor Chen Yunfei and Huang Nan had any special expressions, as if the previous event was just a dream. Are they really so confident? Or is this just the way they made it? Everyone is guessing. In this way, in the thoughts of everyone on the scene, today's meeting has started, and it is still the same as the last meeting. This time it is still hosted by Chen Yunfei. He first said the opening remarks. The content is very ordinary, just emphasized the high speed. Highway construction is an important part of reform and opening up. The importance of this construction to the economic development of Lingnan and Jingqiu provinces, and how to strengthen the economic and cultural exchanges between the two provinces. In the past, the construction of expressways was a large-scale package by the state, but the funds required for the construction of expressways are very huge. Judging from the situation in the northeast and Jiangnan, this method will put a lot of pressure on local finance. When money is needed in various places, the government finances simply cannot afford it. However, people always think of ways. Since the finances cannot afford it, we can only find another way to achieve this through private fundraising and borrowing. This method has raised enough funds for our highway, Chen Yunfei went on to say, but this alone is not enough, because according to the original idea, in order to repay the funds for road repairs, this expressway will have toll stations to collect fees for vehicles passing by, and a road management company will be established to manage it. This money. Chen Yunfei paused when he said that. He looked around the conference room and said, many of you here are our domestic business elites. So how to manage this money can make our plan more perfect. I hope everyone can speak enthusiastically for comments and suggestions. When Chen Yunfei's words fell, someone immediately raised his hand right below. This person was undoubtedly Xing Yuan. Chen Yunfei made a gesture to him. Just ask Mr. Xing from Jiangnan to speak first. Xing Yuan picked up the microphone and said, first of all, I am very grateful to Governor Chen for giving me this opportunity to speak. I know that this is a meeting to build a highway connecting Jingqiu and Lingnan provinces. Although I am only Jiangnan province coming to learn from the experience, businessman, but I think I still have to talk about it if I have an idea. Chen Yunfei nodded and said, Mr. Xing does not have to have any worries. As the forefront of reform and opening up, Lingnan itself is very inclusive. At the same time, today's meeting is also a discussion meeting, which requires everyone to use their brains and brainstorm as much as possible. In order to make our project more perfect, it is to serve the people. Mr. Xing can say whatever he wants. Xing Yuan expressed his gratitude to Chen Yunfei and then he entered the topic. This time the governmental union bank and private enterprises are building a highway together. This is a good attempt. There is no problem with this, but the key lies in it. Follow up on the management of the Road Administration Fund. What is the most important thing since the reform and opening up? There is nothing else, just two words, capital. Of course, I am not only a theory of money supremacy, let alone money worship, But I can understand that the reason why our country wants to carry out reform and opening, the reason why special economic zones are designated, is because we have seen the poverty of our country in the past. Only when we develop our economy wholeheartedly and create more wealth can we lead a better life. Xing Yuan paused for a while and then said, "I'm pulling away, and come back to our highway project. Whether the highway is constructed or maintained in the future, it will cost a lot of money. Although this time the government took the lead in raising a large amount of money, it is far from enough, or we can't let the money be paid. Coming." Xing Yuan stood up as he said, "Everyone who does business has a consciousness, that is, as long as you don't make money, you lose money. The same is true for the current road administration fund. We can't just invest money in it. Doing that can only fill a bottomless pit that can never be filled. What we need to do is to make this money alive as much as possible, and to make this money to make more money. Only in this way can we guarantee use the road administration fund to maintain the expressway, so that the entire system can achieve a virtuous circle." Several bosses who were close to Xing Yuan immediately applauded and gave Xing Yuan a round of applause. Xing Yuan smiled and nodded to them. Xing Yuan then went on to say, "I know that my proposal is not new. This is the idea put forward by Nanjing development consultant Ziming. I think this idea is very good, but it is a pity that Ziming's vision is still too great. It's narrow, and it can only give 4 to 10% of income. I really don't understand what this money can do. As far as I know, even the current treasury bills have more than a dozen points of income." When Xing Yuan said that, he smiled. "Of course, Consultant Z has other considerations, or I also know that there is something called management fee in foreign countries. Consultant Z has been imitating foreign things, or he may have imitated this routine." This sentence caused an uproar at the scene, because Xing Yuan's words were obviously accusing Ziming of being able to give high returns, and that he had embezzled the money himself. "You are a slander without any evidence at all." Shanxin couldn't help standing up and saying to Xing Yuan, "Slander?" Xing Yuan shook his hand and said, "Reporter Shen, you are wrong. I personally trust the character of advisor Zhu. I also believe that he will not do this. But the road administration fund is such a large sum of money, I think it is still be careful and focus." Shanxin wanted to say something, but Ziming pulled her. "Reporter Shen doesn't need to be angry. Since he wants to say something, you can let him say enough." Ziming also blinked at Shanxin, and Shanxin sat down obediently. "Okay, Ziming, can you bear it? I want to see when you can pretend to be an ostrich." Thinking about this, Xing Yuan continued, "Regardless of whether Zhao's personality is good or not, we can't use such a large sum of money to bet on a person's personality. Then it will be ruled by man, let alone Zhu. The level in vision of consultants may have declined, and they can only create such a low return. I think that if the road administration fund is to grow and develop, it must create higher income, and I can bring this income to the road administration fund." "Then how much benefit can you give, Mr. Xing?" someone below asked very cooperatively. Xing Yuan was very happy to hear that someone below cooperated so much. He didn't answer directly, but deliberately pretended to be stupid and asked, "How much did I talk about last time?" 30 points. Someone replied, "Is it 30 points? Xing Yuan sighed and said, "It seems that after I came to Lingnan and met with consultant Zhu, my level was also lowered. 30 points are still too low. I think at least it also takes 40 points of income." Xing Yuan's light voice was like dropping a blockbuster in the conference room, blowing up everyone at once, and the entire conference room cast incredible glances at Xing Yuan. But it's no wonder everyone has such a reaction. 40 points may not sound like a big deal, but if you add a 1 billion prefix, then the income of these 40 points is 400 million. If the money is not moved until next year, then it will only take 2 years to basically make 1 billion back. This speed is undoubtedly faster than the speed of printing money by the banknote printing factory, and even more for each one businessmen dream of. But can this really happen? Xing Yuan was able to guess everyone's doubts. He said, "The area that consultant Z focuses on is in the capital market, so his income can only be so much. But I'm different. What I do is fast in and fast out, fast-moving products. So my capital flow and withdrawal speed are quite fast. I know that I say that you may not have a concept in your mind, so let me tell you about it. Xing Yuan said, my company paid a total of 500 million yuan in profits to my investors from last year to this year. They were all delivered on time and there was no default. I became a star entrepreneur in Jiangnan and contributed a lot of taxes to the province and the country. These can be found with evidence. I also know that everyone will still have a little difficulty in making a decision, because everyone has a very good relationship with advisors who, and usually has a lot of business dealings. But business is business, and sometimes it has to be separated from human relationships. They all say good birds choosing wood for habitation. In the management of the Road Administration Fund, no matter whether you are for the better development of this project or for yourself, I think you should choose a better one. After Xing Yuan finished speaking, he said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, I didn't mean to embarrass you deliberately when I said this. I just have to say one thing, and I hope that Counselor Zhu will not be so stubborn and not let go. Following Xing Yuan's words, the entire conference room focused on Ziming. Ziming was unavoidable, so he had to say, actually, I don't want to say anything, especially about this matter. But Mr. Xing, you have said so, and I have to give you an answer. Ziming firmly said, I am not a person who will hold on to the money. If this road administration fund has a better use, I will let it go. But you, Mr. Xing, I'm sorry, how am I? I won't let it to you. Chapter 291 Simple Ponzi Scheme. Bow thanks to Holoxialan for your support and monthly ticket support. There was a strange silence in the meeting room, and everyone's eyes were on Ziming and Xing Yuan. In fact, whether it is Ziming's attitude or Xing Yuan's request, everyone expected it. No one would be indifferent to such a large sum of money for expressways, and no one would let go, even if the money could not be embezzled. But with more than 1 billion funds, what can't you do? However, although the attitudes of the two people were expected, the development of things up to now still makes everyone feel unexpected. Baiyun City Party Secretary Huang Nan took a look at Chen Yunfei and found that Chen Yunfei was sitting there as if an old monk had entered, without any expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard Ziming and Xing Yuan's words just now. Others may not have noticed it, but Huang Nan knew that Chen Yunfei had completely condoned things to develop to the present situation. After all, Chen Yunfei is also the executive vice governor of Lingnan. As the presiding officer of today's meeting, if he really doesn't want to seek Xing Yuan's trouble here, he has every reason not to let him speak, and I believe no one will have any opinions. But what he is doing now is simply to allow Xing Yuan to behave in this meeting, even if his words are beyond the scope of the meeting. The meeting has become very ashamed. And Chen Yunfei also pretended not to hear it. Xing Yuan laughed loudly over there. He said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, I now find that you are really smelly and hard like a stone in a pit. You say you don't let go. Can you do it without giving me this road administration fund? You can also think about it. What do you use to keep this money? I can give 40 points of income. Can you do it? Ziming shook his head gently. I still said the last time, if it is in a legitimate economic environment and a legal business strategy, you will not be able to give this return at all. Xing Yuan spread his hands together and said to everyone, everyone has seen it. I have no problem with Zhao's evaluation of consultants. He is still talking about this matter. He is not using himself as a fool. I thought that as long as he plugged his ears, we would all have the same idea as him. Isn't that just an ostrich that only bury his head in the sand? Counselor Zhu, I know that you built the Nanjiang stock market and solved the biggest stock crisis, but this does not mean that you are the first person in the domestic financial field. Many financial methods are unheard of. Like your refusal attitude now, I think you will be eliminated by the times sooner or later. Xing Yuan said, Thank you Mr. Xing for your concern. But I would like to advise Mr. Xing, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Ziming deliberately emphasized to Xingyuan, Mr. Xing, your business style. One day he will be shot. Xingyuan shuddered all over his body. Hearing what Ziming said just now, it was as if a gun was actually pointing at him, but then Xingyuan reacted, and he was ashamed and angry and said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, you say that this scares me? If you have the ability, you should call the police to catch me now. I'm so scared. Ziming smiled slightly. As you wish. As Ziming's voice fell, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and then a group of armed police with live ammunition rushed in and quickly controlled the situation. The people in the conference room, including Xingyuan, were all stunned. They didn't understand what was going on, but the black muzzle of the armed policeman and the murderous aura of these soldiers clearly told them, don't mess around. The last senior police officer walked in with someone. He first paid a salute to Chen Yunfei and Huang Nan, and then issued an arrest warrant to Xingyuan, saying, I am the Deputy Director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Xingyuan, you are in Jiangnan Province. The facts of committing economic crimes have been ascertained. Please be sure to go back with us for investigation. Seeing his arrest warrant, Xingyuan was stunned at the time, but then he turned his head to Ziming's side, pointed at Ziming and said fiercely, Ziming, it's all you guys, right? You did it. Xingyuan said he would move a stool to smash Ziming, but the armed police soldiers behind him had already prepared before he could move. The two armed police soldiers immediately pushed him on the table, and his head hit the table with a bang. A bang. This sound made Ziming feel pain for him, worried that his head would really be stunned. But Xingyuan obviously did not have this worry. He still bitterly said to Ziming, I am not convinced. Ziming, you bastard, you have no business skills, and you know how to make these 3 abuses. Do you think it's great that you can direct the people of the Ministry of Public Security? I tell you, you are one in my eyes. Sure shit. I will kill you when I come out. Come out. I don't think you have this chance. Ziming said. I am a serious businessman in Jiangnan Province. I still have 1 billion in funds in my hand. The country cannot ignore it, and I believe that Ziming can conceal it for a while, and you cannot conceal the people of the whole country. Xingyuan said. It seems that you still don't know the crime you committed. Ziming said regretfully, shaking his head. Am guilty of your mother B. This is Ziming, your bastard framed me. Xingyuan cursed Ziming, but his cursing stopped abruptly here, because Ziming rubbed a notebook and stuffed it into his mouth. Governor Chen, can I expose Xingyuan's economic scam here? Ziming turned his head and asked Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei nodded and said, yes. After the scam is exposed, everyone can be reminded. Ziming thanked Chen Yunfei, and then turned his head back and said to everyone, I know that all of you are feeling injustice for Xingyuan at this time, and all feel that I am deliberately using the relationship to retaliate against him. But I can responsibly tell everyone that I didn't. I just reported his criminal facts to the central government. Then I will tell you what happened to Xingyuan's investment scam. Actually, this scam by Xingyuan is not clever. It is just a very ordinary Ponzi scheme. Ziming said. The so-called Ponzi scheme is simply to use the money of new investors to pay interest and short-term investment to old investors. Return is a scam that creates the illusion of making money and then deceives more investment. This is also called take the east wall to make up the west wall and empty glove white wolf in our country. You hear him say that the return is very high, but it's just for you. Listen, in fact, this reward does not exist at all, including the rewards he originally had in Jiangnan Province. In fact, they do not exist. Ziming's words were like a stone being thrown into the lake water, and a splash of water was immediately swayed, causing a clamor on the scene. How can this be? Is all that much money fake? Isn't he all already there? Interests are given. These interests are also taxed by the state taxation department. All the documents can be found. Can this also be fake? Facing everyone's doubts, Ziming said, I know you don't believe it, So please listen to me and tell you slowly. Do you know why the central government sent people to arrest Xing Yuan today? It's because the investigation team of the Ministry of Public Security has found that Xing Yuan is in Jiangnan province and Manhai city and has no business at all. What he said is the disposable medical supplies business. He hasn't even bought a needle this year. This time Ziming didn't wait for others to question. He took the initiative to say, he didn't do business, but he did pay his investors 500 million in return last year. You might think this is contradictory, but I don't think this is too contradictory, because if I were to operate it, let alone 500 million, even if it was 6.8 billion, I would be able to give it out. Someone finally reacted, Ziming, do you mean that he used the investor's principal to repay the interest? You can understand that. Ziming said. Then what if someone wants to take away the principal and interest? Someone asked. Ziming didn't answer and asked him, if it were you, you know that you can get very high interest regularly with your money. Will you take it away or put it here to let him continue to make money? No one answered this question, because the answer to this question is very obvious. It will definitely not be taken away. If you are greedy, you will even continue to invest interest in it. In fact, what I want to say is that it doesn't matter if he takes away or continues to invest, as long as he builds up the momentum and gets new investment. Then the old batch of investment can even be repaid with the benefit of the investment. And he returned the old investment, which can also make his credibility soar to a higher level, and make everyone think that he is really good at making money, and will intensify the investment of money in him, making his snowball bigger and bigger. Having said this, Ziming paused deliberately. Seeing that everyone had no intention to speak, Ziming spread his hands and said, everyone here is a leader in the Lingnan business community. I believe that I don't need to say more about the following words. Using new investment to return old investment. This method can indeed allow him to grow his wealth in a geometric manner in a short period of time. That's why he has transformed from a street gangster to a billionaire in just a few years. However, since he is not actually doing any business, that is to say, his money can only be paid in and out, so as long as there is no new investment in one day, then his scam will be bankrupt. Ziming said. Counselor Zhu, what do you mean is that this time he came to Lingnan to get the idea of road administration fund? Is it also a scam? Someone asked below. Although this person asked cautiously, Ziming still said angrily, they are all business people, and you don't understand the simple truth that high returns equal high risks. Please also think about it. You know, what project can really hold more than 1 billion of funds, and can it still have a high return of more than 40%? If so, please contact me immediately. Chapter 292. This is Ziming. Bao thanks for the support of the 4 monthly tickets of 7,660,876. Ziming's last sentence was obviously ridiculing, but no one could laugh at this time, just because the information that Ziming revealed to them was too incredible for them. One hand holding 1 billion, set off Jiangnan investment. The boom, the star enterprise home that was sent to Lingnan by the leaders of Manhai and Jiangnan provinces and cities to participate in the meeting is really a super financial liar. This news is going to shock the whole country. If it weren't for the Deputy Director of the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau from the Ministry of Public Security who was holding an arrest warrant approved by the High Court of the Procuratorate, if it's not for Ziming's consistent reputation in Lingnan, then everyone would never believe it. But even so, everyone still feels unacceptable to this matter. It's just that this unacceptable is a pity for the matter itself or for not being able to get the high interest rate promised by Xing Yuan of 40%, then I don't know. Even though Ziming's explanation just now, they have fully understood the method of Xing Yuan's financial scam. But people's hearts are greedy. Faced with such a huge financial temptation, there is no reason for them to remain unmoved. Counselor Zhu, what would happen if he really got our highways road administration fund this time? Will all the money be lost? Someone asked below. Ziming glanced at him. This is an entrepreneur in Baiyun City. Since the entrepreneurs in Anjian want to go public and have a better relationship with them, No matter how much they think in their hearts, they will not show that they are very supportive of crossing original. And just now, those entrepreneurs in Baiyun City were the ones who supported Xingyuan the most. Does this still need to be asked? Interests in all his investments are terribly high, and with our billions of financial support, he will improve his credibility and let him make the plate bigger and bigger, and wait until when his investment reaches tens of billions. The interest he needs to pay in just 1 year will exceed our investment in the entire highway. How much do you think we can get back? Ziming asked. Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, everyone couldn't help but sucked in air conditioning. In this era, 1 billion is already a very explosive number. Tens of billions are simply impossible to imagine. Ming's analysis, this is also very possible, and such a large sum of money, when he finally exploded, the result is not known. How tragic. Counselor Zhu, you really helped us prevent a large loss. Thank you so much. Suddenly someone took the lead to say such a sentence, and then everyone else followed and thanked. Thank you very much, Consultant Zhu. If it weren't for the timely reporting of the police and exposing Xingyuan's economic scams to us, we would all cheat him. Now, our hard-earned money is also persuaded to pay for nothing. Listening to the audience's gratitude to Ziming, Shengxin raised her head proudly, looking at Ziming with admiration with a pair of apricot eyes. This is the Ziming she knows, and this is the man who made her desperate. Don't even say that Xingyuan is just a billionaire. Even tens of billions are still not worth mentioning in front of Ziming, a financial speculator. Even though he can prevail for a while, but the fake one is fake after all, and in the end it will still be Ziming's victory. Just like now, when everyone sees Xingyuan's scam, everyone will definitely praise Ziming. Contrary to Shengxin's pride, Xingyuan's lungs were about to explode. He didn't expect these Lingnan people to be so shameless. Just now he followed him to question Ziming, and now he turned around and scolded himself again. Xingyuan opened his mouth to scold these people, but it was a pity that his mouth was blocked and he couldn't speak. There were 2 strong armed police soldiers pressed on his body, and he couldn't move. What everyone did not expect was that Chen Yunfei, who had not been moving before, suddenly said, if there is no Ziming this time, if Xingyuan succeeds this time, the loss is not just our billions. He will use the money to continue to expand his scam to Lingnan, until he scams tens of billions of dollars one day. As Ziming said, his scam has come to an end, and no new investment comes in. Once the scam goes bankrupt, that is not only a loss of money, but also destroys the 10-year achievements of our Lingnan reform and opening up. Chen Yunfei finally said, so on behalf of the Lingnan Provincial Party Committee and government, thank Ziming. Chen Yunfei took the lead, and Huang Nan, secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, also thanked Ziming. Yes, Comrade Ziming prevented not only economic losses, but also losses in the overall planning of Lingnan. Thank you very much. Chen Yunfei and Huang Nan, 2 provincial standing committee members, had to take the lead in thanking Ziming, and immediately let the atmosphere of thanking Ziming on the spot to the culmination. The face of Xingyuan, who was pressed on the table, turned into pig liver color at this time, and every thank you to Ziming was like a hammer hitting his heart, making him feel a kind of the urge to vomit blood. In the sound of thanks from the entire conference room, Ziming stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He said to Chen Yunfei, I also thank Governor Chen and everyone for their support and trust in me. As the initiator of the Chuling Expressway project, I think I need to be responsible for the entire project. If someone really has better abilities than me, I will abdicate and let the better. But this is also on the premise that the other person can really do the project better and don't use their brains. Otherwise just get out of here. Ziming's words made everyone cheer for him. Counselor Zhu is great. Counselor Zhu is our role model, and we all believe in you. Of course, some people are repenting for their behavior just now. Counselor Zhu, you are really what we considered for this project. We should not doubt you, we should always trust you. I understand everyone's mood, but I think the most important thing for us now is to discuss the highway project. The matter of Xing Yuan will be handed over to our judicial department. I believe the law will give him an explanation. Ziming turned his head to Chen Yunfei after speaking. Governor Chen, my speech is over. Chen Yunfei nodded. He said to the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security, Director Yang has worked hard, so please trouble Director Yang to take this criminal away first. We will have a meeting here. Director Yang stood up and saluted Chen Yunfei, and then waved his hand, and the two armed police soldiers set up Xing Yuan and took them out. Although everyone was surprised that the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security was able to direct the actions of the armed police soldiers, they didn't say anything. After all, the Executive Vice Governor and the Baiyun Municipal Party Secretary are here. They were also concerned about this matter before. They didn't have any opinions. Obviously they planned what happened today, so it's not surprising that the armed police detachment was seconded to Director Yang to command. How can the Central Investigation Team come down, and the locals always have to cooperate? When Xing Yuan was taken out, the meeting room returned to calm. Ziming also returned to his seat, but did not sit down, because after Xing Yuan, he still needs to talk about the highway project today. People who are familiar with me or those who are concerned about current affairs should know that I have built a township industrial park in Lianyang, and some people here have also invested in the industrial park. The reason why I proposed the fundraising construction of this highway, the method is to better bring the economy of this line alive, so I don't want the construction of this highway to take too long. I hope it can be completed as soon as possible. Ziming said, I know that the construction of expressways in the northeast or the south of the Yangtze River is so slow that they cannot be completed in a few years. On the one hand, it is because the government investment funds are not in place, and on the other hand, it is also because of the way of planning is very problematic. Because we are raising private funds here, we will start bidding and repairing roads only when the funds are in place. Funding is not a problem, and the rest is how to make a fuss about planning. Ziming said, on their side, express highway all roads are contracted to the Engineering Bureau. I am not saying that this method is not good, but even the National Engineering Bureau does not have the ability to complete all the repairs at a time because a highway is so long, which naturally slows down the time. Ziming pointed to himself and said, everyone, including Mr. Xing, knows that I am a financial company. There is an old saying in our capital market that it is best not to put all eggs in the same basket, because once there is any accident, we have no room for maneuver at all. Then I think the construction of the expressway is exactly the same. If we contract all of them to one unit, it will take a long time. But what if we divide the entire expressway into several sections and bid for different units? This is the original unit. It takes 10 days of work. Won't it be done in one day if you change 10 units? Ziming said, of course, the actual situation is not so calculated, but from the planning point of view, it will definitely speed up. Ziming said very modestly, but his words made the people below brighten up, especially those Nanjian entrepreneurs. What they were most worried about was the promised road administration fund that the road will be built for 10 or 8 years, as well as the toll dividends of the expressway. I don't know when to wait, but now according to Ziming's plan, it may be completed in 1 or 2 years. How can this not make them happy? So someone immediately yelled happily, Councillor Zhu, your idea is so good. You are simply a business genius. Just follow your method of subcontracting construction. With the first person, everyone else also cheered up. Yes, Consultant Zhu, we support you. For the sake of the economy, to connect Jingqiu and Lingnan provinces, this road must be built as soon as possible. Listening to the following echoing applause, Chen Yunfei showed a satisfied smile. This is the Ziming he knows. What was that before? Huang Nan, the secretary of the Baiyun Municipal Party Committee, looked at Chen Yunfei in surprise. Compared with Chen Yunfei, Huang Nan knew little about Ziming. He only knew that Ziming was Nanjiang's development consultant. He created the stock market and helped Chen Yunfei solve the problem. A lot of trouble. I think he is nothing great, but until today, After seeing Ziming's performance just now, he deeply understands that Chen Yunfei's high evaluation of him is right. Chapter 293. I'm here to help with the case. Bow. Thank you Flower Falling Least for your support. Dig out news hotspots and get close to the people's livelihood. Hello, everyone. This is the Focus Interview. I am your host Fang Ping. With the continuous progress of reform and opening up, more and more people are doing business. Some people make money and others lose money. Business is risky. Please be cautious. It has gradually become a common sense in people's hearts, but if someone tells you his business will never losing money, and can make you a fortune, many people would think that this is a fantasy. But in Zexi City, Jiangnan Province, such a thing actually happened. Xing Yuan was originally an ordinary worker in Zexi City. But in just a few years, he was transformed into a super rich man with billions of dollars in his hands and well known inside and outside Jiangnan province. No one knows that Xing Yuan is mentioned in Zexi. The reason why he is so famous is that he will become a magic called Big Change Living Money. You only need to invest in him. No matter how much he is, can give you 40% to 50% a year. Up to 120% interest. Anyone with some economic savvy can understand that this interest is simply impossible to achieve, and it is impossible for a clear-minded entrepreneur to offer such a high interest return. Xing Yuan used high returns as bait to sign a cooperation agreement with the investor in the name of jointly operating disposable syringes, medical gloves and silk fibrone cream. At the same time, it was agreed that regardless of the business status of the enterprise, the investor could receive the principal and interest on schedule. And during the illegal fundraising period, Xing Yuan, in order to convince people of his plan, divided the interest every 2 months, and some even paid the interest on the spot at the time of capital contribution, and doubled the interest for individual special investors. These investors continued to invest after receiving high profits, and some even became his voluntary promoters. However, how do many fundraisers know that illegal fundraising, like Xing Yuan, which has no approval and is extremely risky, is actually a kind of black market transaction and is not protected by the law? They put their hard-earned money into a scam at any time, facing the doomed fate. People don't even know that since Xing Yuan's first agreement was signed, he has never operated any projects. Xing Yuan's game is to collect new capital to pay off old debts and tear down the east wall to make up the west wall. The trick, the so-called joint venture, is a complete scam. However, under the temptation of high interest rates, people didn't care at all and invested their money in madness, which quickly formed an investment boom and rushed into the financial trap set by Xing Yuan. The TV stopped abruptly when it was put here, because Ziming pressed the pause button of the video recorder. Ziming asked the person in front of him, "What do you want to say?" The man smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I say? It's just a king or a loser. If you want to add a crime, there is nothing wrong with it." It seems that you still don't understand, Mr. Crossing. Ziming shook his head helplessly. At this moment, sitting in front of Ziming is the legendary Xing Yuan from the south of the Yangtze River. It's just that compared to the past, now sitting here with no gods, he is more like a walking corpse, completely devoid of the previous look. Fei Yang, feeling arrogant and domineering in front of me. What do I know? Do you know how you made me frame me? How you put me in jail and shot me at the end? Xing Yuan yelled loudly as if he was irritated, and even stood up to beat Ziming, but the policeman guarding him immediately pushed him back into the chair. The police officer who came in with Ziming said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, the prisoner has a very hard mouth. We have been interrogating him for fatigue these days. Now the prisoner's mental condition is very unstable. Stimulate him." Ziming nodded and expressed his understanding. Today is the 5th day after Xing Yuan was arrested. Although it is said that the investigation team this time was sent by the Ministry of Public Security, the interrogation would not be too special, but in order to close the case as soon as possible, some methods are used. It is inevitable. According to Ziming's prior knowledge, during these 5 days, Xing Yuan's rest time will not exceed 10 hours. Judging from the current mental state of Xing Yuan, it is possible for him to do anything. This is why the police came in with Ziming. Ziming took out a pack of cigarettes and asked Xing Yuan, "Do you smoke?" "Pump." Xing Yuan replied fiercely. His gnashing tone was not like smoking but to tear Ziming into pieces. But Ziming didn't care, took out a cigarette and handed it to Xing Yuan and helped him light it. Xing Yuan took a bite, and Ziming asked him how he felt. Xing Yuan spit out a ring of smoke to Ziming contemptuously and said, "You don't need to be so hypocritical. Just let me out if you have any farts." Mr. Xing is still so quick to talk. And then there is a Jiangnan legendary rich man who is vying with me for the management of $1 billion road administration fund. Ziming teased Xing Yuan, and then went on to say, "Mr. Xing is a smart man. I believe it doesn't matter how good I say, Mr. Xing. You won't believe it, so I will tell the truth. I was indeed invited by the Ministry of Public Security, but I don't intend to tell Mr. Xing that you must be strict and lenient when you resist. But I just want to talk to you with something in my heart." "Bullshit," Xing Yuan sneered. Ziming completely ignored Xing Yuan's ridicule. He shook his fingers and said to Xing Yuan seriously, "It's been 5 days since Mr. Xing came in. Does Mr. Xing still have any hope of going out? Or who will Mr. Xing count on? Save you? With consultant Zhu here, what can I expect? I just wait to sit in prison and wear it." Xing Yuan said. "Mr. Xing said that on your lips, but I know you definitely don't think so, because I know that Mr. Xing still has many friends in the capital, and some of them have very hard relationships." Ziming paused deliberately when he said that, carefully observing Xing Yuan's expression, and saw that his expression appeared unnaturally stiff, which showed that he had guessed it correctly. The police officer beside him also looked at Ziming in surprise. He clearly saw that Ziming had given Xing Yuan a cigarette. Many people understood that cigarettes had a refreshing effect, but a cigarette when a person was exhausted could make him feel better. A brief relaxation of his thinking is often the best breakthrough point for interrogation. The unnatural reaction of Xing Yuan just now is a clear proof. You must know that Xing Yuan has been doing well in the previous 5 days. This technique is used by many experienced veteran police officers, but if others can think of this, they can't help but take a high look. After getting the answer he wanted, Ziming immediately went on to say, "But it doesn't matter. I will talk to Mr. Xing later. Now I only have one question to ask Mr. Xing, which is Mr. Crossing. You still don't think you are guilty? Question mark. What's wrong with me? I'm doing a good business. Why did I break the law?" Xing Yuan said. "Difficulty. The focus interview just now is not clear enough, Mr. Xing. This is called illegal fundraising, because you defrauded all your money." Ziming said. "Why did I cheat? I will repay everyone's interest," Xing Yuan said. Ziming suddenly slapped the table and shouted at Xing Yuan, "That's because you are taking the money from the latecomer to repay the interest of the former. Of course you will give it. If one day no one is investing in you, you tell me, how are you paying it back?" Xing Yuan was taken aback by Ziming's sudden momentum, and it took him a long time to say, "No. It's impossible for no one to invest. My interest rate is so high, and my reputation is also very good. Xing Yuan's words were very unassuming. Under Ziming's eyes, his voice gradually weakened. Ziming said disdainfully, "Mr. Xing, you know that you are lying to yourself. You can't keep doing this business at all. As I have always emphasized, your interest is ridiculously high, but you have a bit of a brain. People in the country won't believe it. Otherwise, why don't the wealthy villages and large state-owned enterprises in your area invest in you? Didn't you see through your tricks? Well, even if everyone believes in you, even if everyone will continue to invest in you, how much can you ask for? Billions or tens of billions? There will always be the end of the investment, right? What should you do then?" "What?" Ziming said. "We calculate it at 10 billion. Your average annual interest is 50 points. Then your annual interest is 5 billion. Without new investment, how much can you stick to?" year. This Xing Yuan was stunned and speechless. As the mastermind of this financial scam, he could obviously understand the account. Ziming didn't speak in a hurry. When Ziming saw that the cigarette in Xing Yuan's hand was about to burn out, he took the initiative to help him take it down and replaced it with a new one. Xing Yuan subconsciously thanked Ziming. Seeing Xing Yuan's appearance, Ziming decided to give him one final blow. I will report you because you are here to move my cake. The road administration fund is more than 1 billion yuan. This is a project I proposed. I can't let it return. If you dare to beat my woman, I want to teach you even more. If you didn't come to Lingnan, you could still get away with this financial scam for a while, but if you met me, you would only have a dead end. After hearing Ziming's words, Xing Yuan suddenly laughed nervously. I didn't expect it. In the end, I should be most grateful. Ziming, you personally sent me to prison. People, how ironic this is. The several policemen who accompanied Ziming looked at each other and did not understand what Xing Yuan was talking about, but Ziming could understand. If he wanted to come to Xing Yuan, he also knew that if he continued to develop, the amount involved would only increase and the impact would be greater. It's getting worse and worse, and now it can be slowed down. If it really reaches the tens of billions level, then he really can't die anymore. It is precisely because he wants to understand this that Xing Yuan is nervously grateful for Ziming, which is a portrayal of his unwillingness to thank him. It is said that people are about to die and their words are good. Xing Yuan's ability to understand this at this time can be regarded as a kind of awakening. Ziming thought in his heart. Counselor Zhu, you have already said everything you want to say, and I understand it. Then you can say what you want me to do? Xing Yuan asked Ziming. Ziming applauded Xing Yuan. Mr. Xing's brain is still very useful. I have nothing else to say. Since I was entrusted by Governor Chen to assist the investigation team of the Ministry of Public Security in interrogating you, then I can only say that I hope you will explain the facts of your crime as soon as possible, and don't talk about other miscellaneous things. According to your consistent policy and your attitude toward confession, you should not be shot. Ziming's words surprised Xing Yuan. He fixed his eyes on Ziming for a while, as if he was confirming Ziming's meaning. Finally, he nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand. I will honestly explain the crime. Plead guilty as soon as possible. Thank you. Ziming said. Chapter 294 Temporarily Not Moving. Counselor Zhu, can you tell me which side you are on? Before leaving the house, Xing Yuan suddenly asked Ziming this question. Ziming replied, I am on my side. Xing Yuan wanted to ask something, but Ziming first said, okay, don't ask so much, just confess the facts of your own crime. You will not be shot at the current amount, and the procuratorate will also base it on your guilty confession has given you a proper reduction of your sentence. All I can tell you is that some caps are not yet uncovered. If you want to commit a crime and make meritorious service, just put some things in your mind and I will come to you again. Xing Yuan nodded silently. I understand. I will do it. Ziming smiled and stretched out his hand to pat his shoulder. You are a smart person. I believe you will make the right choice. Then Ziming left the room and went downstairs to the lobby on the first floor. Shengxin was waiting here. Since Xing Yuan was the mastermind of a huge illegal fundraising case of 1 billion yuan, he was secretly held in solitary confinement. Ziming was given a special permit only to get in, but Shengxin is very difficult to handle, especially she still has the identity of a reporter from Hong Kong City. This identity is very sensitive in China. She can only wait below. Seeing Ziming coming out, Shengxin immediately stepped forward and asked him with concern, how is it? Everything is going very well, Ziming said. Xing Yuan will honestly confess all the facts of his crimes, and he also understands what should be said and what should not be said. Although Shengxin had always been very confident in Ziming, She took a breath at this moment. Ziming couldn't help being a little amused when he saw Shinxin like this. Why, reporter Shin has so little confidence in me. It's not that I have no confidence, it's just that I think Xing Yuan Huai should have the same doubts as me. Why do you guys only let him confess the facts of his crimes? Others are not allowed to talk more. Like this kind of case involving a total of 1 billion, the illegal fundraising case will surely lead to a large case. And there will definitely be many wonderful inside stories behind it, Shinxin said. Because of this, I won't let him say it. Ziming sighed. Why is this? Shinxin asked in surprise. She didn't understand Ziming's logic at all. Ziming explained to her, it's very simple. If Xing Yuan's involved amount is 10 billion this time, then I will not hesitate to let him shake out all the facts and clear the way for him. The corrupt officials who escorted him have dug up all of them, exposing him to a terrible case, but he now only has 1 billion, which is a bit difficult to handle. Shinxin nodded thoughtfully and said, I see, Ziming, do you think that the amount of 1 billion is not big enough to really bring down the big officials behind the scenes? That's it. The number of 1 billion sounds big, but sometimes the power is more difficult to handle. Now Xing Yuan's illegal fundraising is also in full swing, and it is far from causing much bad influence. It is difficult to really treat some people. Ziming said. But this is only temporary. But now you are the Ziming Xing Fenian pieces to hide the original. Early evening that comes into play, right? Shen Yan said. Ziming looked at her in surprise. Why do you have such thoughts? Because I think, Ziming, you are a marshal on the battlefield. You are commanding a huge battle, and this victory over Xing Yuan is just a part of the battle. Shinxin said this from the heart. She even recalled the scene where Ziming was at the Yunshan Hotel 5 days ago. That day was Xing Yuan's first attack on Ziming, but no matter how Xing Yuan ridiculed Ziming, Ziming remained unmoved. Until the end, Ziming suddenly attacked. Police officers and armed police from the Ministry of Public Security came in like gods. Xing Yuan uniform took away. This scene after scene is the most perfect movie in Shinxin's eyes, and Ziming is the protagonist of the movie. Shinxin looks from behind. She feels that Ziming is like a general strategizing. He will count everything as dead. Xing Yuan, no matter how you dance, you will eventually lose to Ziming's hands. It is precisely because of this confidence that Ziming did not feel like Xing Yuan after Xing Yuan was taken away by the armed police that day. He just continued to discuss the highway, not talking about Xing Yuan at all, as if that things are just like a dream. With such calmness and demeanor, in Shinxin's eyes, those generals who are undisturbed in the face of thousands of troops on the battlefield are the real men. Shinxin's compliment made Ziming feel a little embarrassed. What else is the marshal who gallops on the battlefield? But part of the battle is said. Then if I want to tell you I didn't think so much at the time, you wouldn't disappointed. That won't be the case, anyway. I think so. I don't care what you think, Shinxin said in a shameless posture. Ziming gave her a thumbs up. Okay. Domineering enough. Then Ziming and Shinxin left the hotel together. A car with the Lingnan Provincial Party Committee license plate was waiting for him at the door. Ziming and Shinxin got in the car and the car started to go straight to the Yunshan Hotel. First of all, the reason why I took the car of the Lingnan Provincial Party Committee was just to come to this important place to avoid suspicion. On the other hand, today is also the day when the Jiuling Expressway Road Administration Company was formally established. Ziming was the proposal and implementation of the entire expressway project. Those who are bound to participate, at the Yunshan Hotel, Ziming and Shinxin got off the bus. It is not yet time for the ceremony to begin. However, the Yunshan Hotel is already covered with banners, which are written to congratulate the establishment of the company. The red carpet at the door and the flower gate, it is also ready. Even on the side of the road not far away, there were 2 trucks full of fireworks and firecrackers parked. Judging from these circumstances, it is not difficult to see the grand ceremony of today's inauguration ceremony. But it's no wonder that, anyway, this is the country's first highway to truly take the road to commercialization. More than 100 million yuan, whether it is for Lingnan, Jingqiu, or even the whole country. It is very useful for reference. It must be big, and it is no wonder that even Xing Yuan wants to get a share after seeing it. The appearance of Xing Yuan was just a small episode, although it caused a lot of trouble to Ziming. The problem was not big in general, and it did not cause any substantial impact on the expressway project. Ziming, you came quite early. Is Xing Yuan's affairs over? Suddenly there was a voice in his ears. Ziming turned his head and saw Cao Jianing and a few entrepreneurs from Baiyun City walking over, and those entrepreneurs also greeted Ziming enthusiastically. Ziming nodded his head to the others, and then replied to Cao Jianing, "I'm just going to assist in the investigation, and it's nothing else. Of course, I'll be here soon. After all, the expressway project is what I care about most for me." "Yes, you can't delay things here, right?" "That's true." Cao Jianing nodded and said, "But what I mean is that advisors seems to be very good at dealing with criminals. I heard that when advisors took action, Xing Yuan, who was still very hard-talking before, did everything right away." Confessed. Co's information is really well informed. But Xing Yuan was already on the verge of collapse. I analyzed it for him from an economic point of view today. He also understands that his sin is unforgivable, so he can only recruit. Ziming said. So let me just say, Ziming is almighty, he can do anything, and now he's even robbing the police. As Cao Jianing said, he laughed with a few other entrepreneurs. Everyone made fun of them. Cao Jianing dismissed the entrepreneurs and took Ziming aside and asked, "Ziming, what happened to that matter?" With only himself and Cao Jianing, Ziming will not play officialdom with Cao Jianing. Ziming said truthfully, "Cao, don't worry, I have stabilized on Xing Yuan's side. He knows what he should say and what should not be said now." But Ziming, you said that. Do you think Xing Yuan thinks that we are the people over there and want to keep his mouth shut? Cao Jianing asked again. Xing Yuan has already asked me this question, and I also told him clearly that I was just on my side. It was my own consideration for me to ask him to do this. Besides, what he wanted to think was his business. Anyway, he can finally do it according to my arrangement. Xing Yuan is very smart. He knows what he should and should not do. Ziming said. Cao Jianing nodded slightly. I believe that, no matter if Xing Yuan breaks the law or whatever, he always puts on the shelf of 1 billion. People who can deceive 1 billion will not be stupid. I think so too, so I feel relieved. Ziming thought for a while and said, but to be on the safe side, you'd better follow up Mr. Cao. I will. Cao Jianing said. As time went by, more and more people came to the Yunshan Hotel, including entrepreneurs from Lingnan and Jingqiu, as well as journalists from all over the country and abroad. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ceremony officially began. Compared with the previous meeting, today's inauguration ceremony is even more important. The governors of Lingnan and Jingqiu provinces all came to attend in person. First of all, the two governors delivered speeches for the ceremony, which also commended the epoch-making significance of the expressway. And here to testify for the highway management company, and then it was Ziming who took the stage to give a speech on behalf of the entrepreneur. The speeches of the two governors did not last long, and Ziming only said a few words in a hurry. At the end of the ceremony, the two governors unveiled the road management company, and Ziming was hired as the company's president, responsible for the company's main business. After getting the letter of appointment, Ziming took the microphone and preached to everyone. I don't want to say anything that this is not honor or responsibility, because it is obvious. What I want to say is that since I have become the president of the company, I will not only the road is to be repaired, and I want this dueling expressway to become a model of the national expressway, so that our road, whether it is maintenance or something else, is way-free. When Ziming's words fell, thunderous applause immediately rang out on the scene, and the reporter kept clicking at the camera that Ziming was taking pictures of. Chapter 295 President, I want to invest. The establishment ceremony of the entire highway management company went very smoothly. Everything was in accordance with the standard process. including the final declaration of Ziming after being hired as the company's president. It was actually very formulaic, but because the matter itself was at a high speed. An innovative attempt in road construction, coupled with the personal presence of the governors of Lingnan and Jingqiu, and the hype in the national media directly gave this event an epoch-making significance. The concept of building roads before getting rich has been gradually recognized by people, but road building is not that simple. Now that the government is in a tight budget, it is impossible to spend more than 1 billion yuan at a time. So at this time, exploring this private fundraising method for road repair will solve the difficult problem of road construction in the future, coupled with the method of unified quality standards and segmented construction. It can greatly increase the speed of the project. We can foresee this way. Once successful, it will surely speed up the pace of development across the country, allowing us to enter the high-speed era. On the TV, the news broadcasts tirelessly about the significance of Chuling Expressway and the management of the company. Although today is already a week after the establishment of the company, Ziming was lying on the bed in a daze. Suddenly a pink arm stretched out and put a grape in Ziming's mouth. This is not who Shenxin could be. At this time, Shenxin nestled lazily in Ziming's arms like a cat, and asked Ziming with his big eyes open, "Is there any problem with this news about Chuling Expressway?" "Look at you. The problem is not this news, but the next one," Ziming said. Shenxin Cao watched it on TV, and it was showing a piece of news from Jiangnan province. A few days ago, Xing Yuan, the main suspect in the Zexi illegal fundraising case, has been taken back to Zexi, and the Zexi City Procuratorate will choose another day to file a public prosecution. At present, Zexi, the recovery of various funds in the extremely large illegal fundraising case, is still continuing. Hearing this, Ziming didn't listen. Ziming said to Shenxin, "There is only news about Xing Yuan and the stolen money, and almost no important officials have been punished because of this. This method is a bit too calm enough to let people. It's unbelievable. It's like burying this time bomb deeper. I really don't know what it will look like when it explodes." Shenxin nodded. Since Xing Yuan was arrested half a month ago, Ziming has been paying attention to news in this area, knowing that the whole country is talking about this, but it is basically thunder and rain. Until Xing a few days ago, he was taken back to Zexi for trial, but none of the key officials was punished in a real sense. "It's true," Shenxin said, "but Ziming, don't you mean that the longer this time bomb is buried, the more lethal it will be when you use it in the future?" "I'm afraid of killing 1,000 and hurting oneself 800, Ziming said with a sigh. Shenxin waved her small fan fist vigorously and said, "No, I believe Ziming, you will be able to control it." Ziming squeezed Shenxin's Kyang nose and said, "I'm not sure about it myself, but you are so confident." Ziming and Shenxin made fun of them in the room and then got up and went out. There is still a meeting to be held at the Yanshan Hotel today. In fact, he held meetings every day after the establishment of the road management company. After all, the road management company was only established. At that time, the money had not yet arrived. Ziming was not interested in becoming the president of a leather bag company, so Ziming had to do it every day. The meeting urged them to get the money in place as soon as possible, and also told them the future investment strategy of the road management company. When Ziming rushed to the Yanshan Hotel, other investors had already arrived. Compared with the meeting half a month ago, there are no government officials attending the meeting now. All the people who come to the meeting are businessmen. Since it is an internal meeting of the highway management company and there are no government officials present, the meeting does not need to be so rigid. Ziming stepped onto the stage and said, "Hello, investors from Lingnan, I am here again today. I guess what I want to say is that after these few days of meetings, you are going to vomit. But you still have vomiting. Regardless of other ideas, I still want to say that the road management company has been established for a week, but your funds have not been in place for a long time. This makes the company's investment plan difficult to carry out." Ziming's words were finished, and someone immediately said, "President Zhu, we know that you are difficult to do, but you have to be considerate of us. We are all in business. And we don't raise funds illegally like Xingyuan. There always needs to be a turnaround process, and it cannot be said to be able to be taken out. Someone took the lead, and others echoed, "That's right, and President Xi always talks about making investments. What exactly are you investing in? We don't know your investment plan. How dare we invest in it at will? I have to run into things like Xingyuan again. Isn't that just a slap in the face?" Ziming gestured to make everyone quiet. "Everyone, stay calm. I know you all have this or that kind of worry. This is normal. After all, it's all the money everyone's hardworking entrepreneurship has. But I'm here today, dispel your worries." Facing Ziming's firm attitude, the people below were all taken aback. Ziming didn't give them time to think, and then said, "Today I brought you my first phase of investment plan. The reason why this is called this is the first issue because I know that you all have concerns, or that your funds are indeed unable to turn over. So I plan to divide our road administration fund into several fund projects. In the first phase of the fund project, I plan to absorb at least 100 million yuan. I will invest proportionally in treasury bills, the stock market, and some high-risk investment projects." Seeing that everyone was confused, Ziming went on to explain, "I plan to invest this fund mainly in the purchase and holding of treasury bills. I believe that everyone here is not unfamiliar with treasury bills. In other words, the money borrowed by the state generally does not have any credibility problems. It is sure to get the principal and interest. I plan to hold 5 treasury bills this time, and I expect to get 15 points of interest." After Ziming finished speaking, someone immediately asked, "That means President Xi, your investment plan for the first phase, can guarantee 15 points of interest?" "No, I can only guarantee 6 points at most," Ziming said. This answer surprised everyone. The people below looked at Ziming in a daze and asked, "Why is it 6 points? Isn't it that the treasury bill has 15 points of interest? Are other labor costs so high?" This is a combined investment method. Although my main investment point is on treasury bills, I don't invest all of my money on treasury bills, because the interest on treasury bills is too fixed. Even if there are 15 points, I still feel that the annual profit of the company is too low. Since I want to help everyone make money, I need to invest in some high-return projects." Ziming said, "But everyone is a businessman, and you should also understand that high returns are often accompanied by high risks. What I need to do when doing portfolio investment is to calculate the worst possible and tell everyone, even if the other investments of the company have lost money, I can still give you 6 points a year. Of course, if you need it, I can also contact the bank directly and ask them to sell you treasury bills, so that you can enjoy 15 points a year interest." The people below looked at each other and didn't know what to answer. It took a long time for someone to ask, "Then since the 6 points are the least, what if your venture capital is successful? How much can you earn?" "I can't pack this ticket, but according to the most optimistic calculation, it is expected to give 21 to 22 points. Ziming replied. "Ziming, I seem to have heard of your investment method somewhere. Isn't that a capital guaranteed fund investment method in Hong Kong City?" someone suddenly said below. Ziming smiled and said to him, "It seems that Arlingnan businessmen are also very knowledgeable about the situation in Hong Kong City." "It's not ignorant. You are right. This is the investment method of the Capital Preservation Fund, because this money is not really used for investment, but is used at any time for expressways, so it can only go up but not down, and must use the investment model of a Capital Preservation Fund. But I heard that this kind of Capital Preservation Fund is not a commercial secret in Hong Kong City. If we use it in this way, will it cause any foreign-related disputes?" the person asked again. This issue has aroused everyone's attention. After all, if there are any foreign-related disputes, it will be very troublesome to resolve. This time, without waiting for Ziming's answer, Shengxin stood up and said to everyone, "I don't think you need to worry about this issue at all. Not to mention that this investment method itself cannot be applied for patents, for the specific investment formula, even if Ziming uses the investment formula from Gangqing, He does not have to worry about the reaction there. Why is this? Shanxin's answer blinded everyone. If you know something about Hong Kong city finance, then you should remember that the Capital Preservation Fund's portfolio investment method was first launched by the Golden Fund Company after the Hong Kong city stock market crash last year. Do you understand what I said? Shanxin said. Shanxin's words sounded a bit inexplicable at first, as if there was no answer at all, but some people still heard the point. Reporter Shan, are you talking about Jinming Company? A word that awakened the dreamer. This sentence made everyone suddenly think, isn't the golden name of Jinming Fund Company added up to Ziming's inscription? Shanxin was very cooperative at this time to explain to everyone, you guessed it right. This Golden Fund Company is an enterprise founded by Ziming in Hong Kong City, and it is under the management of Lin Muking, the chairman of the Hong Kong Joint Investment Fund. But the actual boss behind the scenes is Ziming. Although everyone had guessed the answer just now, it still shocked everyone when it was spoken from the mouth of the famous Hong Kong reporter Shanxin. Everyone looked at Ziming dumbfounded and felt that Ziming was so amazing. They had always thought that the stock market created by Ziming was learned from Hong Kong City, but now they did not expect that Ziming's creativity in finance would have gone in front of Hong Kong City, the Asian financial center. Doesn't it mean that all the wealthy and luxurious Chinese financiers all over the world are in Hong Kong City? Is Ziming actually better than them? What kind of geek is he? However, what is more sobering than the shock in my heart is the investment plan that Ziming has thrown out. Thinking of this, they immediately had the answer in their hearts, and they said to Ziming, I want to invest, and my money will be in place tomorrow. Please President Zimus help me invest. Chapter 296 Quiet Change? In the minds of Hong Kong City people, the mainland has always been synonymous with poverty and backwardness. This is indeed the case. Since Her Majesty the Queen took the throne, Hong Kong City has made great progress, and now it has even become a pivotal financial center in the world. A lofty attitude looks down on the mainland, and mainlanders have always regarded Hong Kong as a paradise of happiness. But since the inland reform and opening up began 10 years ago, this situation is quietly changing, and the inland economy is catching up with an incredible speed. Just a week ago, entrepreneurs from Jingchu and Lingnan provinces gathered in Baiyun City. Under the leadership of a great man, they accomplished an incredible feat. Privately raised funds to build a 600-kilometer highway. Please note that this expressway was built entirely by private voluntary fundraising, and at the first phase of the investment meeting, the highway management company received an investment of 700 million yuan, which is not a small sum even if it is put in Hong Kong City. In stark contrast, the construction of our Eastern Subsea Tunnel, but with a budget of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Our administration has not raised it for 2 full years. We always think that the mainland is barren and can only grow crops. But we forget that the mainland is vast and there are countless capable people and aspirations. They are bravely moving forward under the guidance of the mainland authorities. We have forgotten how Nanjing was completed in 10 years. From a remote county town to an international metropolis, we have forgotten the super speed of Nanjing's construction of 1 floor a day. If we continue to sleep on our past achievements, we can imagine that one day in the future, we will definitely be surpassed by the mainland, and will be severely stepped on by them. Ziming closed his notebook. This is a draft of Shanxin's article to be published in the next issue of the financial magazine. Shanxin gave it to Ziming before leaving the mainland. It must be said that Shanxin's vision is still very accurate. The rapid development of the mainland after the reform and opening up for a long time has attracted the attention of the whole world. But when it comes to truly surpassing Hong Kong City, it will be at least 20 years later. Things up. Hong Kong City and the mainland have the same roots, especially in a free environment. Under the pressure of the fast-paced life in Hong Kong City, people's personalities will be somewhat extreme, so it is not difficult to imagine the results of this article. Shanxin will definitely be besieged by countless angry youths in Hong Kong. For this reason, Ziming had also persuaded her, But the stubborn girl still said firmly, "This is a fact. That's what I have to say, so that those people will not live in dreams forever." Ziming knows that many literary and artistic young women have their own perseverance, so it's hard to persuade them more. Anyway, there is Lin Muking taking care of her in the Hong Kong city, and nothing will really happen, so she will go. All Ziming can do is make her be more careful and take good care of herself. Now Ziming is on the train back to Linyang. If you count the time, Shankxin's article should have been published, and it has been half a month since the investment meeting of the road management company. Later, after Shankxin went back to Hong Kong City, Ziming did not leave Lingnan immediately. Instead, he carried out the first phase of the expressway bidding work. This time the bidding work was not temporarily launched. In fact, it was in the road administration management company at the time. After confirming the establishment, the bidding work has already begun. As the first expressway connecting the two provinces of Lingnan, Jingchu and Chu, this bidding meeting was valued by two leaders and even the central government. The bidding meeting was particularly grand. Several of the most powerful engineering bureaus of the central government participated in the bidding. The final result is no exception. That is, these engineering bureaus will carry out segmental construction. After all, this expressway project is to ensure the success, so these engineering bureaus are the safest choice. After the bidding meeting was over, Ziming chose to return to Linyang. A few hours later, Ziming's train arrived at Linyang station. Ziming got off the train and saw Su-Han on the platform, who came to pick him up. Su-Han came over to Ziming's arms and told his love. Ziming stroked the woman's hair lightly. After a while, Su-Han raised his head and said excitedly to Ziming, "I have read all the news about you, Ziming, in Lingnan. You are really amazing. That Xing Yuan is in Jiangnan. No one found out that money was scammed over there. But when you got to Lingnan, it was immediately revealed. Ziming, you are the real financial first person in our country." "Forget it. As the first person in finance, I didn't mean to fight for that fame." In contrast, it is the kingly way to make money with a low profile, Ziming said. Su-Han nodded heavily. After all, this is a platform, and people at the station are too busy to talk, so Ziming and Su-Han left soon and returned to the factory. All the factory officials and the masses enthusiastically lined up to greet Ziming at the factory monument. Facing Ziming's puzzled gaze, Su-Han said embarrassedly, "They heard that Ziming is coming back, and they will report every day to welcome you and give you a welcome ceremony. I think Ziming's status is different from before. Our 760 factory is also different from before. We have welcomed so many foreign businessmen. It is okay to adopt an appropriate attitude." Ziming smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as you have your own ideas, and today's welcome ceremony is not beyond the boundary. It's okay." Su-Han breathed a sigh of relief. And then Ziming and Su-Han got off the car and greeted the crowd briefly and warmly. Ziming said, "I really didn't expect everyone to welcome me so warmly. We all said in the past, it's only when I return to the hometown to welcome me. But now I don't seem to be wearing gold, silver, or anything, and I don't have a big sedan chair behind me. I am flattered by everyone." Some ridicule made the scene laugh, and someone below said, "Boss Zu, you are not returning to your hometown or returning to your hometown. You were originally a big boss who walked out of the factory. Now we all know that you have made a big business outside. More importantly, we want to build roads for us. We all want to come over to welcome you spontaneously." Someone took the lead, and the others cheered and said, "Yes, Boss Zu, this is the hometown of Rongyi." Ziming also smiled. "Whether it's returning home or returning home, the important thing is that we want to make our hometown more beautiful. No one wants to live better, especially now that with the start of the Township Industrial Park project, the 760 factory is a piece of sweet pastry in Linyang, and all the factory employees will be better than others when they go out and talk about where they are from." It is precisely because of this that Ziming's words immediately pushed the atmosphere of the scene in a more enthusiastic direction. After all, he returned by taking a long-distance train. Ziming didn't have much energy to delay here, and soon ended the welcome meeting. Ziming took the factory officials to the conference room and listened to the work report during this period of time. Of course, there are some important documents to be reviewed and signed by Ziming. Manager Su, has the construction of the new treasure porridge site begun? Ziming looked at the documents in his hand and asked Su-han suddenly. Although it is now in August, due to the advertising effect of CCTV during prime time, coupled with the absence of similar foods in the country, the craze for the treasure porridge has continued from the Spring Festival to the present. Later, as new sales markets continued to be opened in various places, the treasure kanji factory with only one production workshop was obviously far from being able to meet the needs of the market. Only a few months earlier, Ziming added 2 more production lines, but later found that it was still not enough. So Ziming called Su-han last month and said that he should build a factory for the treasure porridge and separate the treasure porridge from the 760 factory. There is not yet, but the place has been selected. The design drawings have been released, and construction can be started at any time, Su-han said. Ziming nodded and said that's good. Although Su-han may not be able to keep up with the market in terms of thinking mode, her work efficiency still assured Ziming. In just over half a month, she took all the treasure porridge. Everything about the new factory is completed, and it is almost time to start construction. After the treasure porridge factory, Ziming asked about the 760 factory. In fact, Ziming was more concerned about the 760 factory than the treasure porridge factory. Not only was this place where he grew up, but also the unit where his parents worked for most of their lives. More importantly, this is a gold factory. At a time when all industries are relocating to the coast, it will take a lot of effort to relocate such a factory in the inland. Regarding this, Su-han said, I have conducted investigations on the merchants who come here to invest, and found that there are also some mold-related industries in it. I think our 760 factory can fully co-produce with them. Whether it is old or new with apprentices, or direct production docking, we are all very advantageous. Very well, Manager Su, then follow your idea first, and contact other units first, and finalize this matter as soon as possible, Ziming said. Su-han nodded and said yes. Other departments in the back also reported their own affairs separately, but they weren't that important in comparison. In the next few days, Ziming mainly focused on the treasure porridge and solving the production capacity of the 760 factory. Of course, as the chief designer of the Township Industrial Park, he should also be concerned about the overall development of the industrial park. Ziming, Su-han and Nanhui County Party Committee Secretary Gaping inspected the construction of the industrial park together. Ziming was very satisfied with the overall construction situation along the way, because many factories in the industrial park had already begun to be built compared to before he left. Even the bad roads in Shenglian village before are now paved with cement, a sign of vigorous development. Looking at this scene, Gaping said with satisfaction to Ziming, I didn't expect it. Our Nanhui County has such a big development now. This is Zhao's credit on behalf of you. Everywhere, it is said that the train runs fast because of the headband. If you don't bring Secretary Gu, it will be difficult for us to develop in Nanhui County. Ziming said politely. Representative Zhu, you are scolding me by saying that. Gaping was about to say something, but at this time his secretary Xiao Jiang rushed over. Gaping frowned and was a little unhappy, but he was stunned when he heard Xiao Zhang's words. Representative Zhu, that Jiangnan province will send a research team to Nanhui County to inspect the development of our township industrial parks. Gaping said. Chapter 297. The Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection leads the team. What? Jiangnan province wants to send people to Nanhui County to conduct research? Learn about the development of our township industrial park? Is it really that Jiangnan province? Shouldn't Jiangnan province be the richest place in the country? This is not even comparable to Lingnan. Lingnan needs strong policy support from the central government, but Jiangnan is you develop and build yourself to become the richest place in the country. With such good conditions, Why would they come to us for any research? That's right. Jiangnan province is definitely a good place. I remember someone from our village married to Jiangnan last year. The girls in the village were envious. Why should Jiangnan province still learn from us now? Has the development surpassed that side? It should be impossible to exceed it. The foundation over there is much better than ours. We can't catch up with it. I think the reason why they come to investigate is probably because they have taken a fancy to the investment promotion of our township industrial park. Mode. The words Gaping said to Ziming were like a rock being thrown into the water, and ripples suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked by the news. Because as everyone said, Jiangnan province has always been a wealthy place since the founding of the People's Republic of China. No matter when the wages there are higher than here, the development there is better than here. I don't know how many times, otherwise it would not be compared to heaven in the common saying. In this age when population flow is not as frequent as in later generations, if someone can be transferred to work there, or if a girl is lucky enough to marry there, it is all a good thing to fly out of the chicken coop and become a golden phoenix. Palxiang would be envious of death. But this is such a place that everyone regards as paradise, and everyone dreams of going there. Now they have to send people to do research and learn from their own advanced experience. This is something that everyone dare not dream of. Yeah, now it happened in front of my own eyes. This makes everyone feel that time and space are reversed. Because this shouldn't be my past research in Jiangnan, right? Even Ziming was a little surprised, but compared to the others, the expression on Ziming's face did not fluctuate, which surprised everyone. You see, Boss Zhu is calm, and he didn't panic at all when he heard that Jiangnan province came to the research team. Isn't that bullshit? Who is Boss Zhu? That is a big man who has been to Hong Kong City. He developed it even in Lingnan. The governor and provincial party secretary over there, he just said it. Yes, you didn't see that this time the township industrial park was set up. So many Lingnan bosses came up all at once. Do you think they all have taken a fancy to our ruined place, Nanhui? They are all for the face of Boss Zhu. Well, according to this, the research team from Jiangnan province now comes to learn the new model of this township industrial park? That's not it. How else can people from Jiangnan come to our side to investigate? This shows that our Boss Zhu is awkward. I heard that there is a billionaire in Jiangnan, in front of our Boss Zhu. Grandson. The surrounding voices reached Ziming's ears, but Ziming didn't care. Of course, he didn't care about it. Ziming thought for a while and asked Gaping, Secretary Gu, what exactly did the Jiangnan research team come to investigate this time? Who led the team? Gaping went back to ask his secretary Xiao Jiang. Ziming deliberately asked Gaping instead of asking Xiao Jiang directly. Although Ziming was very clear about asking Xiao Jiang to know the matter, he ignored Gaping. But Gaping is the secretary of the county party committee. How can you skip him and ask his secretary? This is a small detail, but Ziming believes that he must pay attention to it, not to be afraid of Gaping being angry, but to exercise himself. But after hearing the answer, Gaping's face changed a little strange. He replied to Ziming, Representative Zhu, this time the Jiangnan research team came to investigate the construction of township industrial parks. The leader was Jiji, deputy secretary of the Jiangnan provincial party committee. Ru Aiming. This news was already surprising enough, but now after Gaping threw out this answer, he once again caused the surrounding area to explode. Deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. My God, turned out to be the deputy secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee who personally led the team down. That is the third person in Jiangnan province. How advanced is our township industrial park? Yes, I still remember that in the past few years in Jingcha province, we discussed that we should send the vice-governor to Jiangnan and Nanhai to study and learn from the advanced experience of economic development there. We in Nanhui County have organized many more. The second collective study. Why is it only a few years now? The deputy secretary of the provincial party committee over there will lead a team to study here, Is Nanhui going against the sky? It can only be said that Boss Zhu is too powerful. It has only been a year since he took over the 760 factory, and he has recruited the deputy secretary of Jiangnan province to study. This is really amazing. Don't say that he took over the 760 factory. But I know that he went south to Hong Kong City to make a move last year. Such a result in such a short period of time is simply an incredible miracle. Zhu Ming was not disturbed by these discussions. He keenly noticed the key points in Geping's words. Zhu Ming immediately asked Geping, "Secretary Gu, who is this Secretary Jiru Aiming, Deputy Secretary of Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee, Secretary of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission?" Geping replied. Zhu Ming suddenly understood what was going on with Geping's strange expression just now. It was all because of the identity of Jiru Aiming. Generally speaking, if a province wants to go to another province to investigate the economic situation, it will send a department-level cadre, and if it is more important, it will send a deputy governor in charge of the economy, or an executive deputy governor, or simply send a governor. It's okay, but what does it mean to have a deputy secretary of the provincial party committee and the secretary of the provincial discipline inspection committee from Jiangnan? None of his elders' posts are tied to the economy. Isn't he here to investigate the discipline construction in Jingqiu province? This is so strange. Zhu Ming frowned, but in an instant, Zhu Ming reacted. If it were the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, maybe this research team would be just a cover, and the drunkard didn't mean to drink. Geping has been paying attention to the changes in Zhu Ming's face. Seeing Zhu Ming's eyes light up, he hurriedly asked, "Representative Zhu, did you think of something?" Zhu Ming glanced at him and said, "It's not yet certain, but no matter what the purpose of the Jiangnan investigation team is, we just need to receive it properly." Speaking of this, Zhu Ming paused deliberately, and then went on to say, "Moreover, we still don't want to understand some things. Sometimes knowing too much is a burden." "What do you think of Secretary Gu?" Zhu Ming's rhetorical question seemed very plain, but after Geping heard it, he shuddered for no reason. Although Geping is not a high-level person, he has been in the officialdom for half his life. He immediately realized that the Jiangnan Provincial Research Group came this time, and that he was still leading the team with such an identity. There must be a big problem, so he jumped up on his own. A big problem that can't be reached. Thinking of this, Geping straightened his back immediately, but he was not surprised at this situation either. Just because the subject was Zhu Ming, Geping would take it for granted that Zhu Ming was such an unpredictable figure. "Yes, I will definitely do my own job with the Nanhui County Party Committee," Geping said. Zhu Ming knew that Geping would say this, so he really knew it. How could the IQ of a county party committee secretary be so low? So Zhu Ming smiled and said, "Okay, Secretary Gu, don't be so nervous. Anyway, there won't be any major issues we should develop here in Nanhui County. Jiangnan province is still too far away from us. It takes a train." 1 day and 1 night. Geping breathed a sigh of relief and said something that was good, and then asked Zhu Ming, "Then are we going to prepare for the Jiangnan research team soon?" Unconsciously, Geping looked like Zhu Ming's subordinate again. Zhu Ming didn't bother to care about him, and said directly to him, "The welcome is definitely required. After all, the other party is a research team led by the Deputy Secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee. There is no capital to put on airs, but have they arrived in Linyang now?" Faced with this question, Geping looked directly at his secretary Xiao Jiang, and Xiao Jiang immediately replied, "Now the talent has just arrived in Tanzhou, and the province called and asked us to prepare for reception in advance, saying that Jiangnan's leaders will be in Tanzhou, staying for a day and a night. The day after tomorrow will leave for Linyang, and their first stop is Nanhui County." If there were any doubts about the purpose of the Jiangnan investigation team before, then any doubts can disappear at this time. Unexpectedly, the Jiangnan research team really came here for Nanhui County. Boss Zhu is really too good. Finally, we let Nanhui County be in another province, or Jiangnan is such an economically developed province. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. but Ziming was still calm compared to the enthusiasm around him. Facing Gaping's questioning eyes, he thought for a while and said, "The Jiangnan research team will arrive after the genius. There is still one day left tomorrow. It can be prepared. This matter is not urgent at all. Let's go through the industrial park first. One is today's original task, and we also think about what we should show them when our friends from Jiangnan come." Listening to Ziming's words, Gaping couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praised him in his heart. "It's really amazing. I can still think of this at this time." Gaping also understands that this matter should be replaced by himself. "I am afraid that the first time is to end today's inspection activities, and quickly go back to arrange the day after tomorrow's greeting activities." Not only himself, but most people will do it like themselves. Ziming analyzed it so calmly. It seems that this person and the person's judgment on the same thing can't be compared. Not only Gaping, but the entourage nearby also applauded and cheered for Ziming. "Boss Zhu, you are so great." At this time, only Boss Zhu can clearly distinguish the priorities. "As long as you are there, we Nanhui County can continue to create miracles here." "Boss Zhu, your words are like little apples. You will be cute after you eat them." The last sentence made Ziming feel astonished. Something strange seems to have gotten in. Chapter 298 Welcome and Investigation 2 days passed quickly. It was the day when the Jiangnan research team came to Nanhui County. Although Lianyang City Party Committee Secretary Chen Die had personally come down yesterday to make arrangements, the Nanhui County Party Committee took action early this morning. When I got up, I organized people to clean the streets again, and asked the police stations to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau to temporarily clear out some people with criminal records and disorganized thinking. In short, when Ziming went out in the morning, the entire township industrial park on the way to Nanhui County looked like a socialist ideal country. This is a superficial article, but in many cases superficial articles must also be done. After all, the other party is led by a deputy secretary of the provincial party committee to investigate. It is very impolite to keep a messy appearance to welcome others. Even ordinary people know that guests are coming at home. No matter how lazy they are, they will clean up the house temporarily, not to mention that they are greeted by officials from brother provinces, who represent Nanhui County and even the entire Jingcha province. Image. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Ziming and Suhan drove to the Nanhui County Party Committee. At this time, a lot of people had gathered on the road at the front entrance of the County Party Committee building. According to yesterday's arrangement, these were all people who came to welcome the Jiangnan investigation team. Actors are extras because these people are organized by various units except for the students in the school. These people are now under the unified command of the County Public Security Bureau in cooperation with the County Party Committee office. These things are familiar to the organs, and there is no need for Ziming to worry about them. Ziming drove the car directly into the County Party Committee compound and went upstairs directly to the County Party Committee Secretary's office. Then I opened the door, and I saw Gaping talking to the phone right there. "You will check it again for me. There must not be any fish slipping through the net. If anything goes wrong, I will ask you for it." Seeing Ziming coming in, Gaping quickly hung up the phone and got up to say hello to Ziming. Ziming asked Gaping strangely, "Secretary Gu was making arrangements so early in the morning, why didn't I check it all day long yesterday? It's clear. Where is the work not done well?" "Of course I checked it out clearly, but I will sort it out again today to make sure it is foolproof. After all, we in Nanhui County have never been to the deputy secretary of other provinces in the past," Gaping said. Ziming nodded and said, "I can understand this, but as the so-called caring is chaotic, Secretary Gu still has to maintain a normal mind." Listening to Ziming's calm tone, Gaping's heart calmed a lot. Gaping thought that Ziming was indeed a person who had experienced strong winds and waves. Even if he heard that deputy secretaries of provincial party committees from other provinces were coming over. So calm, not panic at all, unlike myself. However, Gaping's calmness did not last long. because immediately his secretary Xiao Jiang ran in and reported to Geping that the Jiangnan research team had arrived in Lianyang and was rushing to Nanhui County, and said that it was this time accompanied by Dai Jinshan, Deputy Secretary and Executive Vice Governor of the Provincial Party Committee. Although this result can be expected a long time ago, a Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee came from Jiangnan Province, and there must be someone with a matching status to accompany him in Jingcha Province. But when Geping heard that it was the Provincial Party Committee when Governor Dai, ranked third, was accompanied by him, he still felt nervous instinctively. Seeing him like this, Ziming said to him, "Secretary Gu, don't be nervous, we just need to do our business well, and no one can fault it." "Yes, we just need to do our own job well," Geping said. After speaking, Geping picked up the phone to divide the work and let them prepare. The distance from Lianyang City to Nanhui County was not too far. In just an hour, the Jiangnan research team arrived in Nanhui County. The entire convoy was driven by a police car from the County Public Security Bureau and a Municipal Public Security Bureau. There were too many buses in the middle and a few cars behind. According to the plan, all the members of the Jiangnan investigation team and leading cadres came here with a minibus. In a warm welcome, the convoy drove into the Nanhui County Party Committee compound and got out of the car successively from Jiru Aiming, Deputy Secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee, and Dai Jinshan, Executive Vice Governor of Jingchu. Everything that followed was similar to the way of greeting on TV. When the two provincial officials got out of the car, 2-year-old children wearing red scarves came up to offer flowers to them. Jiru Aiming and Dai Jinshan were happy to take them. I read flowers and praised the two children for being sensible. After the two children went down, Ziming and Geping greeted the two leaders by shaking hands. First, the county party secretary Geping shook hands with Jiru Aiming. This was not only out of courtesy to officials. Ziming could not overrule without official status. But Ziming's character didn't want to be so provocative. How to make money in a local way is not noticeable. It is much more reliable than standing on the cusp of the storm. Welcome Secretary Ji to Nanhui County. The arrival of Secretary Ji is really an honor for us in Nanhui County, Geping said excitedly. Jiru Aiming said, "Thank you, Comrade Geping. But this time I came here with a task to learn from your Nanhui County's experience in the development of township industrial parks. I also hope that Comrade Geping and your other people in Nanhui County comrades can spare no effort to enlighten me." These words made Geping a little frightened. Secretary Ji is serious. Jiangnan Province is our role model. We have always set Jiangnan Province as our learning and development goal. Secretary Ji and the comrades in Jiangnan Province can do whatever they want. Ask at any time and we will answer. No one is good and no one is bad. Development is the last word. Jiru Aiming said, "This is also called learning from each other." Jiru Aiming then turned his gaze to Ziming again. He shook hands with Ziming and said, "I have long heard that there was a genius in economic construction called Ziming in Lianyang. The old revolutionary base of Chu province still hides dragons and crouching tigers." Ziming said casually, "Secretary Ji is too acclaimed." In front of Secretary Ji, how can I be called a dragon or tiger? And compared to Jiangnan province, our Jingcha province has a poor economic foundation, and there is no way it's on par. Jiru Aiming disagreed. It is precisely because of the poor foundation that Comrade Ziming, if you can find a way to develop in this place, it is even more commendable. Especially the idea of a township industrial park you proposed may become a future economic development. In the mainstream direction, this time we are mainly here to obtain this sutra. And we also hope that Comrade Ziming will not hide private information. Of course not. It is not enough for the Township Industrial Park to succeed in only one place in Nanhui County. If it can bloom in Jiangnan Province and even the whole country, this will make me most proud and proud. Ziming said, "So about this aspect, I must know that everything is endless." At this time, Dai Jinshan also said in a timely manner, Secretary Comrade Ziming is an advanced figure in our Jingcha province. He has also presided over the construction of the Chuling Expressway recently. He is a comrade with a great overall view. It is our Jingcha province. The very responsible representatives of the People's Congress of Chu province can distinguish the priorities. The better Comrade Ziming is, the more jealous I will be. If Comrade Ziming was born in our Jiangnan, I have reason to believe that our Jiangnan will rise to a higher level in the future. Jiru Aiming said. After a greeting at the door, Dai Jinshan and Jiru Aiming took everyone into the county party committee building. The main leaders of the Jiangnan investigation team and the Nanhui County Party Committee first came to the conference room together. Ziming and Gaping simply the situation of Hui County and the township industrial parks was introduced to them. After hearing this, Jiru Aiming immediately stated, "It is really a genius to take the 760 factory as the center, take advantage of the policy, refer to the development model of Nanjing, and create a special economic zone belonging to Jingcha province through investment promotion and independent development." Idea. Secretary Ji praised, "I just refer to the development model of Nanjing city, to say that I just stand on the shoulders of giants." Ziming said. After understanding the situation of the industrial park, Jiru Aiming asked again, "I know that the expressway connecting Lingnan and Jingcha has been tendered recently, and construction is about to begin. The most important thing is that the construction of the expressway is completely free from it. In the past, the old model that was completely invested and constructed by the government created a new model of private investment and construction. Wouldn't it be convenient for Comrade Ziming to disclose it?" After Jiru Aiming said so, the eyes of the entire conference room were suddenly focused on Ziming. For ordinary people, this may be a little frustrating, but Ziming has become accustomed to it. He usually smiled and said, "The Secretary of J is serious. There is no convenience or inconvenience. This matter is also very simple to talk about. Regarding the issue of shareholding reform, we should not treat road construction as road construction. We should only treat it as a company. All road repair costs are treated as shares, and highway tolls are treated as dividends. This is simple and clear." After hearing Ziming's words, Jiru Aiming took the initiative to applaud him. "It's too powerful. I've heard that Comrade Ziming created the Nanjian stock market in Lingnan, and even foreign financial experts can't speak. Comrade Ziming has already integrated financial thinking into his soul, so he can jump out of ordinary people's thinking and use another unusual way to solve problems." A meeting was held from morning to noon. At 1 o'clock, everyone had a light meal at the Nanhui County Party Committee guest house. According to the news, everyone enthusiastically sat in the dining hall of the guest house and ate with ordinary people. During the meal, Jiru Aiming I didn't forget to ask Ziming for questions about economic construction, and Ziming also answered Jiru Aiming one by one. After the meal, the arrangement in the afternoon was to take the entire Jiangnan research team to visit the township industrial park. Looking at the construction sites everywhere, Jiru Aiming said with emotion, "When I went to Nanjing a few years ago, it was built like this. Now it is still in such a large-scale production. No wonder you can compare yourself to Xiao Nanjing. You really have this strength." In the evening, the Jiangnan research team, including Jiru Aiming, lived in the Nanhui guest house. He lived here. Dai Jinshan, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and Executive Deputy Governor of Jingcha Province, and Chen Da, Secretary of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee, could only accompany him. Going to live here. Chapter 299 The Hidden World? Bao thanks for the support of the 3 monthly tickets of I Love Diamonds. The news that Jiru Aiming and Dai Jinshan were going to live in the county shocked the entire Nanhui County. I still remember that when Chen Da delivered the news, the entire Nanhui County Party Committee suddenly boiled like boiling water. "My God, Secretary Dai and Secretary Ji are going to live in our county? Is this true? I heard it right." "This is absolutely true." Secretary Chen said it himself. Secretary Gu also had a meeting with the County Committee Office of the Public Security Bureau to set up the security and logistics of the guest house. but it's really rare. I didn't expect us and the two provinces of Jiangnan province, such an important person as the deputy secretary of the committee would actually live together in our county. This is an honor that we have not had in Nanhui County since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Some time ago, the big boss of Port City came here, and now even the deputy secretary of Jiangnan province is here. And he still needs to live here. This is the rhythm of Nanhui County's rise. Thank you, Boss Zhu. Ziming was also in the county committee building. Hearing these people's surprise at what you said and what I said, Ziming smiled slightly. Ziming could understand the surprise of these people. In fact, if he hadn't guessed something by himself, he would probably not understand why the two deputy secretaries of the provincial party committee lived in the county. Generally speaking, members of the provincial party committee come to inspect or conduct research work. Unless they have special needs, they will live in the city. This aspect is for security. In any case, the city's security work is always required. It's better than the county. On the other hand, the conditions in the county are poor, and there is no way for the big people to make arrangements when they come down. It is precisely because of this that Nanhui County has not been inspected by provincial officials in recent decades, but no one will ever live here. Not only Nanhui County, but most counties in the country are like this. Therefore, today Dai Jinshan and Jiru Aiming have to live in Nanhui County, so that the people of the Nanhui County Party Committee will shout incredible as if they have seen aliens. However, compared with other Nanhui people, only Ziming knew in his heart that Jiru Aiming wanted to live in Nanhui County for another reason. In fact, on the other hand, Jiru Aiming might be the one who came to Nanhui when he lived here. Hu's biggest purpose. As for Dai Jinshan, he was only an escort. It was impossible to leave Jiru Aiming in Nanhui and ran back to the city by himself, so he could only choose to live. In the evening at the guest house of the county party committee, Gaping held a grand banquet for Jiru Aiming and Dai Jinshan. After the banquet, everyone went back to their rooms and Ziming also stayed in the guest house. At about 10 o'clock, Ziming's eldest brother on the bedside rang loudly. As early as when Cao Jianing came over, he had begun to build mobile communication base stations. Now some important places in Lianyang have achieved mobile signal coverage. Yang's economy is underdeveloped and not many people use mobile phones, but at least Ziming still carries it with him. Ziming picked it up and connected. Jiru Aiming's voice came. "Hello Comrade Ziming, this is Jiru Aiming. Are you still in Nanhui County? Can you come to me for a visit?" It is as expected. What Jiru Aiming said did not go beyond Ziming's expectations. Ziming immediately replied, "Good Secretary Ji, please wait a moment. I'll be at the guest house and come over soon." Putting down the phone, Ziming immediately went out and came to Jiru Aiming's room. Jiru Aiming lived in a suite. It was his secretary who opened the door for Ziming. But I don't know whether Jiru Aiming has been paying attention to the movement outside or the room is not soundproofed. In short, when Ziming came in, Jiru Aiming also walked out of the room. Jiru Aiming looked at Ziming in surprise and said, "I didn't expect Comrade Ziming to be very responsible. He didn't go home to live. I know that Comrade Ziming's home is not far from here." Ziming replied, "Secretary Ji, you and Secretary Dai live in the guest house. It is not very good for me to go home, and I also think that Secretary Ji will find me." Jiru Aiming asked, "Are you so sure?" "I'm actually not sure at all, I just guessed, but I seem to have guessed it right." Ziming said, "You little comrade, when I was in Jiangnan earlier, I heard that you are a very smart and individual person, and now it seems like that." After Jiru Aiming finished speaking, he returned to his room. Ziming followed. Jiru Aiming's secretary came in to help Jiru Aiming and Ziming make tea, and then left the room and helped them close the door. Jiru Aiming drank. Take a sip of tea and ask Ziming, "Since you can guess that I am looking for you when I live in the county, then I think you can also guess why I am looking for you." "If I didn't guess wrong, it should be Xing Yuan's business," Ziming said. Jiru Aiming put down his teacup and applauded Ziming and said, "Smart, I am just for this." In fact, The Deputy Secretary General of the provincial government who led the team this time was requested by me. Although Zhu Ming guessed this, he heard Guru Aiming admitted himself, and Zhu Ming sighed as expected. An illegal fundraising case involving tens of billions of dollars. If there is no entanglement of high-level interest groups behind it, it is not even believed by elementary school students. You must know that when this illegal fundraising case was stabbed out, it directly caused the official earthquake in Jiangnan province. From the provincial party committee to the local government, countless officials, large and small, who lost their black hats for this reason, even ended up being dealt with to Yanjing, and a deputy state-level official fell as a result. From the level of officials involved, it is not difficult to imagine the political game behind this case. Perhaps this case has not really grown to such an uncontrollable level, but the scale of 1 billion is no longer small. And according to Zhu Ming's memory, Xing Yuan has grown from 1 billion to 10 billion, which is only 2 or 3 years. Especially in the last year, Xing Yuan has basically no new fundraising accounted for, and his plate has collapsed. Of the year. From this, it is not difficult to guess that the people who will be involved with Xing Yuan in the future must be connected now. So in this way, although Jiangnan province is still calm on the surface, it seems that no officials have been implicated by Xing Yuan, but in fact it must be undercurrents. It can be said that Jiangnan province is now a volcanic crater that may erupt at any time. Just because he reported Xing Yuan, the whole Jiangnan officialdom was trembling, and there was no bottom in his heart. That's why Guru Aiming came to Nanhui to find himself in the strange ending. But it can only be Guru Aiming. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and this kind of thing is not fair. It is too bad to ask the secretary of the provincial party committee or the governor to come and ask this kind of thing in person. But it is too bad to send an official level. It's too low and the people at the top are not at ease. In the last election, it can only be Guru Aiming, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee and secretary of the provincial commission for discipline inspection. While thinking about this, Zhu Ming joked with Guru Aiming, I thought that Secretary Ji would also come to inspect the construction of the party group and disciplinary work in our Jingcha province. This joke is not funny at all, Guru Aiming said lightly. He took another sip of tea and continued, okay, since you have guessed it, then I won't go around with you anymore. I want to know what to do with crossing. How much do you know about Yuan? Faced with Guru Aiming's question, Zhu Ming also put away his relaxed attitude. He did not rush to answer, but after thinking about it, he asked Guru Aiming, Secretary Ji, forgive me for my slow response. I don't understand what you are referring to. Which aspect? Guru Aiming did not answer either. He fixed his eyes on Zhu Ming and said after a while, the registration of Yuan Company was the year before. Xing Yuan was working in another emerging unit in Zexi City, and Xing Yuan started to engage in illegal activities. Fundraising is not after the registration of Yuan Company. According to the investigation results of the Zexi City Public Security Bureau, Xing Yuan has been engaged in illegal fundraising for at least 3 years. From nothing 3 years ago to now, do you know why the province has not touched him? Do you know what the new company Xing Yuan was in before is? Zhu Ming picked up his eyelids. Zhu Ming knew that Yuan Company was the leather bag company Xing Yuan used to raise funds illegally. As for the words Guru Aiming said, Zhu Ming had certainly thought of it, and it was precisely because Zhu Ming had thought of it that he did it today. We'll wait for Guru Aiming at the guest house, and wait for him to come and talk to himself. Then Secretary Ji wants to tell me that the root of the problem lies in this emerging company, and my report was too early to open the lid, right? Zhu Ming asked. Guru Aiming suddenly laughed. He pointed his finger at Zhu Ming and said, you little comrade, it is really interesting. If you change to someone else, then he will answer whatever I ask, but it's good for you. You actually told me. Whenever I asked, I started to ask each other. No way. I'm so self-willed, Zhu Ming said with a shrug. But if I ask and answer as honestly as others, I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to sit down and chat with Secretary Ji face to face with you today. Guru Aiming nodded and said, yes, If you are an ordinary person, Ziming, you can't uncover this lid. Having said this, Jiru Aiming suddenly turned to the front and said, but just like Ziming's question, your lid was unveiled too early. You don't understand what is behind that emerging company. What is involved? 1 billion is an astronomical figure that ordinary people do not understand, but for some people and groups, it is far from enough. Although Ziming has experienced all kinds of ups and downs since his rebirth, and his mental quality has been exercised very well, after hearing Jiru Aiming's words, Ziming's heart jumped, and he felt like he was touching. We have arrived in a hidden world, another world hidden under the sun that has not been mentioned by the news and various forums, a world that manipulates everything in the dark, and can only be seen after reaching a certain position. This thought made Ziming very excited, because in his previous life, Ziming could always hear the words of various vested interest groups playing games. But what are these vested interest groups? And who are they from the central to the local level? But never knew it. But now with the fall of Xingyuan, with the surging situation of Jiangnan officialdom, and with Jiru Aiming's approach, he has the opportunity to get in touch. Ziming held his breath at the thought of this, and asked Jiru Aiming word by word, Secretary Ji, please enlighten me. What is this emerging company? Chapter 300. The heart is still red and blood is not cold. It is said that hearing is fictitious and seeing is believing, but the world is too big and our perspective is too small, so in many cases seeing is not necessarily believing. Just like you go to a sales office to buy a house and look at the sales office, there are crowds of people inside, and it seems to be very prosperous, but maybe when you really live in, you find that the whole community doesn't seem to have so many people. This is because the scene you saw at the beginning was basically a play arranged by the developer. Even buying a house is like this, not to mention zooming into a country. Where do you see in the news network where a big case has been cracked, where a huge greed has been caught, how much loss has been recovered for the country? On the internet they are also discussing these things in full swing, seemingly organized. But if you don't reach a certain height, you will never know the stories behind these news, and it is impossible to know which vested interest groups are engaged in political games. What you see is the result. Only what you can't see is the game. Ziming was sent out of the room by Jiru Aiming's secretary. Thinking back to the conversation with Jiru Aiming just now, he was filled with emotion. It seems that through Xingyuan's affairs this time, he has stood in a world that he has never seen in his previous life. At the door. Since Ziming was just an ordinary person in his previous life, it is impossible to know what Xingyuan's case was involved in. However, from the point of falling down a secretary of the capital city party committee and a deputy state official, it is enough to judge that there must be a terrifying stormy sea behind him. Ziming felt very excited when he thought of this. Although Ziming also knew that the political storm was fierce and cruel, and that he was not worth mentioning in front of the huge vested interest groups, Ziming still would not back down. After all, only a life completely different from the previous life can be worthy of the fact that oneself is reborn. Otherwise, if you shrink now, thinking about spending the rest of your life with the tens of millions you have earned, what's the point? Not to mention that if you lose this strength and don't fight against certain forces, when one day in the future, this force presses on your head, holding a knife and waiting for you to face yourself, you will not only have to fight with your hands. Honestly, wait for the other party's reply. After finally being born again, Ziming didn't want to be like this. Ziming also knew that the assets he owns now seem to be a lot, but it is not enough to let the country protect you. It will also attract the coveting of some forces. If you really want to keep these, there is only one way, to continue to move forward courageously and bring down all possible enemies. With this thought, Ziming clenched his fists secretly. Is it a vested interest group? I don't know how many people you have included and what things in the country are under your control, but I'm not going to bow to you. I've been a mediocre life for a long time, leaving too many regrets. Since God gave me this a chance of rebirth, I have to do what I want to do. Anyway, I have already died once, who is afraid of whom? However, Ziming was not a reckless man. He would only rush forward without thinking. Now that Jiru Iming has revealed a corner for himself, he has to plan carefully. Ziming walked back to his room while thinking so, but Ziming stopped after a few steps, because he saw another person. "Hello, Secretary Jiang." The person standing in front of Ziming was the secretary of Dai Jinshan, Deputy Secretary of the Jingcha Provincial Party Committee. After hearing Ziming's greetings, he only gave a flat gratitude, threw Ziming a sentence, "Secretary Dai is looking for you," and then turned around. Left. This made Ziming puzzled, and he didn't understand what Secretary Dai meant, but in the spirit of the number 3 person in Jingcha Province, he must have an attitude of discussing matters when he invited him. Ziming still followed him to his room. Like Jiru Iming's room, Dai Jinshan's room is also a suite. When Ziming came to his room, Secretary Jiang asked Ziming to wait outside. He went in to report to Dai Jinshan. After a while, Secretary Jiang came out to tell Ziming said, "Secretary Dai has something to do. You can wait here." Ziming said, "It is understandable that the leader is busy with Ziming." But what Ziming did not expect is that he waited for an hour. Seeing that the time was approaching 12 o'clock, Ziming couldn't help but asked Secretary Jiang, "Excuse me, what is Secretary Dai up to?" "What's wrong with me?" Secretary Jiang raised his eyelids and glanced at Ziming and said, "Secretary Dai has some work matters to deal with. You can just wait here, and Secretary Dai will call you when he is finished." Ziming's most upset in his past and present life is the bureaucratic attitude like Dai Jinshan, who called himself here but left him alone. However, Ziming did not express his dissatisfaction. After all, before the system reform, many leading cadres in the organization, it's all this way, and it's useless to protest. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Dai Jinshan's voice came from inside. Secretary Jiang went in and asked about the situation, and then told Ziming that he could go in. Ziming followed Secretary Jiang approaching Dai Jinshan's room and saw Dai Jinshan sitting on a chair, but there was no chair in front of him. "It's too late. Just stand and talk." "What is the rule of this, Nima? Wouldn't you finish talking tomorrow if you have something to do? Who do you show this shit?" Ziming felt a fire in his heart, and of course he still didn't show it. It was just a no. Then Secretary Jiang went out and closed the door. Dai Jinshan looked up at Ziming and asked, "I heard that Secretary Ji called you over. What did you talk about?" Straightforward is a conversation style that Ziming likes very much, but the attitude of a deputy judge like Dai Jinshan is disgusting. "Secretary Dai and Secretary Ji didn't talk to me, just talked about the construction of industrial parks and expressways," Ziming replied, not mentioning Xing Yuan's case and related matters at all. Dai Jinshan was obviously dissatisfied with Ziming's answer. He said, "Comrade Ziming, I know you are very smart, but please don't play these clever things in front of me. I don't understand what you mean by Secretary Dai." Ziming was still pretending to be stupid. Dai Jinshan smiled disdainfully and said, "You just pretended to be stupid when you praised Ziming for being smart. If I guessed right, Ziming, you were talking about Xing Yuan's case with Secretary Dai just now, right? Maybe there are some other contents in it." Ziming frowned, not because Dai Jinshan could guess this, but because he wondered why he had to mention this in front of him. However, Dai Jinshan obviously did not explain this to Ziming. Instead, he leaned back comfortably on his chair and said to Ziming, "Tell you a historical story, a story that everyone knows and everyone does not know. He is a national hero that everyone is familiar with, and his last experience is even more infuriating. However, when Song Gaozong and Qin Hui were indignantly scolded, few people went to explore the real reason behind Fengbo Pavilion." Dai Jinshan said, "Back when he fled his army in the northern expedition, everyone knows that he told his subordinates that Huanglong and the princes drank bitterly, but few people knew that he also said that he would welcome the 2 emperors of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong. Even fewer people knew. Prior to this, he also played Gaozong, asking him to make his adopted son Zhao Yuan the reserve." Dai Jinshan stopped at this point, and then asked Ziming, "Do you understand what I mean?" Ziming didn't speak, Dai Jinshan sighed and said, I knew you didn't understand. So let me tell you another story. Yang Su, who said that the tastelessness of chicken ribs was a pity, was a very clever staff of Cao Cao, but in the end, he was killed by Cao Cao. Later generations said that Cao Cao was jealous and capable, but in fact, when Cao Cao was investigating the abilities of Cao Bai and Cao Zi, Yang Su always helped behind. You should understand what I said. Dai Jinshan said, the Buddha speaks of the 6 realms of sentient beings. This shows that everyone should have their own way, and no one can prey on it. If anyone oversteps to act, then there will be punishment. Even will find a scourge for myself. The reason why he was killed is because he was originally just a leader, but he wanted to interfere in politics, and he wanted to welcome the second emperor and set up a crown prince. Isn't this looking for death? And Yang Su, you are yours. AIDS, just like Jiaxuk Sunny U and advise Cao Cao, shouldn't it be enough? If you have to participate in the dispute between Cao Bai and Cao Zi for storage, don't you force Cao Cao to use a knife on you? Dai Jinshan said to Ziming, and Ziming, you are a very smart businessman. As long as you do business well, I believe you will be a very wealthy person in the future, but if you don't do business honestly, you always want to engage in miscellaneous crooked ways. If the dog is nosy with the mouse, then I am afraid that Fu and Yang Su are your role models. Bang bang bang. Ziming applauded for Dai Jinshan and said, Secretary Dai deserves to be Secretary Dai. He is truly a master of the past, and it is amazing to have a different concept. It's just that I don't know what to say. Dai Jinshan raised his hand. Comrade Ziming, just say anything. Indeed, it shouldn't be right for you to welcome the second emperor and establish the crown prince, and it shouldn't be Yang Su's involvement in the reserve fight, but is it? Damn? Ziming asked. He was a national hero who resisted the gold at the time. Yang Su is also Cao Cao's mastermind, repairing internal and external affairs. Originally, he wanted the northern expedition to regain the lost ground and shame of the Han people. Originally, Yang Su was able to help Cao Cao stabilize the world faster, but whether it was Song Gaozong or Cao Cao, isn't it shameless to kill people who are so important to you and your country for your own self-interest, and to give yourself so many excuses afterwards? Dai Jinshan shot the case and scolded Ziming angrily. Ziming, what are you talking about? Nonsense. Ziming was so unafraid to look at Dai Jinshan. Secretary Dai, I know what you are talking about, and I also know what I am doing. Thank you, Secretary Dai, for reminding me. I don't know whether Secretary Dai has read Luxon's articles. Have you seen his insensitive spectators in the face of injustice? I also know that Secretary Dai likes this kind of obedient people, Ziming said. Then he said, but I'm sorry, my heart is red and blood is hot, and I am by no means the kind of fool who will be indifferent when seeing that kind of dark story happen before my eyes. I will fight everything to the end.